We finally arrived in Konoha. Uzumaki Tomoki's slightly tired face finally showed some joy. He looked around his whole body and couldn't help but curl his lips. It's almost surprisingly messy. The clothes on his body were extremely shabby and ill-fitting, even worse than those of a beggar. There was no way, even though he was a time traveler, he couldn't use his advantages at all. Because he was not born in Konoha, let alone the plot line. He could not even practice chakra. Moreover, his mother in this world, Uzumaki Nanakusa, has been unwilling to let him go to Konoha. But he didn't feel that his mother was treating him badly. On the contrary, he had seen Naruto in his previous life and probably surmised something. After his own clan was wiped out. My mother was worried that she would cause trouble if she became a ninja. She wanted to protect herself and didn't want to become a powerful ninja. Spend your time quietly like an ordinary person. But as his mother loves him more and more, he feels more and more that he is a member of the Uzumaki clan. Every time I see my mother looking at the sunset, she sheds tears from time to time. Jishu clenched his fists tightly. He had never met his father, and his mother seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, as if she never wanted to mention that sad past again. But judging from his surname and pure red hair, his father should also be from the Uzumaki clan. But the reason why I haven't seen my father seems to be very clear. Why did the Uzumaki clan have to be exterminated despite not having committed any crimes? He knew it very well from his experience in his previous life. But he knew that whether he wanted to protect his mother or avenge the Uzumaki clan, that even to gather the scattered clansmen and revitalize the Uzumaki clan, one must first become stronger. But the gentle mother always seems to be extremely determined on this matter. Until one day, a group of rebel ninja broke up the contact between him and his mother. He had no choice but to come to Konoha. In fact, Tomoki was more worried about his mother's safety, but after searching for her to no avail, he set out on the road to Konoha. Only by becoming stronger can we find our mother more easily. Along the way, Jishu spent most of his time begging and asking for directions. It was almost impossible for a 6-year-old's body to hold on. But Tomoki still walked to Konoha. More or less, it is due to the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan. Konoha. Finally here. Looking at the gate of Konoha, after sighing again, Tomoki's eyes darkened and he passed out. The Chuunin in front of the gate of Konoha saw this strange child fainting and quickly asked, "Hey, that child, are you okay?" There was great concern in his words. It's just that although he felt that Tomoki's red hair was special, he didn't notice anything else. And somewhere in Konoha village, the third Hokage wanted to pick up the crystal ball to see if Naruto had painted randomly on the shadow rock again, or was doing other damage. And when he saw the fainted boy in front of the village, he couldn't help but be stunned. The Uzumaki clan actually has a descendant? Outside the village, the sun was particularly bright, and the Chuunin did not react when he saw the fainted boy. I planned to go forward to check the situation and send the child to medical treatment. Just not after this time. A gloomy figure stood beside him. He looked back, immediately stood up straight, and said respectfully, "Danzo-sama." Danzo nodded and gave Tomoki a condescending look. Then he turned his head and said to the Chuunin, "Leave this child to me. You can continue to stand guard." After hearing this, the Chuunin immediately shouted, "Yes, Danzo-sama." Danzo stood there for a while and said, "It is truly an honor for you, the Uzumaki clan, to be able to do your last bit for Konoha." Then he would walk to Zishu's side and pick him up. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind. "This child, let's let him grow up with peace of mind. After all, we owe a lot to the Uzumaki clan, don't we?" The third generation wearing the Hokage cloak said calmly. But in fact, when he saw Danzo appearing next to Tomoki, he had already rushed here as fast as possible. Danzo froze, then defended in his unique tone, "Since we owe the Uzumaki clan, why not repay him by training him into a powerful ninja?" Danzo looked at the third generation with a sincere expression, as if he was really thinking about this child. The third generation shook his head and said more firmly, "Duenzo, give this child a space to grow freely. I think this child can still become a powerful ninja." Danzo hesitated a little. He didn't want to have an obvious conflict with the third generation. But he also didn't want to give up on this orphan of the Uzumaki clan. So he said, "Hiruzen, maybe this child originally wanted to choose to be more powerful. In any case, you have to know that with me, he will be able to make greater contributions to Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen took his pipe away from his mouth, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, "Then let this child make his own choice." After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't wait for Danzo's answer anymore, walked directly past Danzo, picked up Tomoki and walked towards the village. He also used chakra to sense Tamasha's condition and couldn't help but smile. What a stubborn child. Probably only Uzumaki can have such strong vitality. Danzo stood there and didn't leave for a long time. The sunlight in front of Konoha was so bright, but it couldn't penetrate his body, and the shadow behind him was still so gray. Let the child make his own choice? Danzo couldn't help but look at his right hand, which was covered with a bunch of white bandages. It was as if he had been seriously injured. But Danzo was thinking about the Uchiha who had been exterminated. He seemed to be able to feel the heat of the Sharingan on his arm. Then I thought of Uchiha Suzuki, the descendant of Uchiha who is still alive. He then looked at a crow that appeared on the dense tree and said, "How can a person who has been exterminated resist a powerful temptation?" In Konoha's hospital, a very dirty and smelly child came. Originally, children like this should be handed over directly to the orphanage. But this child was sent here by Sande, and he was ordered to take good care of him. So the nurses in the hospital were very confused who should bathe this child, even as an orphan. I have never seen anything so dirty. In the end, a usually shy nurse stepped forward and completed this difficult task. But when they finished bathing the child, they found that the red-haired child was actually quite cute. P.S. New book. I hope everyone will support it. Please vote for recommendations and tips. So comfortable. When Jishu woke up, he found that he was sleeping on a soft hospital bed. Although it was just a hospital bed, it was already the most comfortable bed he had ever slept on in this world. As soon as his body moved, his whole body felt very comfortable. Jishu found that he had been bathed and put on a set of neat and clean hospital clothes. You're awake. Mengbai looked for the voice and found that it was a rather kind old grandfather. But when he saw the Hokage cloak on his body, Mengbai reacted immediately. 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi hidden. Tomoki quickly replied, yes, Hokage-sama. Oh? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. You know me? Tomoki nodded. Just when Tomoki wanted to talk to Sandai about something more, his eyes suddenly caught sight of another person in the room. Danzo, why is he here? Could it be that he wants to use me for experiments? Jishu already had some vague speculations in his mind. In the original work, Danzo has collaborated with Orochimaru and done a lot of human experiments. When he saw Danzo's bandaged right hand again, he couldn't help but feel afraid and trembled violently. Danzo glanced casually at Tomoki, who was still lying on the bed. Just as he was about to go straight to the topic, he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. You also think that the bandage on this person's hand looks like a mummy? It's interesting, isn't it? The third generation comforted Jishu like a child, but Jishu couldn't laugh like a child. This is Danzo, the man who controls the dark side of Konoha. For the so-called protection of the village, you can sacrifice everything. If it fell into the hands of such a person, Jishu had already thought about what kind of end he would end up with. Tomoki seemed to be able to see the Sharingan on Danzo's right arm looking at him. Seeing that Tomoki was still looking at Danzo in fear, Sandai sighed. It seems like he is a very scared child. Then he turned his head and faced Danzo and said, hey, old man, you put on such a cold expression, even I am a little scared. Danzo said with a black look on his face, idiot. Although he knew that Sandai was deliberately teasing him, Tomoki still couldn't help being amused. He didn't expect that the third generation would actually be so weird sometimes. Then, Sandai asked many questions. For example, what is Zishu's name, and whether he knows which clan he comes from, where his parents are, etc. When he heard Zishu tell him that Zishu had separated from his mother, Sandai let out a long sigh. During this period, Danzo kept trying to interrupt, but was interrupted every time by the third generation. The last 3 generations asked, so Tomoki, since you can't find your mother now, are you willing to stay in Konoha? Tomoki finally got to the point, but he was still afraid that the third generation would get excited and dump him directly to Danzo. But then I thought, what could I do if I left Konoha? Jishu gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind. I thought that even if I had to follow Danzo, I would still stay in Konoha. So he said to the third generation, Grandpa third generation, I am willing to stay in Konoha. The third generation nodded with satisfaction and then asked, then are you willing to be a ninja? Now that he has made up his mind, this question is very simple for Jishu. Replied, well, I want to be a ninja. After getting a positive answer, Sandai said, in a few days, you can go to ninja school. Tomoki felt happy for a moment, thinking that he was lucky that Danzo hadn't been taken away. Hiruzen. After hearing this, Danzo could no longer keep quiet. You said that this child's future should be chosen by himself. The third generation was still smoking his pipe, as if he was pretending to be confused. Oh, did I say that? As I get older, my memory is also bad. Besides, isn't it too early to let such a young child choose the future? Or let him go to ninja school first, and wait until he graduates. Make your choice. Danzo glared at the smiling Sandai, then turned to Tomoki and said seriously, do you want to be strong? Do you want to know the reason why your clan was wiped out? Do you want to protect your mother? Only by following me can you accomplish all this. Tomoki was a little confused and was shocked by Danzo's sudden question. But calming down, Jishu couldn't help but twitch a sneer at the corner of his mouth. If he were Suzuki, he would definitely agree. But he is Tomoki. He knew the plot of Naruto. He knew that as long as he followed Danzo, he would become a chess piece that could be sacrificed at any time, and he could not accomplish any of what he said. Danzo looked at Tomoki, who was stunned and thought that this child really admired powerful power. The third generation secretly said that it was not good. If this child really followed Danzo, he would be burdened with hatred. And how can such a young child be worthy of the Uzumaki clan if he has to bear all this? How could he be worthy of Uzumaki Kushina? However, Tomoki sat up with his hands on the hospital bed, then spat at Danzo and said with a grimace, smelly old man, who do you think you are when you speak so loudly? Haha, the third generation was the first to laugh. Yes, this is just a 6 or 7-year-old child. He didn't even understand many of the words Danzo said, so how could he agree? Danzo's face turned black and white as he said, another brat as hateful as Naruto. Then Danzo stood up and left. Zishu finally felt a lot more relaxed, and he also praised his performance. Not only did Danzo get angry, but he also made him think that he was just a kid who didn't understand anything. In this way, he should pay less attention to himself in the future, right? While feeling relaxed, Jishu focused his attention on the third generation in front of him. He still didn't know how the third generation would arrange for him. This afternoon, I will introduce you to a new friend, and you will live in his house from now on. New friends? Who is the one? Jishu couldn't help but start thinking that now if there is a spare room at home, Suzuki would probably be the first choice, right? After all, Itaki had just exterminated the Uchiha clan under Danzo's order. But when he thought of Suzuki's personality, Tomoki felt a headache. Especially later on, when he was desperate for revenge. Jishu was deeply conflicted with him. And he also did so many bastard things to another Uzumaki clan member, Xiangrin. Jishu is really unforgivable. Of course, Jishu didn't know what to say to Xianglin, a member of the tribe. Is this girl really brainless? Suddenly, Jishu thought of something. That is one of the most suitable ninjutsu for the Uzumaki clan, the multiple shadow clone technique. The reason why Tomoki thought of this ninjutsu was because it could be used to assist in training. The reason why Naruto learned the Rasengan so quickly was because of it. Of course, if you want to be very efficient, you must need a lot of chakra. Tomoki couldn't help but think of something that had been debated a lot in the Hokage Forum in his previous life. Does the Uzumaki clan have a lot of chakra? Although most discussions end with the original work not mentioning it, it is just a conjecture. But Tomoki realized another thing. It seemed that all the Uzumaki clan members who appeared in the original work had a lot of chakra. This ratio is so high that it can hardly be explained by coincidence. Chakra is the combination of physical energy and spiritual power. The Uzumaki clan is recognized as a clan with strong vitality. Even taking a step back, body energy and vitality are not the same thing. But there must be a connection, right? Therefore, according to Tomoki's speculation, although not everyone in the Uzumaki clan has a lot of chakra, it is easier for ninjas with a lot of chakra to appear. He thought that he would never be so lucky as to have only very little chakra. So Tomoki said, Sandame-sama, can you teach me the shadow clone technique? Oh, the shadow clone technique? Sandai was a little surprised, because most children would fantasize about learning some legendary ninjutsu when they heard that they wanted to become a ninja. For example, there are flying thunder gods, but there are still relatively few requirements to learn the shadow clone technique. It seems to be in line with the nature of children, who prefer fun things. Thinking of this, Sandai said, of course, but it will have to wait until Tomoki becomes a real ninja. Before that, Tomoki should go to the ninja school to learn how to be a ninja. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Tomoki thought gloomily that the third generation treated him as if he were a child. Despite his body, it would be strange if the third generation didn't treat him as a child. Having said this, there is nothing more to say. Sandai gave a few instructions and then left. Mengbai stayed alone in Wuye's hospital, boredly thinking about whose home he would be taken to. Also, how should you develop in the future? Although his imagination was very good, Tomoki actually understood that he was not necessarily the kind of person with a lot of chakra. If his talent were even worse, he wouldn't even be able to use ninjutsu. I'm afraid I can only learn physical skills and 8-gate dunjia with Rock Lee. However, Jishu has never looked down upon Rock Lee and ninjas who could only use taijutsu. On the contrary, Tomoki admires them very much. But if he could only use physical skills, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult for Kisha to become a strong man. Just as Jishu was thinking, a gentle voice suddenly came to his ears. Hello, may I ask why you are the only one here? Jishu followed the sound and saw a very cute girl with pink hair appearing in front of him. Tomoki suddenly realized that he had seen Sakura. Out of friendliness, Mengbai replied, hello, why am I the only one here? Because I am an orphan. I'm really sorry. Sakura quickly apologized. This makes Tomoki very strange. He originally thought Sakura was a very unruly girl, but she didn't expect to be so gentle now. But when Jishu thought about it, he felt like he understood something. Sakura will probably only be willful around people she can rely on. For example, Naruto. Wait for me, Sakura said suddenly, then ran out the door. Just when Tomoki was wondering what she was doing, Sakura suddenly came back with a milkshake in hand. Mom said that people who can see flowers every day can recover faster. As she said that, Sakura put the white milkshake in the bottle beside the bed. Jishu could only say, actually, I will be discharged from the hospital this afternoon. Haruno, Sakura asked curiously, then what are you going to do next? Go to ninja school. Maybe we can still be classmates. Then, the two talked about many things. It also makes Tomoki less boring, and it seems that Sakura Haruno comes to the hospital with her mother to visit patients. It's just that they are all adults, and she, a child, can only find Jishu to chat with. Asshole. Stinky old man. I told you, you have no right to put people into my house casually. I want to protest. Protest. There was a loud noise outside, interrupting the chat between Sakura and Tomoki. Sandai had no choice but to press Naruto tightly and say, hey, you see that person first before you talk. I bet you will like him. In fact, the third generation didn't know that although Naruto showed an expression of rejection on the surface, he was actually looking forward to the young man who was about to live in his house. After all, Naruto has been alone for a long time. Because of Kyuubi, he has no friends at all. But of course the tough-talking Naruto would not admit this. But Tomoki in the ward suddenly smiled, and he didn't expect that he was actually living with Naruto. Listening to Naruto's stubborn and arrogant voice, I couldn't help but feel a little funny. I guess if it were anyone else, they would probably think that Naruto was really hostile, right? With a creak, the door to the ward was pushed open again, and Naruto's eyes immediately fell on Sakura. Hey, Sakura, you're here too. What a coincidence. Sakura looked at the enthusiastic Naruto and complained, why are you such an idiot again? Sure enough, Sakura and Naruto's relationship is as bad as the original. Hey, is Sakura here? A woman in her 30s walked in. So, third generation, you are here too. Then I'll find Sakura. It's time for us to go back. The third generation immediately said politely, oh, it's Miyabuki. It's been a long time since we last met. Sakura is also a great kid. Sakura's mother, Harano Miyabuki, thanked Sandai and left with Sakura. Naruto was about to follow, but was held tightly by Sandai. Hey, you weird old man, Sakura is leaving soon. Sandai had no choice but to say, at least you should meet your new roommate first before leaving, right? After hearing this, Naruto stopped and moved closer to Tomoki, narrowing his eyes and looking at it carefully. Then he raised his head high and said with his nostrils pointing to the sky, well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I reluctantly took you in because you were so thin. From now on, you have to call me Big Brother. No one will dare to bully you while I'm here. I am the man who wants to become Hokage. The third generation turned his head away in shame, wondering how there could be such an embarrassing child. And when Tomoki saw Naruto still looking funny, especially the fox beard on his mouth that was trembling, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Sure enough, he is still that sunny idiot. Tomoki looked at Naruto, also smiled and narrowed his eyes, and said, hello, my name is Uzumaki Tomoki. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Tomoki. When Naruto heard this, he immediately froze on the spot and said in a somewhat awkward tone, you said your name is Uzumaki Tomoki. Tomoki nodded. In fact, he was not surprised that Naruto would show such a reaction, because he was sure that Naruto did not know his life experience. Now surprised, Naruto pointed at Tomoki's nose and shouted, could it be that you are my long-lost brother? This logic is so bloody. Tomoki shook his head helplessly and said, but why is your last name Uzumaki? You obviously don't have red hair like me? In fact, Tomoki meant this to the third generation. Otherwise, it would be bad if Sandai thought Tomoki was a spy from some village. Naruto was surprised, touched his hair and asked, do people named Uzumaki have to have red hair? The matter just ended like this. Sandai and Naruto took Tomoki to Naruto's house, which was a very dilapidated house. Jishu was also surprised by the mess inside. But it is very rare for a 6-year-old child to do this alone living here. Tomoki couldn't help but think of the scene in the anime where he saw Kakashi taking out expired milk from Naruto's refrigerator. Such a small child has no one to take care of him and is called a monster by others. He is still tenacious and living happily. Tomoki found that he admired Naruto more and more. Tomoki, is it okay for you and Naruto to live here? Sandai asked. Of course Tomoki would not refuse. Sandai-sama, I like it here very much. Well, that's good. The third generation couldn't help rubbing his brows and said, just like this, Naruto, from now on you can get 3 times the original pocket money. 3 times. Naruto couldn't help but become happy after hearing this, but after a while, Naruto realized something was wrong. Smelly old man, why do you have to give 3 times as soon as Tomoki comes? Do you mean does it matter that Tomoki is twice as old as me? Bastard. Bastard. But at this time, the third generation was already on the way to leave. Thinking of the scene just now, he couldn't help but said to himself, of course not. As Minato's child, of course you are more important in my heart. It's just the 2 of you, even if you spend more money, others won't notice anything unusual, right? And with Zishu, there won't be any shops that won't open their doors to you anymore, right? Speaking of this, Sandai found that his voice was choked with sobs. Seeing Naruto's house and thinking of Minato again, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but moisten. After the third generation left, Tomoki and Naruto stayed in the room and looked at each other. But he didn't know what to say. Although he usually saw Naruto as a carefree person, this was the first time he was alone with someone. And Tomoki wanted to say thousands of things to Naruto, but he didn't know where to start. Even Tomoki thought of holding Naruto's hand and saying, thank you to the people and the party for finally allowing me to see you face to face. But the 2 people just stared at each other without saying a word. Until Naruto opened his mouth and said, Tomoki, since this is your first time coming to Konoha, I will treat you to the most delicious Ichiraku ramen in the world. Il ramen. A wave of anticipation arose in Tomoki's heart, and he finally had the opportunity to taste the most delicious food in Naruto. After getting Mengbai's consent, Naruto couldn't wait to take Mengbai outside the house. Mengbai just followed, admiring the scenery of Konoha along the way. In fact, Konoha is really a very beautiful place. Everything is prosperous, as if this is the end of the war. But along the way, everyone avoided Naruto after seeing him. Look, it's that kid. Monster, go away. Why is there a child beside him? Probably he deceived another child who doesn't know him. Hey, the red-haired kid, get away from that monster. How could this be? Jishu couldn't believe that something like this could happen in a village like this. Tomoki noticed that Naruto's cheerful pace gradually slowed down. Even his head was buried deeply. Suddenly, Naruto turned to face Tomoki, his eyes sparkling. Tomoki, actually I'm not a monster, I really am not. Jishu was shocked by this scene. He didn't expect it to be like this. But Naruto misunderstood Tomoki's hesitation as mistaking him for a monster and turned away. Sadly, he lowered his hand holding Tomoki's right arm. At this point, Jishu felt that he needed to say something. Why were these people so cruel to Naruto? Why is there such darkness in peaceful Konoha? Do you think you are righteous? Do you think this is protecting the village? Why didn't you fight to death back then? Why are you here to bully a child now? Because you are cowardly. You never dare to face the consequences of your own mistakes and let others bear them. If you had become a powerful ninja back then, would these things still happen? If there is no Naruto, then who will bear this sin? If there is no Naruto, who will bear this sin? The voices of everyone who asked this question fell silent, because they were already a little guilty. It's like the emperor's new clothes, no one exposes them. Until a child appears, perhaps because the fiery red hair stood out, everyone put the child in the center. But they had to face this series of questions. Are we really ugly? We are simply resisting the monsters that once destroyed our homes. Why are we ugly? But when they looked back on their behavior, they realized that it was not what a kind or just person should do. But he is Kyuubi. Naruto was a little confused. He didn't understand what Uzumaki Tomoki said. In other words, no child will understand. They only know that Naruto was a monster. The third generation had given an order not to leak the news that Naruto was the Kyuubi. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Kid, the reason why you say that is probably because you haven't really experienced the pain we suffered back then. And how disgusting is that child's behavior?" Tomoki shook his head, and then said with a firm voice, "Naruto will eventually become a ninja that you all look up to. You will respect him from the bottom of your heart." Seeing the surprised expressions of people around him, Zisha couldn't bring himself to express his joy. Isn't this how these people treat Naruto? The justice and sunshine they thought were nothing but infinite darkness towards Naruto. Thinking of this, Jishu didn't want to pay attention to these people. He took Naruto's arm and said, "Let's go. You said you invited me to eat Ichiraku ramen. You don't want to deny it, do you?" Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked at Tomoki again, as if he was looking for why this person was different from the others. But in the end, Naruto didn't find anything special, except for the red hair. All the gloom on Naruto's face was wiped away, and he suddenly turned to the crowd and stuck out his tongue and said, "I will not be knocked down. I am the one who wants to become the Hokage." Hateful. This kid, it's just so annoying. The crowd returned to condemning Naruto again. Tomoki could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that these people would only change their views later, when Naruto showed his sunshine and responsibility. With that said, Naruto pulled him and started running like crazy again. It seems that he is eager to share the taste of the best ramen in the world with Tomoki. This child, Tomoki sighed. With an adult soul, he should protect such a bullied child, right? 251, 252, 253. Zishu looked towards the source of the sound, and a boy wearing white clothes appeared in front of him. I saw this young man constantly hitting the wooden pile with his fists, as if he was working hard and venting his anger. But the thick black eyebrows made Mengbai recognize him immediately. Lee Locke, to say that Jishu's favorite character in his previous life was none other than Rock Lee. Of course, his teacher, Metkai, can compete. They are all like Naruto, never give up under any circumstances, continue to work hard and become stronger. But I don't know if he has met Metkai now. Tomoki really wanted to stop and have a chat with him, but unfortunately, the excited Naruto held on very tightly and ran very fast. Soon, we left the street with a forest. At this time, 4 or 5 figures stood on Naruto's path. "Hey, you must be that monster boy," said the leader. Tomoki looked over and saw that the eyes of the leading child were all white, Hinata's family, but Tomoki smiled self-deprecatingly. So what if it was the Hyuga family? It is hard to tell whether a child of this age will be able to master the 3 body techniques, let alone open his eyes. So I just need to. Only then did Jishu realize that he was also a 6-year-old child now. Naruto shouted without giving up, "Asshole. You are the monster. I am the one who wants to be Hokage. Listen, I, Hinata Aoki, am the one who is going to become Hokage." Saying that, Hinata Aoki raised his fist and hit Naruto. Does this little brat from the Hyuga clan really think that they can be lawless in Konoha without Uchiha? Jishu immediately went up to him and punched him hard. In terms of physical fitness, how could Uzumaki Tomoki, who was hiding in Exi with his mother, lose to these children who had never done anything? It's just that Naruto has been eating non-nutritious food for a long time. His body was much weaker and he was knocked to the ground by a punch from this boy Aoki. Tomoki's fist followed soon after and hit Aoki hard on the face, causing him to take a few steps back. "What? How dare you attack the Hyuga clan?" Tomoki also replied fiercely, "Don't make excuses for the Hyuga clan. You are just a scum of the Hyuga clan." Aoki's neck turned red after hearing this. Getting punched by an unknown red-headed weirdo was bad enough. Now, even his usually domineering family has been left aside. How can you keep him from being angry? Come on, all of you, we will eradicate the monsters and contribute to the village. After Aoki said this, the people who were standing behind him also took a few steps forward. Get into an attack stance. Well, if one of you can't do it, prepare for a group fight. Tomoki stared at them without flinching. At this time, Naruto had also stood up and looked at Aoki and the others stubbornly. "Give it to me." Following Hinata Aoki's order, the 2 parties fought together again. Aoki smiled very proudly, thinking that this is what will happen if he offends me, the future Hokage. With 5 people surrounding 2 people fighting, it was naturally a one-sided situation. Coupled with Naruto's long-term malnutrition and weak bones, the situation became even worse. The fists hit the two of them like raindrops. But no one said anything to back down. Aoki was getting more and more happy because Naruto and the red-haired bastard had been knocked out. Only 5 people were left kicking them. After a long time, even Aoki felt tired. So he said, "Remember, you monster kid and red-haired kid, I will beat you every time I see you in the future." After saying this, Aoki felt that what needed to be done was done. It's time for them to change their game to play. Just as they turned to leave, they suddenly heard shouts from behind. "Hey, didn't you say that you would beat us every time you see us? Why are you so scared that you are running away now?" Naruto took Tomoki's words and said, "How can these cowards fight against me who wants to become Hokage? Hateful, he is so stubborn till death." Aoki turned around and found that both Tomoki and Naruto had stood up. Looking at Naruto and Tomoki with their noses and faces swollen, Aoki felt so angry that his teeth seemed to break. "It's obviously you who were beaten like this, but it seems like we are the losers. Okay, since you don't accept it, I'll knock you down until you accept it. Hit me again, hard." Feeling the fist falling on his body, Tomoki couldn't help but sigh at how hard the fists of children in this world were. Perhaps they were originally meant to be ninjas, and their physical and mental abilities were far superior to others. But is it possible that the fist will make the Uzumaki clan bow? It's impossible. This time Aoki fought for half an hour longer than the last time before he stopped. The reason for stopping this time was that they no longer had any energy to fight. Seeing the two people who fell to the ground, Aoki thought they wouldn't be able to stand up this time, right? Looking at the slightly dark sky, Aoki said, "Let's go home each. We'll teach these two ignorant people a lesson next time." After getting a positive answer, Aoki turned around and left, but the thing that worried him most happened. "Hey, coward! Are you running away like this?" Turning around again, the 5 children were surprised to see Naruto and Tomoki standing there, bruised and swollen, but looking at them with contempt. P.S. The word update is my sincerity. Please recommend and reward. Coward, this is the first time Hinata Aoki has been called such a name. Why was this man still so rampant after being knocked to the ground? Monsters! They are monsters. After one of the children shouted these words, he no longer ignored Hinata Aoki's authority and ran towards home. With the first person to escape, these children were of course scattered. Aoki was stunned. He didn't expect such a result. "Damn it! You bastard, wait until we get to the ninja school and see how the genius of the Hyuga family teaches you ninjutsu." Then Aoki also ran away. In fact, only he knew that he was really scared now. But aren't they just two brats who can't be defeated? When Hinata Aoki, learn powerful ninjutsu, let's see how arrogant you are. Tomoki and Naruto did not chase after him because they also had no strength. But Jishu was a little strange. Even if these children were targeting Naruto, it was too coincidental at this juncture. And their family members should have told Naruto to stay away. Jishu vaguely felt that this accident seemed to be deliberately manipulated by someone. He secretly thought that he must become stronger, otherwise, not only would he be bullied in the ninja school. When the drama comes, I don't even have the power to protect myself. When Tomoki thought about the final scene of cage-level ninjas being as numerous as dogs, his face couldn't help but twitch. It's not that simple to have shadow-level strength. The two dragged their tired bodies to Ichiraku ramen house. After he left, Danzo stood up from a corner. It seems that this brat from the Uzumaki clan has little value. Then he turned his attention to the children who escaped, thinking that this little magic to guide people's behavior was particularly useful. "Hey, Naruto, is someone bullying you again?" the ramen shop uncle asked with concern. Naruto raised his nose and said, "How is that possible? Tomoki and I taught a stinky brat from the Hyuga family a lesson." The uncle of Ichiraku ramen smiled and said, "In that case, I will treat you today to celebrate your success. Oh, by the way, this red-haired kid is Tomoki." Zishu nodded and said, "Well, uncle, I am Zishu." After Tomoki and Naruto finished eating Ichiraku ramen, Tomoki bought some daily necessities in a nearby store and went home with Naruto. Night gradually fell, and Naruto had already fallen into a deep sleep. But at this time, Jishu had already woken up. Of course he would not be greedy for pleasure. After all, he wanted to find his mother earlier and become stronger earlier. Jishu thought of Rock Lee, whom he met by chance today. Could he still be in that place now? Thinking of this, Jishu lifted up the quilt. Get dressed and walk outside the house. As expected, it was extremely cold outside. After all, it was already late at night, and the bright moonlight seemed to bring out the chill. Jishu looked at the fewer clothes on his body and said, "But after a while, I will be too hot, right?" Saying that, Jishu strode towards the street with trees. 1024, 1024, 1001, 1000. Damn it. When Xiaoli reached this point, he found that he could no longer do the next one-handed push-up. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Xiaoli kept hitting the ground with his fists, almost saying in a trembling tone, "Is it really like what they said, that I am really a fool? With physical skills, I really can't become a powerful ninja." Zishu watched this scene quietly, and he understood that this maybe Xiaoli hasn't seen Metkai at this time, right? I remember when I was watching Naruto, Xiaoli recalled that he was encouraged by Metkai at about this age. Zishu was a little helpless. He originally wanted Rock Lee to teach him how to train physical skills. Unexpectedly, Rock Lee himself is still in a stage where he cannot protect himself. Shaking his head, Tomoki also fell to the ground and began to do push-ups. but he only did them with his hands. Perhaps because there are more ninjas, the physical fitness of children in this world is also very good. Even for him, it is not difficult to do some push ups. Shout loudly, 1, 2, 3. Jishu also imitated Xiaoli and started exercising. This is. Xiaoli looked toward the unfamiliar voice and found a red-haired child he had never seen before doing push ups like him. Even though it was with both hands, it was obvious that he wanted to hold on. Is there anyone else like me? Xiaoli suddenly felt as if his fighting spirit was back. So he shouted with self-encouragement, okay. Xiao Li, do you want to be defeated by that red-haired weirdo? Now get up and come on. With that said, Xiao Li took good posture again and started practicing with high morale. What is a red-haired weirdo? Jishu is very helpless. In fact, these young people who are very passionate in the original work are actually quite incomprehensible sometimes. But I won't lose to a kid like you. Although Zishu is a child now, as an adult soul, he will naturally not admit this. So the two started a silent competition, but every time Xiaoli completed an item, he would shout excitedly. But Jishu was a little embarrassed. When he saw Rock Lee finish 2,000 one-handed push ups, Jishu was surprised and speechless. He could only do 2 to 302 and push ups. It's still due to the fact that the bodies of people in this world are naturally strong. Although he couldn't do push ups anymore, Tomoki still didn't give up. Switch to hitting the wooden stakes. If the wooden stakes can no longer be driven, switch to running, and then cycle like this. Feeling the strength in his body gradually disappearing, Jishu became more determined to practice more. How much time did Xiaoli spend in training to be able to possess such powerful physical skills? If he gives up halfway now, then he will definitely be a small character that everyone will ravage in the next ninja war. When he was running, Jishu dragged his heavy steps, but found that his hands had regained strength. So I started doing push ups one after another. 473, 474. Jishu continued the previous count and started shouting. Tonight, the goal he set for himself was to complete 1,000 push ups, 2,000 boxings, and run 50 laps around the grove. These tasks are almost impossible for a 6-year-old child to complete. But two categories of people will be excluded. Point 1 is like Rock Lee, a young man with extremely strong willpower who has undergone long-term training. The other type is the Uzumaki clan with strong recovery ability. Although Zishu's exercise program can be considered a relatively scarce type, it actually forms a cycle that while being able to keep exercising, all the muscles in the body are also being exercised. Xiaoli, who was ignited by Zishu, also had a little doubt about this young man who suddenly appeared at his training ground. Who is this? Why was he able to resume doing push ups again after running a few laps even though he was so tired? Could it be that this is a genius? Will my efforts never compare to the progress of genius? Sweat couldn't stop flowing. But Jishu was happy because he gradually found that he could do more push ups every time than before. It seems that the recovery ability of our Uzumaki clan is really as powerful as mentioned in the comics. It's a pity that few people use this ability to practice physical skills. Although it was very small, Jishu could still feel the changes in his body. Just like the comfort I felt when I rested after every strenuous exercise in my previous life. He couldn't help but start to imagine whether the idea he had in mind was possible. If Xiaoli is from the Uzumaki clan, can he do more training? With such a powerful recovery ability, combined with his efforts, will he achieve more powerful results? And there is another thing hidden in Jishu's heart, that is, with the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan, can they resist the backlash brought by the 8-gate Dunjia? When Jishu thinks of this, his training will become even more intense. Since you have this opportunity, why not take advantage of it, to become strong? Keep working hard to find your mother. The night seemed to pass very quickly. Zishu was immersed in practice and couldn't extricate himself. It wasn't until he realized that it was getting dark that he realized that Xiao Li was in a state of decline again. Jishu also thought that in Xiao Li's memories in the comics, Xiao Li seemed to have always been a young man with very low self-esteem before he met Metkai. Just as he was about to go over and persuade Xiao Li, Jishu suddenly realized that if he persuaded him like this, would Xiao Li and Metkai not be able to meet each other, or would Metkai not have the chance to persuade Xiao Li and form a deep friendship? If this is the case, your own sin will be great. It's scary to think about Rock Lee without Metkai. After thinking for a while, Tomoki said to Xiao Li, are you doubting that you will not be able to become a powerful ninja with your physical skills? Xiao Li raised his head, wondering why this red-haired man knew what he was thinking. Are you here to laugh at me too? Xiao Li yelled at Zishu. But Tomoki shook his head and said, I'm not here to mock you, but I can't answer you this question. When you meet a jonin like you who has thick eyebrows and likes to wear green tights, he will give you all the answers. After saying this, Jishu turned around and left, thinking that he could only help Xiao Li to this extent. However, it's so tiring. Although the body can continuously recover, fatigue cannot be resolved. Zishu didn't know that after he left, Xiao Li started hitting the wooden stakes again. Since that person can answer this question for me, then before that, I can't give up any hope. 5,672, 5,673. The sound of hitting and the rhythmic shouting were accompanied by it, making people's hearts start to tremble. This is probably the stubbornness of a weak boy who disobeys God's arrangements for him. When he has such a strong heart, why can't he be strong? When Tomoki returned to Naruto's house, he took a shower first. When all the sweat on his body disappeared, Jishu could no longer resist the sleepiness. Lying on the ground, he fell into a deep sleep. From beginning to end, Naruto, who was so nervous, didn't notice anything. The next morning, the crisp chirping of birds woke up to this unknown but hopeful day. But in this shabby little house, the two teenagers were still sleeping in there. Sleep. Until, hey, Tomoki, we're going to be late. Naruto opened his mouth wide and looked at the alarm clock that had already pointed to 8:50. Jishu woke up from his sleep in a daze. In fact, he only slept for 3 or 4 hours. But Tomoki is not too worried, because the ninja school only teaches some basic things, and even does things like solving questions. So Tomoki decided directly that from now on, just like Shikamaru, he would sleep until he graduates from ninja school. Jishu yawned and asked, "Hey, why are you in such a hurry?" While packing his things, Naruto said, "Tomoki, you lazy idiot. I thought you could wake me up." "Hey, what's your point? Why can't you wake me up?" Naruto ignored Tomoki this time, but scratched his head and said, it's over, Irika-sensei will never let me go." Alas, Naruto is not even afraid of the third generation, but he is afraid of Irika. It seems that teachers are indeed the natural enemies of students, especially poor students like Naruto. After Tomoki also changed his clothes, Naruto couldn't wait to pull Tomoki and run towards the ninja school. At this time, Tomoki suddenly discovered that Naruto's speed was almost unusually fast. Even he couldn't keep up, and he was almost always being pulled away by Naruto. Although he had exercised too much last night, the muscles in his limbs were still hurting. Finally arriving at the ninja academy, I found Irika already standing at the door. "Hey, Naruto, didn't we agree not to be late again this month?" Naruto quickly apologized and said, "Irika-sensei, I was wrong. It's all Tomoki's fault. He slept in and overslept." Naruto betrayed Tomoki very unfaithfully, leaving Tomoki with a black line. Irika then said in a stern tone, "If you still blame others for your own mistakes, let's forget about the extra large bowl of Ichiraku ramen that we promised you before." "Irika-sensei, I was wrong," Naruto pleaded with tears streaming down his face. Tomoki finally understood why Naruto was so anxious. It turned out that Irika had always been in control of Naruto's biggest weakness. But this time, Irika did not look at Naruto, but focused on Tomoki. "You are the Uzumaki Tomoki that the third generation Sama mentioned, right?" Tomoki nodded and said, "Well, Irika-sensei, I am Uzumaki Tomoki." "What a cute boy. My name is Umino Irika, and I will be your teacher from now on." "Ah, is it true that I was assigned to this Irika class by the third generation and will show endless brilliance in the future? Speaking of which, almost all of Konoha's 12 heroes come from this class. Please give me your advice in the future, teacher Irika." Tomoki, of course, looked respectful to Irika, a good old man. Irika nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this child was indeed much more polite than Naruto. But they both have the same surname as Uzumaki, so what's the relationship between them? Doubts lingering in his heart, Irika still brought Naruto and Tomoki to the class. Naruto walked to his seat glumly and sat down. Then Irika walked in with Tomoki. Tomoki's bright red hair caught everyone's attention immediately. "Who is this guy? Are you new to our class? So handsome, just like Suzuki." "No, he's more handsome than Suzuki." "Who said it? Suzuki-kun is the most handsome." When the little girl in the class shouted, Zisha realized that his appearance was pretty good. Coupled with the matching clothes, it will naturally have such an effect. It was like Naruto, a handsome boy like that, had his childhood ruined by that orange suit. However, Tomoki glanced in Naruto's direction. It's this Naruto that makes people feel familiar. The chubby Akimichi Koji sitting in the back whispered to Shikamaru next to him, "Damn it, that new kid seems to be very popular. It's so enviable." Nara Shikamaru raised his head with sleepy eyes, glanced at Tomoki, and said, "Boring." Then he continued his great work of sleeping. Irika wasn't surprised when he saw that all the little girls in the class had such reactions. After all, they are still children. When they are older, they may be able to look at a person comprehensively. Irika glanced at Tomoki again, hoping that this child would not become a proud child in the future. It seems that we need more guidance in the right direction in the future. But Irika didn't know that Tomoki was actually much more mature than he thought, and even more mature than him in some places. Irika clapped his hands, signaling everyone to stop the discussion. Then he touched Zishu's head and said, "It seems that everyone welcomes our new classmates. How about Zishu introduce himself to everyone?" Of course Tomoki would not refuse and said, "My name is Uzumaki Tomoki, and my favorite thing is to sleep. I hope you won't disturb me when I sleep in the future. Also, I currently live in Uzumaki Naruto's house." Jishu didn't say too much and stopped here. It makes those little girls a little sad. What kind of self-introduction is this? Neither cool enough nor cute enough. Boys who like to sleep make people feel depressed when they mention them. But he is really handsome. But after thinking about Shikamaru, who had been sleeping for many years, many little girls gave up on their plans to be attentive. I thought Suzuki was better. Not only was he handsome, but he was also so talented. Irika didn't expect that Tomoki would introduce himself like this. He originally thought Tomoki was a very obedient child, but he didn't expect that Tomoki was still a problem student. So he said, "Kishu, please choose a seat and sit down. We will review chakra extraction again soon. This time I will explain it in detail. You must listen carefully." Jishu nodded. No matter what happens next, he must learn the chakra extraction method. Even though he was very sleepy, Tomoki still planned to listen to this lesson very seriously. Otherwise, if Naruto came to teach him how to extract chakra, he he might go astray. Tomoki really couldn't guarantee how Naruto learned it, considering that he even used the three-body technique with such a dead look. Tomoki didn't dare to joke about his future as a ninja. When I walked back, I found Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke sitting together. There were 3 people at a table, and Sakura sat in the middle of the 2 people. Sakura saw Tomoki coming over, pointed at Naruto's seat and said, "Hey, Tomoki, how about you stay here?" Naruto hurriedly said, "Why are you sitting in my seat? You should let that stinky guy leave." Tomoki didn't even need to think, he knew that the stinky man Naruto was talking about must be Sasuke. Sasuke snorted coldly, the end of the crane. Seeing this familiar picture, Tomoki felt like he was not living in the world of Naruto, but was watching the anime Naruto again. He shook his head helplessly and said, "You'd better sit here peacefully, I'll just sit in the back." According to Jishu's experience, of course he would choose the Feng Shui treasure at the end. Even if he didn't sleep during this class, he would definitely leave time to sleep afterward. So Tomoki naturally sat next to Shikamaru. This time Shikamaru didn't raise his head and was still asleep. Irika saw Tomoki already sitting down and started to lecture. "Today we are new classmates, so we will once again carefully explain the method of extracting chakra. As a ninja, the most important thing is chakra. Even ninjas who only use taijutsu cannot do without a large amount of chakra in their bodies. Support." Zisha listened very carefully to this heavenly lesson. For fear of missing something Irika said, even in his previous life, Tomoki had never listened so carefully to a class. Of course, he doesn't care about the cost. In order to become stronger, whatever you do is worth it. And after Irika finished talking about how to refine chakra, Tomoki could no longer resist the huge sleepiness and fainted. In the dream, he seemed to see his mother again. Dodging around, looking for myself. Irika was a little angry when he saw that Tomoki actually fell asleep as he said. But thinking about how tired the child was when he arrived, I decided to let him sleep a little longer today. So Irika continued to lecture. The idle time always passed very quickly. Tomoki felt that he had not fully recovered his energy when he was called up. "What are you doing?" Jishu asked, somewhat confused. "It's noon now, it's time to eat," Naruto said angrily, thinking that Tomoki was still so sleepy after sleeping for so long, almost like Shikamaru. After Tomoki and Naruto went to have lunch together, Tomoki began his endless sleep again. In fact, Tomoki is not so sleepy now, but he still wants to save energy for the night. For these 6 or 7-year-old children, even the ninja school is teaching a lot of basic knowledge. But for Jishu, these are completely meaningless. It's such a pity that Tomoki has been sleeping and I didn't have a chance to talk to him. Yeah, I wonder why Tomoki is so sleepy, and why would Tomoki-kun be friends with someone like Naruto? Discussions between girls are always so tangled, but it makes many boys in the class deeply angry. In the past, there was only one Sasuke, after all, he was the genius of the Uchiha clan. But now, that a red-haired kid can be so popular, they can no longer suppress it. But Jishu had been sleeping there, leaving them no chance to provoke. Finally, when school was over in the afternoon, Jishu woke up from his dreamland again. Even Shikamaru became curious about Tomoki. This was the first time he saw someone who could sleep longer than him. And Shikamaru knew that he felt bored with this simple course, so what was Tomoki's reason? Watching the sunset and Jishu walking outside. Shikamaru found that he seemed to have a little interest. Tomoki was still talking and laughing with Naruto and walked outside when suddenly several figures blocked his way. "Are you Uzumaki, Tomoki? Are you really a stinky person?" The person on the other side gave Tomoki a definition without waiting for Tomoki's answer. "Hey, what are you going to do?" Although Jishu knew that these children were here to cause trouble, he still asked. "I just heard that you are not a genius like Sasuke, but you are still so arrogant. I just want you to recognize yourself. P.S. I just started the book now, so it may seem a bit boring. I hope you will understand, and I would like to say thank you for your support in the book review section. Please give me a recommendation." "Oh, what do you want?" Jishu asked. In fact, he didn't want to get too entangled with these children. After all, improving his strength is the most important thing now. Otherwise, when the plot develops, I won't even know how I died. Instead of getting entangled in children's games, it is better to practice harder. After hearing Zishu's indifferent question, the child opposite didn't know how to answer, so he could only stammer, "As long as you admit that you are a loser, we will let you go." Now not only is the classroom full of people, but there are also many girls watching outside the classroom. After all, they used to come here secretly to see Sasuke, but now there is an extra Tomoki. And now what they are looking forward to is that Kishu will show his powerful talent and knock these children to the ground. Facing the children from the foreign class in front of him, Jishu just looked at them coldly and said, "Well, I am a loser. So now, you should get out of here, you trash." After Tomoki said this, he separated the people blocking him with his hands, and pulled Naruto out of the gap. The leading boy stood there, speechless for a long time. Because he seemed to feel a bone-piercing coldness from Jishu's eyes. It's like a weak person dares not take action even if he holds a dagger to the strong person's neck. Because he couldn't bear the consequences after taking action, and he couldn't resist the momentum of a strong man. But why would I be afraid of someone behind Crane? Fujiwara Fujiro asked himself. Although Zisha knows that he does not have the aura that belongs to a strong person, he has followed his mother through many chaotic places. Many people have died in front of him, this kind of threat of life and death. Even if he couldn't do it exactly the same. But it's at least somewhat similar. How can this group of brats resist it? and these children are usually just bluffing. As long as they take the initiative, they don't dare to take action. Wow, Tomoki-kun is so handsome. Amazing. Yes, yes. Jishu heard the voice coming from behind and felt helpless for these little girls. When will these children become more mature? If those kids take action, it will be me who will be embarrassed. It seems we have to practice harder. Tomoki couldn't wait to go home because he was going to try to extract the chakra from his body for the first time. Naruto's house was obviously much cleaner after Tomoki's visit. Jishu was meditating, concentrating on integrating his mental energy and physical abilities. Only Naruto was scratching his head and said boredly, "Hey, Tomoki, you are so boring like this. How long do you plan to practice?" Tomoki opened his eyes and looked at Naruto. Said, "Well, I'll practice for a while longer. After all, this is my first time coming into contact with chakra." After finishing speaking, Jishu closed his eyes again and concentrated. Chakra is a collection of physical energy and mental energy. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, your physical energy will naturally be much stronger than that of your peers. As for a person who has traveled through time, his spiritual energy is naturally not bad. It's just that the age and level of exercise of this body are actually far from enough. None of the wise trees felt the rapid increase in chakra. But on this day, Tomoki still felt the surge of chakra in his body. This feeling of power in my hand is so satisfying. Tomoki gathered chakra in his hand and punched hard. There was a bit of a piercing sound, and Tomoki could feel that his punch was at least % stronger than usual. Just since I don't know any ninjutsu, and I can't measure the amount of chakra in my body. But in fact, practicing chakra cannot just rely on meditation. Without physical and mental energy, chakra cannot be extracted anyway. A physical ninja like Xiaoli can exercise his body infinitely to increase his chakra capacity. People like Kurama Yakumo, who are naturally weak physically, can improve through mental power. And the process I'm doing now is just synthesizing the physical energy and mental abilities that already exist in my body into chakra. Just like Naruto synthesized sage chakra in the manga. But in addition to physical energy and spiritual energy, Rishi chakra also has an additional kind of natural energy. After opening his eyes, he found that Naruto had gone somewhere. It seems that he feels bored staying in this room. So Tomoki continued to extract chakra. After Naruto came back, the two of them had a meal together. Tomoki once again rejected Naruto's suggestion to play poker. Naruto had no choice but to go to bed early out of boredom. And Jishu started his efforts again. When we arrived at the street with the grove, we found that Xiaoli had already started exercising there early. Even Zisha could see that Xiaoli had more fighting spirit than before. Jishu was a little surprised and said, "Don't you think Xiaoli doesn't have to sleep? A hard-working ninja like him shouldn't miss school, right?" Surprised, but seeing Xiaoli working so hard, Jishu started his own practice without saying a word. In fact, after yesterday's practice, Jishu felt sore all day today. But Jishu knew that it was for this reason that he could not stop, because if he stopped, all his efforts would be in vain. Now his body is in the adaptation period. Once his body adapts to this intensity, he can continue to practice like this. This time, Jishu did nothing but do push ups, hit wooden stakes, and run as before. He also added shurikens and kicks to himself. Although in the final battle, Shuriken was less able to participate. It can even be said that he was basically eliminated in the battle between strong men. But Jishu still wants to build a solid foundation in this basic skill. 5 meters, 10 meters, when he saw that his shuriken could accurately hit a farther target every time, Tomoki felt a sense of pride in his heart. Tomoki looked at the flying shuriken and said, "In this case, it won't be long before you have the strength of a genin, right?" Xiaoli also practiced harder. The two of them seemed to be competitors, constantly striving to become a powerful ninja. But this night, Xiaoli left earlier. Jishu understood that Xiaoli might have vented his anger after being laughed at yesterday, just like in the plot. After all, Xiaoli couldn't sleep all day and practice at night like him. But Zisha doesn't think that Xiaoli's training is not as hard as his. Because that kid Xiaoli is practicing hard at all times. After all, that kid is a genius who works hard. Thinking of this, Zisha began to hit the wooden stake hard again. In this case, I have to work harder, otherwise I will be left far behind by these 12 strong men of Konoha in the end, which will be too embarrassing for us time travelers. 357, 358. Feeling the punch knock down the wooden stake, Jishu also felt that his life had become more fulfilling. In order to fulfill your dreams and leave no regrets, Jishu can only go on this road more firmly. Ordinary days seem to pass unusually fast. In the blink of an eye, Tomoki has been at the ninja school for several months. I gradually became familiar with everything here. Because the ninja school is in peacetime, it is basically not allowed to graduate early, unless the ability is too outstanding and there are special reasons to graduate early. Tomoki finally understood why Itaki and Kakashi were able to graduate so early, but none of the Konoha 12, such a talented generation, graduated early. Even people like Gaara graduated at almost the same time as Naruto. As time goes by, many little girls lose interest in Zisha. Because Tomoki sleeps every day and has no energy at all, he can't compare with Suzuki at all. Jishu is happy and at ease every day. After no one disturbs him, he can have more time to rest. To cope with training harder in the evening. Tomoki even vaguely speculated that he might already have the strength to be a qualified genin. Naruto still bickered with Suzuki all day long, and Suzuki still talked about Naruto being the worst every day. Everything seemed so peaceful. Even Irika was forced to accept the reality that someone like Shikamaru was in the class after many attempts to persuade him failed. However, the child seemed to be very smart just like Shikamaru. Every time I think about every exam that Shikamaru and Tomoki took, they either got full marks or 0 marks. Irika had a headache. The two children sometimes even fell asleep in the exam room. Tomoki certainly knows the basics at the elementary school level. It's just that the paper about ninjutsu is a bit of a headache. But in order to become a strong person, Jishu still studied this knowledge very carefully on his own. In fact, don't underestimate the power of top students. Think about the experiments Orochimaru did, and you will know one thing: knowledge is power. Even if Tomoki doesn't plan to do so many evil experiments like Orochimaru. But with a good knowledge of ninjutsu, you can at least ensure the correct route in the future. It can also often be used when developing new techniques. Moreover, based on Tomoki's experience, it is very easy to grasp the books for primary school students. This created the illusion that he was a very smart kid just like Shikamaru. During this class, Irika suddenly raised his hand and then lowered it to signal everyone to be quiet. The children in the class stopped immediately and listened carefully to what Irika was saying. Well, everyone performed very well. After such a long period of time, I believe everyone has a basic understanding of ninjas. Today, Mr. Jellyfish Mizuki from the next class will take the children in his class to have a friendly competition with us. I hope everyone will work hard. Friendly match. This was the first time Jishu knew that there was such a program in the ninja school. But this time, Jishu thought he could take it seriously for once. Because he has been practicing physical skills for so long and has never fought against Byron. It seems that I can finally try the results of my long-term practice. What Jishu didn't know was that this sudden battle was actually aimed at him. After all, how can there be any reason to let students who have just entered the ninja school for 1 year fight? What's more, Tomoki hasn't been studying in the ninja school for more than a year, only 3 months. Behind the ninja school, there is a desolate scene. This is generally a place where children don't often come. A critically ill patient covered with bandages stood here, while Shuima was half kneeling respectfully, facing the person in front of him. Danzo said, "This time, we must detect the child's potential. Moreover, we must let him know that children without background cannot learn powerful ninjutsu." Mizuki naturally replied in fear, "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to handle this." Danzo nodded and said, "Go down." After hearing this, Mizuki obeyed and left here. Only Danzo looked at the withered yellow leaves and said calmly, "When you are bullied, you will know that only I, Danzo, can make you stronger faster." In the afternoon, Tomoki, Naruto, Sakura, Ino, and Hinata had lunch together. But Jishu was still thinking about how to practice in the afternoon. "Hey, Tomoki, we have a competition this afternoon. Will you be okay?" While eating lunch, Sakura raised her head and said to Tomoki. After hearing this, Ino also spoke, "Yes, Tomoki, you usually sleep, and you don't seem to have participated in the physical arts class. It would be bad if you were knocked down by a kid from Mr. Mizuki's class." "Am I so unbearable in the eyes of my classmates?" Jishu was a little stunned. Even Naruto, no one persuaded him like this, and the others were gearing up to win their own competition. Tomoki looked at Sakura and Ino seriously and said, "Although I wasn't interested before, I still like it very much in actual combat. Just wait and see." "Well, Tomoki-kun, you'd better not be brave and just admit defeat. I heard that the people in teacher Mizuki's class are very bad." Hinata, who was sitting at the table next to her, seemed to have heard their conversation and also he came over and persuaded. Then, Hinata faced Naruto again. "Also, Naruto-kun, you must add." Before she could finish her words, Hinata was already blushing and running away. Only a child as nervous as Naruto was confused by Hinata and asked, "Hey, Tomoki." Hinata is so baffled. In this situation, even Sakura and Ino couldn't help but call them idiots. Only Jishu was thinking secretly. He seemed to have been considered a weak person by his classmates for so long that the feeling of being looked down upon is really unpleasant. Especially being looked down upon by a group of children. Even though he thought he was so calm, he couldn't help it. So this time, let's try to see what level our physical skills have reached. Jishu secretly made up his mind, and after a while, the meal was finished. After saying goodbye to Naruto and the others, Tomoki headed to the grove with the wooden piles. Alone. He is now familiar with it at noon and has been practicing there for a while. 1 punch, 2 punches. I know that countless fists hit the wooden pile. Click. The wooden stake shattered with the sound, and the sweat on Tasha's forehead fell to the ground. But his face showed the joy of completing the task. This is no longer the first wooden stake he has broken. Do you think that practicing like this, which only idiots can do, can really make you stronger? Jishu's pupils shrank sharply and he looked back. As expected, the gloomy old man was looking coldly behind him. This kind of cultivation method is only for waste. Danzo's voice fell into Tomoki's ears like thunder. Tomoki didn't know why, but every time he saw Hanzo, he was filled with great fear. This fear, whether it stems from the memory of watching anime in the previous life, or from the frightening aura of the old man in front of him. "Danzo-sama, my lord," Tomoki said in a trembling tone. Danzo looked at Tomoki. Although his eyes were not sharp, Tomoki felt as if a sharp sword was pinning him tightly. Facing this person, Jishu even felt that everything he did was meaningless. Suddenly, Danzo on the opposite side spoke, "If you want to become a waste, then go ahead like this. And if you want to become a strong man, then follow my footsteps." After saying that, Danzo turned and left. When Danzo completely disappeared from sight, Tomoki completely collapsed on the ground. Damn it! I'm actually in front of Danzo, and I don't even have the ability to move. Tomoki slammed his hand on the ground, and a large piece of soil instantly collapsed. And if there were anyone else nearby, they would be shocked by this scene. After all, this is just a 7-year-old child. But this level of strength is still far from enough. Jishu thought deeply. How can he improve his strength? 8 Dungia, fairy mode, or something else? Jishu found out that he could not complete any of the above. Am I really a waste? I've already met the person you're talking about. Jishu followed the sound, and Rock Lee looked at him seriously. Jishu noticed that at this time, Rock Lee had changed into a green tights. Successfully returned to the most familiar look in Jishu's mind. A passionate man. Never give up hope of moving forward. This is the encouragement given to me by Teacher Kai. As long as you have confidence and rely on physical skills, you can become a powerful ninja. As he spoke, Jishu's surprise started to ignite unconsciously. This fool. When Zisha saw Lockley, who was hitting the stakes crazily again, Zisha couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Even a ninja like Rockley who can only use taijutsu doesn't give up hope of becoming stronger. Why are you so decadent here? Thinking of this, Zisha erected a wooden stake again and clenched his fist tightly. Who says you can't become powerful through this kind of practice? When Metkai opens the 8-door Dungia, even the class can miss a beat. With hard work, you can become strong. Ah, Jishu roared, and punched out with a fist like a cannonball. There was a loud click, and the wooden stake shattered. Jishu looked at his fist and couldn't even believe that this time he smashed the wooden stake with just one punch. Amazing! Zishu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart when he heard Lock Lee's exclamation that your own efforts are not completely useless. After finishing his noon practice, Tomoki cleaned up the mess and went to the nearby ninja shop to buy another simple wooden stake and insert it in its original place. After everything was sorted, Lock Lee said, "Hey, Xiaoli, let's go." Xiaoli also twisted the joints of his body and said to Jishu, "It's just right, I have to leave too." And NBSP, Jishu smiled and said, "Then let's get started." Xiaoli beside him also said slowly and energetically, "Okay. Let the race between passion and youth begin." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them ran towards the ninja school as fast as they could. A sharp wind blast sounded, and the two figures disappeared into the air at the same time. Seeing Xiaoli running at almost the same speed next to him, Zisha couldn't help but said with emotion, "He is truly a genius who works hard." Zisha knew that Xiaoli had already put more weight on his body, but even so, Xiaoli's speed could still match his. Tomoki really felt a little ashamed. After all, he was a member of the Uzumaki clan. That you can keep recovering your physical strength and keep practicing. But Xiaoli defeated all this with his own efforts. Ah, what is that? Is it the wind? No, that looks like 2 children. How is it possible? How can a child be so fast? Could it be that he is a genius? This strong wind blew by, causing countless people on the roadside to marvel. When they arrived at the ninja school, Mizuki and Irika were already waiting there. The students in the second class are also waiting for Zishu. "Tomoki, you're late for me again," Irika said angrily. Mizuki showed a hypocritical expression and said, "Irika, are you too strict with Tomoki? After all, in my impression, Tomoki is a genius." Tomoki ignored Mizuki's hypocrisy. After all, he was among the Hokage, but he was the first to tell Naruto that he was the Kyuubi. And he kept inciting Naruto's hatred towards the village. Such a person really cannot make Jishu like him. On the contrary, Tomoki became wary of Mizuki's compliments. As the saying goes, being courteous for nothing is a traitor or a thief. Of course, Jishu would not believe that such a person would praise him from the bottom of his heart. What's more, even Tomoki's classmates don't know that Tomoki now has such strength. The word genius has nothing to do with Tomoki. So Tomoki ignored Mizuki, wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked to Irika, apologized, and walked among his classmates. Irika didn't say anything, but said to Mizuki, "Teacher Mizuki, let them start now." Mizuki was a little embarrassed because Tomoki ignored his compliments, thinking that you, a hateful little brat, would be the one to take it soon, but he still showed an unusually kind smile and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's get started." Fighting for children of this age is very boring, and they all hold special shurikens in their hands. And the form of fighting is also very simple. No one even released ninjutsu. Even if most of them had initially mastered the clone and substitute techniques, no one used them. Next, Uzumaki Naruto vs Yamamoto Eiji. As expected, Naruto entered the field excitedly, clamoring to beat his opponent to the ground. The kid opposite, Yamamoto Eiji, was dressed in neat clothes, with shurikens, kunao and other ninja tools. Naruto was obviously at a disadvantage. As soon as the battle began, Naruto desperately used his few taijutsu to launch a strong attack. But the child named Yamamoto Eiji was very calm. Finally, taking advantage of an opportunity before Naruto could stop his attack, he ended the battle with a very strong punch. Victory and defeat, even if Naruto had to stand up and continue fighting, Tomoki knew that there was no suspense in this battle. Irika could only declare, "The winner is Yamamoto Eiji." The sunshine in the afternoon gradually weakened, but it only made people more irritated. It turns out the people in Kakashi-sensei's class are so weak. Yes, the class taught by our teacher Mizuki is the hope of Konoha. In Irika-sensei's class, besides Suzuki, who else can compare with geniuses like us? Harsh mocking sounds came, and even Uzumaki Tomoki was a little angry. Naturally, the students in Irika's class clenched their fists angrily, and even some children retorted. Tomoki noticed that Mr. Irika's expression was not very good either. But the current situation is like this. After so many games, Irika's team has lost more and won less. If this continues, the enthusiasm of the students will probably be greatly affected, right? After all, Jishu looked around now and saw dejected faces everywhere. After all, for competitive children, losing 1 or 2 games may dampen their fighting spirit. But if the situation is one-sided, it will be a very big blow. Damn! Is it possible that we really can't defeat them? It's all my fault for dragging everyone down. No, maybe it's just that our class is really not as good as Teacher Mizuki's class. Although the people in their class are too arrogant, what they say seems to be the truth. Are all the losers in our class except Suzuki? Of course that's not the case. In fact, Tomoki knows that Irika's teachings have more basics. So it seems that the strength is very poor during this time period. No, Jishu felt that he should take action. At least he should win a round beautifully so that his classmates could regain some confidence. But he was a little strange. Even if relatively calm people like Shikamaru Nara and Shino Aberame didn't take action, people with hot tempers like Kiba Inyazuka should have rushed forward and called for battle early. Looking back, Inyazuka Kiba was staring at Irika longingly, as if he wanted Irika to send him out next. It's a pity that the battle list in Irika's hand is already fixed. If it's not his turn, it's not his turn. Tomoki couldn't help but sigh. In fact, the strongest person among Hokage is Irika. It is estimated that he is also the only man who can make most of the 12 powerful people in Konoha so fearful that they dare not refute. And compared to Kakashi teaching Naruto the Millennium Kill, and Jiraiya teaching Naruto the Raise Non, Irika gave Naruto an invincible ninjutsu, mouth release. Under Irika's continuous training with various heartwarming words, Naruto deeply mastered this skill. And he also used this invincible ninjutsu to defeat powerful characters such as Zabuza and Nagato. Isn't Irika the most hidden man among Hokage? I thought about it mockingly, since he was so stubborn that he didn't dare to call the formation. Then leave this task to yourself. Thinking of this, Jishu was about to step forward. Suddenly a very cold voice sounded. Irika-sensei, let me do the next round. Suzuki finally stood up, and the little girl's eyes sparkled for a moment. Suzuki is so handsome. Suzuki is the best. And NBSP, come on Suzuki, defeat those idiots on the other side. Suzuki-kun, teach those idiots in our class a lesson. Jishu always feels that there is something that cannot be expressed in words. He knew that Suzuki was very popular, but he didn't expect that he would be so popular. Do these little girls like such cold creatures? No matter what, now that Suzuki has stood up, Tomoki plans to wait and see what happens. Although Tomoki has always had a bad opinion of Suzuki because he sacrificed so many things for his so-called revenge. But I am still very certain about Suzuki's strength during this period. After all, he was someone who had already learned the sea-level ninjutsu and powerful fireball at the age of 6. At least at this age, most children today are not very good at mastering the 3-body technique. Even Naruto was struggling with the clone technique when he was 12 years old. So this game should be a sure win, right? Even if he doesn't want to admit Suzuki, Tomoki will be very happy if Suzuki can win the next round with an absolute advantage. After all, the children across the street seem to be doing too much now. Unexpectedly, Irika shook his head and said, Suzuki, it's not your turn yet. You can't play now. But once Suzuki stood out from the crowd, he had no tendency to go back. The wind gradually blew the hair around his ears, making it slightly cold. His expression was as cold as ice, and it seemed that he didn't care at all about the fact that other students were so envious of being a girl. All his happiness and innocence stayed on that night. All he could think about was finding that man and killing him. Jishu suddenly noticed a smile on Mizuki's face, which made him extra vigilant. Why can Mizuki still laugh even though Suzuki takes action? There must be something wrong with this. Mizuki seemed to be very considerate and said, Irika, since Suzuki wants to compete with each other in advance, it's not a bad idea. After all, this can also reflect the child's sense of competition. Irika saw that Suzuki was reluctant to retreat, and heard what Mizuki said, so he said, well, let Suzuki go first. His opponent is Ms. Mizuki, Mr. Irika. Since Suzuki volunteered to compete first, do I have such a chance? Tomoki looked over and found a familiar person appearing in front of him, Hinata Aoki, the child who threatened to teach him a lesson. Why is it him? Tomoki knew that such a character had never appeared in the plot of your previous life as Hokage. That even if he is a genius in the ninja school, he will not be as strong as Suzuki, right? Why do Mizuki and Aoki both look like they have a winning chance? Many questions appeared in Zishu's mind, making him confused. It seems we have to wait and see what happens. Before the battle started, Suzuki said, if you are just a loser, then I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible, otherwise you will lose miserably. Tomoki shook his head helplessly, thinking that Suzuki was still so arrogant that he will not notice the change in the situation. If Hinata Aoki is the only one who shows such a confident expression, it may be that he is too arrogant. But it was very strange that even his teacher Mizuki had such an expression. Hinata Aoki was not angry, but smiled and said, in that case, let me experience how powerful the genius of the Uchiha clan is. When Mizuki shouted start, Suzuki closed the distance with Aoki as fast as he could. But in Zishu's opinion, this is the most unwise thing to do. Since the situation between ourselves and the enemy is unknown, and the opponent is a member of the Hyaga clan, we should first keep a distance and slowly test it out. In Suzuki's heart, he undoubtedly wanted to spend the least amount of energy to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. If the opponent's strength is very poor, such tactics can indeed have a very good deterrent effect, but under the current circumstances, it is obviously unwise to do so. After approaching Aoki, Suzuki immediately launched his own storm-like offensive, a handsome combination of punches and kicks with thunderous momentum. However, when this set of actions fell into Zishu's eyes, they seemed to slow down. Is it possible that my perception ability is already so strong? Zishu was a little happy. He was excited with every improvement in his strength. After all, he still had a lot of things to do, and Danzo seemed to recognize him. If he doesn't work hard enough, or if his strength is slow to improve, Zishu himself doesn't know what is waiting for him. Although Zishu was thinking, his eyes were still observing the battle. In other words, almost everyone is watching what kind of strength this genius Suzuki will be. But something unexpected happened. Hinata Aoki looked at Suzuki's approaching fist, closed his eyes, and shouted, "Byakugan." Opening it again, veins popped out on Aoki's still delicate face. A moment ago, everyone was still surprised that Suzuki, who was only 7 years old, could have such fast speed and fighting consciousness, but at this moment, Aoki almost ruled the world. In Byakugan's 360-degree view, Suzuki's combination punch was as weak as a child's fist, and his trajectory had nowhere to hide. Aoki didn't even launch any attacks and avoided all of Suzuki's fists just by moving his body. "Hey, isn't this the genius of the Uchiha clan? What are you doing? Leave it to me? Ha ha." Aoki saw that Suzuki could not cause any harm to him, so he mocked. There is indeed a fraud. Tomoki finally understood why Aoki had such confidence to challenge Uchiha Suzuki. What Tomoki noticed was not Hinata Aoki's eye roll. Even counting the previous life, Tomoki didn't understand whether Byakugan had to go through a process like opening his eyes. Because whether it is Hinata, Niji, or Hanabi, they can all use the Byakugan at a very young age. In the original work, there is no mention of the process of rolling eyes and opening eyes. Instead, there are just multiple variations of the Sharingan. And Suzuki's Sharingan didn't open until he was 12 years old. Tomoki couldn't find a person from the Hyaga clan to ask him if Byakugan needed to open his eyes, right? Even if the other party could answer him, Jishu was not in the mood to ask. What really surprised Tomoki was Hinata Aoki's speed. He still remembered it, 3 or 4 months ago. When Hinata Aoki bullied him, he was just a kid who basically didn't know anything. But now his chakra amount can actually support the consumption of Byakugan. And Hinata Aoki's taijutsu has become so strong for some reason. Is it possible that Hinata Aoki is a genius who does not appear in the comics? Or is it because of his own appearance? Is there some sort of butterfly effect? No matter what it was, the two people fighting on the field undoubtedly made Tomoki invest more energy in observing. Suzuki must not lose. Come on Suzuki-kun, teach Hinata Aoki a lesson. Aoki, you big idiot. Just admit defeat. Because of the little girl outside the court, almost all the cheers went to Uchiha Suzuki. Only the boys in Aoki's class were resisting the pressure and cheering for Hinata Aoki. Is this child a genius of the Hyaga clan? Even Irika couldn't help but exclaim. Under Hinata Aoki's eyes, Suzuki's thunderous attacks were all resolved one by one. Tomoki had noticed that cold sweat was breaking out on Suzuki's head, and he was even a little panicked. In fact, Tomoki knew that Suzuki during this period had been resting on his laurels to fantasize about revenge all day long instead of working harder. In the original work, it was during the Chunin exam that Xiaoli was beaten to wake him up. And at that time, Xiaoli not only didn't use the 8-door dunjia, he didn't even take off the weight on his body. Therefore, it can be theoretically said that Uchiha Suzuki was defeated by Lee at the beginning of the Chunin exam with less than %, or even less than %, of his strength. Tomoki even thinks that Suzuki has now fallen silent among other people's titles of genius and has begun to be arrogant and like a frog in a well. Therefore, he is not surprised that Suzuki has this strength now. Even compared to other children, Suzuki is still considered outstanding. But as time goes by, sooner or later he will be surpassed by one person after another. After Hinata Aoki easily dodged Suzuki's punch again, he mocked and said, "Well, since we have been playing for so long, genius Suzuki, it's time for you to try the power of our Hyaga clan." Then Hinata Aoki's body suddenly froze and shouted, "Hyuga soft fist." Then Tomoki discovered that in his own perception, Hinata Aoki's hand gathered a unique chakra, and every time he just escaped Suzuki's attack, he rubbed it on Suzuki's body. Suzuki will definitely lose this round. Seeing this, Tomoki knew that there was no suspense in this battle. Naruto couldn't help but yelled, "Damn it! Suzuki, you're such a stinky man, you're usually such a stinky man, just win this fight for me." Although a bunch of girls soon mocked Naruto for losing the battle, almost everyone couldn't help but think about this question. Suzuki, can he live up to his reputation as a genius? Inyazuka Kiba couldn't bear this kind of match even more. He shouted to the court despite the pressure from the girls, "Suzuki, you loser. If you can't beat Hinata Aoki, get off the ground and let me get in." When Irika heard this, he immediately stopped the excited Inyazuka Kiba and comforted Suzuki by shouting, "Suzuki, you have done very well in this competition. It doesn't matter even if you lose, just do your best. Did you do well in this competition? Doesn't it matter even if you lose, do your best? Tomoki knew that these comforting words fell on Suzuki's fragile self-esteem, and were nothing more than the coldest mockery. Immediately afterwards, Tomoki saw that Suzuki's steps were a little unsteady. The flow of chakra also became chaotic. But the action sped up a bit. Tomoki said calmly, Suzuki, we are going to lose. Sure enough, after Zishu said these words, the situation took a turn for the worse. Suzuki could launch fewer and fewer attacks, but Hinata Aoki's soft fists could hit Suzuki many times. At this time, even Suzuki himself knew that he could not drag it out any longer. Even Suzuki has now found that the flow of his chakra is becoming increasingly unsmooth, as if his meridians have been blocked. Keep your distance. Thinking of this, Suzuki was finally ready to distance himself. After struggling to avoid a soft punch from Hinata Aoki, he jumped back, and the distance between the two people widened dramatically. Jishu shook his head again. If you had adopted such a safe tactic from the beginning, you might still have a chance of winning, but now there is no hope. Sakura and Ino looked at Tomoki very unconvinced, but after all, they are very good friends with Tomoki. They did not say harsh words, but said in unison, Suzuki will definitely win. Jishu smiled and did not argue with them. Uneasiness continued to arise in Zishu's heart. Suzuki stirred up a puff of dust after jumping behind. And Hinata Aoki actually stood there without taking any action. The Hyuga clan, who are good at close combat, actually allow the enemies in front of them to distance themselves. What kind of contempt is this? He hasn't used all his strength yet. Suzuki felt slighted, and his weak self-esteem couldn't bear it. 3 Kunao were thrown out with Suzuki's last hope, as if they cut through the air, and they were like vigorous swifts. The speed and accuracy surprised everyone present. This really shouldn't happen to a kid this age. But Suzuki's actions didn't end there yet. Art fire escape ho fireball. The huge flames enveloped the Kunao that flew out in an instant, and the Kunao was hidden in the flames and seemed to be even more powerful. Even Jishu felt that he could only dodge this move, but not block it. So, Hinata Aoki should try his best to avoid this blow, just like his own choice, right? After all, this move is indeed irresistible to people of this age. In the blink of an eye, Jishu thought about so many things. But today seemed to be a day that made him unable to stop being surprised. Hinata Aoki couldn't help but didn't flinch at all. Instead, he put his right hand in front of his chest, facing the coming blow that could devour his body. He wants to resist this blow head-on. Tomoki almost couldn't believe it. If Aoki could really deal with it head-on, he can even compete with a true genius like Hyuga Niji. But Aoki still can't compare with Ninkai, although like Suzuki, what supports Ninkai is hatred. But at least Niji has capital, and he is always forcing himself to become stronger. Moreover, Niji taught himself the secret technique of the Hyuga clan, Kaiten, at a very young age. Niji is probably able to use the 32 Bagua palms now, right? In the original work, compared to most of the 12 Konoha heroes who only broke out in the later stages. Only Niji and Xiaoli possess extremely strong courage and strength as soon as they appear. But it doesn't mean that Hinata Aoki is not strong at this time. Tomoki was waiting to see how Hinata Aoki would take Suzuki's move. Bagua empty palm. Jishu's pupils froze. He didn't expect it to be this kind of physical skill. The Hyuga clan's only long-range attack move appears in the original work. Although this ninjutsu is not particularly strong, its function is only to make up for the vacancy of the Hyuga clan in long-range ninjutsu. Tomoki was shocked that Hinata Aoki actually knew such a taijutsu, and in BSP, what has he experienced in the past few months? Bang! The two chakras collided together, making a loud noise. Some children even covered their ears. The 3 Kunao fell to the ground first, and then the high fireball was split by Bagua Kongjong and burned along both sides of Hinata Aoki. But it didn't cause any harm to Hinata Aoki. Cough. Suzuki suddenly half knelt on the ground, covering his mouth with his hand and coughing violently. Tomoki keenly saw some blood oozing out from Suzuki's fingers. Sure enough, did the damage hidden in Suzuki's body where Hinata Aoki's soft fist was located finally explode? Irika looked at Suzuki worriedly and said, this time, Hinata Aoki wins. The next one. Before Irika could finish speaking, Suzuki yelled stubbornly, Irika-sensei, I haven't lost yet. Of course, Irika would not let Suzuki make fun of his body, and reprimanded loudly, Suzuki, it's just a competition, don't take it too seriously. If you lose this time, just work hard to win back next time. Suzuki supported the ground with his right hand, stood up tremblingly, and said stubbornly, I have not lost, I can continue to fight. Tomoki can understand Suzuki's mood. He has always been put on an altar by others, and he also thinks that he is a genius. No one can accept being pulled down so violently, right? Snapped. The applause seemed particularly harsh, but it attracted Tosik's attention. The person applauding turned out to be Hinata Aoki. I saw him saying hypocritically, Ms. Mizuki, Mr. Irika, I didn't expect Uchiha Suzuki to have such a great desire to win. This deeply touched me. Why don't I admit defeat and let Uchiha Suzuki wins? This Aoki is so cruel. Jishu did not expect that the child who was almost ignorant 3 months ago would be so deep in the city now. Is he really admitting defeat? It's just the biggest mockery of Suzuki. Sure enough, after Aoki said this, everyone looked at Suzuki with a different expression. He obviously lost, but refused to admit defeat. Aoki obviously won, but he was so generous that even many little girls couldn't make a choice. Suzuki suddenly raised his head and shouted at Hinata Aoki, I, Uchiha Suzuki, don't need your pity. Then he dragged his body and turned around tremblingly, as if he had given up on the most important thing in his body, and said tiredly, Uchiha Sasuke, admit defeat. Naruto's eyes widened, as if he couldn't accept such a thing. Sure enough, Sasuke should work harder after this time. Tomoki thought, in fact, this defeat was a very good thing for Sasuke, that it just depends on how Sasuke faces it. But Tomoki noticed that Hinata Aoki had not yet retreated to his class. Excuse me, among the students in Mr. Irika's class, is there anyone who wants to discuss with me? Aoki looked down at the students. Tomoki could even feel Aoki's provocative eyes constantly moving around him. At this moment, it may be peaceful. But in fact, there is a lot of restlessness. But Yao was even more irritable, and this time he rushed forward without asking for permission. Seeing this, Irika wanted to pull Inyazuka Kiba back. But Mizuki pulled Irika. Irika, isn't it a very good thing that children continue to improve in competition? Seeing what his best friend Mizuki said, even though Irika was a little dissatisfied, he did not stop Kiba's actions. After all, Mizuki is also for the children. Tomoki secretly said, no, now Kiba doesn't have Akamaru, so he is no match for Aoki. Kiba is a member of the Inyazuka clan, and is very strong in close combat and sense of smell. If you don't count Sasuke's powerful fireball technique, Kiba's strength should be above Sasuke's. But he has a fatal flaw, that is, he is too impulsive and too eager for success. This time, he will probably lose earlier than Sasuke, right? Tomoki has already concluded this battle, but his eyes are still following the battle between the two. I'm still thinking about it. What should I do if I encounter such a situation? Thinking, Jishu's combat experience is also increasing unknowingly. As expected, just as Zishu imagined, he lost very quickly. As soon as the teeth come up, it is an explosive attack. He fought Aoki almost desperately, and even tried to use the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries. In fact, there is nothing wrong with this idea. After all, in terms of physical fitness, Kiba, who is from the Inyazuka clan, has an obvious advantage. But the question is Hinata Aoki willing to trade his wounds with his teeth? I saw Hinata Aoki dodging Kiba's attacks again and again, and rubbing Kiba's body with his palm. It's the same old routine again. But Jishu also had to admit that this old trick seemed to work particularly well. After a while, the teeth gradually failed. Bagua. 16 palms. Just when Ya was about to lose, Hinata Aoki caught an opportunity and unleashed this move. The 16 palms were struck out almost instantly, and even Tomoki's eyes couldn't keep up with the speed. Aoki is such a genius. He can even use the Bagua 16 palms. It's amazing. It turns out Aoki is the hidden genius in our school. That's right. Fortunately, I liked Sasuke so much before. After Aoki showed such great strength, almost everyone in their class changed their tune. After all, in the world of ninjas, strength is often the basis that determines a person. After you received these 16 palms, he was knocked far away, lay down on the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yeah, are you okay? Irika asked hurriedly. After checking Yag's condition, he turned to Mizuki and said, Mizuki, this time the competition is over. Someone has been injured. Of course Mizuki won't end like this. After all, the protagonist of this game has not yet participated in the battle. And for a conspirator, there is a bright enough reason for doing anything. Mizuki yelled at Irika, Irika, wake up. They will become ninjas in the future. If you can protect them now, can you protect them for a lifetime? Let them go through experience and quickly. Only when they grow up can we truly treat them well. Irika was speechless, because what Mizuki said did make sense. Moreover, these children were only slightly injured. It was still within the acceptable range. The battle will continue. Aoki stood in the middle of the field, seemingly waiting for the next challenger. Shikamaru, who was lying against the wall next to Tomoki, suddenly stood up, and Shino, who was on Tomoki's right, also took a step forward. They finally couldn't bear the provocation. Aoki saw that no one had come up to challenge for a while, so he mocked, doesn't anyone have the guts to challenge me anymore? It turns out they are just a bunch of idiots. Tomoki grabbed Shikamaru and Shino, who wanted to save face. Leave it to me. A confident smile appeared on Jishu's sunny face. Hey, Tomoki, have you heard us talking? Sakura immediately said worriedly. Ino was also very worried. After all, Sasuke's failure and injury had already made Ino very sad. A seemingly weaker person like Tomoki would probably be seriously injured if he went up there, right? Tomoki, I think Shikamaru should go up. After all, he is still very smart and capable. Shino thought with some embarrassment, have I been ignored again? When Irika heard that Tomoki wanted to fight Aoki, he also persuaded him, Tomoki, let someone else do it. After all, you have just entered the ninja school for less than 4 months. Is it really? Of course Tomoki knew that teacher Irika said this to take care of his own face. In fact, Tomoki understands that even Irika-sensei is not confident enough in him. Naruto suddenly clenched his fists and shouted, why do you say so many depressing words when Tomoki is about to fight? Tomoki, I believe you can defeat that bastard with white eyes. This guy, Zishu couldn't help but feel a little warm in his heart. After all, there was at least one person who supported and believed in him. Shikamaru also lazily asked, Tomoki, you told me calmly, can you win this game? Seeing Tomoki nod, Shikamaru turned to Irika and said, Irika-sensei, let me give Tomoki a try. Seeing that such a smart Shikamaru supported Tomoki to play, Irika had no choice but to agree and told him, Tomoki, Don't be brave once you feel that you can't win. Give up immediately and never get hurt again. At this point, the students in the class can no longer stop Zisha. Unconsciously, Zisha found that almost all his classmates were worried about him. It's completely different from when I first came to this class. In this battle, Jishu felt as if he was carrying something that you can only win, never lose. Hey, coward, if you want to compete with me, come here and fight. Don't talk like a girl. Aoki couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw that Tomoki was able to get so many people's worries. So he said sarcastically. Tomoki was not angry, but said, Aoki, remember when I first came to Konoha, you said that you should teach me a lesson after learning ninjutsu, right? Hinata. Aoki said without hesitation, so what? Jishu's face was still clean and handsome, and his expression did not change at all. He just said lightly, then, let me see who is teaching whom. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of dust suddenly arose around Zisha. And when everyone turned their attention there again, Zisha had disappeared. What a great speed! Almost everyone looked very surprised. They really couldn't believe that Tomoki. Uzumaki Tomoki, who sleeps until late every day, can actually do it at such a speed. Naruto, Sakura and the others opened their mouths in surprise. How could the person they once thought was an absolute loser be so fast? Where is Zishu now? Yet forced himself to ask the question that everyone wanted to know. Even the two Chunin, Mizuki and Irika, were stunned by Tomoki's speed. Could it be that this child is a natural genius in physical arts? In fact, only Kishu himself knows how much effort he has put in to achieve such speed. Even now he doesn't know any ninjutsu except taijutsu. Not to mention illusions. But, as long as you have speed, that's enough. Where is it? Where is it? Hinata. Aoki frantically searched the surroundings with his white eyes, but the traces of Tomoki seemed to have been erased from this world, no longer existing forever. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Hinata. Aoki could even feel the approaching wind. Boom, Tomoki's figure suddenly appeared, with fiery red hair, which was particularly conspicuous when he stopped. Only Tomoki knows that this is the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. A straight punch was struck like a thunderbolt. Although it was simple, it brought all the efforts of Tomoki for so long, hitting the wooden stakes again and again, doing push-ups again and again, all the efforts seemed to be in the air. Gather strength for this time. Hinata. Aoki tensed up all the nerves in his body, and as Byakugan finally captured Tomoki, who stopped to attack at the last moment. With a soft fist, Hinata. Aoki followed Tomoki's fist and hit Tomoki's chest. Unexpectedly, Hinata. Aoki could actually react. Even though he was an enemy, Tomoki secretly praised him. If Hinata. Aoki had hit Hinata. Aoki with this blow, Tomoki would definitely have suffered some injuries. But this time, for the honor of Irika's class, Jishu will never allow himself to win with injuries. Just when Hinata. Aoki's soft fist was about to hit Tomoki's chest, Tomoki's figure disappeared in an instant. Why? He can obviously beat himself in this punch, but why should he give up? Aoki was very puzzled. He could not understand the responsibility that Tomoki had to bear. But there was no time for him to think now. He stared at his surroundings with wide eyes. He paid close attention to every slightest movement nearby, trying to find any trace of Tasuk. Want to find that extremely noticeable red hair. Damn it! Tomoki has always been so good. Naruto couldn't help but envy when he saw Tomoki's performance. Seeing such a scene, Akimichi Koji also said in shock with his fat belly, Tomoki is not the tail end of the crane. So handsome. Come on, Tomoki. Sakura finally reacted from the shock and immediately shouted, come on, Tomoki. Tomoki-kun. You are the best. Tomoki. If you're a man, just beat the bastard across from me. After the initial shock, almost everyone in Irika's class was cheering for Tomoki. Shadow Leaf Dance. Moving at such a high speed, Tomoki almost roared out the name of this move. Red, appearing again. First, a violent upper kick kicked Hinata. Aoki into the air, who could not react at all. Then, Tomoki kicked the ground violently and reached above Hinata. Aoki at an even faster speed. At this moment, the air was screaming. Another kick that gathered violent power severely kicked Hinata. Aoki, who was unable to make any defense, to the ground again. Huge dust rose up as Aoki fell to the ground. In the place covered by the dust, no one saw that Aoki was already lying in a terrifying pit. Is this really Tomoki? Irika couldn't believe it when he thought that even someone as kind as him had forgotten Aoki's safety. He was shocked by Jishu's performance. Aoki, who had defeated the genius Suzuki and Inyazuka Kiba before, was unable to counterattack in front of Tomoki. What a surprising contrast is this, that Uzumaki Tomoki, who has always only slept in class, actually has such strength. How can this not be surprising? Is this a real genius? Irika thought secretly. But he didn't say it out loud, because as a qualified teacher, he was afraid of damaging the enthusiasm of other children. Mizuki was also stunned and seemed unable to accept such a result. Aoki is a child who has been personally coached by Danzo-sama for a period of time. He can even be compared with Hyaga Niji, the absolute genius of the Hyaga clan. Why did Suzuki, a genius who even defeated the Uchiha clan, lose to an unknown Uzumaki Tomoki? The Whirlpool family is there. Such a family, Mizuki was thinking hard, as if he wanted to find out the reason why Uzumaki Tomoki could win. It must be the limit of blood inheritance, otherwise, it would be impossible for Tomoki to defeat Aoki. But why have I never heard of the Uzumaki clan? After knocking down Hinata. Aoki, Tomoki fell to the ground. He looked indifferently at this child who, 3 months ago, had said that he would teach him a lesson. Why? Why is this? Aoki lay helplessly on the ground. The originally clean and neat clothes on his body had now turned into tatters. After suffering such a heavy blow, there were many wounds on his body. Blood covered his whole body and he looked extremely embarrassed. Jishu didn't expect that he would win so easily. Is this the power of hard work? Holding his fist, he thought of all the hard work he had put in for so long. Suddenly, I felt that everything was worth it, even though I had only defeated a character named Hinata Aoki, who did not even appear in the original work. But this at least means that he is not lagging behind others, and the fear that has been hidden in Zishu's heart gradually disappears. He is no longer afraid that he will be a waste that will not be able to show his prominence even in the Chunin exams, even in Pain's invasion, or even in the 4th Ninja War. Because Jishu has too many responsibilities, he is afraid of such things. Find his mother, revive the Uzumaki clan, protect the people around him, everything was pressing on him, that's why he worked so hard. Because once he is weak, when such a terrifying plot comes in the future, he can only be a helpless ant. But now, Jishu finally feels confident in himself under the setting sun. The shadows were also dragged very long. Tomoki sat on the swing where Naruto sat most often. Standing opposite him was Irika with a serious look on his face. Tomoki, how long have you been practicing the shadow leaf dance move you used? Irika asked. Shadow dancing leaves? When Jishu thought about this move, the only physical skill he knew, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. In fact, this move is not a very difficult ninjutsu. Even in the anime, Tomoki has seen this ninjutsu before. But I have always forgotten about it. It wasn't until a few days ago when she saw Xiaoli wearing that green tights and using this trick on a special training stake that Jishu remembered it. This move is the same taijutsu used by Lee in the anime to defeat Suzuki before the Chunin exam. In fact, the movement is not difficult, but it is difficult to learn. It is because to use this move, you must have extremely high speed, which is why Suzuki used the Sharingan to copy this taijutsu, but could not use it. But later, after receiving special training from Kakashi, Suzuki would learn this move, but it would be renamed the Lion Bomb. Therefore, Naruto created a taijutsu called Naruto Continuous Bomb, but Naruto's Naruto Continuous Bomb does not require high speed, it is just the cooperation between the shadow clones. In fact, in comparison, the latter two are much more powerful than Yingwei. After all, both of them have made improvements on their own, but even with Tomoki's current body, he still can't reach that level. I'm afraid only Xiaoli can do it. Every time he thinks of Xiaoli wearing weights and doing the same training as him, Jishu secretly admires him. If it's just that move, I practiced it for 3 days. If you include the speed increase to this level, it took me about 3 or 4 months. Tomoki didn't hide it either. Facing Irika, he didn't need to lying or something like that. But Irika did not show an expression of appreciation for this. On the contrary, he frowned tightly. Tomoki, you are saying that the reason why you have been sleeping is because you have spent a lot of time practicing in secret physical skills. Just when Tomoki wanted to explain this problem, Irika continued, I know that with ninjutsu like that, there is no possibility of quick success except hard work. Your hard work makes the teacher admire you very much, but don't you think you are treating your body as a child's play? This, Jishu didn't know how to answer. The most difficult thing to refute in the world is that the other person is thinking about you. But, teacher, I need to work harder. Irika stared at Tomoki's eyes, trying to find a hint of childlike innocence in them. But he failed, and he found that Tomoki almost seemed like a more mature person than him. Irika persuaded, it's still peacetime. I think slowing down a little may be more beneficial to you in the future. Tomoki also said seriously, Teacher Irika, I was born with a very magical premonition. Almost everything I foresee will happen. But recently, I have felt many things that I can't resist, so, I want to become stronger faster. I know the plot, but I still can't reveal it. Otherwise, if the masterminds behind the scenes find out, he will definitely die miserably. And, so far. Even the 3rd Hokage is worthy of Kanti. Stop those horrible people. Naruto, Xiaoli, Xiao Sakura and other Konoha 12 little heroes have not grown up yet. Once it is revealed, the plot may suddenly change, and then the conspiracy may really come true. This, Irika was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tomoki to give such an answer. I wanted to argue with Tomoki, but seeing Tomoki's clear eyes, Irika knew that Tomoki was not lying. Okay, I've lost to you. Irika suddenly sighed and said lightly, but you must take good care of your health in the future and never overdraw. Here is what I know or have collected. You can check out some ninjutsu. Although there are very few, it is not recommended that you learn them all. With that said, Irika took out a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to Tomoki. Tomoki was a little touched. He was indeed a man who could influence Naruto. Even this move almost made him lose his armor. Just when Tomoki wanted to thank him, he found that Irika had already turned his back. He waved to Zishu and left here. It took a long time for Tomoki to open this small book, which seemed to be barely able to accommodate a few ninjutsu. Clone, Avatar, Transfiguration. The first is these 3 ninjutsu. Although they are very low-level basic ninjutsu, Tomoki still saw that Irika made a lot of comments on them. Carefully writing out the circumstances under which to release will have better results. This just makes up for Tomoki's urgent need. After all, Sanshin Jutsu is also a very practical ninjutsu, especially substitute jutsu, which can often be seen even in the top battles. If the substitute technique is used properly, its power is no less than an S-level ninjutsu. As for the transformation technique, it has a good effect on spying on intelligence and dealing with special situations. It is also an indispensable ninjutsu for being a ninja. As for the clone technique, due to the existence of the shadow clone technique, this technique seems more embarrassing. But as a basic ninjutsu, it is also very good. Although most of my classmates have now begun to practice the 3 body art, at present, most of them are only practicing one of them. But now Irika only talks about the substitution technique. Now that he can give all 3 body skills to himself, Jishu feels a deep trust. There is also the joy that one's own strength is about to improve again. Then look down, fire escape, magnificent fireball technique. This ninjutsu is naturally related to the Uchiha clan, but such a basic ninjutsu is spread in Konoha. But I don't know why Irika collects this ninjutsu. But with this ninjutsu, there will be a way to study fire escape in the future. I just don't know what my chakra attribute is, whether it is fire attribute chakra. If so, I can spend more time on fire escape. Then he looked down and saw the ninja fang explosion formation. Tomoki is not very interested in this. Almost all ninjutsu that relies on equipment is not the right way. It's like putting out so many ninja tools every day, but it still doesn't have a decisive effect. All I can say is to give yourself one more reference method. Seeing this, there is only one last ninjutsu left. Tomoki felt that his expectations were still too high, so he smiled to himself and looked at the last ninjutsu with a normal heart. A lantern array. I didn't expect it to be this ninjutsu. When Tomoki saw the name of this ninjutsu, his expression was slightly shocked. Ichido lamp array. This is a barrier ninjutsu. Although it is said that the only time it was used in the anime ended in failure, it does not mean that this ninjutsu is not strong. Because it depends on the user and the person being blocked. It was naturally very difficult for Irika to use this move to block Nine Tails mode Naruto. But if there is not much difference in strength between the enemy and ourselves, Tomoki thinks this must be a very useful ninjutsu. After all, this is one of the few barrier ninjutsu that only one person can use. Its reference significance is not comparable to that of ordinary ninjutsu. Irika-sensei, you are such a good person, Tomoki said. Ninjas generally do not pass on their ninjutsu to others easily. Only Irika-sensei would do this. But it's time for me to become stronger, even though on the surface I am already so far ahead of these people. But Jishu knew that as long as he slacked off a little, he would soon be caught up. Thinking of this, Jishu hurried home and prepared to continue practicing hard after eating. Tomoki, so you've always been so good. You never told me, Naruto said while sucking the ramen in the bowl and pointing at Tomoki with his chopsticks. Jishu was also eating. After hearing this, he stopped his chopsticks and explained, because you didn't ask me either. Naruto said unconvinced, damn it. Why are you so strong even though you can sleep every day? Tomoki didn't want to explain the reason to Naruto, because Naruto still didn't know that he was Kyuubi. Even the people in the village who had experienced that incident had kept secret under the orders of the 3rd generation. But with the strange looks from other people, Naruto could easily go down the path of hating Konoha until now. If Irika hadn't influenced Naruto in the anime, Tomoki wouldn't have known what a terrifying path the plot would take. It is precisely because of this that Tomoki doesn't want to interfere too much with the plot. I just smiled and said nothing. Tomoki, I tell you very seriously, I will definitely become Hokage and become the strongest person in the village, Naruto suddenly said, and I have also discovered a secret technique that can defeat Naruto. Tomoki suddenly had an ominous premonition. Logically speaking, Naruto, who had such a poor talent in the art of cloning but had a very special talent in the art of transformation, might have, sure enough, just when Tomoki's thinking reached a certain point, Naruto lived up to expectations and began to form seals. The art of. After a burst of smoke rose, a very beautiful girl appeared in front of Zishu. And what's more intuitive than the anime is that there is no harmony of clouds and mist. But how could Zishu, a man who had received modern enlightened education, get a nosebleed because of this technique? Naruto transformed into a beautiful woman and had been posing for a long time. But he found that Zishu still had no reaction at all. Naruto had no choice but to release the transformation technique and said, Tomoki, you are such a simple child. Well, I am well informed that it was actually considered innocent by Naruto, and Tomoki didn't know this. How to express your current mood. But when he saw Naruto forming the seal, he realized that he seemed to have not learned a very important basic skill so far. Seal, Jishu wanted to slap himself twice. I practiced taijutsu with Xiaoli, but I completely forgot about ninjutsu. Tomoki has positioned himself as an all-round ninja who is proficient in ninjutsu and taijutsu, and is assisted by some illusions. But until now, I haven't started the formation training yet. For ninjas, the speed of seal formation in battle can often determine the outcome. But even if he doesn't train his seal speed to attack his level, at least it can't be a drag on his own strength, right? Jishu shook his head and thought with some regret, it seems that I have really been stuck in a corner. Yes, although physical skills are very important for any ninja, but you shouldn't give up on ninjutsu for this reason. It seems that I should go to a bookstore recently, and I also want to go to a ninja shop. Jishu touched his chin and thought, maybe he also needs to add some weight. If you continue to practice without any weight, your physical skills may not improve. He took a quick sip, finished the instant ramen in the bowl, said goodbye to Naruto, and left the house. Because it was already summer, Tamasha didn't feel cold at night. On the contrary, I felt very refreshed when he thought of the booklet given by teacher Irika in his arms. Tomoki couldn't help but feel a lot more excited. But before learning, you still need to master the basic mudras and practice the speed of forming them. Otherwise, even if you know these ninjutsu, once your opponent is someone like Xiaoli who attacks with super fast taijutsu. Then I definitely don't have time to form the seal slowly. And presumably the opponent will not let him distance himself. However, after walking through the street with few pedestrians, Tomoki first arrived at a ninja shop because it was relatively close to home. Welcome, do you need anything? A middle-aged uncle saw Zishu coming in and asked quickly. Are there any special weights for physical training here? Zishu asked. The middle-aged uncle walked out from behind the counter with a chubby belly and walked towards a shelf. Of course there are, but very few people use these things. Zishu nodded in agreement, because in his impression, except for Metkai and Rock Lee, almost no one else used this perverted thing. There may be other ninjas who buy some for taijutsu training. But he definitely can't do it to the level of Rock Lee. Sure enough, it took the ninja shop owner a long time to find some such things from a certain box. He took it and handed it to Zishu, but Zishu frowned. The middle-aged uncle saw Zishu's expression and suddenly realized, look at my brain, how can a child like you use such a heavy load? Just wait, I will change you to a lighter one. Too light. As soon as the uncle turned around, this sentence suddenly came from behind. He felt that his ears might have heard wrongly, so he turned to look at Zishu again and asked, what did you say? Tomoki stared into his eyes and said very clearly, it's too light. The boss was very shocked because the load just now seemed very heavy even for him as an adult. What's more, a child at such a young age. Excuse me, what's your name? The boss looked at the red-haired Kishu and couldn't help but ask. Uzumaki Tomoki. Tomoki said. The middle-aged uncle nodded, and then said, Jishu, I know that being able to pick up such a heavy thing at your age is something to be proud of, but you have to know that being able to pick it up doesn't mean you can do it casually. Use it, let alone carry it with you in daily life. Jishu was helpless. It seemed that he was suspected of being an arrogant and ignorant child. Humph, such a young kid really doesn't know how high the sky is. A ninja aged 16 or 17 came into the shop and learned about what happened from the conversation between the two, so he said. Tomoki turned his head and looked at the ninja, who had an ordinary face, except for the forehead protector with the Konoha symbol. He also wore the green vest of the Konoha Chunin. Zishu said, excuse me, why did you say this? Unexpectedly, the Chuyunin began to taunt for almost no reason. What I, Fujino Jingawa, hate the most are you arrogant brats. Do you really think that ninjas are just children's games? You obviously don't have any ability, as if you can defeat Naruto casually. Although I have never used the weight of the uncle here, I know its weight. You actually said it is light? I'm afraid you won't even be able to stand up if you change it to a heavier one. Bar. So much nonsense. Jishu couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he was treated like a child who didn't understand anything. As a man with an adult soul, he is naturally not willing to be ridiculed like this. Just when Tomoki wanted to refute, the people in this ninja tool shop were suddenly pushed away again. The girl who came into view was wearing a very traditional Chinese cheongsam, and her hair was also very traditional. But she looks extremely cute, and she doesn't look weak just because she's a girl. Instead, there was a sharpness of heroism and confidence in his eyes. Zishu knew that he had met a character in the original work again, Tian, who was jokingly called the eldest lady of the rich family. Hey, uncle, what's all the noise here? Tian seems to be very familiar with this place, and he naturally walks in and greets the owner. In fact, Jishu is not surprised. Being able to use such a large amount of ninja tools every day, it's not surprising to get to know more ninja shop owners. Oh, it turns out it's Tian. Are you here to buy ninja tools again? The middle-aged uncle seemed particularly enthusiastic when he saw Tian. Sure enough, all businessmen are particularly enthusiastic about customers who can bring them huge profits. But Tian set his sights on Zishu. Red hair. Tian approached Zishu, as if he was looking for something. He even sniffed Tomoki's face. Then he said, could it be that you are the rumored genius Uzumaki Tomoki? Tomoki was a little passive by the girl's strange behavior, so he could only say modestly, no, it's just an exaggeration by the classmates. Tian nodded cutely and said, I knew that those girls always like handsome children and then praised them as geniuses. Yeah. Since he had spoken modestly, Tomoki couldn't retort. I have no choice but to follow your words. Tian. Hey, brat. Are you listening to me? The Chunin saw Tomoki talking to Tian and ignored him, so he had to yell. Oh, so you're still here. Tomoki said indifferently, I thought you, a conceited ninja, had left in shame. You brat. Why am I the one who leaves in shame? You are the one who is obviously conceited, right? Tian was confused by the quarrel between the two people. He pointed his green-white finger at himself and said, did I miss something before? Zishu wanted to tell Tian everything that happened here. But seeing the provocative look in the Chuyunin's eyes, Tomoki decided to use facts to explain and refute. Uncle, please bring a heavier weight. Although the owner of the ninja tool shop felt that Tomoki was angry with the Chuyunin, he still went to the back room to get a heavier weight. Only this time, the middle-aged uncle showed a very struggling expression on his face. Arriving in front of Zishu, the uncle said, "Zishu, I have to tell you, even if you can carry it, it's best not to carry such a heavy load, otherwise it will affect your physical development." Zishu nodded, took the weight from the boss's hand, and couldn't help but feel his hand sinking. But it was just a sinking moment. "This load is still too light. Uncle, is there anything heavier?" Zishu said. But at this time, not only the shop owner, but also the Chuyunin intendant had their eyes widened. Although ninjas are often much more powerful than ordinary people, at least as a child who has just begun to receive ninja education, he should be far behind adults. Zishu felt the questioning eyes around him, but he was helpless. Because just with this weight, it simply cannot reach the strength he needs. Moreover, the load the boss brought out, not to mention compared to Xiaoli during the Chunin examination, was also very different from the load Xiaoli was carrying now. The shopkeeper was stunned, as if he had never seen such a powerful child. In fact, he didn't know, it just happened that Xiaoli had never been here before. "Yes, there is, but I can't take it anymore. If you can, go get it yourself." Having said this, the middle-aged uncle also felt a little ashamed. In fact, as the owner of a ninja shop, he can barely be considered a ninja, probably only as strong as a genin. It's just that he has reached middle age and doesn't even have the strength of a child. This made him want to find a crack in the ground and turn into it. But he looked forward to this red-haired boy even more. Can he handle a heavier load? Tomoki followed the middle-aged uncle to behind a counter. Curious Tian and Fujino Jingchuan, who was waiting to see Tomoki's joke, hurriedly followed. The boss rummaged around for a while before pulling out an extremely inconspicuous broken box from the back of the cabinet, which contained some extremely old weights. The middle-aged uncle touched his head and said sheepishly, "When I was young and energetic, I thought that ninjas must need these heavy weights, so I specially ordered these. Who knew that they were never sold? Haven't sold anything in more than 10 years. Jishu noticed that the bottom of the box was particularly smooth. Is this why the boss was able to pull out the box to carry weight? "So, are these the weights you need?" Seeing Tomoki's hesitation, Fujino Jingchuan taunted, "Hurry up, you brat. Why don't you pick up a weight? Are you scared?" Jishu took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. After Zishu put his hand in, he hesitated. Because he didn't know which one he should take first. The uncle of the ninja shop seemed to notice his doubts and said, "It gets heavier from left to right. Try it yourself." When Jishu heard this, he immediately reached out to the first one on the left. Lifting it hard, as expected by Tomoki, the load was easily taken into his hand. Jishu weighed it himself and found that it was probably just a little heavier than the arms of a normal adult. This weight is about the same for him, barely enough. But it has not yet reached the weight that Kishu was most satisfied with. So he gently placed the first weight in its original place, and then reached out to the second. Wait that he can actually pick it up. Seeing Tomoki put the weight back to its original place almost lightly. Tian was also a little surprised. Even Chuyun and Fujino Jingchuan put away his joking expression and thought seriously, "Is this really something a 7 or 8-year-old child can do?" Tomoki put his hand on the second weight, took a deep breath, and then lifted it sharply. The second piece of weight was also lifted by Zishu. "This weight seems a bit heavy." Jishu felt that this area almost met his needs. After all, only by carrying a somewhat stressful load on his body could he improve better. But Jishu still set his sights on the third weight. He wanted to know where the limit of his strength was. So he put down the second weight and reached for the third. As soon as he started using it, Tomoki could already feel the heaviness coming from his palm. This one is so heavy. In fact, Tomoki knows that this piece is not actually much heavier than the second piece, but it will feel like this after it exceeds his limit. Zishu gradually calmed down his breathing, and almost all his energy was focused on this weight. Drink. Jishu gave a soft drink, and the wooden floor under his feet screamed as if he was overwhelmed. And the third seemingly unshakable weight also rose. Feeling the weight in his hands, Jishu felt a sense of glory. This is a reflection of the results of my long-term practice. Jishu even wanted to buy the third weight for a moment. Jishu himself didn't know how much his physical skills would be improved if he adapted to the third weight. "No, such a heavy load will definitely have a very adverse effect on my body," Jishu said secretly. Although he was very unwilling, he still resisted the strong temptation. "Uncle, I want this pair of weights." After finally choosing, Jishu didn't hesitate and took out his wallet to pay. "Damn it, you bastard brat. You must be deceiving us." The Chuyunin could not accept that a 7-year-old child like Tomoki could pick up things that the uncle at the ninja shop couldn't. Tomoki took the second pair of weights into his hands and was about to pay. Fujino Jingchuan snatched the weight from his hand. Before Tomoki could react, he heard a bang and Fujino Jingchuan fell hard to the ground, and the weight he took from Tomoki pressed hard on his hand. Jishu shook his head and said helplessly, "I told you not to be so arrogant, but I didn't expect that you still wouldn't listen. How about you suffer a loss?" This stinky bastard, as a senior Chuyunin, Fujino Jingawa is actually capable of picking up the weight in Tomoki's hands. It's just that he really wants to prove that Tomoki is an arrogant child who takes over a job with an unstable center of gravity. He fell hard to the ground. What a shame. Fujino Jingchuan's eyes were a little red, and he glared at Tomoki fiercely. Jishu only felt that this world was so wonderful. Even a patient like Jishu could attract the jealousy of so many people. Tomoki was not in the mood to quarrel with Fujino Jingchuan any longer, so he quickly paid the money, said goodbye to Tenten and left the ninja shop. When he was in the bookstore, Tomoki looked at the adult bookshelf many times. This caused the wretched and thin man in the bookstore to think that he was a kid with a lustful heart but no courage. In fact, only Tomoki knew that he was checking to see if Kakashi was there. After all, Kissing Heaven is Kakashi's favorite book. Or maybe Jiraiya wants to look at other works and learn experience. It's a pity that Tomoki was disappointed. Neither of these two people were here. In fact, Zishu was still eager to have someone to guide him during this period of time. After all, as a ninja, many things are not as simple as written in the book. And there is definitely nothing wrong with letting these long-established people guide you on some things. They can even plan a better cultivation path for themselves. It seems that I still have to work hard for a while. Jishu sighed helplessly. In fact, he also understood that for a child as young as him, Kakashi and the lustful Sennin would definitely not teach him unless something touches them. Just like Xiaoli touched Akai. After searching again to no avail, Jishu had no choice but to buy a copy of Basic Indian Style and left here. After returning home, Naruto stared at Tomoki, which even made Tomoki a little embarrassed. Naruto, can you stop looking at me like this? Tomoki finally couldn't bear it anymore and asked. Naruto shook his head and said matter-of-factly, no, I want to find the reason why you became stronger, so that I can also make Sakura like me. It's like Sakura likes me, Tomoki thought helplessly, and suddenly he came up with an idea to deal with Naruto, so he said to Naruto, Naruto, how about I tell you a way to become stronger? Really? Tell me quickly. After hearing this, Naruto quickly said excitedly. A wicked smile appeared on Tomoki's lips and he said, Naruto, start counting sheep from now on. When you count sheep, you will become stronger. Really? Naruto, who was so nervous, didn't expect that Tomoki was brushing him off, so he really started counting sheep. After that, Tomoki looked at the sleeping Naruto and sighed. Sure enough, Naruto, who has been living on his own, probably no one has ever told him how to deal with insomnia, right? After sighing, Jishu could finally concentrate on reading the Basic Indian Style. He bought .12 seals, very simple. But Jishu couldn't help but see God. Watching and gesticulating, I was very interested. 2 hours gradually passed, and Jishu felt that he had almost mastered the seals, and was even somewhat proficient. Suddenly I thought of the seal form of fire release, how Fireball, Saiwei Shenhai Wuyin. Tomoki suddenly wanted to try it, because he probably couldn't use this ninjutsu. Right, looking at this dilapidated house, Jishu finally suppressed his thoughts. Walked outside, ready to find a suitable place to experiment. Time flies, and before Jishu knows it, he is already 10 years old. There are only 2 years left before I can endure the school graduation exam. But Jishu is not worried at all. He has mastered the 3 body arts. No matter which ninjutsu he picked in the graduation exam, he could pass it easily. Compared to this small problem, what really worried him was Danzo. Even if that man in the 3rd generation made a promise at Konoha Hospital, wait until Tomoki graduates and let him choose whether to become a member of Root. If only Jishu could really choose. Of course Tomoki will not go to the Roots, even if it is to be an umbu in the hands of the 3rd generation. It is better than working under Danzo. However, Tomoki really couldn't believe that Shimura Danzo would really give him a chance to choose. After all, he was the man who forced Uchiha Shisui to hand over his eyes. If Danzo hadn't been there, the tragedy of the Uchiha clan could have been completely avoided. At that time, Shisui was preparing to use the strongest genjutsu to stop the Uchiha clan's rebellion plan. But Shimura Danzo attacked Shisui at this time and took away one of Shisui's eyes. Shisui, who knew he had no chance, was afraid that others would fight for his eyes. Only then did he give his other eye to Itaki, and even other gods passed it on to him. Pretending to destroy his eyes, he threw himself into the Nanhi River. Every time he thought of Shisui and Itake, Tomoki felt that it was absolutely wrong to say that the Uchiha clan was a hateful clan. At least hatred is not the fate that all Uchiha clan must bear. Tomoki also disagrees with the idea that Danzo is a trans hero. Except when Danzo died, he showed his dedication to Konoha. The rest of the time, he almost always competed with the 3rd generation for the leadership of Konoha for his own benefit, and even sent Yamato to assassinate the 3rd generation. Was he really doing it for Konoha? Is he doing it for the name for Konoha? I feel like I have taken on a lot of things, and I do whatever it takes to do things. Tomoki even felt that Danzo didn't even understand the fundamental meaning of Konoha's existence. Such a person, if he falls into his hands, will definitely accept the so-called pay for Konoha. Thinking of this, Jishu, who was originally in a relaxed mood, became a little depressed. The palm of the hand began to change the seals quickly, Saiwei Shenhai Wuyin. Chakra continued to gather in his throat, and Tomoki's face froze, feeling that his chakra had reached an extreme point. His head jerked forward, and a huge fireball spit out from his mouth. Burning in front of him. Art fire escape ho fireball. Over the past 2 years, Tomoki has mastered the sea-level ninjutsu to great perfection. Because compared to other people, his chakra amount is much more. Therefore, this high fireball is much larger than the high fireball released by Suzuki. However, Jishu was still very dissatisfied. It's been more than 3 years, and I'm still like this. Knowing a sea-level ninjutsu means there is no chance of competing against Danzo. He sighed in frustration as he prepared to go to his next practice location. Suddenly there was a burst of mocking applause from behind. There are people. Jishu was stunned. He always thought that this secret training place that almost only he knew would not be discovered by others. Unexpectedly, this was just wishful thinking on my part. Fortunately, every time I came here, I deliberately scouted the surroundings. Sure enough, Tomoki looked toward the voice, and a ninja wearing umbu clothes appeared in front of him. It's actually an umbu, although I don't know if it's the third generation's umbu or Danzo's umbu. But Jishu feels more and more ridiculous. Unfortunately, he still wanted to hide his strength, but now it seems that all his ninjutsu that he thought others didn't know have been exposed. The array of lanterns and the fireball were originally intended to be a means of concealment. Hateful. It seems that he is still a weakling who is at the mercy of others. That powerful fireball technique is really good. At least when I was your age, I couldn't use such a ninjutsu. Of course, I also have my own merits worth showing off, such as replacing Danzo-sama dealing with something that shouldn't exist in this world. When the umbu on the opposite side was chatting about their past as if they were chatting away at home. Jishu could obviously feel the strong smell of blood from it. Is it really Danzo's umbu? I just don't know what he is here to do. Senior, that's ridiculous. It's just a child's simple trick. Zishu, who is usually low-key and calm, will definitely not brag in front of his enemies. After listening to Tomoki's words, the umbu ninja exclaimed, "Hey, he is indeed a low-key person just like the intelligence. He is completely different from the brat from the Uchiha family." Tomoki couldn't help but think of Uchiha Suzuki. This child worked hard for a long time after being beaten by Hinata Aoki. In the end, he won many times in the competition between the two classes. He even defeated Hinata Aoki 2 or 3 times. The title of genius returned to him. In fact, Tomoki understood that it was not that Suzuki improved too quickly, but that Hinata Aoki lacked stamina. But Tomoki didn't know that the fundamental reason was that Danzo no longer guided Siang Aoki's practice. Thinking of this, Tomoki finally raised his head, looked at the umbu ninja in front of him, and asked, "What do you want from me?" The umbu ninja said coldly and calmly, "It's nothing special, I just came to congratulate you." Congratulate? Jishu didn't know what he could congratulate. The umbu ninja seemed to see Tomoki's doubts and explained, "Danzo-sama, I have taken a fancy to your potential. From now on, you will be a member of the root." What? Tomoki's eyes widened. He knew that Danzo would definitely not abide by his agreement with the third generation. But he didn't expect that Danzo would ask someone so directly. He's not ready yet, Jishu said weakly. "Didn't we agree to wait until I graduate before making a choice?" Unexpectedly, the umbu opposite said in a cold tone, "It is your honor to dedicate everything you have to Konoha. You have no choice." Hateful. Tomoki couldn't bear his anger anymore and wished he could rush forward and fight the umbu opposite him right now. But he knew it was meaningless. In the end, I will just be like a moth to the flame. He had no choice but to say coldly, "What if I don't go?" Then there is no other way. You can only dedicate your body and contribute to Konoha. Don't go, about to die. Then Tomoki saw the umbu turned around and wanted to leave, but suddenly stopped, scratched his head and said, "I almost forgot, you had to report to the root headquarters before the year. Calculating this, you still have about 3 months. Of course, you can also try to find the third generation, as long as you can get through our protective net near the Hokage's office. By the way, let me remind you, our umbu is not weak." After saying that, the umbu disappeared in front of Tomoki. Only a confused Tomoki was left. Damn! 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 Jishu's hand hit the ground deeply, the earth seemed to be shaking, and Jishu's hand was also full of blood. How ironic. I also believe that as long as I work hard, I will be able to find a solution. Now it seems that I was wrong. Could it be that I really have no ability to resist at all? Thinking of this, Tasha couldn't help but tears streaming from his eyes. What frightened him was not becoming Danzo's subordinate. But after putting in so much effort, I am still a loser, a complete loser. Hateful. Could it be that it was wrong for him to go against his mother's words and come to Konoha? Tomoki seemed to have lost all the meaning of his efforts, stood up in a daze, and walked towards Konoha Hospital. Along the way, all pedestrians saw it. The red-haired genius looked so decadent now. What's up with him? Maybe he was defeated? Maybe I found that my talent has reached a bottleneck. So that's how it is. But for such a cute child to look like this is really unbearable. Whatever, who let him get so close to that child? People talked about it and walked away. Tomoki, who had attracted much attention because of Konoha's most special hair color and powerful talent, was only worthy of their discussion once. Jishu heard these words, but he still couldn't be touched at all. His entire being was meaningless, so why bother with those things? It seemed like a long time passed, and it seemed like it was here in an instant. Jishu walked to the hospital like this without even realizing it. "Hello, kid, where are your parents?" A nurse saw Zishu with blood on his hands and couldn't help but ran over and asked worriedly. "Parents, my father had died in the battle long ago, and my mother could not be found." Jishu suddenly felt that after living for so long, he was really like a helpless child again. The world showed a cruel face to him. Seeing Zishu not answering, the nurse became even more worried. "Well, if you don't pay, we can't give you treatment." "Can't be treated?" Jishu smiled bitterly. It seemed that he was really meaningless. Although he had a lot of money in his pocket. But he turned around and prepared to leave. He didn't even know what he was doing here. If he bleeds to death, that would be a very good ending, right? It's better than being under Danzo and going against your own will. Do things you don't like and kill people you shouldn't kill. Even Tomoki was thinking, what if Danzo asked him to assassinate the third generation again? What should I do if I assassinate my friend? Even if he was not allowed to do this, Jishu felt that he would not be able to kill those innocent people. All the Uchiha clan, except Suzuki, were killed. There are also many minor children among them. How innocent are they? Then let yourself die like this. Anyway, it was an accident that I appeared in this world. Maybe the world without me would be a better place, right? Please wait. Jishu turned around and suddenly saw the young female nurse trotting over with a medical kit. Then she grabbed her right hand, which was covered in blood, and started treating it with alcohol. Kid, you must endure the pain. I really don't know what you did. Jishu was a little surprised and asked in surprise, didn't I not pay? The nurse smiled sweetly and said, don't worry, this is eldest sister's own medicine kit. But eldest sister is just a trainee nurse. If I hurt you, I'd like to apologize first. Jishu suddenly felt warm in his heart. She was such a simple girl and so kind. Involuntarily, Jishu suddenly wanted to ask, sister, what should you do when you encounter a problem that you can't solve? Can't be solved? What kind of insurmountable problem is it? Zishu replied calmly, choose life, but against your own will. Choose death, but not willingly. Jishu said it, but actually he didn't expect the nurse in front of him to give him an answer. He just wanted to find someone to talk to. Hoshino China was stunned when she heard Tomoki's question, thinking why would this child ask such a deep question. Suddenly it occurred to me that he might have learned the lines from comics. So he said, well, it would be bad if you read too many comics. However, if it were me, I would still choose to live. As long as you live, there is hope, right? You will always find a way that does not go against your own will. Tomoki was stunned for a moment. Hoshino China's voice reached his ears and seemed to be particularly sweet. And when he lowered his head, he discovered that during the period of time when he was thinking, his right hand had been bandaged. It's done. Little brother, if you get injured again next time, just come to see your sister. Hoshino China said with a sweet smile. Tomoki thought for a while, then asked, sister, can I learn medical ninjutsu from you these days? No, treatment is a very serious matter. Tomoki shook his head. I just need to watch from the side. Of course, it would be better if big sister can teach me medical ninjutsu. Hoshino China hesitated. In fact, as a trainee nurse, the medical treatment she can participate in is very simple. From this point of view, this child's request is not particularly excessive, right? Otherwise, just promise him. After all, he looks so pathetic. Well, okay. As long as you have free time, you can come to me. But I don't have time to play with you, and my medical skills are very poor. Jishu shook his head and said, it doesn't matter, big sister is the best. Then I will come here tomorrow. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Hoshino China. Please take good care of me in the future. I am Uzumaki Tomoki, please take care of me, big sister. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled. Then, Jishu left here. Under the setting sun, there is even a feeling of time. Kana, I told you, don't be so kind. If everyone doesn't pay, our hospital will not be able to run. By then, there will be more problems. An older man, the nurse said to Hoshino China after seeing Tomoki leave. Hoshino China nodded as if accepting the criticism, raised her head and looked at the direction where Tomoki left, but showed an innocent smile and said, but that child is like my younger brother. A stubborn younger brother, no matter what, isn't it cute too? Dragging a long shadow, Jishu carried his bandaged hand to the next place that was originally in his plan. But this time, he was no longer confused. 3 months to go. There must be a way. P.S. I'm asking for recommendations as usual, and the cover issue has been taken care of. It's just that it's not synchronized. Kishu, you're late. Sally hit the wooden stake and saw Zishu coming over and said. In the past 3 years, Rock Lee has grown a lot and is even more powerful than in the original work. Probably because there is a person like Tomoki working hard and competing with him. This also shows that Sally is truly a hard-working genius, just like Kakashi and Metkai. No matter how talented Kakashi is, he can only open the first gate of the 8-gate dungeon. But Metkai was able to open all 8 doors. In this regard, no one can surpass the genius of hard work. In the past 3 years, Zishu has followed Metkai and Xiaoli, and has long known the training methods of 8-gate dunjia. Even when Zishu thought that 8-gate dunjia was a secret technique that could never be taught to outsiders, Metkai was very generous and said with tears, youth, it is the power of hard work. My youth has not passed away yet. Let's go. Let's face the sunset and conquer everything. Well, Tomoki also thinks this is middle of the road. But that's how Metkai taught him the 8-gate dunjia. Later, Tomoki learned that in Konoha, the 8-gate dunjia is considered a forbidden technique. Because as long as you look for Metkai, he will definitely teach you. But whether you can persist is another question. By now, Tomoki could barely open 3 doors. And Xiaoli was able to open the 4th door, and Zishu understands that Xiaoli is currently moving towards the 5th level. I'm afraid if he continues at this pace, he will barely be able to open the 6th gate by the time of the Chunin exam. Suddenly thinking of Akai's hard work for more than 10 years, Zishu felt that his estimate was still too optimistic. After all, each of the 8 gates of dunjia is more difficult to open than the last. Even he can't open the fourth gate. Some things have been delayed, Zishu explained, and then prepared to start today's training. Ever since he focused his energy on ninjutsu, he spent less and less time here practicing taijutsu. However, due to the weight on his body, Jishu's improvement speed is still very fast. Xiaoli suddenly saw the bandage wrapped around Zishu's injury, so he asked, Zishu, what's wrong with your hand? It's not a problem, it's just that the hospital was too conscientious. In fact, it's just a minor injury, Tomoki said lightly. In fact, based on his body's recovery speed, an injury of this degree can be recovered quickly. The reason why he went to the hospital was just a subconscious reaction after he was confused. But he didn't tell Xiaoli the fundamental reason. Tomoki could vaguely feel that there was an umbu following him. I absolutely have no chance to finish this matter. I had to continue training hard. After a long time, the training for both of them was over. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Xiaoli said excitedly, hey, Tomoki, did you know? Teacher Kai said that when we graduate from the ninja school, he will definitely be our class leader. Oh, that's really a happy thing, Jishu said. Xiaoli seemed to see Tomoki's depression and asked, what? Are you unhappy? Teacher Kai is the most handsome teacher in Konoha amount, only you would think so, but when Kisha thinks of a Kai's shining teeth, it's really inspiring. If you really become his disciple, it would be a good choice, right? It's a pity that it's just a wishful thinking. After Xiaoli left, Jishu stayed here alone. In fact, Jishu would not leave later than Xiaoli usually, but this day was an exception. Jishu waited for a long time. He wants to find a solution for himself to solve the current problem. The night is getting darker. Jishu sat here, looking at the boundless starry sky. He suddenly realized that he had not been so leisurely for a while, or rather, he had not been so leisurely since he came to this world. At first, he wandered around with his mother, but now that he has come to Konoha, he has become harder to practice. It seems that I was born to be a hard worker. Putting aside the chaotic thoughts, Jishu put the most important things in front of him. 3 months. What can I do? So you are here. A clear voice called Zisha back from his thoughts. Looking back, a cute face stretched out. Zisha took a closer look and saw that it was Tian. He couldn't help but laugh at himself again. It seems that your awareness of vigilance is really poor. Once you think about a problem, you lose all awareness of your surroundings. Tian, what are you doing here? Zishu asked, but he could already smell a hint of aroma, which was the smell of Ichiraku ramen. Sure enough, Tian took out a bag from behind, and the aroma came from it. It's not because you don't eat well that I didn't find you when I went to your house to look for you. Naruto almost ate all the ramen. With that said, Tna Shamba placed the bag on the ground and began to place the dishes and chopsticks. Looking at Tian, Zisha felt that he had another reason to work hard or continue. Eat it while it's hot. I pay special attention to keeping it warm. Tian said softly. Of course Zishu, who had not eaten for almost a day, would not refuse. He immediately picked up the chopsticks and ate the whole meal with big mouthfuls. It smells so good, even after so long. Tomoki almost feels a sense of happiness every time he eats Ichiraku ramen. Tian just held his face with his hands and looked at Zishu with a smile. It's so delicious. Thank you Tian. But Tian said with some displeasure, if this continues, I will become your servant, young master. Can't you eat on time? In fact, Jishu is also a little embarrassed, because sometimes, he can't stop once he starts practicing. Sometimes I forget to eat, or even skip a meal for many days. Until one day, he fainted from hunger in a ninja tool shop and was discovered by Tian. Since then, I have been bringing myself food every day. Therefore, Jishu is not afraid of almost anyone. He is only a little afraid when facing Tian. After all, this is his only long-term meal ticket. I could only scratch my head and said, I will definitely pay attention next time. Then Tian said in distress, how could I make friends with such a bad friend like you? Why would you make friends with such a good friend like mine? I really don't understand. You are so talented, but you still want to be like Xiaoli. Effort. Zishu thought for a moment and said, because I'm burdened with a lot of things. TCH. Tian said disdainfully, then walked up to Zishu, pinched Zishu's face and forced it into a smile. Then he said with satisfaction, isn't this enough? Well, Tian is really a strong girl. He also cooperated and put on a smile. But Tian remained silent for a long time before saying, Jishu, seriously, can't you relax a little? Zishu suddenly understood that she was just trying to make me feel relaxed by being like this. In fact, I am still very worried. Jishu had no choice but to say, if I'm still here in 3 months, then relax a little. In his words, Jishu already understood that he had made up his mind to fight him to the death. After parting ways with Tian, Zishu returned home to sleep. It's just that many worries were weighing on him, making him toss and turn and unable to fall asleep. Suddenly he saw Naruto next to him, and an idea came to his mind. If I can transfer the 9 tails to my own body, will I have more opportunities? Before his thoughts could continue to expand, Jishu knew that this was completely impossible. First of all, Naruto's corpse sealing technique is the secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, but the problem is that he doesn't know it either. And there is no way to break it. There is no way to transfer the 9 tails to his body. Moreover, even if Jishu has a chance, he was unwilling to do this. After all, once the tailed beast was extracted from his body, it would die. Sighing helplessly, Tomoki had No choice but to think and fall asleep. The next morning, when the sun shone in from the window, Zishu woke up. It could even be said that he was almost more awake than ever. As soon as he woke up, Jishu thought again about how to face the upcoming threat. In fact, Jishu knows very well that there is only one path for him. Taking advantage of Danzo's Umbu being unprepared, they rush towards the Hokage's office. As long as he goes wherever he goes, the third generation will definitely provide him with protection. Otherwise, Tomoki knew that even if the third generation later realized that Tomoki had been controlled by Danzo, there would be no chance to save him. Because Danzo would definitely say that this was Tomoki's choice. Even if the third generation knew that Danzo was lying, for the sake of the stability of Kana, he had no choice but to let it go. After all, Danzo had done so many things that made people's hearts tremble, and even assassinated the third generation. In this way, 3 generations can forgive him. Tomoki knew that once he fell into Danzo's hands, he would have no chance. As for escaping and becoming a rebellious nin, with his own strength, Danzo would definitely catch him back easily. Suzuki was able to escape Konoha so easily with the support of Orikimura. If I choose to go to Gen headquarters to fight Danzo head-on, it seems possible, possibly as, this is completely courting death. After eliminating the few options, Tomoki knew that the only way left for him was to break through the Roots protection, go to the Hokage's office, and directly seek help from the third generation. In fact, Tomoki also thought about telling other Jounin about this. But Tomoki knew that the Umbu who followed him in the first place would not allow this to happen. Secondly, Jounins all have their own tasks and can only encounter them occasionally. And even if they were told, if they were not elite Jounins like Kakashi and Guy who even had cage level strength, they would only be killed. It seems that the only way I have left is to break into the Hokage's office, Tomoki said decisively, but even if I want to make a surprise attack, I must improve my strength in these 3 months. The 8-gate armor formation is the best. I was able to open the door to the 4th door, and regardless of the cost of serious injury later, I forced it to open the door to the 5th door. But in reality, these are not enough. It would be better to have stronger methods, so this is why he went to Konoha Hospital to study it, because the hospital hides a powerful ninjutsu. Otherwise, why would I pester Hoshino China for nothing? Could it be that he wants to pick up girls? Tomoki smiled self-deprecatingly, but then he remembered that Hoshino China was indeed beautiful. And she is so kind, it is very appropriate to be her sister. 4 women, Zishu is still a very traditional and dedicated person. Of course, the latter one has not been tested, it is just Tomoki's own personal opinion. But the first one is indeed true. At least Jishu knows that he will not accept the relationship between brother and sister. Especially if there is a big age gap between siblings. Because of this relationship, Zishu believes that the woman must really regard you as her younger brother. Similar to family affection more than love. If that's the case, it's better to be a pair of good siblings. But looking at Hoshino China, there must be many men pursuing her, right? Tomoki suddenly realized that once he thought of Hoshino China, he unconsciously relaxed. It seems that the sense of protection that Sister Kana left for me yesterday has been deeply imprinted in my heart. Especially when she bandaged her wounds very carefully. Naruto, wake up, we have to go to school. Tomoki woke Naruto up, although Tomoki planned not to go to ninja school in the next 3 months. But at least before that, he should talk to Irika sensei. Take a very long vacation. Naruto was woken up from his sleep by Tomoki. Naturally, he was very unhappy. He rubbed his hazy eyes and asked, Tomoki, why did you wake me up so early? Anyway, you just slept when you got to school, but you want to become I can't do it as a Hokage. So you should let me sleep a little longer. Naruto muttered a lot, just trying to justify himself so that he could sleep a little longer. Knowing that every moment was precious, Tomoki had no choice but to drag Naruto up and force him to wash up and change his clothes. I walked outside with Tomoki. This time, Tomoki and Naruto had breakfast outside. In fact, under normal circumstances, if Naruto went to buy it alone, the boss would probably reject him with various excuses. But now that Jishu is here, all this has changed. Because no matter how good the boss is, he can't help but sell the food to Zisha. After breakfast, Tomoki and Naruto arrived at the campus early. What? Irika slammed his hand on the table, and the leave application note with 3 months vacation was particularly conspicuous. Irika almost stared at Tomoki and said angrily, I have never seen a student like you since I started teaching. In the past, because you needed to practice, you could just sleep in class. Now it's simply impossible to ask for 3 months leave. Tomoki didn't expect Irika's reaction to be so extreme. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, he could understand the reason. After all, he is his student, and a qualified teacher will definitely not make fun of his student's future. And myself, in order to hide his strength in the past 2 years, he seems to have performed very badly, right? No wonder Irika was so angry. So Zishu said, Teacher, please believe me. This training will definitely surprise you when I come back. And my performance in the past 3 years is actually just a disguise, camouflage. Irika frowned. After that battle with Aoki, Tomoki seemed to have indeed slowed down a lot. It was as if something was dragging him. Could it be that this is really his disguise? So Irika said, there will be a small assessment today. If you can show that these 3 years have not been wasted, then I will approve your leave note. A word is settled. In the classroom, the students are still the same as before, without any changes. Shikamaru still couldn't get enough sleep, Suzuki still had a dead look that could never be changed, Sakura still looked at Suzuki with longing, Naruto still stared at Suzuki with provocative eyes, but there is one person who is not normal, and that is Uzumaki Tomoki. Some girls have even noticed that he did not sleep with his fiery red hair pressed on the table as usual. Instead, he had a cold and troubled expression. What's wrong with Tomoki today? He seems to be the same as Suzuki, but Jishu-kun's expression is also irresistible. I still like the way Tomoki-kun smiles. From what Naruto said, Tomoki seems to be taking a long vacation. Ah, wouldn't it be a long time since I couldn't see Tomoki? Also, is Tomoki worried about this matter? Seeing Tamasha, who seemed to be particularly different today, the girls all started chattering. Zishu heard the girl's greasy words, and rarely felt any embarrassment. In other words, he no longer has the heart to be embarrassed. He was waiting for Irika to walk in and announce the next assessment. After that, Tomoki will rush to Konoha Hospital to learn that very powerful offensive ninjutsu. At least at the current stage, it will become his strongest attack method. As long as he can master it. Within these 3 months, Jishu feels that his chances will be much greater. Sure enough, not long after. Irika walked in very seriously, looked at Tomoki with a gloomy look and said, "Today's classes are temporarily cancelled and will be changed to assessments." What? Most of the students in the class were shocked when they heard that there was going to be an assessment. Many people are discussing why the assessment is suddenly taking place because they haven't mastered their shuriken yet. The level of clone technique is not very good yet, etc. Only Suzuki still had an indifferent expression. And Shikamaru, who was sleeping, hadn't woken up yet, so naturally he didn't hear Irika's words. But Koji Akimichi quickly grabbed him, shook him back and forth and said, "Hey, Shikamaru, don't sleep anymore, the test is about to take place." Shikamaru was shaken and said quickly, "Okay, I understand. Koji, put me down quickly." Who knew that Shikamaru fell asleep consciously as soon as Koji put Shikamaru down? When Jishu saw the scene, he couldn't help but feel a black line in his head. I thought to myself that there was indeed a big gap between my ability to sleep and Nara Shikamaru. That these kids are not real ninjas after all. Not even as good as the junior students of the ninja school during the war. After some commotion, Irika led them to the open space next to the classroom. The first item of the assessment is the clone technique. Irika announced. Naruto was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be able to draw the ninjutsu he was least good at from the very beginning. But then I think about my daily efforts, isn't it just to defeat Suzuki? So he encouraged himself loudly, "Okay, come on Naruto. You will definitely be able to defeat that loser Suzuki." Suzuki glanced at Naruto and said coldly, "The end of the crane." Then the girls led by Sakura and Ino also criticized Naruto, but Naruto still raised his head indifferently. The first person, me Matsushita. Irika called out a list. A petite girl stood out from the crowd and formed the seal carefully. Most later, a clone was created, which looked good on the surface. At least her clone doesn't have any big flaws, and it's enough to confuse the enemy. So Irika nodded and shouted again. The people read the past one by one. Tomoki was surprised that Mr. Irika hadn't thought of him until now. But it doesn't matter, Jishu doesn't care about this period of time. Swirl. After hearing these 2 words, Jishu was ready to go up. Naruto. Okay, I'm anxious again. Tomoki laughed at himself. But he wanted to see what Naruto would do. In fact, Naruto was a very hard-working kid, but the ninjutsu he learned in the early stages was not suitable for him. When Naruto heard him being called, he quickly strode up. He formed the seal with fairly flexible hands, and then shouted loudly, "The art of clone." Bang, a puff of smoke blew by, and Tomoki looked over. Naruto was still standing in the same position as when he formed the seal, and his only clone was piled on the spot like a piece of trash. Jishu felt that he couldn't find a more suitable adjective than heap. But maybe there is also a tuo. The sound of ridicule suddenly sounded, especially the girls who were still loudly sarcastic about Naruto's big words just now. Only Hinata looked at Naruto with a worried look. In fact, probably only he and Hinata know about Naruto's efforts, right? Although Naruto continued to beg Irika to give him another chance, Irika did shake his head stiffly. Naruto had no choice but to retreat. Tomoki side. In fact, it was just that Naruto was not good at the clone technique. Of course, Jishu thinks there is another possibility. For example, Naruto's chakra amount is too huge, so using such low-level ninjutsu is of course difficult to control. After all, the first time Naruto used the multiple shadow clone technique, he created 1,000 clones. And that's without the help of Nine Tails chakra. Jishu felt that Naruto was somewhat magical. At such a young age, with very poor mental and physical strength. To be able to have such a large amount of chakra. Tomoki definitely doesn't believe it if there is no factor of Uzumaki clan blood. After Irika sighed, he called out the next person's name, Suzuki Uchiha. Suzuki heard his name without showing any expression. He just walked to the middle, formed the seal with an astonishing speed, and said, "The art of clone." With a bang, 2 almost identical Suzukis were left on the spot. But Tomoki raised his head. In his perception, the real Suzuki was hiding in the big tree next to him. And those 2 are doppelgangers. Tomoki suddenly remembered that he had seen this scene before. Before Tomoki could react, he yelled that Naruto had seen through Suzuki's disguise and punched Suzuki's 2 clones as soon as he came up. And when Irika explained in admiration how Suzuki was able to separate 2 perfect clones and hide his true body in the big tree, Naruto showed a lonely face again. Even if he works so hard, he cannot get recognition from others. He couldn't catch up with Suzuki, who was so talented. Next, Uzumaki. Under everyone's gaze, Jishu quietly walked to the center of the venue. Because get out of class was over, many children had gathered here to watch the performance of the children from Irika's class. There were even a few Chunin teachers from the ninja school who came here out of curiosity. But when they saw the child with red hair walking to the center of the field, more people gathered here. Among the crowd, Tomoki found Mizuki, who still had a friendly smile, and Hinata Aoki, whose anger almost engulfed him. Under his perception, he could detect the whispers among the crowd. It's that damn Tomoki again. His strength has declined so much since then, and even his speed has dropped so fast, but he's still so popular with girls. That's right, I guess he can't defeat Aoki now. I only recognize the genius of Irika class, Uchiha Suzuki. Humph. Stop talking about Aoki, I see that arrogant boy, even I can't defeat him now. Some teachers stood together and said, I heard from Irika that the child Tomoki only sleeps every day. Oh, is that so? It seems that he is another child who does not value his talent. He will regret it later. However, I think he will regret it soon. After all, no one can bear to make a fool of himself in front of so many people, right? It seems that they are all people who don't believe in their own strength. Just when Zishu was thinking this, someone suddenly shouted loudly, Tomoki, come on. Zishu followed the sound and saw a green figure appearing in front of him. Sure enough, it was Xiaoli, the idiot. Xiaoli noticed that Deo Zishu was looking at him, and quickly gave a thumbs up, showing a sunny smile. The white teeth shined very dazzlingly in the sunlight. Jishu. Because on the road of youth, there is no retreat. Just keep moving forward hard. When sweat forges faith like steel, you and I will also laugh happily in the sunset. This is so shameful. Jishu felt that after all this time, he still couldn't bear Xiao Li's burning eyes. Shaking his head helplessly, Jishu was still ready to calm down. As a result, they found Naruto with a sad expression. So Tomoki still tilted his head towards Naruto and said, Naruto, you think you are not a genius, it's just that you haven't discovered your own path. In fact, everyone is a genius. Not to mention those with the blood of our Uzumaki clan? If the clone technique is not suitable for you, there will always be something suitable for you. Then Tomoki straightened his body, focused his gaze, and said the last words, now, let me show you the courage the Uzumaki clan should have. Ridiculous, how ridiculous, the courage of the Uzumaki clan. What is the Uzumaki clan? Almost everyone present had never heard of the Uzumaki clan. Naturally, I thought that the Uzumaki clan was just empty words and big words from Tomoki's mouth. TCH. That damn brat. No matter how strong the Uzumaki clan is, can it be as strong as the Uchiha clan? Hinata is the strongest in Konoha. An unknown small clan actually dares to say words like courage. Uzumaki Tomoki, is this child so arrogant now? Doubts coming from everywhere filled Tomoki's ears. But Tomoki never intended to hide the Uzumaki clan in history. Ever since Tomoki felt his mother's deep love for him in this life, he has regarded the Uzumaki clan as his own. As one of the few in the family, how can you not bear the honor of your family? Zishu's momentum condensed and he said, Wei Sin. Tomoki completed 3 simple Indian postures almost instantly. As if trained countless times, the fingers are like rigid machinery, precise and fast. It was even a few minutes faster than Suzuki's seal formation speed. Let me show you the Uzumaki clans will not to be buried in history. The art of clone. Bang! As soon as Zishu finished speaking, smoke almost like a strong wind flooded all directions. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene. What on earth is that child doing? Is this a smoke bomb released to cover an escape? Damn you, kid. Did you say all this just to escape? You don't have any responsibility at all. Are you afraid because you feel you have no ability? Damn it, is this the will of the Uzumaki clan? It's really, the wind gradually blew. This makes the autumn day even more desolate, because it rolls up the withered yellow leaves. It also swept away the smoke that should have dispersed. Then, all doubt ceased. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone stood motionless. The widened eyes matched the shocked expression. Even their mouths couldn't close. The sound of gasping for air could be clearly heard by everyone. Suzuki also opened his eyes wide, looking at everything in front of him. In disbelief. The cold-faced handsome guy who had been there for thousands of years finally couldn't restrain his emotions at this moment. Ahem. Naruto choked on the smoke and closed his eyes. Tomoki, what are you doing? Could it be that the will of the Uzumaki clan is to release smoke? Naruto's own voice stopped and absolute silence returned. As calm as Shikamaru was, he couldn't calmly say, boring at this time. What Zishu used was the art of clone. A simple clone technique, but so many that everyone looked around and found that all around them were Uzumaki Tomoki's conspicuous red hair. Is this really a clone technique? So many, I have never seen so many clones in my life. What exactly is the courage of the Uzumaki clan? Xiaoli said with tears in his eyes, he is indeed a man of steel. He is so passionate. He is youthful. Teacher Akai, you are right about youth and hard work. So shameful. When others were shocked before, Tomoki felt more and more that he should put on the same bad face as Suzuki. But with just one word from Xiaoli, he was brought down from the altar. Suzuki did not expect that Tomoki had been hiding his strength all along, intended to desire for power. Suzuki said to Tomoki. Uzumaki Tomoki, I, Uchiha Suzuki, challenge you. Listening to Suzuki's cold tone, he thought that this boy could still pretend to be so calm even when he was challenging others. But Tomoki was really not in the mood to play with Suzuki now, so he said, Suzuki, you are no match for me now. Moreover, you should also look at it more comprehensively. It does not mean that a large amount of chakra will make you a powerful ninja. There are many a powerful ninja with very little chakra. After saying this, Jishu paused for a moment before continuing. When you can see many things clearly and feel that you have the strength to fight me, challenge me again. Yes, whether a ninja is strong or not depends on the amount of chakra. But with such a large amount of chakra, why is it not amazing? Is the spirit of the Uzumaki clan so transcendent? After saying that, Tomoki smiled again, turned to Irika and said, Teacher Irika, can I take leave now? There's really nothing you can do about it. Irika rubbed his temples and said helplessly, but you have completed your training and must come back to class. Of course, please rest assured. Tomoki said and left the office. Irika looked at Tomoki's back and felt a little helpless. He originally wanted to test Tomoki on several aspects, but unfortunately Tomoki's performance in the clone technique was too surprising. So much so that Irika knew that the subsequent assessments were meaningless. Maybe Tomoki can really become a man who can make a name for himself in the ninja world? Irika said with emotion. Mizuki also asked, Irika, have you heard of the Uzumaki clan mentioned by Uzumaki Tomoki? Irika felt that he had an impression, but he couldn't remember it. It seems that when he was young, there was a big shot in the village. He has red hair and is a member of the Uzumaki clan. But, who is it? Irika had a headache thinking about it, so he gave up. Mizuki, I don't know either. The doubts in Mizuki's heart have not been eliminated, and he plans to go to the bookstore to look up the history of the ninja world to see if he can find out anything about the Uzumaki clan. After sending away another patient, Hoshino China stretched her waist. Her graceful figure could make everyone's heart beat. Except, of course, most women. In autumn, there are fewer pedestrians on the streets. Naturally, he seemed a lot more lonely. Even the birds that used to chirp now don't know where to go to eat worms. Just because the weather suddenly turned cold, many people naturally caught colds. The hospital is also busy, and for such a mild disease. The busiest ones are trainee nurses like Hoshino China. In fact, Hoshino China's medical ninjutsu is pretty good. But before that, you must have a lot of experience to become a doctor at Kanaha Hospital. But after a long day of busy work, she remembered that the child who had promised to come and learn medical ninjutsu with her yesterday had not come yet. He's just a kid after all. He was distracted by other fun things and forgot about this one thing. Hoshino China smiled sweetly, but only she knew it. I feel a little lonely in my heart. She was a child raised in an orphanage in Kana and had never felt any family affection. But the child named Zishu who suddenly appeared yesterday was like his younger brother who suddenly appeared. He was so seriously injured but had no money for medical treatment. He was probably an orphan like her, right? Unfortunately, he doesn't know where he is now. Sister Kiana, what are you thinking about? A familiar voice reached Chien Nai's ears, and she turned around hurriedly. Sure enough, it was that cute face with a bit of a bad smile. Chien Nai pretended to be angry and said, Tomoki, you are not good. You obviously promised your sister to come back today, but you have delayed it for so long. Some things have been delayed. I'm really sorry, sister. Jishu scratched his head and said sheepishly, well, I will punish you today. When I treat the patient, you have to help me. Hoshino Kana said with her cheeks puffed up, as if she were a child. Well, I will definitely help my sister, Zishu said, patting his chest. In fact, Zishu came to the hospital for only two main purposes. The first is to confuse Danzo, and the second is to learn the offensive ninjutsu that he wants to learn and improve. Naturally, he couldn't show his main purpose at first. After all, Danzo Zumbu was observing him in the dark. Very well, mind you, chakra use should be gentler. Even though he was dealing with a small wound, there was a lot of sweat on Jishu's forehead. For him, such fine control of chakra is really difficult. Even with Hoshino China's careful guidance, Tomoki's performance was still unsatisfactory. Well, it's already very good. The first time I used medical ninjutsu, it wasn't as good as Tomoki. Hoshino China patted Tomoki's head and praised. Tomoki shook his head and said, Sister Kana, don't praise me like that. In fact, I know what I am like. Hoshino Kana smiled and stopped talking. After some free time, Tomoki and Kana sat on the steps of the hospital and watched the sunset. Sister Chien Nai, what do you think the future will be like? In the future, it will probably get better and better. Jishu knows that in the future, the world will usher in the greatest terror. But Tomoki still nodded and said, well, yes, Sister Kana. It will definitely get better in the future. In the following days, Jishu's life became 2 points in one line. Practice taijutsu with Xiaoli, and go to the ninja hospital to practice medical ninjutsu. As for the few ninjutsu he knows, he has already mastered them very thoroughly, and there is no value in improving them. It's just that in the hospital, Tomoki has less opportunities to practice. Only those with particularly minor injuries would let Jishu try it. Because of such minor injuries, the injured often don't care much. Even if Children like Jishu are not cured, there are others who can help them. Moreover, they also wanted to see how such a young medical ninja could solve these problems. Gradually, Hoshino China also told Tomoki a lot about medical ninjutsu. In this way, Tomoki is currently his sharpest attack method. Root headquarters, a strange building with a very dark interior. It seemed like no light could penetrate, and the darkness was terrifying. An Umbu ninja knelt in front of Danzo and reported. Shimura Danzo just listened without saying a word. It wasn't until the Umbu ninja finished reporting that Danzo asked, "You mean that Uzumaki Tomoki has been learning medical ninjutsu in the hospital?" "Yes, Danzo-sama." Danzo thought about it and seemed to understand the reason why Tomoki did this. It seems that in order not to join Gen, he was ready to give up his ninjutsu talent and devote more energy to medical ninjas. However, although it is good for Konoha to have one more good medical ninja, for the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, the latter is more important. After all, the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan can be used by others, but it cannot achieve the effect of the Uzumaki clan. Jishu, your medical skills have become better again. You actually cured me so quickly this time, a middle-aged uncle said in admiration. When he was cooking, he accidentally dropped his kitchen knife and cut his foot. After coming to Jishu, it only took a week to heal him completely without leaving any scars. Zishu wiped the sweat from his forehead and accepted the uncle's compliment with a smile. In fact, if he was allowed to devote all his efforts to treatment, it might only take one day to cure all the uncle's foot injuries. But Tomoki understands that medical ninjutsu actually uses chakra to stimulate cells in the body. And allow itself to generate strong recovery capabilities. Therefore, as long as it is not during wartime, ordinary medical ninjas will not use such methods to excessively stimulate cells. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to the injured person's future health. Although the uncle felt that his injury was completely healed, Zishu still held the uncle's feet in his hands. And he used chakra to observe the meridians in the uncle's feet. In fact, even the uncle himself was a little embarrassed. After all, a person as big as himself actually let a child hold his feet. Ordinary children are not even willing to touch their parents' feet. But Jishu didn't feel disgusted at all, because now he was responsible for the role of saving lives and healing the wounded. So many people think that feet are dirty, which is a fallacy in his mind. They are all part of the body, and since you can touch the other person's hands, you can also touch the other person's feet. As for the reason for this stereotype, it is nothing more than psychological. It's okay for other professions, but for medical workers, this is a thought that must never be entertained because it is just your personal preference. If the patient's condition is delayed, it will be irreversible. Moreover, for Jishu, it is already a great honor for these people to hand over these wounds to a completely underage child like himself. Therefore, Jishu must try his best to cure it, otherwise Jishu will feel deeply guilty. After confirming that the uncle's foot had completely recovered, Jishu put it down and said seriously, "Well, it's indeed healed. Please be careful in the future." After hearing this, the uncle praised Jishu a few words and left with satisfaction. But Jishu took out a book, Human Meridians and Chakra Movement, from his desk and started reading it. Jishu spent a long time like this during the day. Because although Jishu's treatment is completely free, and he often goes to orphanages to do free clinics, he has gained some fame. But most people still don't feel comfortable treating a child as young as Jishu. So for Kishu, who didn't have enough time, reading seemed like a waste of time. But Jishu still disagreed and continued to work hard to absorb the knowledge in this book. Jishu even bought a medical dummy with human meridians. Every time, Jishu did his own novel experiments on it, absorbing the knowledge of meridian science. "Tomoki, it's already so late. Shall we go to dinner?" Hoshino China thought when she saw Tomoki still staying at her small table, reading the medical book attentively. "He is indeed my lovely and hard-working brother." Tomoki looked away from his meridians and replied, "Sister Kane, don't you have to work the night shift today?" Hoshino China nodded with a smile, and then said to Tomoki, "Looking at your hard work, how about my sister inviting you to eat Ichiraku ramen?" Seeing that it was already getting late, Tomoki nodded in agreement. Because Hoshino China is the only one he is now a person who can gain family affection. Jishu, who lives in such a dangerous environment, also wants to enjoy the happiness brought by family affection. In front of the Ichiraku ramen shop where the owner is a small business owner, Tomoki and China were joking and eating ramen. Even the owner of Ichiraku ramen, Mr. Tejida, looked on with a smile. "You two siblings have such a good relationship." The beautiful daughter Chang Pu also praised the uncle. Tomoki and Kana smiled at each other, but did not reveal the fact that they were not biological siblings. After leaving the Ichiraku ramen shop, Tomoki volunteered to send Kana home as usual. While walking on the road, Chien-I suddenly asked, "Tomoki, where are your parents?" Jishu was startled, and then replied lonely, "I can't find them now." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a warmth on his body. It turned out that he was already being hugged by Chien-Na. Because of his height, Tomoki's head just touched Chien-Na's chest. But although Jishu has the consciousness of an adult, he doesn't have any evil thoughts. It's like Kana truly regards him as a younger brother. Tomoki also regards Kana as his sister. After a moment of surprise, Tomoki also stretched out his hands and hugged Kana's waist. After a long time, Chien-I suddenly asked, "Tomoki, how about you move in with me, move there?" In fact, Tomoki was very willing, because there were always some things that were inconvenient at Naruto's house every day. Moreover, Tomoki's feeling towards Naruto is that of a best friend. But it seems a little uncomfortable to sleep in the same room with your best friends all the time, and Hoshino China, in this not-so-long relationship, really regarded Tomoki as a younger brother. Zisha could even feel how much she valued this family relationship as an orphan. And if I don't agree, I guess Sister Kana will be very disappointed, right? It's just that if he moves out, Naruto will definitely be even more lonely, which puts him in a dilemma. Tomoki, can't you? Hoshino China asked, really disappointed. Listening to Chien Nai's voice, Tomoki was startled. Tomoki really didn't want to break her heart. He had no choice but to say, Sister Chien Nai, in 2 months, after 2 months, I will move here again. Chien Nai nodded, and then suddenly looked very angry and said, damn it. He didn't even agree to my sister's request immediately. He is really a bad boy. But I have a lot of things, so I'll spare you once. At this point, both of them laughed. Smiling so happily and kindly. Before I knew it, I had arrived at Chien Nai's house. After Chien Nai gave instructions, she let Tomoki leave. Because Kana already knows that Tomoki is actually a more powerful ninja than him. However, Tomoki, who left Kana, did not go home immediately. It was actually only 8 o'clock now, and Tomoki decided that he would practice for another 2 hours. As soon as we got there, Xiao Li's voice came, if you can't do 500 push UPS in a row, you have to jump rope 1,200 times. If you can't jump rope 1,200 times in a row, you have to kick the wood 2,000 times. Xiao Li is pushing himself to the edge again, but in this case, he should work harder. Listening to the report of his subordinates, Danzo couldn't help but ponder for a while. Because he couldn't understand Zishu's behavior. If I had thought that Tomoki had just given up on ninjutsu and concentrated on studying medicine, that would be understandable. But now it's different. Why did that child of the Uzumaki clan suddenly think of practicing swordsmanship again? Danzo seemed to be asking the umbu in front of him, or he seemed to be talking to himself. Is it possible that he doesn't want to become strong? But he should also work hard to practice ninjutsu. Why do he practice swordsmanship? Could it be that his physical skills are not good enough? However, this child is wasting his talent so much. Let him stay in the route and be guided by me personally. He will definitely become the sharpest sword in Konoha. It was still the small forest where Zishu and Xiao Li practiced, and the two looked at each other. Jishu held the wooden sword with one hand, sweating profusely and panting. Xiao Li, on the other hand, supported his knees with both hands and looked at Zishu in front of him. Tomoki, why do you want to suddenly start practicing swordsmanship again? Teacher Kai once said that a person who is not focused cannot become a powerful ninja. Xiao Li asked what he had always doubted, and now Jishu's behavior made him increasingly confused. Almost all the students in the ninja school knew that the reason why Tomoki took leave of absence was to learn medical ninjutsu. Even when Irika knew the news, he almost went to Konoha Hospital in person to take Tomoki back. However, Xiao Li did not expect that Zishu would now turn his attention to swordsmanship. This confused him even more. It would be better if Tomoki had a swordsman as his master. But Xiao Li could clearly feel that Zishu's swordsmanship was completely explored by himself. Is he crazy? Without that person's accumulation of experience, it is almost impossible to create one's own swordsmanship. Zishu looked at Xiao Li, who was a little angry, and felt helpless in his heart. After all, there was too little time left for him. Although Jishu knew that he could not create his own swordsmanship school, what he wanted was not so powerful. He just needs to be able to master some basic uses of the sword. Because Jishu knows that his strongest attack method is also the most hidden attack method. It must be combined with certain sword skills. And he believed that Xiao Li could also feel that the swordsmanship practiced by Zishu was actually just a crazy attack. However, of course you can't say this to Xiao Li, otherwise Xiao Li will definitely pester him. So Jishu said, youth is about constant trying. Since I have so many opportunities, why not continue to challenge? Keep working hard. I believe that under the sunset, I will be able to use my strongest path to reach the top. Then, Zishu saw a very tired Xiao Li, and his fighting spirit was rekindled. Okay, Jishu, let us fight more passionately for youth. The first door of the 8-door armor formation, open the door. Open. Second door. Close the door. Open. The third door. The living door. Open. Jishu could not help but secretly marvel when he saw the green chakra swelling on Xiao Li, who had already opened 3 doors in front of him. What a combustible person, then you can't fall behind. After Zishu's sword drew a trajectory, he clenched it again. Rushed the chakra in your body towards the first 3 doors. Open. Stop. Born. The first 3 doors were opened in the same way, and Tomoki began to release an astonishing amount of chakra. Immediately afterwards, the two started fighting in the air at an astonishing speed. When Zishu's wooden sword hit Xiao Li for the first time, he was immediately unable to withstand such an astonishing attack. It was turned into powder by the collision of the 2 chakras. If anyone were here, they would be amazed that this was nothing like the battle of Ninja Academy students. Even ordinary Chuunin could not launch such a terrifying attack. Perhaps there is still one person who can do it, and that is Gaara, who will become the 5th Kazekage a few years later at a young age. However, at least these are not related to the 2 people who are currently fighting. Among them, there is only an amazing collision. Although Zishu's wooden sword was broken, it was no longer Zishu's time to practice swordsmanship. The two were constantly fighting in the air, and the sound was even like thunder. The umbu following Tomoki were a little distracted. This was the first time he had seen this level of physical combat. Perhaps more advanced ninjutsu battles than this are very common, but he had never seen two people fighting like this. Just when he was lost in thought, a roar that made his heart start to shake suddenly came to his ears again. Only Ji Shu and Xiao Li were seen, separated from each other as soon as they touched, and then from a distance, they shouted in unison, "Fourth door! Injury door! Open!" The battle became more intense, and the space seemed to be shaking. The two of them were like a pair of ferocious beasts, fighting in the most primitive way. Every punch carried the force of shattering the air. The surrounding trees continued to fall down due to the aftermath of the battle between the two. After a while, a large open space appeared. Even the ground was full of potholes and was very ugly. Only when Ji Shu was fighting Xiao Li did he feel so happy. All his strength was squeezed out, and he could feel the roar of the air with every punch. Tomoki knew that he and Xiao Li already had at least the strength of a Chuunin. And he is also an elite among Chuunin. After all, in the original work, although Xiao Li was defeated by Gaara became the 5th Kazekage not long after the Chunin exam. It is enough to see Xiao Li's strength, but the classification of ninja levels is often not entirely based on strength. However, Danzo was pressing closer and closer, but Tomoki was almost overwhelmed and couldn't breathe. That's why Ji Shu worked so hard, and today, Ji Shu opened the 4th door for the first time, the hurt door. I saw that I was in a battle with Xiao Li, and they were evenly matched. Ji Shu couldn't help but feel a little secretly happy, feeling that he had finally caught up with Xiao Li. "Ji Shu, your progress in the 8-gate dungeon is not slow." Xiao Li said this. After opening 4 gates, blue veins appeared on his face. "But when it comes to hard work, I won't lose to anyone." 8 gates of Dunjia. The 5th gate. Duman. Open. Xiao Li's aura instantly overwhelmed Tomoki, and the strong chakra seemed to be able to swallow up everything around him. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. This is the only offensive ninjutsu, excluding the offensive ninjutsu he unknowingly learned. For most ninja school students, it is undoubtedly very difficult to practice C-level ninjutsu based on their chakra levels. This is why Suzuki's ability to perform the fireball technique at this age was so admired by so many people. But in fact, this ninjutsu is not particularly difficult. Suzuki was only 5 or 6 years old when he really learned this ninjutsu. But even the same ninjutsu will have different powers on different people. People with strong chakra control abilities are often able to use the least amount of chakra to launch the most deadly attacks. For those with strong chakra, they can release ninjutsu with a wider range and reduce the probability of being avoided by their opponents. Ji Shu, on the other hand, falls into the latter category. Even if it is a C-level ninjutsu, under Tomoki's use, it is not inferior to Fire Release and Fire Dragon Flame Bullet in appearance. Of course, there is still a big gap in terms of power. The huge fireball rushed directly towards Xiao Li. And in an instant, Xiao Li was swallowed up. Did you make it? The hidden Umbu also secretly marveled at the power of Tomoki's powerful fireball technique. Thinking that Xiao Li would never be able to block this blow. The air became extremely hot in front of such a hot flame. The firelight illuminated Ji Shu's face, which looked particularly determined. This battle is not over yet. Ji Shu, who was well aware of Xiao Li's strength, calmly analyzed it. And he could realize that the next step would be a devastating blow to Xiao Li. Thinking of this, he quickly formed seals with his fingers and started to prepare. "Youth, let your power bloom." The flame suddenly shouted such a sentence. Without thinking, Ji Shu understood that this roar came from Xiao Li. Immediately afterwards, Tomoki's heart froze, and he tried his best to sense the chakra in the flame. Suddenly, Ji Shu's eyes narrowed, and a figure rushed out of the flames. The speed is as fast as lightning. I still underestimated Xiao Li. Ji Shu didn't expect that Xiao Li's speed would increase so amazingly after he opened Duman. It even messed up the rhythm he had prepared, so he had to form seals at a faster speed. No Ba Whirlwind. After Xiao Li arrived at Zishu's side, he instantly released this move. What looked like just a series of roundhouse kick attacks caused a gust of wind. The power of the wind alone is comparable to a C-level wind release ninjutsu, but the power of this move is not that. But that kick contains such power that even Tomoki wouldn't dare to take a hit. The Umbu once again subconsciously believed that Tomoki would never be able to withstand this terrifying blow. Bang! A burst of smoke flashed by, and a wooden stake appeared at the original position of Ji Shu. The ninjutsu that Tomoki was preparing just now was the substitution technique. Facing a ninja like Xiao Li, Ji Shu understood that if he didn't prepare the substitute technique in advance, there would be no way he could escape such a terrifying blow. Ji Shu, who moved to the sky, looked at Xiao Li below and couldn't help coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. Although Ji Shu barely dodged Xiao Li's blow, Xiao Li's roundhouse kick was really good. In fact, it still bruised him. Just a scratch has such power. Ji Shu doesn't know what will happen if he really gets hit by this blow. He could probably lie in the hospital bed until Danzo took him away, right? It seems that Xiao Li, who entered the battle, really didn't know what was important. However, this is probably because of his trust in me. After Zishu sighed with emotion, he started forming seals again. In fact, Xiao Li's current situation is not very good. Although the fireball just now was resisted a lot by his chakra. But in fact, Xiao Li also suffered a lot of injuries. Especially the green tights he was wearing were burned and looked tattered. In addition, Xiao Li had just used such a fierce blow, and his physical strength was also consumed tremendously. Ji Shu knew that he should end this battle with the final blow. Another seal that was almost imprinted on Ji Shu's mind While his fingers were as precise as machinery, they also seemed to have the speed of light. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. The same powerful fireball was released again, drowning Xiao Li instantly. At this time, even the Umbu, which had made 2 mistakes in judgment, did not dare to make a final decision easily. No one knew how the battle would develop. But Tomoki no longer had the strength to fight. This battle, except for the tricks he wanted to hide from Danzo, squeezed almost all of his strength. There are no regrets anymore. Under the influence of gravity, he quickly fell to the ground. While tired, Zisha wanted to praise Xiao Li's progress. Unexpectedly, Xiao Li actually spoke first. Kishu, I didn't expect that even though I tried so hard, I still couldn't defeat a genius like you. Zishu turned around and saw that Xiao Li was lying on the ground like him, breathing heavily. It seems that he thought I won. Jishu shook his head funny and said, Xiao Li, look at what I look like now. Xiao Li turned around and saw Zisha lying on the ground like him. After a moment of shock, the two looked at each other and smiled. This time the battle was a draw. Hey, what on earth did you do? When Tian came here with 2 exquisite lunchboxes, he found that Zishu and Xiao Li were lying on the ground without any strength. Looking around, there are even trees with unburned flames. In addition, many trees were uprooted or broken. The ground is also full of craters, almost like the marks of a meteorite. What happened here? Did a battle between Jiaonan happen here? Tian said, very surprised. Probably except for people who have seen the whole process. Almost no one could believe that such traces of battle were caused by 2 ninjas who had not yet graduated from the ninja school. Eat slowly. Why do you feel like you haven't eaten for several days? Tian said helplessly. However, Jishu and Xiao Li didn't care about Tianatian's words. Continue to eat the food in the bowl. The difference from before is that this time Tian didn't bring Ichiraku ramen. Instead, it's rice balls brought from home, as well as sashimi and broth. Although the food was very simple, Zishu and Xiao Li ate happily. Because compared to the classmates in their own class, the 3 of them still have the best relationship. In fact, it is also a happy thing for 3 people to eat together under the starry sky every day. However, Zisha didn't know how long he could last with this kind of life. There is only 1 short month left before the end of this year. Moreover, Jisha did not intend to wait until the end to implement his plan. Because that would be too passive. The chances of success will drop a lot. So what Tomoki really thinks. It was on the 10th day before New Year's Day that the Hokage's office was raided. In this way, contingency can be ensured. After all, even Jen can't do his best to protect himself from looking for the 3rd generation all the time. Jishu, Xiao Li, don't you think it's good that the 3 of us will always be like this from now on? Tian looked at the starry sky and suddenly said such a sentence. After hearing this, Jishu couldn't help but said sincerely, of course, being with you is my happiest time. Actually, that's it. For Uzumaki Tomoki, Hoshino China, Tenten, Rock Lee, and Naruto have almost become his entire spiritual support in Konoha. As for Naruto, in his current state, he hasn't learned the mouth escape method like Irika, so Tomoki is often the one to comfort him. Naruto, who is still very nervous now, does not have much intersection with Tomoki's life. Except living together. But Tomoki knew that sooner or later Naruto would grow into a person that he admired. Xiao Li listened to Tianatian's words, but did not show the relieved and relaxed expression of Jishu. Instead, he raised his thick eyebrows and said seriously, no, I want to be with Sakura. Jishu suddenly thought, how could he forget such a thing? The first time Rock Lee saw Sakura, he decided to pursue her. Moreover, in this world, because of Tomoki, Rock Lee and Sakura met much earlier. But, you kid, don't say it at this time, right? The obviously loving atmosphere was instantly destroyed by Rock Lee's uprightness. Sure enough, after hearing this, Tian became very angry and said to Zishu, then let's leave Xiao Li alone. From now on, just the 2 of us will come here alone. When Tian said this, he consciously hugged Zishu's arm and pretended to stay away from Xiao Li. But Xiao Li hasn't thought about anything yet. Jishu couldn't help but think about it. Well, I'm just a kid and I'm evil. Jishu secretly confessed his guilt, then calmed down and started joking with Xiao Li every day. But this night, before leaving, Tianatian's hand never let go of Tomoki's arm. So Jishu had to keep telling herself that she was just trying to keep warm. The night, although very cold. After all, it's almost December now, but the clothes he wears every day are not thin. Even the little face some redness. Maybe Tomoki still doesn't understand, he just keeps thinking that he can't do anything to a 10-year-old child. But Tian, who brought him food every day, who was not as weak as other female ninjas, who didn't blindly judge people by their appearance, left a good impression on Tomoki. By the time Jishu got home, it was already late at night. Under the light, Jishu realized that every breath he exhaled would turn into a puff of water mist. Kishu, you're back. It was very rare for Naruto to stay up so late, and Tomoki was a little surprised. Well, I'm back, but what are you doing? I saw Naruto looking at the magazines with beautiful women, and seemed to be learning something. Hearing Tomoki's inquiry, Naruto happily explained, this is a top-level ninjutsu that I am currently studying, a top-level ninjutsu that can defeat the old man Naruto. Is it, *** technique? After being in this world for so long, Tomoki almost forgot that Naruto still had this top skill. You don't want to rape the 3rd generation, do you? Jishu couldn't help but ask. In fact, Tomoki has always believed that the reason why the 3rd generation was able to master the technique was entirely because he deliberately cooperated with Naruto. Maybe in the 3rd generation's heart, he felt very sorry for Naruto. I had no choice but to play with Naruto for a while. Ha How could you guess what I was thinking, Tomoki? Naruto opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise, is it possible that you have already used similar methods to defeat that smelly old man from the third generation? What is the logic? Tomoki felt that he still underestimated Naruto's imagination and was about to explain. Naruto's eyes seemed to sparkle with stars, and he asked Tomoki, so Tomoki, are you the Hokage now? No, I didn't do what you imagined. Tomoki quickly interrupted Naruto's seemingly endless associations and said, but Naruto, why did you do this? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Tomoki knew that he had asked a meaningless question, because he already knew the answer to this question. Naruto still believes that as long as he becomes Hokage, he will be recognized by everyone in the village. Just as he was about to comfort Naruto with a few words, he suddenly saw Naruto jump up and shouted, great, since Tomoki you didn't use such means, that means I still have a chance to become Hokage. Is he listening to himself? Tomoki looked at the bouncing Naruto helplessly and decided to just ignore him. After all, there will be many patients in a new round of training tomorrow. You must go to bed early, otherwise you will lose energy and your entire trajectory will be disrupted. Zishu, who lay down and covered himself with a quilt, suddenly realized that he couldn't live without this kind of life. We can't live without China Hoshino, Rock Lee, Tenten, and Naruto who is so stupid. I hope I can get through that. Jishu encouraged himself secretly. The connection between chakra and the human body's veins is so important, but what should happen to a person who is fake injured and has his key veins attacked? Zishu looked at the medical book in his hand and thought quietly. In fact, he spends almost every day like this. Even observing Tomoki's dark side was very boring. Listening to Zishu say something he didn't understand every day made him feel helpless. In fact, there was a certain reason why Danzo sent him to look after Tomoki. After all, even Danzo was a little afraid of the third generation. If Tomoki really finds the third generation, then it can basically be said that Tomoki has nothing to do with him. But this child has absolutely no will to fight. Umbu commented secretly that he really didn't understand what Danzo-sama was worried about. Such a child who seemed to have accepted his fate still needed to be looked after by him, an elite Chunin. And he also knew that if it weren't for most of the Jonin and the Umbu, they would have their own missions. Lord Danzo would even send a Jounin to carry out this mission. Ridiculous. This is just a kid who didn't even graduate from ninja school. Even if you have some talent, you can use yourself as an elite Chunin to guard it. He didn't have the slightest chance. Lord Danzo, you are indeed too careful in everything you do. After secretly coming to a conclusion, the Umbu Chunin looked at them like they were dozing off as they approached. In this way, the whole morning passed. It was rare for Zishu that none of his patients came. After all, most people would treat many minor wounds at home. But slightly more serious wounds will be treated in the hospital. But Zishu was not troubled by the fact that he had no patience to train himself on. Looking at the sky, Zishu found that it was already noon and his body was a little hot. Zishu also took off a layer of coat. It seems it's time to go to the orphanage again, Jishu said to himself. Hoshino China was on duty today, so naturally she didn't have time to eat out with Tomoki. There was no time to teach Tomoki the medical ninjutsu in a deeper way. So Jishu planned to go to the orphanage to provide free medical treatment for those children. Jishu's patients are often these children. Because of the uniformity of medical ninjutsu, Tomoki actually doesn't have to worry about misdiagnosing the children. And basically he's just dealing with trauma for these kids. After all, in orphanages without parental care, it is common for some fights to occur between lonely children. Naturally, there will be a lot of trauma, but when encountering such a thing, Zishu will usually ask about it and stop it. It's probably hard to find a good person like me, Jishu sighed with emotion. In fact, he knew what he said was right. Nowadays, most people often do not offend others unless others offend them. When I read novels in my previous life, the protagonist usually only treated people who were kind to him. A person like him with a holy mother character will be scolded. Jishu is often the person who treats others well first, and then others reciprocate. This is also why Tomoki is able to gain such good popularity in Irika's class. After thinking about it, Jishu had already arrived at the orphanage. Looking up and seeing the words written on the rusty sign, Zishu sighed helplessly. Not to mention that Hoshino China grew up in such an environment. Even he, if he did not have the blood of the Uzumaki clan, would probably spend some time in this place. Brother Jishu, you're here again. Brother Jishu, did you bring me some candy this time? I didn't expect Brother Tomoki to be able to come with Brother Kabuto. The words were very cordial and trusting. Although these children are not much younger than him, Zishu still feels happy because of their praise. Suddenly, Jishu thought of what a certain child said just now, and Jishu's pupils couldn't help but condense suddenly. Pocket. Although Tomoki is not sure that he is the Kabuto in the original work, Tomoki can't help but think of him in the orphanage. After all, he is also a deeply hidden character. And if it was really him, Jishu felt that he had to use all his energy to deal with it. If you look carefully, you can see that most of the children around are dead, or even if they have injuries, they have been treated. This made Tomoki even more convinced that the Kabuto who came to the orphanage was the Yakushi Kabuto he knew. After distributing the candies he brought, Tomoki said to a little girl who admired him very much, Natsumai, can you let me meet your Kabuto and Tomoki said this. In fact, he didn't want to have anything to do with Kabuto. I'm just curious about the original work and want to meet this character. After all, as Kabuto was lurking in Konoha, he naturally couldn't do anything unfavorable to him at the moment. No, I'm right here, Jishu followed the sound and saw that he was a handsome young man. With eyes that made his temperament appear more refined. Look at him with a sunny smile. Tomoki sighed secretly, as expected of Kabuto, who can carry out lurking missions in various countries. Almost no one would believe that he is actually a spy with such a sunny smile, but of course Tomoki would not say such words on the surface. He just replied politely, "I didn't expect there to be such a caring person as Kabuto-senpai." Kabuto shook his head and said modestly, "Because I, Chien, have also lived in an orphanage, so I can especially understand the mood of these children." Tomoki nodded, expressing his approval of Kabuto. "Even so, it should be very difficult. After all, Kabuto-senpai will give you a lot of things to do. After all, unlike me, you are just a kid who has not graduated from ninja school." They all suddenly looked at Zishu with a profound look, and said after the conversation, "Actually, Zishu, it's not easy for you too. I'm afraid you have a lot of troubles now, right?" Tomoki's heart skipped a beat, even though Kabuto hadn't yet pointed out what exactly he was referring to. But Tomoki was already % sure that what he was talking about was Danzo's request to join General. A simple room in the orphanage was dark and damp. It seems that no children are coming here. In the room, you can still vaguely see the torn comic book in the corner. The rotten wood, eroded by the rain and snow, seemed unable to withstand this winter. There are no confidentiality measures here, but Tomoki is here talking with Kabuto Yakushi. Although you are only 10 years old, I admire you very much. If possible, I can help you get through this difficulty. Help me get through this difficulty? Jishu asked. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, "Yes, in fact, I have a way to help you get through this difficulty. It only requires you to pay a small price." Tomoki was not surprised by the price. Kabuto said. On the contrary, I feel more at ease. For such people, not having to pay the price is often more terrible than having to pay the price. But what kind of price is required? Thinking of this, Tomoki turned his attention to Kabuto. The confusion in his eyes was not concealed. "Sure enough, from my observation, Tomoki, you have the thinking of an adult, unlike children of this age. Therefore, I don't have to explain this matter like a child." After saying this, Kabuto paused for a moment, and then said, "I need you to help me look after an orphanage." Orphanage? Tomoki was a little confused. In his thinking, Kabuto should have persuaded him to join the Sound Ninja Village on behalf of Orikimura. But he didn't expect Kabuto to make such a request, which really shocked Tomoki. "Why? Senior, can't you do it yourself?" "Because I will have other things to do next. So I can only entrust this matter to others. After all, that orphanage was also entrusted to me by a person who is very important to me." Having said this, Jishu somewhat understood. It seemed that Kabuto's statement this time was just for himself. It has nothing to do with Orikimura. In fact, this explanation will be more reasonable. After all, it was impossible for Kabuto to reveal such a secret matter directly to a person like Tomoki who was not familiar with him. And if it is just entrusted to Jishu Orphanage, it will not be possible at all. Then why did you choose me? And why should you help me? Kabuto leaned directly against the wall and sat on the damp ground. He seemed to be familiar with it and didn't care about this environment. "I chose you because you are wiser than your peers, and it is rare for such a smart person to not do things all for himself. I can only rest assured if I entrust the orphanage to you. As for why I want to help you..." Kabuto was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said to Tomoki calmly, "Because Danzo is also my enemy." Then Kabuto Yakushi stared at Tomoki with almost blazing eyes and said, "Although, I don't understand why you hate Danzo so much. But I don't need to understand that if I can harm Danzo with something so easy, I'm satisfied." Listening to Kabuto's words, Uzumaki Tomoki suddenly felt like he remembered something. Memories came flooding back. "I see." Jishu's eyes brightened, and the memories that had been somewhat forgotten were deepened at this moment. He finally understood what Kabuto meant. That year, for the funds of the orphanage. The director of the orphanage, the equivalent of a mother-in-law, Yakushi Nanoyu, went to various countries to perform espionage missions under the threat of Danzo. Soon after, however, Kabuto was sent out on such a mission. Due to their superior skills, they soon accumulated a large amount of intelligence for Konoha and NBSP, but at this time, the fate of being a spy comes. They know too much. As crazy as Danzo was, he wanted to abandon these two chess pieces. He actually let Kabuto and Nanoyu kill each other. Moreover, this is a conspiracy that has been prepared many years ago. Nanoyu, who has been performing tasks outside, has always relied on the photos Gen sent her to understand Kabuto's appearance. But as a child grows, his or her appearance must be constantly changing. Danzo gradually chose photos of boys who looked similar to Kabuto instead. In the end, he became a completely different person. In the end, Nanoya finally failed to recognize Kabuto, and Danzo's conspiracy succeeded. Nanoya was killed by Kabuto, and he did not recognize Kabuto until his death. No wonder Kabuto entrusted him with the orphanage and helped him get rid of Danzo. After all the ideas were sorted out, Zishu felt a little relieved. But how should Kabuto help himself? Tomoki knew this. Kabuto definitely did not inform Orikimura. It was all his own actions. Because Orikimura and Danzo still have a certain interest relationship so far. But what can Kabuto do alone? Feeling the doubt in Jishu's eyes, Kabuto shook his head and said, "I really don't have the ability to help you completely solve that problem. But at least, I can help you attract as many ninjas as possible. As for whether you can ask Danzo, the restraint depends on your personal battle." So, Jishu knew that this was not that easy. But with Kabuto Yakushi helping him share the firepower, his hope of success will definitely become higher. Thinking of this, Jishu said, then let's make it a deal. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Tomoki and smiled. No one knew what he was thinking. Kabuto gave almost everyone the impression that he was a trustworthy man. And he is a helpful man. Years of spy experience have almost become a deep instinct in him. Kishu suddenly found that he felt a little bit of fear when he looked at the sunny and kind Yakushi Kabuto. A certain forest outside Konoha. Bang, Jishu fell heavily from the tree. If it were just his own weight, it would not be able to achieve such an effect. But under the influence of the weight on Jishu's body, it naturally seemed particularly impactful. Failed again. Jishu shook his head helplessly. In fact, this time he performed much better than the previous times. This time, Wisdom Tree is about to climb to the top of the tree. It's a pity that the tree is still too weak to withstand it. After the Wisdom Tree reached that position, it kept shaking. This is also the method that Tomoki used to practice chakra control based on the original work. After learning medical ninjutsu for so long, Tomoki suddenly found that his control was somewhat unsatisfactory. Only then did he think of improving himself in this way, but Kishu, who fell to the ground, did not think about his failure. This day ushered in the first snow in Konoha village. Everything was covered in silver, and the children even screamed happily. Even the third Hokage and Hiruzen Sarutobi, who were sitting in the Hokage's office, couldn't help but admire him at this time. How beautiful! It would be great if the village could always be in such prosperity and stability. After listening to the third generation's words, Irika also echoed and said, Sandai-sama, you will definitely be able to settle down like this. This is also Irika's wish. The third generation nodded and did not continue to discuss this topic. Instead he asked, Irika, how is Naruto doing now? Irika replied, Naruto's performance is much better now. In fact, he has always been a hardworking child. However, Ebisu, who was standing next to him, retorted angrily, Sandame-sama, Naruto's performance is not as good as Mr. Irika said, and he is a very hateful kid. Not only is he messing around on the Hokage rock again, he painted graffiti and even threatened to use paint next time. Sandai smiled and didn't comment that he was extraordinarily tolerant towards Naruto. After all, this is the orphan of the fourth generation. Through the glass, the third generation looked outside the Hokage's office. Suddenly, the flash of red came to mind. Uzumaki Tomoki, how is that child doing now? The third generation, who wanted to know about Tomoki's current situation, couldn't help but ask, Irika, how is that child Uzumaki Tomoki doing in your class now? Wisdom Tree. When Irika heard the name, his temples ached. That genius, who had more things to do than a troubled boy, almost exhausted all his energy. But even so, Irika felt that he had no role in the growth of Uzumaki Tomoki. That kid is an absolute genius. Sandame-sama, with all due respect, I really can't teach that kid Tomoki. Oh? Sandai was a little surprised. He actually trusted Irika very much, otherwise he wouldn't have let Naruto stay in Irika's class. But he didn't expect that Irika would actually say that he couldn't teach Tomoki. Irika, is Tomoki more naughty than Naruto? The third generation took what Irika said could not be taught as Tomoki's mischief. After listening to the third generation's words, Irika hurriedly explained, Sandai-sama, actually you have misunderstood. What I mean is that Tomoki's talent is too high and has exceeded the upper limit of what I can teach. Too talented. Not only was the third generation puzzled, but Kabuto Ebisu, who was standing aside, was also puzzled. No matter how talented the ninja is, when he was in the ninja school, he never heard of a situation that a Chuunin couldn't teach. And he was an elite Chuunin like Irika. Irika, don't be too exaggerated. Don't underestimate yourself too much. Sandai took a sip of water and then comforted him. No, Sandame-sama, you don't know the talent I'm talking about. Among the current ninja schools, Tomoki is not only the strongest. Not only is his taijutsu talent amazing, but his ninjutsu is also far beyond that of children of the same age. Hearing this, Ebisu couldn't help but interrupt, Irika, why do you say that the brat who lives with Naruto is the strongest in the ninja school? As the saying goes, love the house and the crow, hate the house and the crow. K is now rigid Bisu hated Naruto to the extreme. He didn't understand why the third generation protected him so much. After all, the child is Kyuubi, the monster that brings pain to the village. I don't know how many people have repeatedly stated that they want to drive Naruto out of Konoha, but that kid is still so arrogant under the protection of the third generation. How can this not make people angry? In this case, the brat with the same surname of Uzumaki who lives with Naruto must also be a big trouble. With this mentality, Ebisu launched his own attack. As far as I know, the kid named Tomoki has not defeated the real geniuses in the ninja school, Suzuki and Niji, right? Actually, this is true. Tomoki has never really fought with Niji. Even Suzuki, the two had never fought together. Lacking enough arguments, Irika was momentarily speechless. Ebisu, who felt that he had the upper hand in the debate, looked at the third generation proudly. Unexpectedly, Sandai took a drag on his pipe. Following the smoke he exhaled, he said something like this, I trust Irika's judgment. Ebisu, you haven't taught the child Tomoki, so you shouldn't make such a conclusion. Ebisu nodded dejectedly and said, yes, the third generation. But the third generation did not stop talking, and then he turned to Irika and said, so Irika, what has Tomoki been doing recently? Irika said with some embarrassment. Tomoki is in the hospital now, learning medical ninjutsu. Medical ninjutsu, this makes the third generation strange. When it comes to learning a B-level ninjutsu, even the third generation can understand it. But why did Tomoki learn medical ninjutsu alone? Irika had no choice but to introduce Tomoki's experience to the third generation. While listening, Sandei's eyes brightened several times. After listening, the third generation said with emotion, "It seems that he is really a talented child, but Irika, don't be discouraged. For children of this age, what is often more important than ninjutsu is to develop a firm will. Since in less than a month, Tomoki will return to the ninja school to continue his studies. Then you still have to teach him carefully." Irika quickly replied, "Yes. The third generation. Okay, you go down." Sandei waved his hand, signaling the two of them to leave. Ebisu and Irika walked out. Sandei was left alone, thinking silently. Uzumaki Tomoki, such an amazing talent. Who should I hand you over to guide you? Kakashi? Or Guy? But no matter who it is, I hope you can grow into a ninja who can stand alone. After the third generation finished sighing, he continued to deal with the heavy documents on the official desk, which really gave him a headache. But he didn't know that Tomoki, the genius of Konoha, was falling into a crisis. Even as wise as he is, he doesn't see anything intriguing in Zishu's behavior. Snowflakes are gradually falling. It's already extremely cold everywhere, but this weather seems to be even colder. It was as if he had to take away the life of an orphan. If the orphan had stayed in a dark and damp house, he might have been able to live a little longer. This is already December-th. Although the weather is cold, you can occasionally see some joy from pedestrians on the street. In this Naruto world based on RB culture, there is naturally no spring festival. But there is a very similar New Year. As the New Year approaches, almost everyone's face is filled with this joyful smile. Tomorrow is the day for Jishu to take action. However, Uzumaki Tomoki was in the hot spring shop, lazily soaking in the hot spring. Even the Umbu who followed him couldn't help but say, he is really a man with no ambitions. Even if Danzo-sama lets him join Gen, he will definitely become a burden. This is indeed the case, even though Tomoki usually does a lot of training. Even far beyond the children of ordinary ninja schools. But for those who are about to become a member of the Roots, this is not enough. What's more, this red-haired kid actually spends a lot of time on medical ninjutsu every day. He even spent a lot of time reading books on meridian science that he didn't understand at all. Not counting his voluntary visits to the orphanage, he also performed countless surgeries on his medical dummy. How boring. If this was not a task he had to complete, he would have left here long ago. Even a few days ago, he was so bored that he accidentally took a nap. Although it only lasted less than 10 minutes, he was still very scared. If Jishu escaped at this time, he couldn't imagine what would be waiting for him. But fortunately, the child did not have such courage and still provided free medical treatment for the children in the orphanage. However, recently, Uzumaki Tomoki seems to be working hard. Start practicing tree climbing and treading water, two basic skills that are very important for ninjas. But this Umbu probably understood why Tomoki did this. Maybe he started training because he didn't have enough control over chakra. After all, for medical ninjutsu, the precise use of chakra is very important. Thinking of this, the Umbu couldn't help but shake his head and said, "How can a medical ninja become Danzo-sama's sharpest sword if he wastes his talent like this?" Jishu soaked quietly in the water. This might be the last time he would enjoy such leisure. Everything that should be prepared has already been prepared for him. As for whether it will succeed in the end, it can only depend on luck. For his innovative ninjutsu, Tomoki's chakra control has reached. Every time I think of my own micro chakra scalpel or chakra needle accurately piercing the dummy's veins. Jishu couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. It was also thanks to the fact that when I was in the ninja school, I concentrated on reading a lot of books on ninjutsu theory. Otherwise, until now, Jishu has not been able to achieve even one of his goals. Actually, if medical ninjutsu is used in actual combat, the power it can demonstrate is far beyond what most people imagine. Tomoki said with emotion, although medical ninjutsu is usually used for treatment. But it is undeniable that medical ninjutsu can grasp the vital points of the human body and attack them. Whether it's Kabuto's chakra scalpel or Tsunade's attacks that disrupt the opponent's behavior by destroying their nerves. Almost always fatal. But another thing is that the consumption of medical ninjutsu is too huge. Even Tsunade once said something like this. After all, for medical ninjas with precise chakra control, their chakra amount pales in comparison. Because of this, there are very few ninjas who can use medical ninjutsu in actual combat. But Jishu is different. His chakra capacity belongs to a group of people who have a very huge amount of chakra. But the medical ninjutsu he has learned so far is only used to treat wounds quickly. So in fact his level is not even that of a qualified nurse. Tomoki is very aware of his chakra scalpel. Since his chakra control is not up to the level of a real medical ninja, let alone operating on patients, it is a blessing not to directly kill the patients. After all, the time given to Zishu was only 3 months. It is extremely difficult to achieve this level. Besides, my purpose was not to save people in the first place. Jishu sighed in his heart. Almost no one can imagine the purpose of learning medical ninjutsu. It's to hurt people and kill people. Moreover, Tomoki also saw huge room for improvement in the chakra scalpel, just like the Raiznan and Chidori. But for Tomoki, it is too difficult to add changes in the basic nature of chakra to this ninjutsu now. But Wisdom Tree can consider morphological changes to make improvements. A normal chakra scalpel concentrates chakra on one's hand and then launches a sharp Attack. But Tomoki forcibly condensed the chakra scalpel on the outside of his hand. If that's all it is, it will have no effect at all. But the reason why it is concentrated on the outside of the hand is because of a deeper change. For example, the ninjutsu he developed himself, chakra scalpel drizzle. This tiny chakra scalpel can fly out and directly attack the opponent's meridians. In fact, the power of this ninjutsu will be more easily manifested when combined with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, the opponent can only be judged through the normal meridian positions of the human body. This is why Zishu spends so much time on books on meridian science. This ninjutsu is somewhat different from the chakra scalpel. So Tomoki cancelled 3 of the chakra scalpel mudras and added 2 more mudras to be able to release it stably. Moreover, Tomoki has already developed a method to make up for the shortcomings of this ninjutsu. Not just chakra scalpel drizzle. Tomoki even developed a series of chakra scalpel type ninjutsu. It's just like Naruto's Otama Raiznan, because it doesn't involve chakra properties. So in fact, the difficulty of development is not particularly difficult. And I use the new technique so blatantly, but the umbu who monitor me don't suspect it. Jishu didn't know how many medical dummies he had to destroy before he could reach his current level. But among Danzo's umbu, they still haven't noticed any difference in the ninjutsu he uses. Maybe it's because the dummy can't scream in pain or have a ferocious expression. The snow is still falling, if nothing else. This snow is the longest snow that has fallen this year. It's already afternoon, and Jishu hasn't woken up yet. What a depressing person. He is not on the same level as Itachi back then. The umbu who monitored Tomoki made a subconscious judgment. In such a cold day, if only I could lie down in bed and sleep comfortably. It is simply an extremely pleasant thing. Unfortunately, he is the one doing the surveillance, not the one being monitored. He couldn't help but feel a little angry, thinking that he, an elite among Chuyunin, would be sent to monitor such a brat. But you should continue to enjoy such a pleasant time, because there are only a few days left. Umbu said. Because he has received the task, in 3 days, he will cooperate with the Jounin to send Tomoki to the root headquarters intact. Therefore, the task of monitoring Zishu was completed ahead of schedule. In fact, he knew that Lord Danzo still wanted Uzumaki Tomoki because of his desire for power. Consciously go to the root headquarters. However, seeing Tomoki's performance getting worse day by day, Danzo-sama is also a little angry, right? Of course, all this is just his own guess as to what Danzo's heart is like. Of course, it would not be something that a Chuyunin like him could know. Thinking of this, the Umbuchinin couldn't help but yawn. Then he moved his somewhat divergent gaze to Jishu. At the entrance of Konoha village, Tomoki walked slowly. In the world wrapped in silver, that fiery red hair stood out. Hey, Zishu, are you going to practice again today? The Chuyunin uncle guarding the gate greeted Tomoki kindly. Zishu also smiled and nodded to the uncle, and then walked out of the village gate naturally. What a diligent and hard-working kid. The Chuyunin uncle would naturally not comment on someone like General, and compared to the children in the ninja school, Tomoki is really diligent. I don't know too much. He had also heard of Tomoki's talent from the people around him. It is admirable that a child with such amazing talent can work so hard. Jishu walked leisurely like this, as if he was going on an outing. Although in this ice and snow, I don't know where else I can go for an outing. I don't know why Tomoki's direction is away from Konoha village. Suddenly, a man stood in front of Zishu. Umbu's characteristic clothing, except for the breastplate on the chest. Also wearing a bird head mask. Where's that umbu member who's following you? The words are very direct, without even a hint of concealment. Just like Tomoki asked that question. Maybe he fell asleep? Jishu smiled, and then said, how can I understand why he disappeared? I couldn't even find him. The umbu standing in front of Tomoki thought for a moment, although he felt that Tomoki's words were very suspicious. But it does make some sense. After all, there are no graduates from the Ninja Academy, so how can they defeat the Chuyunin of Gen? Okay, but in this case, you can't move at will. You need to. The sound stopped suddenly, as if frozen in the cold wind. The umbu standing in front of Tomoki had a look of astonishment on his face, as if he couldn't imagine why such a result would happen. How is it possible? How could it be so fast? Following his gaze, the kunao in Tomoki's hand was inserted deeply into his abdomen. There are no children who have graduated from the ninja school. Why will it be so fast? He struggled to attack Tomoki. After all, his abdomen could not completely disable him. With a clang, the sword was drawn out from his scabbard, and it seemed that he would be able to carry out a fatal attack on Tomoki in the next moment. Hiss. The sound of kunao cutting muscle sounded, and not even the umbu's breastplate could stop the power of this kunao. Blood spurted out instantly, and he didn't know how many arteries had been cut by the blow just now. Why it came out like this? The so-called root person has no name and no feelings. There is no past, and no future. Only tasks in mind. However, when members of this root die, they are not thinking about the root. Perhaps it was because all the shackles on him were gone, and he no longer had to worry about the curse seal or mission. All that was left in his mind were all the happy scenes before joining general, relatives, friend, spouse. Thinking of them all at this moment, he couldn't help but shed tears. Goodbye, you guys. After thinking this last sentence in his mind, the umbu fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps for him, this is a very good ending. Because he no longer has to endure the days without family affection, friendship, and love. There is no need to go against one's own will and kill the person Danzo wants to kill. Hey, I haven't killed anyone for a long time, and my hands are a little rusty. This Zishu sighed with emotion and looked back. Duanzo's people must have smelled the breath of death, right? As he spoke, he began to run forward. Heading away from Konoha. At Gen headquarters, and Umbu hurriedly ran towards a dark room. Danzo-sama. Din's chakra has disappeared. What? Danzo was a little shocked, because Din was one of the few ninjas under his command who had reached the Jounin level. Although this sentence is very surprising, Danzo firmly believes it. Because the person in front of him is the most elite sentient ninja in the root. Danzo's brain was rapidly thinking about what had happened recently. Suddenly he realized that something was wrong. The child Uzumaki Tomoki, geniuses are arrogant. If he wanted to become stronger, he should have come to him. And if he doesn't want to join the root, he will definitely react greatly. At the very least, he will be prepared to fight to the death. This was the reason why he sent a Chuunin elite to monitor him. But Jishu's performance was too abnormal, too calm. After thinking about this, Danzo already had a judgment in his mind. The talent and forbearance of the Uzumaki clan are truly terrifying. After sighing with emotion, Danzo said, "Let all the people whose current mission is not important join in the mission of hunting down Uzumaki Tomoki." Just after saying this, Danzo thought of another possibility. Emergency. Did Uzumaki Tomoki escape? Yamafe said anxiously. Not only is he a member of the Mountain Clan, he also has strong sensory abilities. Moreover, he is also the top sentient ninja under Danzo, and he is also the one who just informed Danzo that the Umbu codenamed Ding was killed. Now he was at Uzumaki Naruto's home. As a perceptive ninja, he immediately discovered the Chuunin who was monitoring Tomoki. The Chuunin was startled by the sudden change, but seeing that the person coming was his superior, he quickly pointed to Uzumaki Tomoki's quilt and said, "Master Fang, I have never left here. Uzumaki Tomoki is under my surveillance, and it is even more impossible to escape." The Chuunin was very frightened. He was not afraid that Tomoki would escape. Because he believed that under his surveillance, Uzumaki Tomoki had no chance at all. What he was afraid of was simply that the mountain wind would discover his slackness in the task. Because just like this, you will be punished extremely severely in the root. When Shanfeng looked in the direction pointed by the Chuunin, his heart was already pounding. Because in his perception, there was no Uzumaki Tomoki's chakra there. So Shanfeng took 2 steps, rushed to the side of Jishu, and lifted the quilt. Bang, a burst of smoke dissipated, and the wisdom tree under the quilt was actually just a pillow. Substitute. The Chuunin looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. When is this? Impossible, I have obviously never left here. But the fact is that no matter what he says, it has no meaning. For a Chuunin elite, there is no way to monitor a child who has not graduated from a ninja school. This is an absolutely unforgivable dereliction of duty among the roots. The Chuunin didn't even know what kind of punishment awaited him next. But he, who was familiar with the rules of root, did not immediately kneel down to plead for mercy. Because it makes absolutely no sense. On the contrary, he hurriedly said, "I am guilty. Please punish me." But for a long time, he didn't get any answer. A little confused, he raised his head. But he found that Shanfeng was nowhere to be seen. How important is that red-haired boy? The Chuunin could already feel a greater fear in his heart, weighing on him. Although he was afraid of punishment for serious dereliction of duty, he was even more afraid that his superiors would leave without punishing him. How urgent is this? Will something like this happen? At this moment, the wind in the mountains was racing through the houses in Konoha. Fortunately, because of the cold, there were very few people on the streets. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will cause another commotion. A child of the Uzumaki clan, he must not be allowed to see the 3rd generation, nor can he be allowed to escape Konoha. Whatever it takes, bring it back with as little fuss as possible. Even if you bring back his body. Shanfeng couldn't help but step up as he thought about Danzo's words. But his direction was the direction of the Hokage's office. Because in his perception, the departing chakra was very close to Tomoki's chakra. But he still vaguely noticed something was wrong. But because the distance is too far, it is impossible to judge the mountain wind. After all, at this distance, he could only barely perceive the general situation. As for fine perception, only those with special blood inheritance limits can achieve it. But even his keen awareness still allowed him to dedicate only half of his people to track Uzumaki Tomoki. In fact, for a child who has not graduated from a ninja school, this lineup is too luxurious. But Shanfeng knew that there was someone who could kill Ding without Ding having a chance to ask for help. Even if he uses a sneak attack, he is definitely not an ordinary little character. As for the other part of the people, they are used to once again strengthen the defense around the Hokage's office. In other words, a dragnet was set up around the Hokage's office. Waiting for Uzumaki Tomoki to surrender. Outside Konoha village, ninjas wearing Umbu costumes kept jumping out. Even the Chuunin uncle guarding the gate began to wonder what day it was. He had never seen so many Umbu before. Probably he was sent out to kill a powerful rebel ninja, right? The Chuunin uncle was smoking a cigarette, thinking, and then he thought again, it's also possible that he was sent to assassinate the leader of an evil ninja village. But he never expected that these people would be sent out only to hunt down that young man who he thought was very cute and hardworking, Uzumaki Tomoki. The wise trees are constantly jumping, and these big trees can even block some pursuing soldiers. It's just that in the snow-white world, his red hair is particularly conspicuous. Jishu helplessly looked at his red hair flowing down his forehead, and comforted himself by saying, "That's good, at least it saves them from seeing you." However, these people are really like mad dogs, they bite so hard. After Zishu sighed with emotion, he hurriedly ran out of the village. Uzumaki Tomoki, if you don't want to be killed, stop right now. Master Danzo has said that he will still forgive you for what you are doing now. Jishu, who was running, was a little strange. He didn't expect that people from Roots would try to persuade him to surrender like this. It seemed that all I had seen before were cold and aloof geniuses. However, he can be considered a genius. Noisy. After Zisha shouted, he turned around suddenly. 3 Kunao flew out instantly, seeming to cut the air, making a sharp sound of wind. This, so fast, the Umbu behind Tomoki were all shocked. Although throwing Kunao is only a skill that ordinary ninjas must master. But this often also shows a ninja's chakra control strength and reaction ability. It can even be said that except for Jounin, it is absolutely impossible to throw such a powerful Kunao. But we are Danzo-sama's Umbu, as a root ninja, using Kunao to deal with us is really looking down on us too much, isn't it? Thinking of this, the 3 Chunin targeted by Tomoki all used their own methods. Several clanging sounds passed by, and all 3 of them blocked such a fierce attack. But boom, 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 3 explosions were heard, and the Chunin all fell to the ground. No one paid attention to them, and the pursuit continued. Damn it, it seems that all the Jonin of Gen have their own missions, but none of them have caught up until now. In this case, it would be meaningless. The number 1 Jounin who was hunting Uzumaki Tomoki finally arrived. The surrounding Chunin all breathed a sigh of relief, because the person who came was Hinata Tanaka. Master Tanaka, I didn't expect you to come. It seems that this mission will be over soon. That arrogant brat has finally used up all his luck, right? Tanaka-sama's mission failure rate is 0. For a moment, praises rang out. Everlasting. But Hinata Tanaka was a little impatient. He was unwilling to listen to the praises of these weak people. Because to the weak, everyone is strong. So he turned his attention to Jishu, who was still moving quickly, and suddenly he felt that something was not right. Uzumaki Tomoki? Hayaga Tanaka asked with some confusion. As a very talented child among the Hayaga clan, he was also selected and carefully trained by Danzo since he was a child. Although he is also aware of Danzo's purpose, he also wants to crack the real secret of the caged bird and get the Byakugan. But he didn't care, for that race that was destined to be inferior from birth. He doesn't have any emotions. On the contrary, Hinata Tanaka was sad that the caged bird's binding ability was so strong that even Danzo could not break it. For Hinata Tanaka, Danzo may be the most important person who changed his life. Regardless, he is Danzo's subordinate now. There is no need to be humble and maintain everything in the clan. He just needs to dedicate everything he has to his roots. Rather than being forced to give without any status in the Hinata family division. He prefers the feeling now. He even had this metaphor: people who climb out of the toilet hope that the place where they fell is just a mud puddle. Regardless of whether this metaphor is appropriate or not, for him anyway. The Hayaga clan is the toilet. It was the place that he hated so much. The root is the mud pit that makes him feel that his life is valuable. This time he was temporarily sent to chase Uzumaki Tomoki. Although he had no interaction with Uzumaki Tomoki, he might have learned more about Tomoki Uzumaki. According to the information he has, Uzumaki Tomoki is a child with an extraordinary amount of chakra. However, Hinata Tanaka found that the Uzumaki Tomoki in front of him did not show any such characteristics, which made him a little suspicious. Only then did he come out to question it, but Jishu just stared into his eyes playfully and smiled, and still didn't stop. Instead, it sped up a bit. Now that Jounin is involved, this game becomes more and more interesting. Seeing Tomoki being so arrogant and ignoring a Jounin, an angry Chunin next to Hinata Tanaka couldn't help but yelled, "Stop now! Otherwise, don't say you can't escape at all. Even if you can escape, you will be a rebellious nin." Snort, rebellious? Tomoki couldn't help but feel a little funny that he actually had a chance to be called a traitor. It seems that I have played all kinds of roles, but I have never played a rebel ninja. When I was performing tasks in other ninja villages before, I had never been called a traitorous ninja by others. Because I was originally a spy. Seeing that Jishu still refused to listen to any dissuasion, the members of Root began to take action. Water escape water Dragon Ball technique. It's a B-level water escape ninjutsu right from the start. For most Chunin, B-level ninjutsu is difficult to unleash. But among the Roots, they can only be regarded as some introductory skills. In fact, most of the Chunin in the Root have 1 or 2 abilities that can surpass ordinary Jounin. However, due to some other defects, they cannot become a qualified Jounin. The huge water dragon rushed towards Wisdom Tree, and there was almost no way to dodge this blow. Except for magical ninjutsu. Almost no one could imagine that such a huge flow of water would appear inland. And this is not the end. In such cold weather, a thin layer of ice condenses on the outer layer of the water dragon, making it look even more powerful. However, Wisdom Tree did not pay attention to this mighty water dragon. Instead, he focused his attention through the water dragon and saw the empty space where there seemed to be nothing. Sure enough, Jounin is more interesting. Just as Jishu finished sighing, a person suddenly jumped out of the water dragon, as if he was moving as fast as lightning and thunder. Soft fist shock. Bang! Tomoki seemed to be knocked to the ground severely, but when Hinata Tanaka was about to take a closer look, suddenly there was a sharp feeling on his face. Almost instinctively, he arched. I saw Jishu's hand quickly swiping across his face, even cutting off a few of his hairs. Sure enough, the Jishu he hit was just a disguise using a substitute technique. But at this time, Hinata Tanaka seemed to finally understand one thing. No, you are definitely not Uzumaki Tomoki. Who exactly are you? It seems that you finally discovered it, so this game won't last long. Kabuto Yakushi finally admitted his disguise openly. However, he still hasn't released his transformation skill. It is estimated that after a while, a few more jonin will come. Uzumaki Tomoki, I can only help you so far. The next step can only be seen by yourself. When Hinata Tanaka heard that the person in front of him actually said such contemptuous words, he couldn't help but said angrily, "Do you really think that with your ability, you can survive the arrival of other jonin?" Kabuto smiled, an unusually innocent smile. But it can make almost everyone feel the evil beneath that innocence. Hinata Tanaka, right? You are really cute. Just like a friend of mine when I was young, you always guessed my thoughts very naively. It's just that your thinking is too simple. After saying this, Kabuto paused for a moment, and then said, "Actually, I was thinking about what kind of method should be used to prevent you from even having a chance to ask for help. Or, in other words, not even having a chance to tell the truth. Is this something big?" Someone asked, looking at the Umbu ninjas who kept coming and going, and suddenly felt doubtful. In normal times, let alone see so many Umbu ninjas. Even one or two are very rare. After all, they are hiding in the dark and performing some special tasks. Or it can be said that he is someone who protects Konoha in another way. But why are they jumping up and down from the roof without hesitation today? Maybe something big happened again? The sentimental person had already begun to think worriedly. It was just a small road leading to the Hokage's office, and an old man with a somewhat shaky gait was walking slowly. He seemed unaware that his surroundings were different from usual. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja stood in front of the old man. "There is a very important mission here today, no one can move forward," the Umbu ninja said coldly. Or the ninja who can be said to be the root said coldly. He didn't soften his tone even slightly because the person standing in front of him was an old man. It seems that there is really no emotion. But just as this Umbu ninja had no emotions, the old man seemed to have lost his vision and hearing. He still walked forward without asking, as if he didn't see this Umbu ninja. 13th Lang was a little helpless. He didn't expect that this was actually an elderly person who not only had severe hearing loss, but also suffered from severe presbyopia. I had to shout loudly, "No one is allowed to pass in front," but the old man still didn't hear it. He lowered his head and walked forward unsteadily. There is something sad in this snow. 13th Lang was completely helpless this time. He felt that he could only wait until the old man hit him. He would only change directions when he found someone standing in front of him. However, there was one more thing that worried him. What if this old man suffers from Alzheimer's disease? What should he do? This old man was blind and deaf. 13th Lang felt that the possibility of such a person suffering from such a disease was very high. I have to take one step at a time. Even if he is an Umbu employee, he cannot harm anyone in Konoha at will. Otherwise, the roots would indeed have long since ceased to exist. However, looking at the old man's surprisingly slow pace, 13th Lang even had the idea of rushing up to him and letting him hit him. 1 step, 2 steps. 13th Lang counted the old man's steps boredly. Finally, the old man came to him. He tried again, "No one is allowed to pass here." Unfortunately, the old man still didn't respond. I had to wait for the only sense of touch he had not lost to tell him that he couldn't go here. Cough. The sound was like fingertips gliding across the water, and 13th Lang even felt a little comfortable listening to it. But the pain that came the next moment was unbearable for him. But when he was about to scream, he found that he couldn't exert even half of his strength. He felt that he had been sentenced to death. It turned out that his target was this old man who seemed to be in his twilight years. However, he closed his eyes and waited for a long time. But there was still no feeling of death. When he raised his head, he found that the old man had slowly left the place. He continued to walk towards the Hokage's office unsteadily. In fact, Jishu's walking speed is not slow. Even before he could notice it where there are other people's chakra, he will become in this state. But he knew that it would be impossible to reach the Hokage's office with such actions. After all, perception is not his strong point. And among the roots, there will definitely be ninjas who are far more perceptive than him. Thinking of this, Jishu couldn't help but speed up his pace a little more. "Old man, you are in such good health." It seemed like a mocking voice came from behind, and Tomoki already knew that his secret had been completely exposed. Talk about CAO arrives. I didn't expect that the perceptive ninja would actually arrive here so quickly. Uzumaki Tomoki, if you join the roots, I will definitely respect and admire you very much. You can achieve such a great improvement in strength in such a short period of time, and even find it without anyone noticing. An accomplice who takes his share of the firepower. I can hardly think of a way to do it better than you. Listening to the praise, Jishu didn't feel happy at all. "Just do your best," Jishu said with emotion. In fact, he didn't think there was anything outstanding about what he did. It's just a dying man, tightly grasping a life-saving straw. However, who stipulated that if you grasp the straw, you cannot climb up. Shanfeng nodded, seeming to appreciate Jishu's attitude. Then he said, "If you go and apologize to Danzo-sama now, maybe he will forgive you." "You know, Danzo-sama." Before Shanfeng finished speaking, Tomoki continued, "Danzo-sama will do anything for his own benefit. As long as I can completely obey him, such as voluntarily adding several times the curse seal on my body, Danzo your excellency will definitely forget all the mistakes I have made. Right?" Listening to Uzumaki Tomoki's sarcastic remarks, Yamaphase was also speechless. He could only say, "In this case, it seems that we must fight." Uzumaki Tomoki threw away all the disguises on his body, that bright red hair color. Shining in the sun again. "Open the door. Open." Almost as soon as Jishu came up, He opened the 8-gate dungeon. It's just that Kishu, who only opened one door, seems to be no different from usual. But Tomoki won't stop here. Close the door. Open. Shenmue. Open. After the 3 doors were opened, Tomoki's body was filled with violent chakra, as if he couldn't suppress it. The veins on his forehead are slightly raised, although he is a little less handsome. But it's a bit more masculine. Just when Yamaface thought Uzumaki Tomoki was about to attack. Suddenly, there was only a whooshing sound, and Jishu's figure had disappeared. He took such effort to open 3 doors just to escape, Shanfeng didn't even know what adjectives to use to express his feelings, so he had to catch up quickly, and Jishu, who had already escaped, couldn't help but praise his own wit. Under such circumstances, he was duel with a jonin. How stupid is this? If you lose, you will receive the failure penalty, Danzo's corpse experiment. And if you win, you will receive a success reward, a compliment from Yamaface, and a permanent residence in Danzo's laboratory. Compared with the above two, it is more satisfying to escape directly. The people with roots rushed to Yakushi Kabuto's side one after another. Among them are jounin who have great combat experience and strong combat awareness. Damn it! You could be fooled by such a trick. Later, when the root ninjas heard that the person standing in front of them was not the real Uzumaki Tomoki, but someone else pretending to be one, they couldn't help but curse angrily. It doesn't matter, at least you were collectively deceived. In this case, you can blame the intelligence collectors, Kabuto said with a smile. Do you want to rush back immediately? Someone made this suggestion. Yes, it might still be too late to rush back now to stop Uzumaki Tomoki, who wants to see the 3rd generation. No, we have chased so far now. Even if we go back, it will take more than an hour. We can't help the situation at that time. Hinata Tanaka gave his calmest judgment, and then continued, furthermore, in Konoha, a lot of defenses have also been strengthened. Yes, because of Shanfen's wisdom, only half of them came to chase Wisdom Tree. And for those who stayed in Konoha, it was not possible for a child who had not graduated from a ninja school to break through. Rather than going back without any help, I want to catch the person in front of me. Saying that, Hinata Tanaka stared deeply at Kabuto Yakushi. From the beginning to the end, Kabuto Yakushi did not remove his disguise and kept using Tomoki's face to fight them. After knowing that the person they were chasing was not the real Uzumaki Tomoki. They also relieved their doubts. After all, even if that boy Uzumaki Tomoki really had talent like Itaki, he would definitely lack a lot of combat experience. The Jishu in front of him completely demonstrated his scheming. It was as if everything was under his control. Who are you? Hinata Tanaka asked her question again, and then quickly ran towards Yakushi Kabuto. Almost in the blink of an eye, Hinata Tanaka had reached Yakushi Kabuto's side. Bag was 64 palms, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. Just like what Hinata Tanaka said, 64 palms were completely struck out at the same time. This is the secret technique of the Hyuga clan. It also gave Hinata Tanaka too much speed to surpass himself. Even the elite jonin must avoid the sharp edges of the 64 bagwa palms unleashed by him. But the Hyuga clan's bagwa zang technique, especially one that can be avoided so easily, it's just that he felt that the combat power of the person in front of him must be higher than that of ordinary jounin, so he had such an idea. Moreover, he believed that other ninjas had already prepared corresponding means to face the unknown ninja in front of him. Sure enough, when he struck out these 64 palms, his right foot suddenly became weak, causing many deviations in his locked attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kabuto Yakushi jumped sharply and fled from the place. But seeing that his attack failed, Hinata Tanaka smiled. Because he was not meant to defeat the mysterious ninja in front of him. Just to make him jump. Water escape great waterfall technique. Fire escape dragon fire technique. Wind escape great breakthrough. Ninjutsu attacks Kabuto from almost all directions, and even jounin couldn't move in the air. This time, it is definitely a dead end. I'm afraid even the 3rd generation can't resist the ninjutsu released by so many jounin and Chuunin on his own, right? Of course, Sandei would not put himself in such an environment. Under the attack of chakra of various attributes, Snowflake had already transformed into other forms. And every ninjutsu has become novel. The wind blows, mixed with snowflakes, and it looks particularly beautiful. But the snow melted by the fire began to patter below. Needless to say, water release naturally has a thin layer of ice armor on the outside. Hinata Kabuto looked at the attacks that were about to converge on his head, smiled and thought to himself, success, the technique of Nirvana Jingshi. Suddenly hearing such a voice, Hinata Tanaka didn't pay much attention to it. Because he had never heard of this ninjutsu. Probably the death struggle of the unknown ninja, Hinata Tanaka subconsciously judged. Why are there so many snowflakes suddenly? Just when Hinata Tanaka thought this, he suddenly felt an irresistible sleepiness coming over him. No, this is an illusion. At the last moment when he fell asleep, Hinata Tanaka finally discovered something was wrong with this ninjutsu. But there was nothing he could do to change this. Everything happens in a flash of lightning. But the strange snowflakes seemed to fall particularly suddenly. Also extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye. There were so many snowflakes in the sky. The feather-like snowflakes seemed particularly beautiful. The people who were performing ninjutsu also noticed. Then, the same unstoppable Sleepiness hit me. Ninjutsu seemed to have ended at this moment. The weak water release, under the influence of inertia, pushed forward a few points, and then suddenly fell down. As for fire release, it didn't move forward at all and simply dissipated in the air. In short, all the attacking ninjutsu directed towards Kabuto disappeared at this moment. Bang, bang. The sound of falling to the ground sounded at this moment. The ninjas who were so fierce just now seemed like harmless children at this moment. It seems that condensing the art of Nirvana abode into this form can actually have such a good effect. Kabuto touched his chin, seeming to be particularly satisfied with the situation in front of him. I just don't know what will happen if this ninjutsu covers a wider area. Even if the power is reduced, as long as it can make all the people under the Jonin fall asleep. In fact, Kabuto Yakushi didn't know that he was in a comic in another time and space. He used this ninjutsu to cover the entire Chunin exam competition venue. Not only the Chuyunin, but also some Jounin fell asleep under the influence of this ninjutsu. Only this time, he condensed the scope to this level. Naturally, it can make all these people sleep. The snowflakes were blown back to the sky by the passing hurricane, as if there was a fiery red streak passing through. Tomoki knew that his real victory was not in defeating many ninjas. Instead, he arrived at the Hokage's office. Until then, he could not ensure his own safety. Feeling the pain that was like thousands of tiny steel needles piercing through his body, Tomoki smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, I am of the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, otherwise my body would not be able to bear it if I were the 8-gate dungeon." The 8-gate dungeon originally overdraws one's potential, allowing ninjas to defeat invincible enemies in a very short period of time. Even Metkai would not use the 8-gate dungeon to rush on the road. But Uzumaki Tomoki did this because of the tenacity of his family's vitality. Although it is still very painful to use it at this level. But it won't cause permanent harm to the body. But that's it. Uzumaki Tomoki didn't know how much faster. But Tomoki also understood that if he could reach the Hokage's office safely in this way, the root people would be a pile of trash. Suddenly they arrived at a new street, where several umbu wearing strange white masks were already waiting there. "Who are you? Stop. Several Chunin have been guarding here since they received the mission. I thought that the kid from the Uzumaki clan would not fall into the trap, but I didn't expect that he actually came." "Go away," Jishu yelled, but still didn't stop. Almost at a gallop, he rushed in front of several Chuyunin hateful. Just when they were about to stop him, several Chunin found that the blast had already passed them. How could it be so fast? Nakamura Chengichi said in shock as he looked at Uzumaki Tomoki's leading figure. Does he have the strength of a Jonin now? Feeling that Uzumaki Tomoki was getting further and further away, these Chuyunin were all amazed. "Let's continue with our mission, it is good." His words were approved by everyone. Immediately afterwards, these root ninjas left the place as fast as they could. If they hadn't stopped Uzumaki Tomoki, their mission would have been to inform people everywhere about the news. But they were disappointed. Someone discovered Uzumaki Tomoki's traces earlier than them. And use a faster method to inform all root members in this area. Uzumaki Tomoki is on the road from Konoha Hospital to the Hokage's office. Everyone is surrounding this road. This is the voice of Lord Shanfeng. So this ninjutsu is the telepathy technique of the Yamazaka clan. Several Chuyunin looked at each other again, then turned and chased towards the place where Uzumaki Tomoki disappeared. Or rather, towards the Hokage's office. The potential of that child is really surprising. Danzo also heard what Shanfeng said and couldn't help but admire. In just 3 months, he was able to improve his strength to such a level that he even deceived the Chuyunin who was specially assigned to guard him. Moreover, he also knows how to use the power of others to attract his own attention. Danzo slowly closed his eyes, seeming to make a decision. "If you can obey me, maybe I can pass on your route to you. But you are from the Uzumaki clan, and you are so rebellious." Still, speaking of this, Danzo's voice gradually stopped. It turned into a sigh. It seemed that he hadn't seen anyone like Zisha for a long time, or in other words, someone like him. You can sacrifice everything to achieve your goals. The one who replaced Uzumaki Tomoki and pretended to escape from Konoha. Probably Hinata Tanaka has already caught him. If not, it would have been killed. To achieve the goal by any means. How consistent is this with his code? It's a pity that the child is still too rebellious. Thinking, Danzo had already walked to the door of the Hokage's office. Following him were Mito Manabu and Kohara. It was different from the fact that he hurriedly came from the root headquarters as soon as he got the news that Uzumaki Tomoki had defected to Konoha. Mito Manabu and Koharu, they are both in the Hokage's office and have their own offices. After all, the only real decision makers in Konoha are Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Katoen, and Koharu. Sometimes even Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot go against what the other 3 people decide. And this time, it's the same. Danzo opened the door, only to find Sarutobi Hiruzen already standing there. "You 3, come together this time. What's going on?" As he spoke, Sandei's voice sounded a little tired. If only one of them came, it might not be a big deal. But when these 3 people gathered together, it meant that he had to violate his principles. Agree on something. Hiruzen, Uzumaki Tomoki has defected to Konoha, and he killed a Jounin of the root. Danzo said in a tactful tone, not knowing when to start. Danzo would become a little guilty when he spoke in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He doesn't look like that tough and authoritarian man at all. "Impossible. Uzumaki Tomoki is just a child who has not even graduated from ninja school," Sandei immediately retorted. "Hiruzen, don't be too naive. The geniuses of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans have already had this strength at this age. Not to mention a sneak attack. Just when Sandei was about to refute again, Koharu, who was sleeping, suddenly spoke. Sandei, I have observed Danzo's chakra fluctuations. He did not lie. At least, the death of Uzumaki Tomoki and the root jounin are inseparable. This Sandei didn't know what to say. Because he knew that Xiaochun was worried about such an issue. It will not be biased towards Danzo. So Uzumaki Tomoki is indeed related to the death of the root jounin. So he fell silent and looked at the snowflakes outside through the window. There was some unbearability in his eyes. Danzo then took a step forward and continued, in that case, third generation, please allow me to execute Uzumaki Tomoki at the root. The third generation turned around and said in a deep tone, no. At least let me meet Uzumaki Tomoki. Let me ask him his reasons in person. Danzo replied slowly, yes, but in the face of such a person, I also want to ensure the safety of our root people. They will try their best to take action. As for whether they can capture Uzumaki Tomoki intact, then that is, boom, suddenly, a huge shaking sound came, interrupting Danzo's words. The third generation turned his attention to the source of the sound. But the distance was too far and nothing could be found. But almost without thinking, Sandei already understood what happened. At this juncture, only Uzumaki Tomoki could cause this commotion. Danzo, that's Uzumaki Tomoki over there, right? In that case, you and I should go and ask him why. Danzo's expression was a little shocked for a moment, but he found an excuse immediately after being in darkness for a long time. No, you are the Hokage, and you cannot let such a dangerous person get close. It is better to wait until someone from my roots catches Uzumaki Tomoki. You can ask him again. Catch, I'm afraid people in Gen have never received such an order, right? The third generation turned around, ignored Danzo while hanging his pipe, opened the window, and prepared to leave. Maybe it's because he has been subconsciously hiding his strength all this time. Jishu has never felt so free when his power is fully released. Perhaps I should have fought happily like this all along. Even if I die in battle, I will not compromise with any darkness that betrays my principles. Jishu didn't care and directly said what was in his heart. And in his hands, his self-created ninjutsu naturally condensed. Chakra scalpel. That the light green color of the medical ninjutsu makes this ninjutsu look a little calm. But only Jishu knows how sharp this knife is. Because it abandons a principle and does not gather the chakra scalpel on the hand like an ordinary chakra scalpel. Tomoki's scalpel is condensed on the outside of his hand. In this way, you can increase the power of this ninjutsu as much as possible without considering the power that the meridians of the hand can bear. Although only top medical ninjas can use medical ninjutsu in actual combat. Tomoki is not a top medical ninjutsu, but he changed the medical ninjutsu into an offensive ninjutsu. Tomoki has learned the locations of the four umbu through his own perception. As Kana his top assassins, they worked very well together. However, Jishu, who had opened the 8 gates of Dunjia, could he win with such an attack? After countless training sessions with Xiaoli, Jishu didn't even need to think, his body had already reacted. The attack closest to him came from the umbu at the rear right. His knife is the beginning of the 4-person combined attack. Jishu squatted deeply, no more, no less, just in time to avoid this tricky knife. Ignoring the coordinated attacks of the other 3, the chakra scalpel quickly passed through his right back. If you were 10 fingers, it is better to cut off one of them. Jishu glanced at it, and then said indifferently, thighs. Blood spilled down instantly, staining the ground red. Ito Tazawa gasped and said in surprise, how is this possible? But the severe pain coming from his thigh made him realize this fact. His thighs were permanently separated from his body. Ito Tazawa, who had lost one leg, had an unstable center of gravity, and his sword naturally deviated as his body tilted. One hit. But for Jishu, the crisis has not been resolved after all. In other words, it becomes more dangerous. Because Jishu was already squatting on the ground, this posture was the worst for defense. The other 3 Chunin seemed to have noticed it as well. A downward slash seemed to make Uzumaki Tomoki die here. So they changed their attack postures in unison. Prepare to let Uzumaki Tomoki die here this time. The light reflected by the snowflakes on the knife was particularly cold. Abarame Taijin also guessed what these 3 Chunin were thinking from their actions. But Abarame Taijin doesn't think so. Although the 3 umbu people seemed to have put Uzumaki Tomoki into a desperate situation. But he knew that those who could use 8-gate Dunjia to this level would at least not lose so quickly. What's more, the unknown ninjutsu in his hand does not seem to be without threats. Tomoki glanced at the cat-head masked umbu in front of him, and with his long-trained combat awareness, he instantly told him the direction of attack. Heart. Stretching his hand forward, an extremely small steel needle-like chakra shot out. Almost no one has discovered this tiny chakra scalpel, and no one can imagine that the chakra scalpel can actually be used. Throw it out. The chakra scalpel drizzle has almost just been completed. Tomoki rushed towards the ninja in front of him. The ninja was naturally very surprised, because Uzumaki Tomoki almost rushed towards his sword with his body. Could it be that this red-haired child wants to die? Just when I thought of this, I suddenly felt a tightness in my chest. The flow of chakra instantly became extremely unsmooth. Immediately afterwards, there was a cramp in the heart. Then, he lay forward helplessly. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tomoki judged and said, sure enough, if it is at the heart, a chakra attack with this intensity will instantly affect the blood supply to the brain and cause it to faint. In fact, he could have directly killed the Chunin in front of him, but he did not do so. After all, He didn't want to really defect to Konoha. If these people really died at his hands, it was like giving Danzo a perfect excuse to get rid of him. So even the Chuunin whose leg was cut off. Also because Tomoki used a chakra scalpel to cut it off, the incision was neat and easy to reattach. It will not be like Medi in the original work who lost a leg due to a comminuted leg fracture. But at this moment, Jishu had already broken out of the blockade of 3 people. So strong. I'm afraid this already has the strength of a Jounin, right? Everyone in the Umbu was shocked because they could get away from the combined attack of 4 elite Chuunin so easily. Being almost a Jounin is not such an easy thing. Only 2 people could clearly see that Tomoki's true strength did not reach that level. One is Tomoki himself, and the other is Abarame Takeni. For Tomoki, he understood that his understanding of body structure was far beyond that of ordinary ninjas. And it can draw on the power of the 8-gate Dunjia, so in battles of the same level, it feels like crushing. But in fact, if the opponent is a Jonin who knows secret arts and many special methods, then his advantage will be shortened to the limit. Art fire escape ho fireball, water escape water dragon bomb. As soon as Tomoki rushed out, several prepared ninjutsu were already attacking him. The flames instantly engulfed Tomoki's figure. Under such an attack, no one seemed to be able to believe that Jishu could survive unharmed. Is it over? Just one person lying in a pool of blood and one person fainting. If it succeeds like this, perhaps the loss will be relatively small. Just when some people are breathing a sigh of relief, such sounds were heard everywhere. This is the sound of cutting muscles. Among the crowd, people kept falling in a pool of blood. But almost no one screamed, as if the god of death was harvesting their lives. Some people were shocked and said, "What a speed!" People with roots have no emotions. So naturally they won't worry about the people around them. This is also true for Oriyamatsu roots. Taichin just didn't expect that Zishu, who had opened the 8-gate Dunjia, would be so fast. Coupled with Tomoki's understanding of the body's structure. It can make people faint instantly. So it's like a silent death. One after another people are falling. However, after all, you are still a Chunin. It's time for you to stop massacring, Torin said calmly. His eyes ignored the pool of blood around him, but stopped at a black insect in the air. Another day full of youth and hope. Medkai stretched his limbs and walked on the street with a contented look. In fact, what he did in the morning was not so pleasant. Although it was only one morning, he had already run around the Leaf Village 20 times. It is precisely because of his hard work and never slacking off that he may be able to become the only man in Konoha village who can open the 8-gate Dunjia to the door of death. What's going on today? Are there so many Umbu people? Even though Medkai was so nervous, he quickly discovered something unusual. After all, you don't usually see Umbu people running around in the streets. What happened? Since he had doubts, Medkai directly pulled an Umbu he knew from the street. Excuse me, are there any special tasks today? Or did the Umbu hold a demonstration to demand an increase in wages or something like that? Although the Umbu who was pulled had a black line on his head, he thought to himself how there could be such a thing as a demonstration. But when he saw that it was Medkai in front of him, he still replied, "Kai, now the roots are suddenly chasing the rebel ninja Uzumaki Tomoki in the village. We are rushing over to inform the 3rd generation." What? Rebel ninja? Medkai felt that he didn't hear clearly, so he was about to ask again, "Who do you think that rebel ninja is? With so many people dispatched? It can't be Ataki Uchiha, right?" The Umbu who was held by Kai was a little anxious, broke away from Kai's hand, and replied apologetically, "It's Uzumaki Tomoki, the red-haired child. I'm sorry, Kai, now I have to report this matter to the 3rd generation immediately." As soon as he said this, Kai didn't wait for further inquiries. The Umbu left here anxiously. After all, he had not reported the matter to the Hokage until now. This is already a very serious dereliction of duty. Even if something happened in the village, the Umbu directly under the Hokage did not detect it in advance, which would be considered a dereliction of duty. Kaijan stood there, very shocked, and said to himself, "How is it possible? That child Tomoki is obviously a child who works so hard. How could he betray Konoha? How could he betray the will of fire? There must be a misunderstanding. Youth is absolutely, you can't wrong anyone, no. Jishu, I must clear your name." Before he knew it, Medkai was on fire. However, a cold wind blew by, and Medkai sneezed at what to say. Where is Tomoki Uzumaki now? Medkai suddenly discovered that in this short period of time, the surrounding Umbu had disappeared one by one, but he couldn't find the direction. The blood continued to flow, even staining Tomoki's cheeks red. Rather, it looks like fiery red hair is flowing down from her head. This battle, to Jishu, does not feel like killing. It's like an exam. During this battle, he deliberately avoided Abarame Taichin. As for the other Chuunin, they couldn't keep up with Uzumaki Tomoki's speed. The meridians under the neck, in front of the heart, temples, dumen and other meridians that can make people faint. These are the knowledge that Tomoki has memorized by heart, and has only been able to be trained on medical dummies. This time, an exam finally came. Fortunately, because this exam involved his own life, Tomoki worked extra hard. Therefore, in this examination, Jishu did not make any particularly big mistakes. Even some people are not able to faint instantly due to instantaneous massive blood loss, insufficient blood supply to the brain caused by chakra obstruction, or the effect of certain meridians on syncope. Jishu also made another adjustment and knocked him out. He had never been a top student in his previous life, but he might have become one this time. The Umbu fell one by one, and Tomoki suddenly found that the surrounding field of vision had become Much emptier. What remains is also the sound of fear. Maybe people with roots are not afraid of death. But when they see people around them falling one after another, this feeling of death approaching step by step, but not knowing how to die, is the most frightening. You are a devil. The last Chuyunin fell, taking with him the last of his hatred. Tomoki was panting violently. At this time, he should have run away directly. But he didn't, because he knew that he couldn't escape from this insect array. The air was filled with these black bugs, which made Tomoki lose the idea of escape. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't do it now that he was in this state. Only when he opened the fourth door and used his own chakra energy waves could he possibly be able to separate these terrifying looking bugs. And after experiencing such a huge consumption of chakra, he now opens 4 doors. It's totally tantamount to seeking death. Tomoki glanced at Abarame's root, which was a tradition of the Abarame clan. He hides himself behind a very special mask of sunglasses. Jishu wanted to say something to save himself some time. And Jishu indeed has a lot to ask. For example, when he took action, why didn't Abarame Taichin stop him? He obviously has the strength. So Tomoki opened his mouth and asked, "Why don't you stop me?" "Why?" Abarame tried to laugh, but suddenly he found that his face was a little frozen, as if he couldn't laugh at all. So he said, "Why should I stop you? These wastes would have interfered with our actions. Moreover, they told me that although you are like a god of death from hell, you didn't kill anyone, right?" The bugs were flying in the air, as if they agreed with Abarame's words. Jishu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that his secret would be exposed by his enemy so easily. But Abarame's words did not stop here. On the contrary, he continued, "I'm curious, why on earth did you want to keep their lives? Is it possible that you really think you still have a chance to stay?" Kanaha. Jishu stood there blankly, not knowing what to answer. But at this moment, Abarametagen suddenly stepped forward. He helped up a Chuyunin. Jishu suddenly had a bad intuition in his heart. He quickly shouted, "No!" Click. The sound of a broken cervical vertebra was heard. Tomoki couldn't believe that Abarametagen actually killed the Chuyunin. After doing all this, Abarame stood up straight again, looked at Uzumaki Tomoki with a look of horror on his face and said, "Join the roots, and death has become their destiny." Abarame took the root and clapped his hands, and several bugs crawled onto his hands and licked the blood clean. Then Taijin said indifferently again, "Besides, you have no hope of getting rid of the name of traitorous ninja. His mission has been completed." Tomoki has never been afraid of fighting, but what Abarame did with the roots made him fear from the bottom of his heart. Why is that? Jishu thought of infinite ways to deal with the battle, but he didn't expect that the opponent had completely defeated him without fighting. At this moment, Jishu suddenly felt that everything about him had no meaning. Fortunately, I still thought about how to escape Danzo's clutches again and again. Unfortunately, I kept thinking about how to face these almost invincible battles. It wasn't until Kabuto Yakushi appeared that he really saw a glimmer of hope. But now, where should I go? Jishu could even feel that in such a quick moment, most of his body had recovered. This is the powerful resilience of the Uzumaki clan, and it is also the reason why in the original work, Naruto was able to stand up again after being exhausted again and again. Perhaps he should turn around and go find Orochimaru. Jishu thought like this. He knew that Abarame Taichin would never have thought that he could open the 8-gate dungeon for the third time. Moreover, the third time, he was able to open the fourth door and hurt the gold. I will definitely be able to leave here before he is prepared. As long as he goes to find Orochimaru, maybe, he won't have to worry about all this anymore. Correct, Orochimaru was about to participate in the plan to attack Konoha village. He probably wouldn't use Fuso reincarnation to take his own body right now. And after the Fuso reincarnation, Orochimaru will not be able to use the Fuso reincarnation ninjutsu for 3 years. What he really wanted was the Sharingan. It was Suzuki's body, and he still had a chance. At least under the protection of Orochimaru, you don't have to worry about the threat of Danzo. After all, Danzo and Orochimaru still have a very deep connection. Everything seemed to be guiding Uzumaki Tomoki to make the decision. Jishu felt that it was time to turn around and leave. But he couldn't take a step forward. Because not reconciled. Because I don't want it. Why should you give up all your light because of other people's darkness? Why should he bear the name of traitor and be reviled by all ninjas? He didn't want to be someone like Itaki, who clearly had the power to subvert his roots, but was burdened with infamy. Although he doesn't have such power. He thought a lot, but the Abarame Taichin opposite didn't give him much time. The insect was gradually approaching him. Tomoki sighed helplessly and glanced in the direction of Hoshino China's house. "I'm sorry that I couldn't fulfill my promise. I moved in with you, sister." Uzumaki Tomoki turned around, preparing to open the 8-gate dungeon to escape from here. Open the door, close the door, light the door, hurt the door, all are opened by Zisha calmly. In fact, when opening the 8-gate dungeon, you usually have to shout out to release part of the chakra. Otherwise, the instantaneous increase in chakra will seriously impact your body. Let the meridian suffer deeper damage. But for Tomoki, now he needs physical pain. Because of this, he will not be allowed to think about other things. Zisha clenched his fists and jumped forward suddenly. Suddenly his legs became weak and his body fell heavily to the ground. How is this going? Uzumaki Tomoki was immediately shocked. With experience in medical ninjutsu, he knew that somewhere in his meridians had been attacked. So he opened his eyes wide and looked at Abarame Taichin. "Yes, the abnormalities on your body are indeed caused by my poisonous insects." Abarame took the root without any concealment. He admitted it directly. "For you, chatting is a time to recover your strength. And for me, isn't it a time to drive poisonous insects to attack? Jishu had no choice but to find that he had lost to the Jounin in front of him again. He originally thought that he was careful enough, but he didn't expect that he was still infected by poisonous insects. But he was sensing the poisonous insects in the air with his chakra. It was impossible to get close to him. When did Aberame take the root and put it in? Aberame taken. He seemed to sense Uzumaki Tomoki's doubts. Since he was a dead person, there was no need for him to hide anything. So he explained, it's just a double-layered bug. The bug you can see is not actually the poisonous bug that attacked you. The poisonous bug I used to attack you is parasitic on its back, and it is very tiny. So what you see when there are bugs flying in the air, they are actually sending smaller poisonous bugs towards you. Jishu smiled bitterly and said, so, the reason why you have been talking to me for so long is to wait for them to enter my body. No, Aberame Tajin shook her head and said seriously, in fact, it doesn't need to be so complicated to deal with you. When I talk to you, I really want to talk to a weirdo like you. Weird. Jishu didn't know how long ago he would be given such a title. But when you think about the things you have done, don't you look like a weirdo? Thank you, at least you can chat with me, Zishu said, and then Zishu closed his eyes. I plan to face my failure and death calmly. Aberame Takeni nodded and said, that's enough for now. If you create such a big disturbance in the village, even the roots won't end well. Then, he took out a kunao. Step by step, he walked to Uzumaki Tomoki. In fact, although he allowed poisonous insects to invade Uzumaki Tomoki's body, he actually only let the insects bite Tomoki's key meridians. But Jishu was not poisoned because under normal circumstances, experimental subjects after poisoning. It is often difficult to exploit him if he is really infected by the poisonous insect in his body. Then it can be explained that it will be scrapped directly. So Taichin decided to use kunao to end the life of Uzumaki Tomoki. 1 step, 2 steps. The distance between the two is constantly shortening. Until Uzumaki Tomoki noticed the chill of kunao hanging on his neck. Is this life over like this? It doesn't change the plot much. Didn't witness Naruto's growth. There is no becoming a powerful ninja. The mother was not found. He failed to fulfill his mother's wish and regain the Uzumaki clan. Counting carefully, I realized that I still had so many regrets. But at least for the next moment, these have nothing to do with me. Aberame pressed her kunao hand forward, and the sharp kunao immediately pressed out a trace of blood. With just one twitch, Uzumaki Tomoki left this world forever. Power prelude. I saw Metka throw a flying kick, kicking the Aberame root away. He fell heavily to the ground. Metkai, Taijin couldn't help but feel a little angry after receiving such an attack. Hey, young man, I am 20 years older than you. I should say senior. Do you think I am still a teenager like you? After saying this, Metkai turned his head and gave a thumbs up to Tasha. Another extremely sunny smile. The green figure seems to be particularly trustworthy. P.S. It's my fault for updating so late. It's been so long since. Kai, do you want to protect the village's rebellious ninja? Aberame took root and asked Metkai, and his bugs also took an offensive posture in the air. It seemed that the next moment, these terrifying insects would devour the two people in front of them. If it were an ordinary ninja, he might have gotten out of the way. But Metkai pointed at Aberame's nose and said, no, I can guarantee that Uzumaki Tomoki is definitely not a traitor. Aberame Tajin didn't expect to kill such a person, so he said, it's not your decision. Could it be that you can't see the people in this place anymore? Metkai was a little confused, because this scene really looked a bit scary. Even during wars, it is rare to see such a tragic flow of blood. What is going on here? Is it possible that Tomoki Uzumaki really did these? Metkai set his sights on Uzumaki Tomoki. It's not that he didn't believe in Tomoki. But just wanted to hear Tomoki's answer. Tomoki gasped tiredly, none of them died, they just fainted temporarily. My remaining chakra will restore them when their blood loss reaches a certain level. In fact, if you use dedicated medical ninjutsu, you can do this. The levels are very difficult. But the chakra of the Uzumaki clan has its own specificity. Although Zishu did not receive the inheritance from his family, he did so through his own research. I still used its ability a little bit, but it was very useless. It's not at all like the ability that Xiang Lin has in the original work. Not to mention sealing techniques like King Kong's blockade. He originally thought that moves like Kagura's Heart's Eye seemed to be his own awakening, but he still didn't have the slightest clue. After listening to Tomoki's words, Metkai turned around and said seriously, Tomoki, I know that you who understand hard work and youth will never do anything to defect to Konoha. If he didn't kill anyone, what happened to this person? With that said, Aberame took the root and lifted up the Chiyunin he had just killed. Metkai looked at it and knew that it was absolutely impossible for this Chiyunin to survive. The neck was twisted into a very terrifying posture. Even more like a horror story told by a child. Tomoki was suddenly a little angry. He didn't expect that Aberame Tajin would actually use the Chiyunin he killed to frame him. I didn't kill this, Jishu said, but the explanation often seemed very feeble. Tomoki wanted to say that the Chiyunin was killed by taking the root, but Tomoki knew that even Metkai, who agreed with him very much, believed it. Others won't believe it either. After all, who would believe that people with roots would kill their own people at will for the success of a mission? So Jishu didn't say anything. Although this was true, it seemed too pale. Tomoki just told Metkai that he had never done this. It's ridiculous. The facts are here. Are you saying that this is what happened if you didn't kill him? Kai, do you just want to favor him like this? Kai stood there, hesitant. On one side is a hard-working and youthful young man that he likes very much, and on the other side, it is indeed an obvious fact, he absolutely did not believe that Jishu would do such a thing. But as a ninja, you really shouldn't have such an attitude now. Youth. What happened? Why did such a thing happen? Kai covered his head, not knowing what to do. Abarame Takani glanced at Kai, and then said indifferently, you are free to do whatever you want, as long as you no longer interfere with my mission. Then, Tajin took out his kunao. Walked towards Kishu again. No one can leave here until this matter is completely clarified. Kai immediately stood in front of Takejin. Clear it out? The facts are already in front of you. How do you want to find out? Tajin said irritably. In fact, this has been delayed for many worlds by Matt Kai for no reason. If this continues, there may be some changes. No, at least you have to ask for Hokage-sama's permission. He is just an ordinary rebellious ninja. Do you still need to alert Hokage-sama? Get out of my way now, otherwise don't blame me for treating you as an accomplice of the rebellious ninja. Torin threatened. In fact, he was still young, and he only knew from the information that Metkai was a jounin who could only use taijutsu. Even when he first saw Medi's information, he was already extremely shocked at how can a person who only knows taijutsu become a jounin, probably because of the passage of time and the title of jonin that was awarded for his contribution to Konoha. Moreover, Abarame Takani believes that no one can defeat it with physical skills. After all, if you want to attack him, you must first pass them. Having said so much, I have already given the jonin named Kai enough face. If he blocks him again, he will definitely take action. Metkai was not angry at Takani's slight. On the contrary, he begged, let Uzumaki Tomoki meet the Hokage once before judging. This bastard, Tujin couldn't bear it anymore and was about to take action when another voice suddenly came from behind. Kai, this is a mission and you must abide by it. Shanfeng finally arrived belatedly. Following him were some Umbu ninjas who were left behind by Tomoki and did not participate in the first siege. Teacher Kai, I believe you have also seen that they want to frame me. They will never give me a chance to meet the third generation. Do you know? I am on this road just to meet the third generation. Please give me a chance. This is Tomoki's last-ditch effort. If Metkai doesn't believe him, then Jishu has no chance at all. Metkai did not hesitate at all, which was considered a trust between master and disciple. After hearing what Jishu said, he shouted, this is youth. Facing all the darkness, but still yearning for the light after the storm, Jishu, go chase it. I will block this place. 8 gates Dunjia, 6th gate, Jingmen open. With a loud roar, Metkai drove directly to the 6th door. Unlike Jishu and Xiaoli, he has been trained for a longer period of time and can directly open the 6th door. There is no need to open doors one by one. The explosive chakra caused a strong shockwave. Even the chakra waves made these Chiyunin unable to stand firm. Beyond astonishment, there was still astonishment. The Umbu ninjas who participated in the Third Ninja War were better. Metkai had already demonstrated a certain degree of strength back then. It's just that his strength is even greater now, which just surprised them. But for the two young Chiyunin, Yamaphase and Abarame Takani, this was completely unbelievable. How can a person who only knows taijutsu become a powerful ninja? Wisdom Tree saw that Metkai believed in him so much, and he couldn't help but feel confident. Even if it's for the youth you mentioned, Teacher Kai. Zisha nodded and stood up staggeringly. Abarame Torin looked at Uzumaki Tomoki indifferently, thinking in her mind, what can you do even if you have such a powerful ninja to support you? My bugs attacked your veins. But you still don't have the strength to break out of here. In the end, you are nothing more than a burden. But everyone suddenly saw Uzumaki Tomoki's hand and understood. Is he forming seals? It's ridiculous. In such a situation, what kind of ninjutsu can you unleash that can change the situation? Everyone in Umbu was waiting to see Uzumaki Tomoki's joke. With Metkai waiting here, they will not take the initiative to attack Uzumaki Tomoki. But that didn't stop them from watching Uzumaki Tomoki's death struggle. So what if Metkai opened the 8-door armor formation? As long as they don't take the initiative to attack Uzumaki Tomoki, Metkai has no reason to attack them. Among the ninja elites like them, almost everyone knows the physical damage caused by the 8-door Dunjia formation. As long as they drag on, there is nothing Metka can do. Even Shanfeng had used telepathy as a strategy and assigned it to the ninjas who followed him. Don't let Medi down, this is already Uzumaki Tomoki's current goal. If there is no hope, let alone decadence. Since someone gave him hope, he must not be disappointed. Ninpo technique multiple chakra scalpel drizzle. As the Jishu seal was completed, there seemed to be some extremely small differences in the sky. Shanfeng, who had a keen sense, immediately ordered everyone to prepare for defense. But he was disappointed the next moment. These tiny chakra scalpels suspended in the air stabbed in another direction. What? Shanfeng couldn't help shouting in surprise. It turned out that from his observation, Uzumaki Tomoki's move turned out to be an attack on his right leg. It was suspended in the air just now, densely packed, as if there were hundreds of chakra needles. And each one contains a lot of chakra. If this attack were aimed at the Chiyunin behind him, then he didn't know how many people would fall. But he actually used these hundreds of chakra needles to pierce his legs. Is he crazy? He couldn't help but look at Uzumaki Tomoki's face. The severe pain almost made his brows condense together. But on his lips, he still stubbornly did not shout a word. It's okay, at least all the bugs are dead. Jishu said tremblingly. The pain just now almost made him faint from the pain, but he still endured it and persisted. A group of green light gradually rose from the trembling hand. Then keep zooming in. Medical ninjutsu emergency treatment. Tomoki said, patting the light in his right hand on his right leg. Immediately afterwards, the injury to his right leg began to heal at an almost unimaginable speed. The speed is recovering. But in fact, if it is not desperate, Tomoki will never use this ninjutsu. Because forcing the meridians to recover quickly will permanently harm themselves. In other words, from now on, the veins in his right leg will no longer be able to withstand more powerful chakra. However, even for the trust of Metkai. Shu must bear any price. Seeing the green light rising from Zishu's hand, Shanfeng felt vaguely determined. Shadow clone technique. He quietly created a shadow clone here, and then left quietly. I'm afraid only Shanfeng has such chakra control power, and can do it without anyone noticing at all. Release the ninjutsu so accurately, and then leave here silently. Go. Aberame Tomo no longer sensed the connection between herself and the bug in Tomoki's body. It was obvious that Uzumaki Tomoki had used his strange ninjutsu to eliminate it. He really didn't expect that a child who had never graduated from a ninja school could actually achieve such a level. It was almost like the man with the Sharingan he met when he first joined General. Although Kai's current situation was too terrifying, he still believed that he was capable of defeating him. After all, his ability is the nemesis of all close combats. Taking the root of the heart, unless a Kai has the physical skills to avoid touching him, there is no way to defeat him. Jishu, just stride forward towards the road of youth. As long as I am here, no one can stop you. After Akai finished speaking, he continued to block the Umbu who were surrounding him at a speed that no one could see clearly. Tomoki felt a little sad. After nodding, he strode towards the Hokage's office with all his strength. Damn it! Kai, get out of my way. Aberame just chased Uzumaki Tomoki, but found that Kai was already standing in front of him. As long as you stop chasing me, I won't stop you, hateful. What a very difficult bastard. For Metkai, taking the root will not give him the treatment of a wise tree. After all, his body has no experimental use. His mind moved, and a large number of insects came over him. Mystery, insect jade. A large number of insects covered Metkai's body. As a secret technique of the Aberame clan, this technique can swallow chakra through insects. This is also the reason why Tajin dared to use his bug to get close to Kai's explosive chakra. Taking root, he didn't even put any effort into Kai. Because in his heart, Kai is already a mortal person. But before he could catch up to Uzumaki Tomoki, he took 2 steps. Clicked. A crisp sound sounded. Then there was a whole chorus of these sounds. Taking root and looking back, he found that his bug was constantly being bulged. Fell to the ground. And that fierce beast full of fighting spirit has emerged from among the insects. After crossing the last street, Tomoki could clearly see everything in the Hokage's office. There's about 1,000 meters left. For him, it only takes one sprint to get there. Blow. A kunao passed in front of him, cutting off a piece of his hair. As expected of Danzo-sama, he will not let down his guard even if victory is imminent. Zishu looked for the sound, and Shanfen's orange hair was also quite conspicuous. Shadow clone technique. After a little thought, Jishu already knew the answer. But so what? He has a speed that he cannot match. Jishu does not intend to get involved with Shinfeng. Just as he was about to move forward again, he heard the calm sound of the wind in the mountain. Even though I am very reluctant, as a member of Root, I have to do this in order to complete the mission. If you take another step forward, Hoshino China's life will be at risk. Jishu immediately stopped. He turned to look at Shanfeng and said, how do you know where Sister Kana is? Shanfeng replied, don't forget, I am a perceptive ninja. If I didn't have this ability, Danzo-sama would not keep me till now. Jishu looked at the relaxation and ease on Shinfeng's face, and there was absolutely no trace of the reluctance. He said, okay, that's the battle between us. Shanfeng said slowly when he saw Uzumaki Tomoki stop. Tomoki stood there, looking like he had to fight Yamaphase. Although it was his first time fighting a Jonin, Uzumaki Tomoki was still somewhat confident. After all, in the original work, Shanfen's combat power is not considered to be among the top ones. The type is more auxiliary. Moreover, he was different from Itaki and Kakashi. He is someone who can sacrifice everything in order to complete his mission. That is, Danzo's bitch. Issue naturally doesn't have any good impressions of such people, so he doesn't have to worry too much when he takes action. Just be extremely careful. Shanfeng slowly pulled out the knife from his back and pointed at its issue. When Tomoki saw that Yamaphase had used a knife, he also tilted his right hand to the right side of his hand. Left hand single hand sealed. Almost beyond the transformation of light and shadow, in less than a second, 6 seals have been completed. Chakra scalpel empty sword. A sword that seemed to be ethereal gradually formed in Zishu's hand. It was mostly the reason why I had to practice swordsmanship with Xiaoli before. Regarding the transformation of the chakra scalpel form, Tomoki has almost studied it to the extreme. However, if there is only a change of form, the ultimate level can only reach the level of A-level ninjutsu like the Raiznan. But Tomoki doesn't even understand the nature of his chakra now, let alone the more difficult nature change. I really didn't expect that you could actually exert the power of the chakra scalpel to this level. As a reconnaissance ninja, Yamaphase was naturally much more knowledgeable than Aberame Takeni, who only specialized in bugs. The origin of the empty sword in Zishu's hand can be seen at a glance. However, as long as you have a sharp sword, you cannot defeat the enemy without good swordsmanship. Let me show you what Konoha-style swordsmanship is. Saying that, Shanfeng quickly ran toward Uzumaki Tomoki with his sword in hand. Rub, almost in the blink of an eye, the sound of metal transferring was heard. The knife in Shanfeng's hand broke with the sound. And Jishu's empty sword penetrated deeply into his body. How could it be so easy? Although Uzumaki Tomoki felt that he only practiced offensive swordsmanship, he was sharp enough. But at least it shouldn't its time to reach the point where you can defeat the enemy with one strike. Could it be that Shanfeng underestimated the enemy? But time was tight, and Jishu didn't think too much. Letting the empty sword disperse, he picked up speed again and rushed towards the Hokage's office. But the rest of the journey seemed particularly easy. No one stopped him, even when he rushed into the Hokage's office so fiercely. None of the Umbu directly under the Hokage came to stop him. Finally, he entered the room. He had been here once before for other reasons. So it's not unfamiliar. Crunch. He opened the door and found that Sande was already standing there waiting for him. Oh, it's Tomoki. What's the matter? The third-generation smile seemed particularly kind. Even though he was bruised all over. Wrong, this is illusion. Jishu suddenly woke up in his heart, and the chakra fluctuations increased. The scene in front of me suddenly changed. I saw Shanfeng holding a knife and waving it. Jishu quickly raised his empty sword to resist. Chang, the sound of metal being struck was heard, and Tomoki blocked the sword with difficulty. Immediately afterwards, Tomoki made a fierce thrust, piercing Shanfeng's body. Again. Pang, a burst of smoke dissipated. This was the shadow clone technique. Although nothing happened this time, Tomoki's back was completely soaked with sweat. Huge fear instantly enveloped him. Illusion is really scary. If it weren't for the illusion, it would be like a dream. There is a gap between the time and the real time, plus Jishu discovered it early. Then, he has really become a dead soul under the sword. I didn't expect you to be able to see through this evil technique so quickly. According to our information, this should be your first time planting an illusion technique. Zishu was still scared and didn't answer, but tried to concentrate as much as possible. Be prepared for other illusions. In fact, this is indeed the case. As a mountain clan with such a strong spiritual power, how could it be possible to do illusions? But I was just wary of his heart-changing skills. But I didn't expect that he could actually use illusions. I was just about to raise my head and seriously fight Shanfeng again. What caught his eye made Tomoki's eyes widen again. I saw the mountain wind pinching Hoshino China's neck, and Hoshino China's white and tender skin turned blue and purple. Tomoki shouted with infinite fear and worry, "No!" Click! The cracking sound sounded, and it was extremely crisp. Jishu's wide eyes were now filled with despair. Why is this happening? Good chance. Seeing that Uzumaki Tomoki was at a loss, Yamakaze picked up his katana and sprinted towards Uzumaki Tomoki. At this moment, Uzumaki Tomoki seemed to be in a desperate situation. The chaotic chakra seems to no longer allow Tomoki to develop any counterattack ability. When Shanfen's knife touched Zishu's body, Shanfen's heart trembled and he couldn't help but think. I can feel the magical touch of the knife piercing my flesh again. It's so refreshing. Why? After Kishu asked this question silently in his mind, he turned his attention to Shanfeng, who had been knocked away by his chakra. This is already his best effort, even desperate. How much damage would it cause to his body by forcing the door open? He understands. However, some things have to be done. Damn it! A student who has never graduated from a ninja school forced himself to open the next door. It seems that you don't even plan to take your own life, right? Shanfeng said, the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth proved that just your chakra collision just now caused serious injuries to his body. Looking at Uzumaki Tomoki's current appearance, his hair stood up along with the chakra. The surrounding ground seemed unable to withstand such pressure and began to crack. Whether it was his fists or his legs, the terrifying chakra made him unable to muster any fighting spirit. Shanfeng began to sense the situation around him. He needs to escape, as long as he avoids Uzumaki Tomoki for a while. He doesn't even need to attack. Uzumaki Tomoki will fall. After all, if you forcefully open the next 8-gate dungeon, you will have to fight with your own life. In that case, let me let you burn for a while. Shanfeng said calmly, and then prepared to escape. Jishu looked at him, as if there was no emotion in his eyes. But only Jishu himself knew the anger in his heart. Do you really think you can escape? Uzumaki Tomoki watched as Yamaphase began to run away. This speed was completely beyond the ability of ordinary Chunin to catch up. Even the mountain wind was still forming seals non-stop, and illusion traps appeared one after another on the path he walked. The detonating talisman also turned into traps along with various kunao. Although these traps can even make a Chuyin inside. But for Jishu in his current state, it is obviously not enough. But Shanfeng didn't expect these traps to slow down Uzumaki Tomoki. As long as time could be delayed, the purpose of these traps would be achieved. In fact, these are the reasons why he, as a perceptive ninja, dares to carry out tasks alone. Damn little devil, just wait here to die. Bang! The explosion that broke the sound barrier came, and even the smile on Shanfen's face had not completely disappeared. The figure with red hair and violent green chakra had already arrived in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of detonating talisman traps behind him kept coming, but compared to the figure in front of him, everything happened too slowly. No, do not want. Almost subconsciously, Shanfeng said in a timid tone. Uzumaki Tomoki just looked at him and raised his right hand high above his head. Sister Kana, she's dead. Sister Kana, who had no fault at all, died. Sister Kana, who was kind and worked hard to protect others, died. The smile he once had seemed to have become a permanent memory in Zishu's mind. She obviously also wants to become an excellent medical ninja. She obviously also wants to fund the orphanage to admit more children. She obviously still wants to watch herself grow to be a ninja who stands alone. She is the only relative he has in Konoha. So, you must die. There was a terrifying aura rising above Zishu's raised right hand. Even the chakra wave generated by Tomoki opening the 5th gate of the 8 gates of Dungia was converging towards his right hand at this moment. The storm began to rotate violently with Jishu as its core. The small trees that were just planted on the roadside were also uprooted at this moment. Even the big trees couldn't stop swaying. Even the clouds in the sky were shaken away by this powerful airflow. And Shanfeng, who was standing in front of Uzumaki Tomoki, could no longer open his eyes. Such a strong chakra, how could there be such a powerful force? This ninjutsu must have S-level power, but how could a child who had never graduated from a ninja school unleash such a terrifying attack? What happened there? Mito Katoyan suddenly shouted in shock and pointed at the storm not far away through the window. But before he could finish his words, a strong wind came from the window. Continuously lifting up the documents in the room. Feeling the strong wind blowing on his face, Sane even felt the power contained in it. Is it an A-level wind release ninjutsu? Even Xiao-chan, who went to bed, was amazed by the wind that picked up countless objects. At this time, the 3rd generation shook his head and said, "No, that is not Fengdun. It is a ninjutsu that can be close to S-level." The Umbu kneeling next to him also looked outside in surprise that he had just come to report that there was a big operation in Konoha. And their Hokage reports directly to the Umbu captain, Yamato. "We are already investigating this matter thoroughly, and we will report back soon." But he didn't expect that he hadn't finished reporting yet. The people from Gen actually made such a big noise. It's just that this Umbu couldn't have imagined that such a shocking attack would come from a child who had never graduated from a ninja school. Xiao-chun, Minion, let's go quickly. Sande gave an order and rushed out of the window. Even if he couldn't prevent this ninjutsu from happening, at least he had to confine it within the barrier. Otherwise, no one can say clearly what kind of harm it will cause to the villagers. Danzo wanted to stop him, but he didn't expect that this time both Mito and Kohara would side with the 3rd generation. Although they also do not value the death of individuals in the village, but if there is such a big harm in the village, then many employers will have a lot of distrust of Konoha. At this moment, the storm suddenly stopped. Then he smashed down with an irresistible attitude. Boom. The huge explosion even made Uzumaki Tomoki's ears hurt. This move is actually an extremely imperfect move by Uzumaki Tomoki. He just did it, condensing chakra according to the method of chakra scalpel. However, because there is too much condensed chakra, it cannot be as sharp as a real chakra scalpel, but even so, it still has almost incomparable power. After all, this is the amount of chakra that a person with a large amount of chakra can condense after completing the 8 armor hiding techniques. The subsequent shock waves are about to continue to spread outward. But suddenly a barrier formed, preventing all of this from happening. In the end, no bigger mistakes were made in the 3rd generation. A deep pit was carved out of the ground. Tomoki, who had almost exhausted all his chakra, stood in the ruins and used his last willpower to look at the 3rd generation who had just arrived. "I did not defect to Konoha. Lord Danzo forced me to join General." When the words came, Jishu no longer had the strength to hold on. He fell to the ground, unconscious. In a hidden room at Root headquarters, there was also a person unconscious. Moreover, a lot of blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Orange hair and plain appearance. But if Jishu were here, he would definitely recognize that this was Shanfeng who was killed by him just now. The secret technique of the Mountain Clan, the technique of turning the heart into a puppet. And the many secrets of the roots keep the mountain wind alive. Every Jounin has so many fighting methods. He also masters secret techniques that Chiyunin and Genin cannot master. Naturally, it is not so easy to kill. Next to the Hokage's office, the leaders of Konoha looked at the pit, and no one spoke. Because this incident is really too shocking. Although there are many battles they have experienced that are more shocking than this one. But the difference this time is that Uzumaki Tomoki is just a child who is about to turn 11 years old. In the world of ninjas, there are so many geniuses. But there are only a few people who can do this. Probably only Kakashi, Shisui, and Itake can reach such a level at this age, right? While Danzo was deeply shocked, he couldn't help but admire in his heart that he was worthy of the Uzumaki clan coexisting with the Senju and Uchiha. He couldn't help but feel a little hot in his right arm, which was the right arm given to him by Orochimaru. Not only does it have a large number of Sharingan eyes from the Uchiha clan, but it also has cells from the Senju clan. Able to use somewhat escape abilities. What if I add the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan to it? So Danzo opened his mouth and said, "The 3rd generation, Uzumaki Tomoki, wantonly destroyed Konoha and killed ninjas from the same village. The evidence of defection is conclusive. Please hand him over to our root department for processing." Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo and replied coldly, "No, as Hokage, he must compromise with Danzo on some things. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have his own decisions. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, the core of Konoha is the will of fire. If the will of fire no longer exists, Konoha will have no meaning. Everyone in Konoha can be dark. But he, the 3rd generation who truly inherited the reason for the founding of Konoha, must not be dark. Even in the early days of the Uchiha clan's rebellion, he was the only one among the top brass in Konoha who insisted on resolving the problem through negotiation. It was only when Danzo found Itake privately and threatened Itake with Suzuki that the tragedy of the Uchiha clan's genocide occurred. Only 3 generations, never dark. The 3rd generation was not Danzo, and he was not a person who gave up all principles for the so-called sake of Konoha. He truly understands what the will of fire is. Therefore, when it's time to take a stand, he will never back down. Konoha is not Kirigakure. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. The third generation said coldly, in fact, what happened was already obvious. As Uzumaki Tomoki said, he never betrayed Konoha. Danzo just forced him to join General otherwise. How to explain a person who betrayed Konoha? Why do you keep wanting to rush to the Hokage's office and talk to him about this? Want to assassinate him? What a ridiculous excuse. But sometimes, to do something, you need these ridiculous excuses as a fig leaf. Just like Koharu and Menyan, how could they not know Danzo's true thoughts? But one of the reasons why they still favor Danzo in some attitudes is that Uzumaki Tomoki is not from Konoha village. Moreover, for these powerful families they had to face it calmly. After all, it seemed like last night that Uchiha wanted to rebel. In their opinion, the Nine Tails rebellion 10 years ago seemed to be inseparable from Uchiha. A strong family can be the guarantee for the prosperity of a village. But on the other hand, if no one can check and balance, these powerful families will become the biggest threat to the security of the village. Of course, what they didn't know was that the Nine Tails rebellion that killed the fourth generation had nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. If there is, it is about Uchiha Obito, who they thought was dead long ago. Therefore, according to the best choice for Konoha, handing Uzumaki Tomoki to Danzo may be the most correct way. So Koharu was the first to speak, expressing his support for Danzo. Sande, let Danzo do this. I believe he will be able to handle it well. The third generation didn't pay any attention, just walked over and carried Uzumaki Tomoki on his back. I no longer care about all other people's opinions. Konoha, there can be darkness. There can be darkness that supports this tree. But this does not mean that the third generation will agree with the darkness carried out on innocent children. Danzo immediately took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the third generation, blocking him and saying, Hiruzen, even if you are the Hokage, you must respect our opinions. During the tit-for-tat confrontation, a person rushed out and hit the middle of the third generation and Danzo. Sandame-sama. It is absolutely impossible for Uzumaki Tomoki to defect to Konoha, Metkai said anxiously, as if he didn't say this, Uzumaki Tomoki would be labeled a traitor. The third generation nodded, but turned his attention to Danzo. Someone agreed with him, which proved that he was no longer alone. Although there are some things that you must stick to alone. But what if there is someone who has the same views as you and supports you? Then at least you won't be swayed by outside criticism. At least the third generation could now glare at Danzo with a more firm stance. Medi, you shouldn't be involved in such a thing. Danzo was a little annoyed. Why would there be such a person standing up to tear him down? After Danzo reprimanded Kai, he argued Uzumaki Tomoki's origins were originally unknown, and when he came to Konoha, he was already 6 years old, so he is most likely a ninja from other ninja villages who came to spy. Now something like this has exposed everything. What did a 6-year-old know at that time? Kai yelled. At least when it came to things he was determined to do, he would never back down from anyone. However, Danzo frowned, looking very unhappy. How dare this guy with no talent dare to argue with me? He's just a jounin, but so arrogant. Danzo then said, when Kakashi was 6 years old, he was already a Chunin who could stand alone. For the genius of the Uzumaki clan, this is not difficult, right? Don't take advantage of your low talent to measure those geniuses. It was already a naked personal attack. Danzo was so arrogant towards everyone except the third generation. But Metkai remained silent. He inherited the tolerant character from his father, Mette. Even if others say that his talent is low, he is understandable. Because that's just the way it is. But talent does not equal strength. At this time, a lazy voice suddenly came over. I seem to have heard someone calling my name. Am I hallucinating? But by the way, what are you doing? Metkai turned around and saw a man with most of his face covered, standing there lazily. It seems that he doesn't want to miss any time, and his eyes are still staring at the intimate paradise in his hands. Kakashi. It's great that you're here. When Metkai saw that the person coming was Kakashi, he immediately shouted excitedly, hurry up and help me prove that Tomoki can never be the person who betrayed Konoha. Do you still remember the child I often mentioned to you, who is obviously very talented, but still yearns for youth and works hard? He is Tomoki. Metkai spoke anxiously, even his words were a little unclear. Danzo just glanced at Kakashi lightly and said, Kakashi, I hope you can give your most rational judgment. Kakashi nodded and said, actually, I quite disagree with Kai. He has such a thick head and is easily deceived. Metkai looked at Kakashi in disbelief, while Danzo nodded with satisfaction. But suddenly, Kakashi raised his head, stared at Danzo and said, but this time is an exception. I choose to believe in Metkai's judgment. You, Danzo choked up at Kakashi's words. His face became even more ugly. No matter what, take this child and the injured ninja to the hospital first. The third generation made a decisive decision and walked to the hospital with Uzumaki Tomoki in his arms. Metkai quickly followed, and Kakashi glanced at it. It seems like I have no business here. After saying that, Kakashi also walked away. Only Danzo, Koharu, and Menyan were left. No, if that child continues to become powerful, it will definitely cause great harm to Konoha. Menyan replied hesitantly, but he is just a child after all. And he has no thoughts of fighting against Konoha at the moment. Actually, you don't have to argue. Xiaochun suddenly spoke calmly, the child has already exhausted all his talents. What? Danzo and Minyan both couldn't believe it, so they asked again. The child was seriously injured, and he was forced to open the 8-gate dungeon. The veins in his body have been very seriously injured. From now on, he will probably only stay at the level of an ordinary Chuyunin. If it were someone else who spoke, Danzo and Menyan might still be a little worried. But since it was Xiao-chun who spoke, there was no controversy. Because in addition to being one of Konoha's decision makers, Koharu is also an extremely excellent medical ninja. So, Uzumaki Tomoki is really no threat. Danzo said with emotion. What he can't get, others can't have either. This is probably the best reflection of his psychology. Menyan looked at the snowflakes falling in the air and felt a little sad. I don't know why, but I feel a little regretful. After all, I have sacrificed a child who is qualified to become a shadow. Xiao-chun also sighed similarly. Even if they don't trust Uzumaki Tomoki, on the other hand, why don't they hope that there will be one more person in Konoha who can protect Konoha? If Uzumaki Tomoki was the one we watched grow up, maybe this kind of thing wouldn't happen. Unfortunately, we didn't know anything about him until he was 6 years old. No one can guarantee whether this child will carrying hatred like Uchiha. Moreover, does he blame Konoha for the destruction of the Uzumaki clan? After all, we in the Uzumaki clan are the deepest allies. No one can know future events that have not happened. But at this moment, it seems that everyone is feeling sad about the demise of a genius. Even Danzo was thinking about whether there might be such a day if Uzumaki Tomoki obeyed him. By that time, he had become Hokage. His time has come. And Uzumaki Tomoki is his most loyal subordinate, his Umbu minister. Konoha Hospital. Everywhere is a busy scene because there were a lot of injured ninjas today. The end of the year is coming, and the doctors who originally thought they would spend the next days comfortably are faced with another heavy task. But this time it's strange. It looks like he was seriously injured and lost a lot of blood. But when he was actually treated, he found that it was just like dealing with a normal trauma. Ah, are you like this too? I thought only my patients were like this, and I was secretly glad. However, I heard that someone died at Dr. Yusuji's place. What? Someone else will die? I heard that he was dead when he was brought here. His neck was twisted in a very scary way. You still have time to chat here, why don't you hurry up and take care of the patient? A harsh criticism interrupted the conversation between the two. I had no choice but to leave here in frustration because the one who spoke was the head nurse of this hospital. The third generation stood beside Tomoki's hospital bed, listening to Tenzo's report. Has the matter been confirmed? Of the 2 dead ninjas, one was killed by an unknown ninja, and the other was killed by Yamaphase himself. Tenzo knelt on the ground and replied, yes, based on the analysis of the on-site battle. And Mr. Yamanaka Kiki inferred from the memories of the 2 deceased through telekinesis. This matter has nothing to do with Uzumaki Tomoki. And, Danzo-sama, indeed forced Uzumaki Tomoki to join General in the dream. Hoshino China's death replayed again and again in front of Uzumaki Tomoki. It's like waking up from a dream again and again, only to fall into another dream again. No, with a horrified roar, Uzumaki Tomoki finally woke up. I found myself in a separate ward, and there were already many people standing in the room. After these 3 months of changes, the people in front of me seemed to be both familiar and unfamiliar. But before Zishu could fully react, someone had already hugged him into his arms. Great! Tomashu, you're okay. Feel the warmth wrapping around your body, as well as the familiar body fragrance. Zishu was a little stunned. Sister Nai? Are you okay? What? Tomoki, you don't have something wrong with your head, do you? How could it be that Sister Kiena has something wrong? It's obviously you who has something wrong. Tian replied angrily. His face was slightly bulging, as if he was very angry. What exactly is going on? Jishu was a little confused about the situation. Recalling the most terrifying scene again, after he was clearly caught in the genjutsu, he saw the death of Sister Kiena. Slow, could it be said that it is also an illusion? Tomoki suddenly thought of another illusion technique that also appeared in the original work, the Naraka no Jutsu. That's right, this illusion technique can make the other person see the image they fear most in their heart. So that was it. Jishu smiled bitterly. This illusion was originally used to demoralize the opponent and make him emotionally unstable. Unable to concentrate chakra as usual and make a better counterattack. But Shanfeng probably didn't expect that his reaction would be so intense. They will also forcefully open the 5th door of the 8-door Dunjia formation. Duman. When thinking of Duman, Jishu couldn't help but pay attention to his own injuries. After all, this is about his future direction. The body moves a little. Hiss. Jishu couldn't help but gasp. It hurt too much. If I were to speak of the pain I had experienced, it's just cramps all over the body, coupled with constant needle pricks. I didn't notice it before. It's entirely because my body has been in this state and is barely adapted to it. But now when it moves, it seems like there are countless ants gnawing on it. Jishu almost thought that the poisonous insects that Abarame had taken from his roots had multiplied in his body. Tomoki, what's wrong with you? Hoshino China couldn't help but ask worriedly when she saw the pain look on Uzumaki Tomoki's face. Jishu forced a smile and replied, it's just a little painful, nothing serious. What kind of will is this? Even if you endure the pain, you will not let the people around you get hurt. Is this the great youth and love? Lee, do you hear this? From now on, you must learn from Zishu and learn from him in the future. On the road to youth, keep working hard and moving forward side by side. Mr. Kai, Plum, Medi and Lilac hugged each other and cried bitterly. causing everyone in the room to unconsciously shed some cold sweat on their faces. Jishu felt helpless. Even if I didn't want to express my pain, why did you express it? After talking a lot with everyone, Tomoki learned about this incident. Konoha's official explanation was that there was a riot caused by rebellious ninjas in other ninja villages. In this battle, Uzumaki Tomoki took the initiative to fight against a Chiyunin, so he was so seriously injured. Tomoki was a little surprised, even if Konoha knew that he didn't kill the Chiyunin in the end. But Shanfeng died at his own hands. How could he forgive himself so easily? But Jishu didn't ask, because it was really inconvenient to talk about so many secret things in front of so many people. After sending everyone away, Zishu began to carefully examine his injuries. In fact, for the Uzumaki clan's resilience, those traumas are nothing at all. What's more important is the overdraft of his own veins. It seems that the situation is better than I expected, but the condition of my right leg is worse than I expected. Jishu frowned. The situation was better, but only a little better. He could feel that if the flow of his chakra accelerated slightly, it would become very painful. And if the amount of chakra transported is too much, the injury to one's own veins will even become more serious. However, he can probably manage to use some ninjutsu. As long as the ninjutsu doesn't consume a lot of chakra, it can barely be used. His own chakra level has not changed. It's just that the transportation of chakra on his own veins is very difficult. Originally I was thinking of using the trick of flowing water slowly, but now it seems that it still doesn't work. Tomoki said helplessly, although the amount of his chakra did not change. I originally thought that in future battles, I could rely on constantly releasing some ninjutsu that consumes very little chakra to hold off my opponent. But now there is a problem before him, although this tactic is barely feasible. But on the other hand, if you use it like this for too long, your own veins will not be able to support such a load. As for the condition of his legs, Tomoki could tell that it was even more serious. After all, in order to expel insects, he had released a multi-chakra scalpel and drizzle on his right leg. It is very destructive in itself, and now it has lost most of its consciousness. However, based on Tomoki's own medical knowledge, he knew that such an injury could gradually recover over time. But even complete recovery will probably take more than half a year. After this series of things happened, Tomoki even understood why Danzo didn't get too entangled in his own problems. Zishu looked in the direction of the sound. An old man was opening the door and looking at it quietly. The familiar cloak made Tomoki react immediately. 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruza. Jishu then replied, of course, I also have many things I want to ask you. The third generation walked in, sat on a chair beside the bed, and looked at Uzumaki Tomoki quietly. Didn't Danzo pursue any investigation regarding the mountain wind? Before Sandai could speak, Tomoki had already raised his own confusion. The third generation nodded, very impressed by Uzumaki Tomoki's behavior. Because generally children of this age often don't think like this. But Uzumaki Tomoki directly grasped the core of the problem. If Shinfeng dies, even if Uzumaki Tomoki takes control again, this matter will not end so easily. Yamakaze is a very experienced jonin after all. Even if he is not inclined to fight, as an intelligence investigation ninja, he still has many ways to save his life. Jishu seemed to understand. You mean, Shanfeng is not dead? Well, yes, Shanfeng is not dead. He used the Yamanaka clan's mind-turning puppet technique, but he was also seriously injured. After all, his spirit is attached to that puppet. Jishu was barely satisfied with this result. After all, Yamaphase didn't really attack Hoshino China. And for him who is not very powerful yet, it is already a very fortunate thing that it did not cause more disasters. Uzumaki Tomoki, on this point, you have done a good job. But another point that cannot be avoided is that after experiencing so much, are you still willing to be a ninja? Sandai's words were a bit cryptic. In fact, what he said about experiencing so many things was just referring to Tomoki's injury. It's just that he doesn't want to directly reveal Tomoki's scars again. Still want to be a ninja. Sensing the seriousness in Sandai's eyes, Jishu felt that this was probably a very old-fashioned plot. Suppose you choose unwilling. Then the third generation will probably arrange a stable job for him, the orphan of the Uzumaki clan, to spend his life. But is Zishu willing? Lost is lost. But how could Tomoki give up the path of ninja? How is it possible to give up and become strong? Even if the talent is given up, it will only be a more tortuous road. And, to use a common saying, Danzo was now at odds with him. A man faces oppression from others. Should we give in, endure, or escape? Fuck it. Sandaime-sama, I will always continue on the path of ninja. I will never back down. Sandai was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Tomoki could still be so determined after suffering such a blow. This reminded him of his younger self, sticking to his beliefs and never wavering. When Itachi was 7 years old, he took on the role of Kage. And does this child have the qualifications to become Hokage? Sandai couldn't help but smile, touched Tomoki's fiery red hair, and said, I didn't expect you to have such faith, Tomoki. Then I also believe that you will eventually become a powerful ninja. With that said, Sandai took out a scroll from his arms. This is the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the ninjutsu you asked me for when you came to Konoha. Originally, I wanted to wait until you graduated and became a genin and give you the Shadow Clone Jutsu. But now for your safety, let me give you this ninjutsu first. Tomoki took the scroll from the third generation, and his heart was filled with gratitude. This can be described as a timely help. Although the B-level shadow clone technique is not as good as the A-level multiple shadow clone technique. But the third generation is indeed right. His body cannot currently bear the art of multiple shadow clones. In the original work, ordinary people cannot bear the side effects caused by the art of multiple shadow clones. Many people only saw the speed of cultivation. An improvement in combat effectiveness brought about by the technique of multiple shadow clones. Even in the fan fiction that Uzumaki Tomoki had read in his previous life, the protagonist often used the art of multiple shadow clones to trick him. This is actually extremely impossible. Otherwise, the second Hokage would not have classified this ninjutsu as a forbidden jutsu. Because the fatigue of each clone will be accumulated on the main body, if it is like Naruto who splits 1,000 shadow clones for the first time. Once it's over, even if you don't die, you will still be in a coma for several days and nights. Therefore, although the multiple shadow clone technique is the best way to cheat, in fact, under normal circumstances, only the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan can use this ninjutsu to cheat. But pity. Jishu sighed helplessly in his heart. If he didn't overdraw his veins, wouldn't Sandai be able to give him this cheating artifact this time? It's really self-inflicted. But fortunately, I was able to get rid of Danzo temporarily. Without the threat behind him, Zishu could finally practice something regularly. Sandai-sama, thank you. When I become a powerful ninja in the future, I will definitely buy you more photos of beautiful women to repay you, Jishu said jokingly. But he didn't expect that Sandai's face turned slightly red, and his eyes turned to other places pretending not to care. But he said, then we will make an agreement. I go. Jishu felt a little sweated. I didn't expect the third generation to be so lustful. After finally talking to Sandai about other things, Sandai left here. After all, as the shadow of a village, the third generation is also very busy. Jishu looked out the window. The sun was approaching noon. Only then did Kisha realize that it was already the second day. But after such a long and tiring training, it's time to give myself a break. Just have a good sleep today, Zishu said calmly, then lay back and fell asleep. This sleep is particularly sweet because there is no longer the feeling of being forced by death. But Zishu knew that from today on, his small training goals would change. No longer worried about when Danzo would plot against him. Instead, he is working hard to assassinate Danzo earlier in the future. Danzo didn't know that he had been targeted by someone he thought was a loser. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care, right? After all, in his concept, talent is the foundation of everything. But as a wise man who understands the world so deeply, how can he be ordinary? The snowflakes in the air started flying again. But this time it seemed particularly peaceful. The whole of Konoha is in this quiet environment. The new day is approaching, and the air seems to be a little relaxed. P.S. Although it has been criticized, recommendations are still required. I will continue to learn to improve my level. As soon as I slept, it was already evening. The afterglow of the sun shines on Jishu's face, which makes people feel a rare sense of comfort. Beside the bed, Hoshino China was playing with the flowers sent by everyone. In fact, there are hardly any flowers in this season. These few flowers were specially brought by Sakura from her own home. Express everyone's feelings. Jishu, who had never studied flowers, naturally didn't know the type of white flowers, but the faint fragrance made him feel a lot better. Tomoki, you're awake. Hoshino China couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy on her face. Yes, Sister Kiene. Zishu also nodded gently. Suddenly he seemed to remember something again, so he asked, Sister Kiene, let's go home for dinner. Didn't we make an appointment with Tian Xiaoli? Hoshino China looked hesitant and asked, Tomoki, is there nothing wrong with your injury? Well, my body's recovery ability is very strong. As he said that, Jishu patted his chest. However, a burst of severe pain came, and Jishu resisted the urge to scream. It seems that he still has to adapt, Jishu said secretly. In fact, Jishu was indeed right about his injuries. Everything that should be restored has been restored. After all, he received professional medical treatment and his body has strong recovery ability. But what can't be restored, after all, can't be restored, such as one's own veins. And this is where my pain comes from. Hoshino China saw that Uzumaki Tomoki really seemed to have nothing wrong with him. His red hair is slightly over his face, and he is a little more determined and handsome than his peers. So he said, well, for the sake of your illness, I will let you be willful for a while. After saying that, Hoshino China began to pack her things. Then, he quietly handed Tomoki a medical crutch. In fact, Hoshino China was really afraid that Tomoki wouldn't be able to accept this fact. After all, many patients react extremely excessively when they learn that they need to use assistive devices. As expected, Zisha was stunned when he saw the crutch. Just when Hoshino China seemed worried, Tomoki smiled and took the crutches. I didn't expect that, Sister Kana, you would think so well. It's really beyond my imagination, and it's quite comfortable. Tomoki stood up with crutches. After all, his right leg was almost numb. As for comfort, of course not. After all, no one would adapt to walking with crutches instead of legs. But Jishu knows that as a responsible man at this time, you must not lose your temper with the people around you. Perhaps it is because of this life of wandering and being dependent on my mother. Zisha pays special attention to those close to him. After the two packed up their things, they walked towards Kane's house together. Occasionally, passers-by will feel that this scene is very quiet when they see it. Especially under the sunset, it even makes people feel like time is passing. The scene seems to be frozen at this moment. What an enviable pair of siblings. An uncle selling barbecue couldn't help but said when he saw the two people's backs. After arriving at Kana's house, Tomoki took off his shoes with some difficulty. "Hey, Tomoki, are you really back?" Naruto asked first, and then shouted happily, "Haha, I said it is impossible for Tomoki to be defeated by a little Chiyunin. He will be a big player in the future. You want to help me become Hokage, TCH. Naruto, even if he becomes Hokage, Tomoki should be the one to become Hokage," Sakura said, hitting Naruto's head hard with her fist. Although Tomoki can become Hokage, I believe I believe. Hinata said, her face turned red and she buried her head in her arms. Tomoki understood that Hinata probably wanted to say that Naruto-kun would also be able to become Hokage. Looking at the cute Hinata, Tomoki couldn't help but want to go up and touch her head. But it suddenly occurred to me that my identity was not that of an adult. I'm afraid if you make such a move now, you will be misunderstood, right? Thinking of this, let it go. Seeing that most of his friends had already arrived, even Shikamaru, the 1,000-year-old king, was bored in playing shogi with Koji. But you don't need to think about Jishu to know that there is no suspense in this game. It was just a matter of how many chess pieces Shikamaru gave up and how many moves he took to win. Tomoki asked in confusion, "But why did you all come to my sister Kana's house?" "Because you defeated a Chiyunin, everyone is paying special attention to your affairs. Then I told everyone that you can have a delicious meal here today, and you will come too. Kana-san is very nice. Will not refuse everyone's arrival. Sui and the others are just here to enjoy themselves." Xiaoli said all this very seriously, leaving everyone helpless. Even if what you said is the truth, don't say it so carefully, right? But Tomoki, how did you defeat a Chiyunin? Yamanaka Ino asked with admiration with stars in his eyes. This, Tomoki knew that he had never fought against the so-called Chiyunin. In other words, he defeated a large number of Chunin. Now they are all lying in Konoha Hospital, at least they don't have such strong recovery power like Uzumaki Tomoki. In fact, Tomoki's most impressive achievement was probably his battle with Yamaphase. However, it was impossible to tell them this. I have to respect Konoha's official statement. After thinking for a moment, Tomoki spoke slowly. Sister Kana started to prepare the meal and saw a group of children listening attentively. I can't help but feel happy for Chishu's good popularity. So gradually, only Tomoki's voice existed in the room. It was an early morning like any other. I finished my morning exercises. I was about to go to Konoha Hospital to do my daily study. The snowflakes gradually fell and the air was very fresh. But gradually, I found that there seemed to be something strange in the village. His own chakra also had a somewhat warning field. So I paid attention for a while. At this time, I gradually realized that there were more Umbu in the village. You can hardly see them usually. Until I saw a panicked person walking past me. At this point, even Shikamaru stopped his chess pieces and listened quietly. After all, for a person who has not graduated from the ninja school, defeating the Chiyunin is simply a fantasy. He also wanted to know what happened. Jishu paused here, and everyone knew that this matter had reached its climax. He was even more concentrated, and even Naruto's blood was boiling. Although I saw him wearing Konoha's forward protector, such strange actions and unstable chakra made me realize that he was a traitor in disguise. After a few questions, he revealed his identity. But when he saw that I was younger, he naturally didn't take it to heart. So prepare to get rid of me. And then, everyone knows that this is a key place, and Tomoki should be telling the story of the exciting battle in the next moment. Tomoki chatted with the others for a while, and then Sister Kana brought up a steaming hot pot. The top foodie Akimichi Koji smelled the tangy aroma and said, "Is this red leaf hot pot?" Tomoki didn't understand the meaning of red leaf hot pot, but he also smelled a hint of spiciness from the aroma. In this winter, eating hot pot is indeed a rare and beautiful thing. And with so many friends, hot pot is also the most suitable food. Hoshino China replied, "Koji's nose is really sharp, so there is nothing wrong with Momiji hot pot." Red leaf hot pot? What is red leaf hot pot? Naruto asked, very confused. Red leaves hot pot is venison hot pot. Naruto, you are really stupid. Sakura said. Tomoki should just have to finish for Naruto. Actually, I don't know what red leaf hot pot is either. Indeed, Sakura is not as mature as she will be when she grows up. She is now an extremely unruly and willful child. And he has a serious tendency to judge people by their appearance. So much so that when reading Naruto comics in the past, Tomoki always fought for Naruto. So at this time, Tomoki was of course the first to stand up and defend Naruto. "I'm sorry, Tomoki, I didn't mean to mock you." Sakura did not apologize directly to Tomoki like she did to Naruto. Tomoki was speechless for a while, thinking that he could only wait until Sakura grew up before changing. After all, in the end, she is also a female ninja who can stand alone. Naruto, on the other hand, was very depressed and vented his anger on the hot pot. Everyone is a student of the ninja school, so they naturally talk about school affairs. While stuffing venison into his mouth, Chisai said depressedly, "After the winter vacation, we will face a very important test. But I still haven't mastered my transformation skills well." When Sakura heard this, she also stopped her chopsticks and complained, "Really, I don't know why the school does this. It actually has to assess everything learned in school. When Jishu heard this, he couldn't help but become a little more interested. He knew very well about the ninja school. Even the graduation assessment only randomly selects a basic ninjutsu assessment. There is generally no comprehensive exam. Seeing everyone's doubts, Shikamaru explained this assessment is actually to test the student's assessment of what is necessary to become a genin. After all, we only have more than a year before graduation. If you fail, the teacher will probably supervise you very strictly. After hearing this, everyone had different expressions. Especially when Tomoki looked at Naruto's expression, he probably had already thought about how horribly Irika should treat him. For example, don't take him to eat the extra large portion of Ichiraku ramen. Well, Tomoki could think of what Naruto was most afraid of, and he went too far. After all, the boss of Ichiraku ramen is the only person in Konoha who doesn't have any bad opinion of Naruto because he is Kyuubi. It's only natural that Naruto loves Ichiraku ramen. Ino also said, but I heard that there will be jounin paying attention this time. It is said that some jounin will choose the most suitable disciple for them based on this. She got this news from her father Yamanaka Aki. So it must be true. Well, Jishu thinks it is still very possible. After all, in the original work, the graduation exam only took a test on the art of cloning. But can each child is assigned to the class that best suits him or her. For example, there are taijutsu type ninjas like Xiao Li, Tian, and Niji in the Metkai class. And the new generation of Inoshika Butterfly happened to be assigned to Sarutobi Asuma's class. Of course, Jishu knew one thing very clearly. That means Kakashi will never get involved in such a thing. The later extremely powerful class may have been assigned based on their grades. Although both Naruto and Sasuke have very strong backgrounds, Sakura's early performance was too mediocre. And there is no background at home. As for the original work, it appeared that Sakura's parents in the Tsukuyomi world were jonin, but in fact they have nothing to do with the real Sakura. Moreover, according to Kakashi's character, he really would not participate in such things. Without a mission, he has now become a lazy person who hugs and watches heaven every day. Ino also said worriedly, besides, the students in the next class all seem to be working very hard to get good grades. Tian said nonchalantly, actually, it's fine, just go over there. It's not too difficult, but try your best to do well in the exam. Only then did Jishu realize that Tian was 1 year ahead of him. Including Niji and Xiao Li. They will graduate in about half a year and will be assigned to Metkai's class as usual. Thinking of this, Jishu still broke out in sweat. Xiao Li seemed to have said before that teacher Kai would teach the two of them, but it was clear that they were not from the same class. It's okay to say that only Xiao Li is stupid, but even teacher Kai is also involved, which is really funny. After hearing what Tenten said, Sakura seemed to be even more worried. Because Tenten is the elite among female ninjas after all. Compared with an average student like her, he is really much stronger. Naruto clenched his fists very excitedly and announced loudly, okay, I will definitely become number one, idiot. Shikamaru said calmly. Abarame Shino still hides himself in the cloak, so that no one can see his expression. However, you could see insects crawling out along his fingers and licking the soup splashed on the table. Hinata suddenly played with her fingers and said, well, I heard that Aoki wants to defeat Tomoki in this battle. Beat me, not only Tomoki, but everyone else also showed a look of disbelief. After all, everyone now knows that Tomoki now has the strength to defeat Shinin. However, Hinata continued to stare at Uzumaki Tomoki and said, Tomoki-kun, you must take good care of your injuries. If that doesn't work, you can actually surrender. Of course, I'm not saying that you are weak, it's just Hinata's voice became softer and quieter than the others who were confused. Tomoki probably understood what Hinata meant. Hinata Aoki probably already knew about his injury. After all, the Hinata family is also a wealthy family. The intelligence aspect will naturally be good. Suddenly, Tomoki noticed that Shikamaru also looked at him with a hint of meaning. It seems that he also guessed from Hinata's words that his injury was serious. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment, not expecting Tomoki to be so stubborn. Hinata, who was usually shy, would not remind Tomoki unless it was particularly necessary. Therefore, Shikamaru can deduce that Tomoki's injury has reached the point of damaging the root. But fighting at this time is definitely not possible. But facing the faint smile on Tomoki's face, Shikamaru didn't know what to do. I can only wait to ask Hinata properly after this dinner party. Because the red leaf hot pot is indeed exceptionally delicious, and the warm atmosphere made everyone quickly forget about this incident. The next morning, Jishu got up extra early. But now he no longer lives with Naruto. After all, both of them are 10 years old. If you were squeezed into a small room, it will be more or less inconvenient to write. In Hoshino-china's home, there is an extra room left for Tomoki. Walking out of the house on crutches, he found that Sister Kana was already cooking. Because she was at home, Hoshino-china's clothes were particularly casual. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a light pink coat. Although simple, it has a very comfortable appeal. In fact, Hoshino-china was originally a charming girl. In Tomoki's impression, only Uncle Ichiraku Ramen's daughter can compete. After all, most of the girls around Tomoki are still very young. I chatted with Sister Kana for a few words and finished breakfast. Jishu went to the woods for training as usual. Only this time, he only brought a cane. Originally, not many people went out on this winter day, let alone early in the morning. In the snow on the roadside, Zisha stepped on rows of special footprints. Jishu frowned, a little annoyed. Looking like this, I can't even run, and there are even fewer exercises that I can do. For Jishu, there is only one thing that concerns him most at the moment, and that is how to become strong. While walking, thinking about his next method of training, Zishu soon reached the familiar woods for 97, 498, 499, 500. With a heavy cry, Xiaoli turned back and stood firmly. 500 push UPS completed, and 1,000 kicks below. Bang bang bang, the voice sounded, and Jishu couldn't help but admire it. Maybe only Xiaoli would work so hard during the festival, right? After sighing with emotion, Zishu also started his own practice. However, because his body was in a different state than before, Zishu did not start high-intensity training as soon as he came up. Instead, he started massaging his legs. Compared to training, Jishu places a higher priority on recovery. Although there is currently no way to deal with the overdraft of my own veins. But at least you can give your legs restorative massage to help your legs recover as quickly as possible. Fortunately, ordinary massage does not require much professionalism, otherwise I would have had to ask Sister Kana to help me all the time. Tomoki couldn't help but think of yesterday, when China Hoshino massaged him for an hour and carefully taught him what to pay attention to during the massage. Maybe only girls like Sister Kana can be so gentle and virtuous, right? After sighing with emotion, Tomoki turned his attention to his legs again. The light green medical chakra in his hand rose and continued to dredge back and forth on his legs. Probably only medical ninjas are so miraculous. They can actually cure diseases through chakra guidance and stimulation. Xiaoli also glanced at Zishu with some distraction and asked Zishu, I heard Teacher Kai said that you were seriously injured. And NBSP, Jishu nodded in agreement. Xiaoli was a little stunned. He thought Teacher Kai said this deliberately to encourage him to learn like Jishu. So, is it really going to be difficult for you to use ninjutsu in the future? Jishu thought, how could this be possible? Obviously there are many methods in this world, not to mention the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade, has not yet spoken. It is the resilience of the sage mode, coupled with the resilience of the Uzumaki clan itself. Maybe it can be completed. However, it was still too early to say this, so Tomoki cooperated and nodded again. When Xiaoli heard this, he said in an even more unbelievable tone, can't you even use the 8-gate dunjia? Jishu thought to himself, Xiaoli didn't mean to expose his shortcomings, right? He had no choice but to say, well, now my veins are very fragile and cannot handle the chakra impact brought by 8-door dunjia. Why is this happening? Under Zishu's surprised gaze, Xiaoli asked in confusion, why are you so talented and working so hard, but you don't have the chance to become a powerful ninja? Is it all luck? Is it all destined? A genius like Niji is destined to become a powerful ninja. To become a powerful ninja, but in the end, we are just some of the weakest people who keep working hard just for a lie. This kid, Zishu suddenly realized that Xiaoli was really a group of people who knew how to feel depressed. Moreover, not only did I not believe in myself, but I was also cursed to become the weakest person. It seems that I have replaced Matkai and trained him more. Do you think this fate is unfair to you? Zishu asked, staring into Xiaoli's eyes. Xiaoli was at a loss. In fact, he was just fighting for Jishu. But he didn't know that this reflected his true thoughts. Different from his usual efforts, Xiaoli is really a helpless child sometimes. It seems that when he became disabled in the original work, he almost gave up all hope. When he heard Zishu's question, he didn't know how to answer. Unfair? Of course it's not fair. His talent is so poor. Is it good for him? Zishu sat there, looking at the sky. I came to this world and was on the run. You may not know the Uzumaki clan. We were once a clan that could stand alongside the Senju and Uchiha. But during the war, the countries around us and the country of Uzumaki were afraid of the Uzumaki clan. Power. So they joined forces to sneak attack the Uzumaki clan. Speaking of this, Jishu was also a little sad. Because he really put himself in the position of the orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Of course, that was all a long time ago. My memory started when I was on the run with my mother. We kept our names anonymous and didn't dare to trust anyone, because we couldn't even tell whether our original friends were enemies or not. Because you can't tell when your friend will stab you in the back. This is why my mother refuses to come to Konoha, because she can't tell the difference. So Tomoki, are you also complaining about the unfairness of fate? No. Even so, I have never given up on becoming stronger. I may be disappointed, but it is impossible to obey the destiny. Even with this injury, I would not believe that I would be mediocre from now on. Living means endless opportunities. Do you believe, within 10 years, I will still be at the top of the ninja world? Xiaoli was stunned. If someone else said this to him, he would definitely think it was a big talk, but the matter in front of him was Zishu. He is the person who has never failed. He has such strong self-confidence that Xiaoli cannot help but trust him. Break through the darkness. This word seemed particularly ethereal, but when Zishu said it, it had another meaning. The tall one said that Tomoki would fight to the death against the darkness of Konoha, Danzo. And for this bright goal, he called on his friends to fight together. To put it simply, Tomoki is planning to drag someone into trouble. And Xiaoli, who has huge development potential, became his tool. Idealists tend to believe the former, conspiracists tend to lean toward the latter. For Shu, he belongs to the third party. Idealists who are using conspiracy. Is it dark? Xiaoli asked very doubtfully. It seemed that he had not been exposed to the darkness of Konoha until now. Jishu knew that it was not appropriate to say too much at this time. That sometimes it is not a good thing for Xiaoli to know too much. As long as the seeds can be sown in Xiaoli's heart, sooner or later, for him who is upright, when the time comes, he will definitely follow his lead. After all, Danzo was as evil as a maniac. At this point, Jishu said nothing more and started his own training. Although my Mao cannot be used. Very well, at least physical training can be carried out. As long as you don't open the 8-door armor formation, don't use your legs, and don't use a lot of chakra. In the snow, the two begin training again. That would shock most people. However, due to a leg injury, Tomoki removed the weight. So the movements look even faster than Xiao Li's. After 2,000 blows with the wooden stick, 2,000 punches, and 500 push UPS, Jishu had taken off his coat. But I was still sweating profusely. For Jishu, these are the few trainings that can be carried out normally. It seems like this is not an option. Jishu complained and glanced at his legs. One of my legs is temporarily disabled, and I can't even perform kicking training with the other leg, otherwise my center of gravity will be unstable. As for running and speed training, it's a no-brainer. He couldn't help but glance at Xiaoli beside him, only to find that he looked like he had been injected with chicken blood. Maybe it's because, even though I was injured like this, I still didn't give up my youth and was moved, right? Zishu looked at Xiaoli with interest. It would probably be good to form a hawk team like Suzuki did in the future. Just as Tomoki was still looking forward to the future with confidence, a harsh sound came into his ears. Haha, it turns out that Uzumaki Tomoki, you have been training here. The mocking sneer made Tomoki frown. He turned around to look, his familiar white eyes making him look particularly disgusted. Hinata Aoki, since Tomoki defeated him that time, the gap between the two has become wider and wider. And without Danzo's training, he can no longer show a trace of genius. What is he doing here now? So Tomoki said directly without being tactful. So what if I train here? Hinata Aoki focused his gaze on the crutch wound beside Tomoki, and said with disdain, people from small families dared to be so arrogant before. Now you finally recognize yourself, right? Sure enough, they came to find fault. Originally, Tomoki still had a glimmer of hope for Aoki. Maybe he wasn't so mentally retarded. Who knew he could really be such an innocent person? How dare you blatantly add insult to injury. In this case, Tomoki would stop talking nonsense. It seems that the division of the Hayaga family is so impressive, but as a clan member, Hinata seems to be very low-key, right? After hearing about the Zong family, Aoki's face clearly showed a trace of unwillingness. Immediately afterwards, he pointed his right hand at Uzumaki Tomoki. Don't you look down on our separation. Hearing this, Jishu was happy. A child is indeed a child, but you still want to label me, so Tomoki said, no, I just looked down on you. This bastard. Hinata Aoki was so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to bulge, so he could only yell, after all, you still think that the people of the Zong family must be higher than our branch family, right? And what is Hinata now? A waist, that's all. Why should I, Hinata Aoki, be lower than her waist? Tomoki is really a little angry now, if only for himself. He didn't care to tease this little kid who always regarded himself as his enemy for a little longer. But when Hinata was mentioned, Tomoki deepened his tone. Trash is trash. It will just stand at the bottom and bark like a dog. You, how dare you treat me like a waste? Hinata Aoki clenched his fists tightly. Trash? I don't believe that Hiri-sama will really establish Hinata as a clan. As long as I kill you, yes, kill you, Danzo-sama will definitely help me release the caged bird. By then, I will definitely become the new head of the Hayaga family. I go, this mad dog. Jishu couldn't imagine anyone being so crazy. He actually dared to declare that he wanted to kill him in front of the person involved. Do you think you are Suzuki and I am Itaki? With such naivete, I'm afraid only a child who takes things for granted would do such a thing. Moreover, even if you take advantage of others' danger and kill me, a waste that Danzo considers. Will he help you? You will only be thrown into jail because you are too young and ignorant. Just when Zishu wanted to speak, suddenly, he saw Hinata Aoki actually rushing towards him quickly. His speed is far faster than that of other children of the same age, so it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a genius based on this. This idiot really wants to kill himself. I have been working hard for this moment, just for this moment. Let me show you the power of the Hayaga clan's 32 palms of Bagua. Hinata Aoki yelled crazily, as if everything he imagined would come true in the next moment. Bagua 32 palms, even Jishu has to admit that the power of hatred can quickly improve a person's strength. Hinata Aoki no longer hates himself. Instead, he hates the entire clan, hates Hinata, and hates everyone who goes against him. In the blink of an eye, Hinata Aoki was in front of Tomoki. In fact, as the saying goes, there are specializations in the profession. For Tomoki, he really can't hit the bullseye from 50 meters away like Aoki. This does require a lot of training. But Tomoki also understands another thing. Throwing shuriken can only be said to be a basic skill. Now Tomoki feels as if a primary school student is showing him how to complete 50 additions and subtractions within 10 seconds in front of him. Although addition and subtraction are indeed important basic skills, you will later learn multiplication and division, powers, geometry, integrals, etc. In the end, it can only be used by elementary school students to show off. But since Suzuki said this, Tomoki accepted it calmly. After all, few people want to see others looking down upon them. But he wanted to know how Suzuki should face it. I saw Suzuki quietly walking past the place where Hinata Aoki had just walked, 60 meters, 70 meters. When Tomoki estimated that the distance was about 80 meters, Suzuki stopped. Is he planning on throwing the kunai somewhere? Such doubts arose in almost everyone's minds at the same time. After reaching Chunin, due to the improvement of comprehensive ability, it's not surprising that he can achieve this level, but now Suzuki is still a child who has not graduated from ninja school. Whoosh. The kunai flew out of Suzuki's hand, and many people didn't even see Suzuki's movements. Boom, the target shook suddenly, and the kunai hit the bullseye accurately. Then, the little girl's excited scream suddenly sounded. Suzuki, however, looked at Tomoki quietly amidst the cheers. For him, the only opponent he recognized was Uzumaki Tomoki. As for Hinata Aoki, although he was defeated by him 3 years ago. But after that time, in less than a month, he regained his honor. The honor of the Uchiha clan. After that time, Hinata Aoki was no longer his opponent. It was true before, and it was true this time. Damn it. Hinata Aoki clenched his fists tightly. Next time, you must surpass Uchiha Suzuki in the next assessment. But one test after another passed. Sweat even stained his back. In all tests, Uchiha Suzuki dominated him with an absolute advantage. Including subsequent clone techniques, transformation techniques, substitute techniques, etc. But what also gave him some comfort was that at least now he was still a second-generation talent. As for Uzumaki Tomoki, his performance was very mediocre. He didn't think Uzumaki Tomoki was hiding his strength or anything, but because of Suzuki's words, everyone was a little doubtful. Only Tomoki himself knows that he has reached his full potential. Like the clone technique, he naturally doesn't have the same amount of chakra as before. There can only be 2 clones. Because the exam was about the clone technique, Tomoki didn't even use the shadow clone technique to improve his level. Because comparing this with a bunch of kids, it always feels a bit embarrassing for adults. Soon, the remaining exams were over. Uchiha Suzuki defended his genius position with an absolute advantage. And number 2, in the eyes of everyone, is Hinata Aoki. Tomoki is not surprised, because Hinata Aoki can really show off. As for Shino, Shikamaru, and others in their own class, they all followed the normal exam requirements. Therefore, it is naturally impossible to show any strong strength. Okay, chapter the first phase of the exam is over. After 10 minutes, the second round of assessment will be held here. The examiner said. As soon as he finished speaking, a large circle of girls surrounded Suzuki in the center. Suzuki, you are really strong. Suzuki, are you hungry? This is a snack my mother asked me to make. Do you want to try it? Suzuki-kun, there is water here, do you want to drink it? Almost all children focus on Suzuki. After all, in this world dominated by ninjas, geniuses and strong men are often admired. And if this genius has a handsome appearance, he will naturally become the center. In the past, there would be so many girls around Zishu, but now, no one cares about them. In fact, he couldn't help but feel a little more lonely in his heart. After all, he didn't expect that one day he would become like a passerby. The girls who liked to crowd around him at first didn't even come over to ask him a question now, but Jishu quickly put away his loneliness. Although he seemed a little neglected, he was not lonely. But I didn't expect that my lonely eyes would be seen by a cute and charming girl at that moment. Tomoki-kun, you have actually performed very well. These will not prevent you from becoming a powerful ninja after all. As long as you work hard, there is hope, right? Well, Hinata, thank you. Tomoki nodded, and together with Hinata, they unanimously set their sights on Naruto. Naruto, who had received very poor results in several assessments, was now taking advantage of this moment to train hard. Naruto said to himself, damn it. Come on Naruto. You will definitely be able to defeat that stinky Suzuki. Suzuki just walked out of the group of girls and heard Naruto's words. He couldn't help but said indifferently, the end of the crane. Naruto immediately wanted to fight Suzuki with his fists. The fists were even waved. Tomoki shook his head. Naruto at this stage should not be able to defeat Suzuki. Okay, you can wait until the exam. Tomoki quickly walked up and pulled Naruto back. This surprised Suzuki, although most of the classmates in the class had a better attitude towards Naruto because of Tomoki. But in fact, they are still quite fed up with Naruto. He doesn't seem to understand why a person like Tomoki wants to be with a loser like Naruto. Tomoki held Naruto's arms tightly, ignoring Suzuki's eyes. Ahem, okay, the second round of assessment is the actual combat assessment. It begins now, the examiner said. Then he took out a list from the portfolio. With the sound of his voice, all the children dropped what they were doing. The previous assessments were all very boring, and only when some people made their exams more difficult would they add more topics to talk about. But the battle is different. This is the only assessment that can directly judge the strength of the genius they support. For a time, the discussion became more intensive. I think Uchiha Suzuki will definitely get first place, he's just a pretty boy. No matter how intense the discussion below may be, victory cannot be decided in the end. If you want to win, you can only know it by playing. Although many children nowadays want to achieve a very good result in combat. But most of them consciously ignored 2 people, Uchiha Suzuki and Hinata Aoki. These 2 children from the top wealthy families in Kana were almost destined to be number 1 and number 2 by fate. If I also had the blood inheritance limit, would I have the same talent as them? This question arises in the minds of many children. Thinking, they couldn't help but put their straight line on the red-haired child. Uzumaki Tomoki seems to claim to be from a big family, right? His talents were really good before and made people jealous, but now they have all been lost. How ironic. Because, obviously I have never heard of the Uzumaki clan. Jishu felt that the pity eyes of those children were just like unabashed taunts. Looking at their eyes, why do they feel like they have been beaten to paralysis and can only live on subsistence allowances for the rest of their lives? I tidied my clothes a little and calmed down my mood. It seems that I can no longer keep a low profile. If I keep a low profile anymore, they may really treat me as a dead person. Shikamaru patted Tomoki on the shoulder and asked, the next step is the battle. Is there really no problem? There are no unnecessary guarantees. If you win, you will understand. Jishu suddenly said something like a text. Shit, Shikamaru cursed, then fell silent. The second round of assessment is actually the last round of assessment. However, due to the large number of people, it was divided into several examination rooms. Of course, as for which sub-examination rooms are located, there is actually a basis for it. It's not random disruption. According to these ninja school teachers, the number 1 in the previous examination was probably in the first examination room, the number 2 in the second examination room, and so on. Then, when they reach number 5, they will be reassigned to the first examination room. And so on. This can effectively prevent an examination room from allocating weak candidates. In the other examination room, all candidates were assigned to the strong ones. This is actually very fair. However, there are exceptions. Candidates with special circumstances will be specially assigned. In short, Jishu knew that he was specially assigned. Originally, according to the rules, he should have been assigned to the first examination room along with Uchiha Suzuki. However, he was assigned to the fourth examination room. In fact, there are 4 examination rooms, but they are just empty spaces everywhere. Then there are different teachers standing in the middle. Jishu quickly reached the 4th examination room, and there were many people he knew in the 4th skewers. Take Sakura, for example, she is actually number 1 in the 4th examination room. Even Tomoki was a little surprised by this. He always thought that Sakura in the early stage was just a soy sauce character. The strength is simply ridiculously weak. During the Chunin exam, her battle with Ino was simply the lowest level battle in the Chunin exam. Sakura, who knew almost no ninjutsu except the 3 body arts, was also shockingly poor in physical skills. To be able to get number 1 in their examination room, Jishu couldn't help but think that this was indeed the tragedy of exam-oriented education. Although the relationship between Tomoki and Sakura is pretty good now, Tomoki really wants Sakura to suffer a setback. Sakura can only grow after suffering several setbacks. Since Jishu's name hasn't been called yet, Jishu looked around. Suddenly, 3 familiar figures appeared in front of him. In the morning, it was the children who mocked him, Ida Hoji, Takatani Koji, and Takeda Kozo. These 3 people were still standing together and talking, and they would glance at him from time to time. Jishu knew that most of the time the conversation was about him. It's true that enemies never get together. I didn't expect such a coincidence to meet all 3 of you in the same examination room. Soon, the battle begins. For ninja school students, fighting is often very boring. Jishu only saw 2 people in the field, often holding kunao respectively and fighting hand to hand. And the movements are also very slow compared to Tomoki. Tomoki finally understood why Suzuki could be called a genius at his current level. The opponent is really too weak, just like throwing a young lion into a flock of sheep to grow up. Its character will also become weak. The next battle is between Koji Takatani and Sieki Ito. Before Tomoki could take action, Koji Takatani started the game first. Ito Sieki and Tomoki didn't have any impression that he must be a more introverted boy in other classes. But as soon as the 2 of them took action, Jishu felt a little impressed. Koji Takatani was already physically strong, and Tomoki deduced that he should have practiced some physical skills. But I didn't expect that he was so much stronger than his peers, and Ito Sieki was not ordinary either. Moreover, he is the only boy Tomoki has seen who uses a sword, but because of his height, the sword looks a bit slender. It looked like a weapon that a child had stolen from home. But in the battle, he showed his sword skills to the fullest. Of course, Tomoki thought this might be because he was born in the wild and saw genuine swordsmanship. Chang, the sound of metal clashing kept ringing, and the kunao in Takatani Koji's hand continued to struggle against Ito Sieki's sword. It turns out Sieki is so powerful. This is no longer a battle at our level, right? They are geniuses too, right? Hearing the voice in his ears, Tomoki realized that not only Ito Sieki, who now had the upper hand, but also Takatani Koji was also a leader among the students. After all, he shouldn't look at these children the same way he and Xiaoli did. Xiaoli, who opened the 5th gate of the 8-gate Dunjia formation, was even able to defeat a special Jounin. After all, in the original work, Xiaoli is someone who can even lose to Gara. And Gara became the Kaze Cage not long after the Chunin exams. In fact, that Chunin examination was a generation overflowing with geniuses. Thinking of this, Jishu couldn't help but become a little more defensive. Although Kabuto is now pretending to be a genin who has never passed the Chunin exams many times. But Tomoki would never treat Kabuto Yakushi as a genin. Even treating Kabuto as an ordinary jounin is a bit underestimating him. After all, Kabuto Yakushi is Tomoki's rare all-round ninja. Not only can he master taijutsu and ninjutsu, he can even do medical ninjutsu and genjutsu to a frightening level. In the original work, this One looked like an ordinary ninja in the early stage. The hidden power actually shocked everyone. Thinking of this, Jishu asked cautiously, what kind of setbacks can Senior encounter? I think Senior is so powerful, even if there are setbacks, he must be able to solve them easily, right? Kabuto took 2 steps toward Tomoki and said, I am just a genin who has failed the Chuunin exams many times. Geniuses like you are the role models for me to learn from. Looking at Yakushi Kabuto's serious look, every word he spoke seemed to be extremely sincere. That if he didn't know the plot of the original work, perhaps Tomoki would really believe Kabuto Yakushi's words. Then, Kabuto Yakushi pondered for a moment and said, I wonder, Tomoki, what do you think of Danzo-sama? Tomoki was a little hesitant. After all, talking about Danzo within the confines of Konoha village seemed a bit dangerous. Kabuto smiled and said, actually, my perception is pretty good. It's probably because I'm older than you, Tomoki. As far as I know, there are no Umbu ninjas here. It's probably because Danzo-sama was blind and gave up. A wise tree with such high potential. Another explanation, Kabuto Yakushi kept trying to weaken his own strength, and his words seemed particularly easy to believe. In addition, most people tend to easily accept the other person's flattering words and the other person's self-effacing words. Jishu could only think silently in his heart that the other party was someone who could easily kill him instantly. Get serious. Tomoki was really afraid that Yakushi Kabuto would cast an illusion at some point and confuse him. Kabuto saw that Tomoki didn't answer, so he continued. It's the same question as before, Tomoki, what do you think of Danzo-sama? How about it, absolute bastard? Tomoki didn't have to think at all. People like Danzo had already exterminated humanity. For the sake of your own rights, you can sacrifice everything you have. But considering that Danzo and Orikimura still have a deep connection, and that I don't understand Yakushi Kabuto's meaning for the time being, I can only say to the point, I have a lot of disagreements with Danzo's approach. Kabuto Yakushi smiled, and then patted Tomoki on the shoulder like a friend. It seems that Tomoki, you still won't tell the truth. Danzo has already treated you like this, and you have insisted on many things. How is it possible? Just don't agree with it? Before Tomoki could answer, Kabuto said in an angry tone, that bastard is someone I must use all my strength to eliminate. Jishu was stunned, wondering what it meant. No, even if Kabuto hates Danzo so much, he shouldn't tell him, an outsider. At least Tomoki knew that he couldn't have such charisma to get Kabuto, the big boss, to participate in his anti-Danzo cause right now. Seeing Tomoki's surprised look, Kabuto's expression softened a little, and then he said, I'm sorry for getting so angry in front of you. But I really can't stand what Danzo did, because he didn't just do unforgivable things to me. I didn't expect that the same would be true for you, Tomoki. Tomoki didn't understand the current situation, so he could only follow along and said, as long as we continue to work hard, one day we will no longer be suppressed by Danzo. Just when Tomoki was about to talk about a long list of theories praising the core values of socialism to influence Kabuto Yakushi, however, he found that Kabuto Yakushi was staring at him seriously, his expression becoming much more solemn. Jishu was a little embarrassed by the expression a man showed to him, and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Doesn't this guy have a problem with his sexual orientation? Fortunately, Kabuto dispelled Tomoki's doubts. Jishu, don't tell me these lies. We who also yearn for the sunshine must hate this darkness very much, right? I'm very hesitant now. If I continue to walk in such an environment, can I really feel the light? Or will I gradually become a dark person? Zishu, what do you think? All the words were filled with sincerity. Even the expression will be unspeakable and vividly expressed. Brainwashing. For some reason, this word suddenly flashed into Tomoki's intuition that this is very similar to the plot of the cult in the previous life. First, complain about some similar unsatisfactory aspects of the brainwashed people to arouse resonance. This resonance is then channeled into the thoughts of the cult. Although it is a very simple brainwashing strategy, Jishu has to admit that this strategy is often very useful. If everything goes as expected, Kabuto Yakushi should talk about Konoha village next, right? So Tomoki nodded in agreement, intending to see if Kabuto would say what he thought next. Kabuto couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Tomoki expressing the same view. I thought to myself that a child, even if he is more mature than his peers, cannot show extraordinary wisdom in matters concerning himself. So he said, Kishu, I want to escape from here now. I want to wait until the darkness in Konoha disappears before coming back. Do you think this idea is feasible? Does it work? The tone was very tactful and indeed met the general standards of brainwashing. If too many thoughts are poured into it at once, the brainwashed person will definitely be aware of it. Tomoki sneered in his heart, thinking that if he agreed with Kabuto's point of view, he would probably invite him to defect to Konoha. Right then, on the way to escape, he accidentally suggested that there was a place called Oto Ninja Village that fit his needs. Then, he was in the hands of Orikimura. Thinking of this, Jishu felt annoyed. But since you want to trick me, then I am disgusted with you. Then, Jishu forcibly made a compassionate expression and said, no, we shouldn't escape like this. Since we are facing the darkness, we should use our own efforts to influence them. Kabuto-senpai, if you tell Danzo-sama directly about these things, maybe he will change. Sakura froze in place and didn't move. The tears hanging around her eyes were still rolling, but now she no longer felt aggrieved at all. She didn't expect Uzumaki Tomoki to be so powerful. Wasn't he seriously injured? Why is this still possible? After a brief moment of astonishment, whispers continued to sound around him. how is this going? Didn't you say that Jishu has been seriously injured? This strength is really strong. Almost everyone's mouths were full of surprise. Almost everyone thought that Uzumaki Tomoki would never have the potential to be a ninja in the future, but reality really slapped them in the face. Ida Shangji leaned against the wall, with some blood on the corner of his mouth. The heavy blows made his body numb to this day. But now he doesn't care about this matter. Was it really that red-haired bastard who kicked me just now? But why is it so powerful? Uzumaki Tomoki, why did you attack your classmates for no reason? The examiner in the fourth examination room suddenly glared at Tomoki. Only then did Jishu realize that he was not particularly rational. Sakura was knocked down, and it can be said that Ida Shaoji was forced to fight back. But if you take action yourself, there won't be so much reason. I'm sorry, this is my fault. Sakura suddenly stood up and said to the examiner. Jishu knew that he wanted to protect himself. I won't do it next time. The examiner only came out to maintain discipline. After all, it was not flattering for Mr. Ida to deal such a harsh hand to a girl. But after all, it was Sakura who made the first move, so he had to ensure a fair attitude. However, if he knew that it was Ida Hoji who made the verbal attack first, would his attitude change even more? Ahem, Kishu, you did a good job, Moonlight Hayate said. Standing not far from Kishu, he naturally witnessed the whole process of this small incident. So it was natural for him to fight. Just fulfilling my responsibilities as a friend. Jishu took a breath and said lightly. Moonlight Hayate, however, seemed to have lost his temper and continued to ask, it is the responsibility of a friend, so if the mission is compared with the friend, which one would you choose? Are you asking too many questions now? Jishu thought this way, but Jishu still replied, look at the loss if the mission fails. The light in Moonlight Gale's eyes has dimmed a bit. He felt that if Tomoki answered that he valued his companions, he would win his favor. If you answer mainly about tasks, although you won't win his favor, you will still think that Tomoki is a qualified ninja. But this answer is like violating both, giving up the ninja code and losing the cherishment of friends. Are you a person who is totally interested in profit? Moonlight Gale couldn't help but make a judgment. In other words, which of the two is beneficial to you? Which one do you choose? Moonlight Hayate coughed twice more and covered her mouth with her hands. This sentence was just a question he asked subconsciously. He felt that Chishu's answer had disappointed him, and no matter what Chishu said next, he would not be interested at all. People who only care for themselves can be said to be rubbish among rubbish. Jishu's eyes were still watching the competition on the court. After half of the players were eliminated after people, a new round of fighting begins. So he didn't notice the disappointment in Yu Guangfeng's eyes. He just heard Yu Guangfeng's words and subconsciously replied, of course not, my companions are very important to me. If it is just a loss of economy and dignity to the village, then I will use my efforts to earn it back. But if I protect my companions, there will be more. If a person dies, I choose the mission. This kid, Moonlight Blast, was suddenly touched. He is a person who has the responsibility of a shadow. He couldn't help but secretly said in his heart. Suddenly Jishu felt that his views were not entirely true to his heart, so he added, of course, I will become strong enough. No one will be able to take away the lives of my companions during my mission. For me, I will go all out from the beginning, and I will not regret it until the end. Moonlight Gale suddenly smiled rarely. No one knew what he was thinking. It seems that you are really a rare person. No wonder you can have such a level of physical skills at your age. After admiring, the two of them stopped talking. Watching the battle attentively. Ito Seiki's swordsmanship is still very sharp, although Tomoki doesn't know much about swordsmanship. But it can also be seen that Ito Seiki completely crushed his classmates in terms of strength in the battle. Obviously he has a sharp attack like a poisonous snake, but he is willing to be on the defensive. Maybe it's because you don't want your classmates to get hurt in such a battle, right? It's a pity that I don't know why such a person is unknown in the original work. After thinking for a moment, Jishu seemed to understand something. After all, in the original work, most of the sword skills have declined. In Tomoki's impression, the only people who knew swordsmanship in Konoha were Heide Kakashi, Moonlight Hayate, and Uezuki Yugan. And Kakashi later closed the sword for unknown reasons. Moreover, in the original work, the latter two did not serve as jonin. So Ito Seiki's sword skills were probably buried because he could not improve further, right? Thinking of this, Jishu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Suddenly he glanced at Moonlight Hayate again. Now that he is here, will he take a fancy to Ito Seiki's talent? If this is the case, then Ito Seiki's talent will probably not be buried by anyone, right? Soon, the child opposite Seiki Ito realized that no matter what he did, he could not cause any harm to Seiki Ito, so he had to admit defeat. Ito Makoto wins. Not surprisingly, Ito Seiki won. Many children looked at him with envy. After all, every genius is completely enviable. The next competition. Uzumaki Tomoki vs Takeda Kozo. What, Tomoki didn't expect to actually fight against Takeda Kozo. Jishu felt that this was a bit too coincidental. But astonished as he was, Jishu took a few steps forward. Prepare for your first battle in this assessment. It has been 3 days since Zishu and Tiantian once again promised to take good care of their injuries in the future, but Zishu is still working out, sweating like rain. In fact, in this forest, there are 3 wise trees working hard in different postures at the same time. Jishuji is immersed in a sea of books. From time to time he frowns slightly, and from time to time he looked happy. He really looks like a nerd. From time to time, green chakra light lit up in his hand, which made him feel a little different. Jishui, on the other hand, sat where he was, not moving at all. It seemed like he was sensing something, and he seemed to be asleep. His face was extremely peaceful, like an ancient Buddha. In fact, he was sensing natural chakra. Originally, Tomoki arranged for his shadow clone to practice ninjutsu. But because the shadow clone is a complete copy of him, once a ninjutsu is used, the veins of his shadow clone will be unable to bear it and dissipate. In the end, Tomoki could only be assigned to the almost impossible task of sensing natural chakra. Jishu's body, on the other hand, kept pouring his fists against the stone. It's just some bandages on my hands. As the banging sound sounded, the bandage on Zishu's hand gradually oozed blood. In fact, this is a very common thing for Zishu. He has even gotten used to the pain now. So much so that he had another standard to measure his exercise intensity, which was when to soak all the bandages with blood and when to end the hitting training. Boom, as Tomoki punched out the last time, the boulder shattered. Tomoki looked at his hands that were already in terrible condition and said with emotion, "Fortunately, I am from the Uzumaki clan, otherwise I am afraid that I would not be able to treat such a wound with my medical ninjutsu." As he spoke, a green light rose from Tomoki's right hand. Press on the back of your left hand. Originally, the wounds were just superficial injuries, but they healed faster under the influence of medical ninjutsu. Then Jishu used the same method to deal with his right hand. After doing all this, Jishu unlocked the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone who studied medical ninjutsu brought him a lot of basic knowledge of medical ninjutsu. But it is completely impossible to quickly deal with a disease like paralysis. This is not just a matter of medical ninjutsu, but a matter of researching a new medical method. Otherwise, wouldn't Tomoki just go directly to Konoha Hospital and seek treatment from the top doctors? And Tomoki could vaguely notice that even Sister Kana was also learning medical knowledge about leg paralysis. She is also making some efforts to heal her right leg. Of course, if you do some massage every day as you do now to assist recovery. After more than half a year, the paralysis in my legs will naturally improve. But Jishu really didn't want to waste so much time. As for the shadow clone that sensed natural chakra, there was no gain at all. It was just like sitting there all morning. I already feel heartache for Jishu, who cherishes time so much. As the start of school approaches, Jishu feels increasingly powerless. The leg injury still showed no signs of improvement, and the advantage of physical skills was lost. And you can't use ninjutsu that consumes slightly more chakra. If this continues, Tomoki feels that he might really lose to Hinata Aoki. No, I must develop new techniques myself. Jishu clenched his fists, as if this was his only route. Even if his injuries are not healed, as long as he can develop a technique that can be used in his current state. Same also a victory. And with previous experience in developing new techniques, this route may be easier for Jishu. But what kind of new technique should I develop? Jishu was lost in his own thoughts. First of all, this technique cannot consume too much chakra. Even the chakra consumption of ordinary D-level ninjutsu cannot be exceeded. Unless it's a ninjutsu that has little to do with the context, like the shadow clone jutsu. Otherwise, even the powerful fireball technique would be enough for Zishu to drink a pot of it himself. Secondly, the power of this ninjutsu cannot be too low. Otherwise, there would be no point in developing new techniques on your own. Using ninjutsu is not as powerful as your own fists, so you might as well use your own fists. Third, this ninjutsu is best to help you move, or to increase your attack distance. This is Zishu's biggest shortcoming now. Without a leg, even if he could barely dodge a few attacks by relying on his arm strength and jumping. But it has no effect in real combat. Dying earlier and dying later are the same thing. With these 3 restrictions in mind, Zishu began to further think about how to achieve it. Generally speaking, it is most appropriate to use a chakra scalpel that he has modified a lot. One is because of the experience, but the power of the chakra scalpel can also match. However, this ninjutsu actually consumes a lot of chakra. As for other ninjutsu, Tomoki has even fewer ideas. Even if the powerful fireball technique is weakened, it is still not something that his current system can afford. As for the Ichido lamp formation, Tomoki has never put it to use ever since Irika obtained this barrier ninjutsu. Tomoki even felt that his excitement when he got this ninjutsu was wrong. After that, only the 3 body techniques are left. Is there really no way to do this? Zishu groped his chin, racking his brains to think. Jishu, what are you thinking about? A crisp voice interrupted Jishu's thinking. What caught his eye was the figure carrying a lunchbox every day. A little warmth could not help but rise in my heart. After taking the food from Tianation's hand, Zishu ate it with big mouthfuls. On the other hand, he expressed his confusion without reservation. Originally, he didn't expect to give any good advice every day. But Tian listened very carefully, with big eyes blinking. Tomoki, you are saying that you want to develop a ninjutsu that consumes less chakra, but the chakra scalpel you are most familiar with consumes too much? Yeah, that's right, Tomoki muttered while eating the delicious food. I remember the uncle at the ninja shop once said that metal that can circulate chakra is too expensive. Therefore, swords made of this metal often adopt a hollow design. This does not reduce the power, but is very powerful. It saves a lot of cost. So can your chakra scalpel do this? Zishu didn't intend to listen to Tianation's suggestion seriously at first, just treating it as a casual chat. Bang, the chakra scalpel that had finally condensed in his hand dissipated once again. No, because the chakra supply is too little due to the veins. If this continues, it will definitely not be able to condense a stable chakra scalpel. Jishu sighed slightly, but showed a more eager expression. It is very important for a ninja to use every chakra carefully. And if Uzumaki Tomoki could master this ability. Even when he was injured, it was a huge improvement. Shadow clone technique. As Zishu's voice fell, two shadow clones exactly like him appeared next to him. Because the shadow clones all had the memory of Jishu, Jishu didn't say anything. The two shadow clones had already begun to exercise. The dim fluorescent white chakra scalpel kept generating in the hands of the three wise trees, and then shattered. There was almost no experience accumulated, but Tomoki didn't care. If it doesn't work once, then try it again, forming seals, condensing, and then dissipating. Chakra kept repeating this transformation in Tomoki's hands. So the failures started again and again, but unconsciously, Tomoki could feel the improvement of his chakra control. I also gained a lot more insights and experiences. For example, the chakra guided in conjunction with the seals will be meaninglessly lost in some places. As long as you control this place well, you will save some chakra. For another example, chakra condensed in the hand can achieve a dynamic balance. Use the chakra lost in one place to make up for the lack of chakra in another place. Finally, a cycle is formed to keep the chakra scalpel relatively stable. With Zishu's countless failures, more and more experiences like this have been accumulated. Sometimes it even becomes instinctive to use chakra in this way. Just like this, a month has passed before I knew it. Tomoki's chakra control is also much stronger than before. Moreover, the unnecessary parts of the chakra scalpel can also be removed, saving a large amount of chakra. To reduce it to the amount that his veins can bear. Tomoki has been able to barely use a simplified version of the chakra scalpel. However, several other improved ninjutsu, such as chakra scalpel and sky sword, and chakra scalpel and drizzle, cannot be used yet. As for the vast sky sword, Jishu didn't even have to think about it. Chakra scalpel. Tomoki looked calmly at the blue chakra knife condensed in front of his hand, and slashed forward almost like lightning. Tear, with this tearing sound, a big tree fell down. The snowflakes hanging above also scattered in all directions. Speaking of which, the snowy days seem to be exceptionally long this year. Just like the cold winter for Wisdom Tree. Jishu is really amazing. The sound of praise came, which made Jishu feel a little uncomfortable. It seems that only after he was injured, he rarely heard such words. Zishu turned his head and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The snow-white coat is exquisite and elegant. It wrapped the woman's graceful figure delicately. The white and tender skin with a bit of rossiness seemed to add a bit of vitality to the dead snow scene. Zishu couldn't help but think of a sentence: the fishes are falling and the geese are falling, the birds are making noises, and the flowers are shy and they are quivering in sorrow. There is no such thing as an overstatement to describe the visitor. Because Sister Kiene is so charming. Tomoki came back to his senses and replied, Sister Kiene, please stop praising me like this. It's not enough to do this. Hoshino China shook her head and said with a sweet smile, Tomoki has always been the strongest ninja in my heart. For it, in fact, the feeling of being treated as a child is very unpleasant. But if it was Sister Kiena, Tomoki would acquiesce. By the way, Sister Kiena, don't you have to work today? Tomoki asked with some confusion. As a nurse and a semi-qualified medical ninja, Sister Kiena's work is often very heavy. So all the time, he and Xiaoli went to dinner together. But in the past 2 days, Teacher Kai said that he wanted to find Xiaoli for special training. Tian Tian was busy and couldn't deliver food to him, so Zishu went to eat alone these 2 days. Hoshino China smiled mysteriously and said, what do you think? Guess. Jishu was helpless. Why do girls like such boring things? He had no choice but to say, Sister Chien Nai, you have to give me a range at least, right? Chien Nai blinked and said, about a big surprise. Surprise? Zisha thought for a moment, and his birthday was not today either. As for the anniversary, it is impossible to say. In this case, the content of the surprise will be difficult to guess. Hoshino China saw Tomoki's tangled look, so she didn't embarrass him and said directly, then I'll tell you directly. Don't be too excited after hearing this. Jishu nodded, thinking that I am not a child. How could one be excited about a surprise? But Tomoki still looked forward to it. Not to disappoint everyone who cares about him is also his criterion. Hoshino China nodded with satisfaction and said, I seem to have found a way to make Tomoki's leg injury heal quickly. Jishu was stunned, afraid that he heard wrongly, so he asked, what? Seeing Tomoki's surprise, Hoshino China also felt a hint of pride. I said I seem to have found a way to heal Tomoki's leg injury. How can I get better quickly from my leg injury? Joy rushed into Zishu's heart like a tide, and Zishu didn't even know how to express his excitement at the moment. Chien Nai took Tomoki's hand and said, let's go eat first. After eating, I will treat you in the afternoon. But first, if you can't cure it, you can't blame me. Tomoki nodded, knowing that Sister Kiena was always conservative. If you are not more than % sure, you probably won't tell him. After lunch, Tomoki followed Hoshino China back home. Although the house is not particularly big, Uzumaki Tomoki is already very satisfied. Entering the house, Hoshino China first asked Tomoki to lie on the bed. Take off the outermost layer of heavy clothing. Only the innermost layer of shirt was left. Then roll the panties up to the top of your thighs. Jishu was a little embarrassed to be like this. After all, he has the thinking of an adult. He was in the same room with a beautiful woman, and he was still disheveled. Hoshino China didn't care about this. First, Uzumaki Tomoki was already regarded as her biological brother. Second, every doctor treats patients with a very conscientious attitude. Jishu, during the treatment process, remember not to move under any circumstances. Jishu nodded. This is the attitude of a patient. Everything must be obeyed by the doctor's arrangements. Then Hoshino China's face became more solemn. As a doctor, if there are emotional fluctuations because the patient is one's own relatives, it may affect the results of the treatment. Moreover, this kind of disease also requires precise control ability. Let me introduce my ideas to you first, so that you can be mentally prepared. Chienai's voice has now become colder. Jishu agreed that the average patient does not need to know this. But he was also a half-baked medical ninja, and knowing more might help himself. After all, medical treatment in this world basically relies on the power of chakra. After getting Tomoki's approval, Kana walked to Tomoki's side, picked up Tomoki's right foot, and started massaging it. At this time, Bing said, "Actually, this is just an imperfect idea of mine. As for this method of treatment, it may only be suitable for you, Jishu? Only applies to me?" Jishu was a little surprised. He understood that because blood types are different, blood supply must be classified. But what kind of healing method was being tried on just him? "Sister Kana, is this too absolute?" Chienai said, "No, actually the reason why I was able to come up with this treatment method was because of the first time I saw you." First time meeting me? Tomoki couldn't help but think of that afternoon, when he had just learned that Danzo was going to force him to join the Roots. Angry, he hit the ground with his fist, causing his right hand to bleed. I came to the hospital subconsciously. But in this process, he didn't seem to show any special characteristics. "Well, when I first saw you, I found that your right hand was bleeding. But when I just used medical ninjutsu to treat you, I found that your wound had already begun to heal quickly. Even by the second, my god, the wounds on your hands have basically disappeared. This kind of recovery power is almost dozens of times higher than that of normal people." Chienai said. There was no strange look in her beautiful eyes. It turned out to be my resilience, which didn't surprise Tomoki. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, it would be strange if I didn't have this bit of resilience. For example, Xiang Lin can even have the ability to let others suck her blood to achieve rapid recovery. But how does this help with my own paralysis? If it could be restored, it should have been restored long ago. Why bother wait until now? Seeing Tomoki's puzzled expression, Hoshino China explained, "The reason why you can't feel your right leg now is because you suffered a large amount of intensive chakra attack before. And the method of this attack is very similar to a chakra scalpel. It can penetrate the skin and directly attack veins, blood vessels and other parts. However, its attack is too messy, causing the body's inertial recovery to restore the nerve endings to misalignment during the subsequent recovery process. In the end, Kishu, you can't feel yourself the presence of the right leg." Tomoki nodded in agreement, although he also knew that Hoshino China's medical ninjutsu was pretty good. But he didn't expect to be able to deduce from the injuries what kind of attack he probably suffered. And then, at this time, Tomoki completely believed that Sister Kana could completely cure his paralyzed leg. After all, the train of thought can be deduced to this point, as if the answer is already ready. Then, Hoshino China paused, as if to whet Tomoki's appetite. Tomoki couldn't help but sigh. When did Sister Kana actually learn this trick? Now he felt as if he was hearing an exciting moment while listening to a book, but the storyteller suddenly stopped talking. "Then we will restore your misplaced nerve endings, cut them off again, and then use chakra to guide your nerves back to their normal positions. This method works. After all, Tomoki has mastered a lot of medical ninjutsu knowledge for so long. Naturally, we can tell that the feasibility of Hoshino China's idea is very high. Even if it doesn't necessarily succeed in the end, it's still an idea worth experimenting with. No wonder Sister Kana said this can only be used by me. After all, once an average person's nerves are cut off, they must be reconnected using specialized medical ninjutsu. And this process will become very slow. In the end, it is even better to wait for the body's own correction. With the help of massage, I recovered after more than half a year. Thinking of this, Tomoki's face showed an eagerness to try, and he even wanted to take action himself without waiting for Hoshino China. Of course, with his chakra control. It's definitely not possible to do such a delicate thing. He could only look at Hoshino China with hope. Unexpectedly, Hoshino China poured cold water on him at this time. However, this method is very painful because it cuts the nerve directly. "It doesn't matter, I'm afraid of everything. I'm just not afraid of pain," Zishu said, patting his chest. At this time, Chienai sighed and said, "Tomoki, can't you take a year off to recuperate? Even if you end up repeating a grade, Tomoki, you will eventually become a powerful ninja." But Jishu shook his head firmly. He could rest. But what happens next? Orochimaru invades Konoha, pain invades Konoha, ninja war, one thing after another weighs on Jishu's mind. Jishu doesn't want to be a weak and incompetent waste when the plot comes. After pulling up Ito Siaki, Tomoki discovered that it was already evening. The tree was still bare, and under the afterglow of the setting sun, it seemed a little lonely. The 4 examination rooms have basically completed their own assessments. Today's assessment ends here. As for the final battle, it will be left to tomorrow. As the examiner in the fourth examination room finished speaking, everyone surrounding the fourth examination room had dispersed. Some children went to watch the battles of children in other examination rooms, while others went home. Jishu was originally bored and wanted to leave. But there was a sound of exclamation in my ears. Aoki is so strong. This is a completely stress-free fight. Gaia is very strong, but it's a pity that he met the genius of the Hyuga clan. Tomoki looked over and saw Akamaru already lying on the ground. But yet was still standing there lingering. Opposite him was Hinata Aoki with an indifferent look on his face. Damn it! I will definitely defeat you today. Yes, harsh words were mixed with violent breathing. Generally speaking, in a battle with the Hyuga clan, they must not be stopped even once. Because as long as you are hit by them, it means that your chakra will be blocked, which will eventually lead to your combat effectiveness getting worse and worse. Then wait until you defeat me before you say these words. Hinata Aoki jumped suddenly, and light blue chakra appeared on his palm. Four people of the Hyuga clan, their ability to use chakra often exceeds that of ordinary people. But being able to gather such a level of chakra at this age is amazing. That child from the Hyuga clan seems pretty good, too? Moonlight Hayate suddenly sighed. Another jonin whom Tomoki didn't recognize said, yes, after all, he is the child of our second largest clan in Konoha. No, it should be said to be the largest clan now. Someone corrected. Of the Uchiha clan, the only child left now is Uchiha Suzuki. Although more than 4 years have passed, it seems that among the jounin of Konoha, they have not yet reacted. In fact, almost everyone who has experienced the times when Uchiha was powerful can hardly believe that the Uchiha clan could all die out in one night. The next moment, Inyazuka Kiba was hit hard. The children who had just watched Jishu fight were all amazed. Hyuga Aoki's attack is like Uzumaki Tomoki's battle. It's all so simple and crude. But Tomoki shook his head. Hinata Aoki was completely different from him. The reason why he is able to deliver such violent attacks is because of his strength and speed. As for Hinata Aoki, he completely relied on chakra. But what really surprised Tomoki was Hinata Aoki's speed. Although Hinata Aoki's speed has not reached his own level, he can actually barely keep up with him. It's a pity that I can't use chakra. Even if the factor of 8-gate Dungia is removed, my speed has still suffered a huge drop. After sighing helplessly, Tomoki had to accept the reality. This is why even samurai value chakra. With chakra, you can keep your body in a stronger state. Not being able to use chakra normally actually affected part of his speed, and NBSP, tomorrow's battle must be more serious. Hyuga Aoki wins. The examiner announced this fact. Even if he still wanted to stand up, there was nothing he could do. In fact, Jishu felt that it was very difficult for Ye to be able to fight at this level. After all, Akamaru is still very young now. After Hinata Aoki received the news of his victory, he walked away indifferently, without Tomoki's courage at all. Tomoki walked over, picked up Akamaru, then walked to Kiba and handed him to Kiba. Tomoki, thank you. Although Ye said this, he still stared at Hinata Aoki without changing his gaze. Forget it, practice hard in the future. You are not saying that there is no way to defeat him. Jishu said. Then, he pulled his teeth up. At this moment, the victory of the decisive battle in the third examination room was announced. Abarame Shino wins. Shino, Jishu was also very happy about the victory of his friend who had no sense of existence. He couldn't help but look over and saw Shino Abarame preparing to stretch out her hand and pull his opponent up. But the girl across from him yelled, "Don't come here, you bug freak." Shino once again felt the world's deep malice toward him, so he had no choice but to take back his hand and say, "I'm sorry." Tomoki couldn't help but imagine Shino getting promoted, meeting a girl, screaming, surrendering, and getting promoted. Most of the girls in ninja schools have not yet become qualified ninjas. You could obviously rely on strength, but in the end, you relied on fright. The battle in the first examination room has also ended. There is no doubt that Uchiha Suzuki won. It seems that his opponents are these three people, Uchiha Suzuki, Abarame Shino, and Hinata Aoki. It seems that they are not weak opponents. Is the competition here over? Tianation's surprised voice reached Zishu's ears. Jishu, Tian, and I are here specifically to cheer you on. To do this, I gave up the time of kicking my legs 1,000 times. Do you know? After that, I will do push UPS with one hand to punish myself. If you can't do it, you'll have to jump 1,000 times. If you can't do it again, Jishu consciously ignored Xiao Li's words and asked Tian directly, "Why do you come so late to watch my fight?" Then Tian looked at Zishu with a ghostly expression. "When did you become so stupid, Zishu? Don't you know that we also have classes?" Well, Jishu suddenly thought that Tian was 1 year ahead of him. Now they really need to take classes. Xiao Li received ridicule from Tian, and had to say with emotion, "This is the path of youth. Even if you walk on this path, countless people do not understand, do not support, and some even regard you as a fool, but we still have to go on firmly." Xiao Li's words made Uzumaki Tomoki feel a little emotional. "I couldn't help but have a faint understanding, this guy hits the mark again." "Okay, let's go," Tian said. It has become an established rule that the three of them meet to have dinner together. Of course, the original reason was because we had to force two people who forgot to eat as soon as they started practicing to develop the habit of eating on time every day. The classroom was full of whispers from classmates. In fact, this is normal. Some friends have not even seen each other during the winter vacation. It is understandable to feel this way. However, there seemed to be an unusually large number of people who came to ask about Zisha. Because most people know more or less about Kishu's injury. Even in the next class, it has been spread that Tomoki has no talent. Or it can be said that it is difficult to even become a qualified ninja. This undoubtedly made all Zisha's classmates feel a little surprised, and then infinitely regretful. After all, he was a genius whose talent could be compared with Suzuki's. And compared to Suzuki's indifference, Tomoki is exceptionally popular. Jishu, it's okay. I believe you will be able to overcome the difficulties in front of you. Tomoki-kun, even if you can't become a powerful ninja, there are still many ways to realize your own value. As a man, don't give up, you will always succeed. Jishu, I heard that in a village far away, there is a doctor with particularly superb medical skills. Maybe he can cure you. The voices of concern almost never stopped. Jishu had no choice but to thank his classmates one after another. For a ninja, being unable to use ninjutsu above D level and genjutsu basically means that the ninja will live a life of genin for the rest of his life. Even Mat Dai, Met Kai, and Rock Lee can at least use 8-door Dunjia. But the problem now is that Jishu can't even use the 8-gate Dunjia now. Suddenly, Tomoki noticed that Suzuki, who was sitting in front, turned his head and glanced at him with a very troubled expression. Jishu was still smiling, as if he didn't care. Ahem, I haven't seen you all during the winter vacation, but you seem to be very active. Naruto stood up and shouted loudly, of course, after all, I am the man who wants to become Hokage. Naruto, I didn't ask you. Sit down. Irika criticized. In fact, Tomoki knew that among so many students, Irika's favorite student was actually Naruto. After this episode, Irika said, originally, the beginning of the school year should have started with intense study. But because everyone will graduate next year, the school is planning to organize an assessment this afternoon. What? I don't know at all. I feel like I've been tricked by Irika-sensei again. Obviously I didn't do anything during this winter vacation. A heartbreaking wail sounded. Just like most primary school students, they are so afraid of exams. As for Tomoki, Shikamaru, Ino and others, they didn't say much because they knew about it before. On the contrary, they were all calm. But Naruto still looked very worried, and Koji didn't look too good either. This exam was also temporarily decided by the school. According to the usual practice, this assessment should be conducted 6 months later. I don't know why it was brought forward this time. So it is normal that I didn't tell you before the winter vacation. After he finished speaking, Irika saw a group of children looking at him with resentful eyes. I couldn't help but feel a little panicked. I picked up a glass of water on the table and reluctantly took a sip to relieve my embarrassment. Because of the exam this afternoon, the morning class has been cancelled. Everyone can review freely. You can practice shuriken throwing, kunao, or other events. But it must be in school. After hearing it for a long time, everyone's expression softened slightly. Okay, let the others start studying on their own. Tomoki, come with me. Tomoki was puzzled and followed, and soon arrived at Irika's house. Office. Unlike ordinary children who stand in fear when they come to the office, Jishu directly moved a chair from the side and sat down. Irika had just sat down, but he took Tomoki down faster than him. He couldn't help but sigh. Tomoki, you are really a very mature child. Apart from Tomoki, Suzuki, and Shikamaru, Irika had never seen any student who could enter the office so easily. Aren't children at this age supposed to be afraid of teachers? Tomoki's behavior made Irika a little uncomfortable. But if you don't adapt, you still don't adapt. You still have to say what you need to say. Jishu, please don't take the exam this time. No. Jishu decisively refused. Irika slammed his hand on the table. Don't show off to me. What can you do with your current injury? The table shook and buzzed. But Tomoki was very calm. Teacher Irika, you should believe me. Believe you? What did you say when you and I asked for leave? Irika glared at Tomoki and yelled, you have already made your body look like this, and you still want to be so willful? Absolutely impossible. Jishu knew that it was impossible for Irika to let him take the exam so easily now. Squeak, Jishu rolled his eyes and saw Mizuki just walking in from outside. An idea was generated in Jishu's mind. Teacher Mizuki, long time no see. Jishu greeted him very familiarly. Mizuki was a little surprised. He didn't expect this red-haired kid to take the initiative to say hello to him. But he, who was always good at pretending, also showed a sunny smile and said, oh, it's Jishu. I haven't seen you for a long time. How are you doing recently? Are you okay? Jishu believed that Mizuki already knew that his talent was almost exhausted. That you must be mentioning it at this time to shock me, right? After all, in the original work, the reason why Mizuki became Irika's good friend was to gain a sense of superiority around Irika. For such a villain, Jishu really couldn't think of any good intentions he could have. But Tomoki still said, no, Mr. Irika just refused to let me take the exam this time. Not letting you take the exam? Mizuki glanced at Irika, knowing that his good friend was still thinking about Tomoki. After all, Tomoki is no longer the genius boy, and he is suffering from a disease that prevents him from using chakra normally. Taking exams now is like making fun of your own body. But who allowed you to defeat Aoki? As a result, I failed to complete the task assigned by Danzo-sama. So Mizuki asked kindly, Tomoki, are you really sure you want to take this exam? Jishu nodded. If nothing else, it was not his attitude to shrink back when something happened. So, before Mizuki could finish speaking, Irika shouted loudly, "No, I never agree." Mizuki's pupils shrank for a moment, and then he turned back to a kind smile and said, "Irika, since Tomoki is going to take part in this exam, he must have confidence in himself." After finishing the meal, it was getting extremely late. Lights were already on above the street. But in the world of early spring, the weather is still a little cold, but the streets inevitably lack some prosperity. Jishu was walking alone on this road, but what was rare was that Jishu was not heading towards home, but rather towards his former secret training place. After saying goodbye to Tiantian and Rockley, Zishu walked there. Just because of the chakra behind it. Finally crossing the streets and alleys, Zishu arrived at this familiar place. Tomoki had no choice but to say, "Okay, Kakashi-senpai, you should be out now, right?" A figure seemed to stand in front of Zishu in an instant. "I didn't expect that, Tomoki, your perception is also very good." Tomoki smiled bitterly. "Is it because Kakashi-senpai didn't want to hide himself at all?" Kakashi scratched his head in embarrassment. "You saw through it. Speaking of which, senior, what do you want from me? Don't get into the topic so early, right? Speaking of which, shouldn't we talk about other things first?" Jishu sat down on the ground and said, "Okay, you can talk about whatever you want. I have a lot of time anyway." Kakashi didn't mind and sat opposite Tomoki. "I heard from Akai that you are from the Uzumaki clan? Well, you should be able to tell from my hair color and last name, right?" Kakashi nodded. "Nothing, just making sure. By the way, Tomoki, as a genius, why do you have to work so hard?" Jishu thought for a moment, and then said, "Genius is just for others to see. It's not okay if you can't become powerful." "Oh, so that's what you think." Kakashi didn't know what he was thinking. "Speaking of which, do you have any hatred or anything like that?" "Not yet," Zishu replied, and realized that what he said was a little incomplete, so he added, "I just set a goal for myself for the time being, and I just want to get revenge on someone." This child seems to be very different from his peers. Is it Danzo who wants revenge? Tomoki nodded. He did not shy away from this matter in front of Kakashi. "Speaking of which, Kakashi-senpai, why don't you watch Kissing Heaven now?" Tomoki noticed that Kakashi was holding nothing else in his hands. "When I'm doing business, I'm usually quite serious." "Business?" Tomoki was a little confused, not knowing what Kakashi meant. Kakashi did not answer Tomoki's question and said, "Speaking of which, I have a very good relationship with a member of the Uzumaki clan." "Who is it?" Tomoki was a little strange. He seemed to have never seen Kakashi interact with any Uzumaki clan members. "Well, after all, I should call him Master's wife, right?" A figure flashed in Tomoki's mind instantly. Uzumaki Kushina, how could he forget her? Since Kakashi's teacher is the fourth generation, how could he not have any communication with Uzumaki Kushina? Kakashi suddenly had a solemn look on his face. "Uzumaki Tomoki, don't you have any resentment towards Konoha?" "Why resentment?" Konoha, who was the most important ally of the Uzumaki clan, failed to arrive in time to rescue. "Kakashi-senpai, do you think it is appropriate for you, as a jounin of Konoha, to say such things to me?" Tomoki smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect Kakashi to be so direct. Although he was not involved in what happened back then. Even his mother was very young back then. All in all, his mother was probably about 10 years older than Uzumaki Kushina. "I gave birth to myself when I was in my 30s." Tomoki estimated that when the Uzumaki clan was exterminated, his mother was probably only 21 or years old. But regarding the genocide of the Uzumaki clan, his mother never mentioned it to him in order to avoid causing trouble to him. So what's the result? Kakashi still stared into Tomoki's eyes, determined to ask the answer. "How should I put it? I will not give up investigating this matter." Kakashi showed some disdain. "Sure enough, is this child still motivated by hatred? Your current lineage is unlikely to allow you to become a powerful ninja. No, I will eventually become stronger. Seeking possibilities among the impossible, that's it. I believe Kakashi-senpai can also see it from Mr. Kai," Jishu said very confidently. "But you can't even use the 8-gate Dungia." Kakashi revealed a fact. Jishu shook his head. "No, you didn't understand what I meant. What I want to say is to find a way in a desperate situation. It's not a complete imitation. At this point, I admire Teacher Kai's father, Matt Dai, even more. He was a genin for decades, until he defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen alone in order to protect his son. What a feat this is, although there are different opinions in another world about the invention of the 8-door Dungia formation. But Jishu subconsciously believed that this was definitely the creation of Matt Dai. Because how can those who were so talented put in so much effort like Dai, Kai, and Lee? It sounds very passionate." Kakashi's expression was a little cold. "Does this mean that all your motivations now are, in the final analysis, just revenge?" By now, Kakashi was becoming more and more disappointed with Tomoki's words. "That when we were eating before, I thought Tomoki was like a sunny child like Obito. But I didn't expect that it was still for revenge." Tomoki leaned forward, facing Kakashi's cold and slightly mocking gaze. "No, it's more about protection than revenge. Guard? I'm curious why you have such strange ideas." Kakashi's eyes were a little cold. Jishu said without hesitation, "I have seen many people, and I thought I had seen the darkness of the world. So I thought that there were only interests between people, and all actions were for interests. So I scolded others every day, but he also satirizes the simplicity of those who strive to do good things. In the end, they are just trash. Only by protecting what should be protected can people have the meaning of living. But for this, it does not mean that the light will retreat and pierce the darkness, it is also the light. Kakashi was stunned. Tomoki's long speech reminded him of something that he couldn't help but sigh and said, "You are such a surprising child. I think those who stick to the stereotype and think that the vocation of ninjas is only to perform tasks will hate you very much. Although these things are of no use to you now, I think it is better to leave them with you. After all, they are not of much use to me." Kakashi shrugged as if he didn't care. In addition to other things, Jishu couldn't help but ask, "What's in this?" Kakashi stood up, "It's already very late now, you should go back to bed. Speaking of which, it seems that you haven't passed the genin test yet." Tomoki emphasized again, "Can't you answer my question seriously? That one? You will know after you open it and take a look at it. However, I think you will regret it even more after opening it," Kakashi suddenly said mysteriously, and then, at a speed that Tomoki could not match, he left the place. Can I see for myself? Tomoki was a little worried. He was as sinister as Kakashi. Wouldn't he give him something similar to the scroll of heaven and earth in the Chunin exam and then hypnotize him? Or maybe it's not necessarily the detonating talisman. The conversation with Kakashi in the afternoon made Tomoki particularly worried, plus what Kakashi said when he left. "I always feel like something is wrong." That he was able to use the mysterious Taijutsu Millennium Kill to deal with Naruto, and Tomoki always felt that Kakashi would give him a try. Forget it, as a man, it would be a bit embarrassing if you don't dare to open this thing. Thinking of this, Tomoki untied the thin rope tied to the scroll. Slowly unfolding the scroll, the expected explosion in hypnosis did not appear. But the words in the scroll instantly caught Jishu's attention. For a moment, Tomoki understood why Kakashi said he couldn't use these things now. Why did he say that he would regret opening it now? Because what it contains is the sealing technique, 5-element seal. "Kakashi, what do you think of that child?" Tomoki Sandei held his pipe in his mouth. From his expression, it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Kakashi said, "I think Uzumaki Tomoki can become the pillar of Konoha." "Oh, you rated him very highly. Well, I think he can afford this evaluation." Sandei was a little skeptical, "But, you also know about his injuries. I don't think his injury can affect him from becoming strong. And that child has his own reasons to become strong." Kakashi seemed to remember something. Ahem. Sandei seemed to be choking on the cigarette. In fact, he knew that he was just thinking of one of his students. "Kakashi, do you think I should find someone to call Tsunade back?" Only then did Kakashi realize that the third generation seemed to have a sense of guilt towards Tomoki. But he still shook his head. "The premise is that Princess Tsunade is willing to come back, and before that, there must be a way to find her." The third generation knocked his pipe on the ashtray and looked through the deep night. "Yes, Tsunade has not gotten over what happened back then. Let her come back just to treat someone who has nothing to do with her. Isn't it considered forcing others to do something difficult?" Kakashi didn't speak, but because of Guy's relationship and the relationship between him and judging from Tomoki's communication, he still hopes that Tsunade can come back to treat Tomoki. "I gave the 5-element seal to Uzumaki Tomoki." After thinking about it, Kakashi felt that he still needed to mention this matter to the third generation. The third generation said calmly, "Leaving it to him is also a good choice. At least, it can give him a goal to become stronger." Kakashi was non-committal, but the third generation's pipe seemed particularly bright in the somewhat cold darkness. "How is that child of the Hyuga clan doing?" Kabuto stood next to Orochimaru, his expression extremely serious. Speaking of which, he still admires Orochimaru very much. He can even imitate many things that Orochimaru does. Sometimes he even felt that he could become another Orochimaru. But such ridiculous thoughts only existed in his mind. He still said seriously, "The Earth Curse seal has adapted well to his body, but I'm still a little worried. There are always a lot of doubts about someone who comes to us for help too proactively." In fact, Kabuto was a little surprised now that the child of the Hyuga clan would actually seek powerful power through Mizuki. And after Mizuki asked, Lord Orochimaru actually placed a curse seal on Hinata Aoki. No matter how you look at this matter, it is full of doubts. Orochimaru's face had a smile that was unique to him. "Kabuto, if you always think about these people the way you think about ordinary people, you will always get some weird results. Because he is also crazy." Kabuto was still a little puzzled. "Sir Orochimaru, your and Danzo-sama's plan is in progress. I think it's better not to create extraneous matters at this time." Orochimaru shook his head, and a white snake coiled up along his back, spitting out snake letters slightly. "The children of the Hyuga clan are born with hatred and desire to be strong to break their own destiny. They are a clan that is more likely to bear hatred than the Uchiha clan." Kabuto acquiesced to this sentence. Innate inequality makes it easier to breed hatred in a village like Konoha. But that kid Hyuga Aoki doesn't have the talent of Hinata Niji. Doesn't putting the Earth Curse seal on him look a little too high on him? Kabuto realized this problem. After all, even a ninja like Kimimaro only placed the Earth Curse seal on his body. It seems that for Hyuga Aoki, who is not the top genius of the Hyuga clan, placing such a curse seal is too important. Kimimaro, his disease is what affects him the most. In fact, it is also a pity. In the end, I still couldn't find a way to treat his disease. Orikimura sighed slightly, but there was a glimmer of brightness in his eyes, and Hinata Aoki has even greater hatred and anger at being suppressed by other geniuses. Such a person has great potential. At this point, Kabuto had some clarity. But there was another question in his mind: if Hinata Aoki uses the power of the curse seal in Konoha, won't anything happen? Well, no one in the village knows this kind of thing now. And the Hyuga clan has seen the power of this thing, and will definitely not give it to the village for research. Kishu, why do you feel a little depressed today? Although it was already past 10 o'clock, Hoshino China still didn't fall asleep. Instead, I made a cup of tea and read a book under the light as usual. Even though she is no longer the orphan she was before, she still can't change the habit she has developed over the years. Just like in the face of adversity, sees every opportunity to climb up. But today, she found that Uzumaki Tomoki seemed to be more disappointed than before, and even his expression was a bit more bitter. This couldn't help but make her a little worried. After all, Uzumaki Tomoki didn't show such a look when he learned that he couldn't use chakra normally and that his right leg was paralyzed. Tomoki looked at Sister Kana, and his tired eyes became a little softer. Hoshino China had already taken a shower and put on a set of pajamas. Because at home, I didn't dress neatly. A large area of white and tender skin was exposed from the clothes, and a pair of delicate feet stretched on the side of the sofa. The slightly lazy figure can make almost all men's hearts flutter. Sister Chien Nai, can't you dress less casually? I am a man after all, how bad is this? Tomoki's voice was filled with helplessness. Snapped, Hoshino China closed the book and said to Tomoki with a smile, but you are still my younger brother Hoshino China. Well, if you insist on doing this, then there is nothing I can do. Jishu said helplessly. Hoshino China stood up, walked to Uzumaki Tomoki, and began to rub Uzumaki Tomoki's face. Tell me, why are you so sad today? Feeling the warmth of the hand on his face, Jishu was also a little embarrassed. If it weren't for the beautiful woman rubbing her face in front of her, I will definitely resist. In the end, Tomoki forced a smile and returned to his room. While lying on the bed, Uzumaki Tomoki began to think about what had happened recently. Why can I get these good things only when my own veins are so seriously injured? Jishu couldn't help but think depressedly that if these things had been given to him in advance, maybe he wouldn't have been so seriously injured. Originally, the third generation planned to give him the technique of multiple shadow clones, coupled with the help of the 5-element seal. It might not have to cause such a result. Forget it, if I hadn't fought this time, maybe the third generation in Kakashi wouldn't have noticed me. Thinking of this, Zisha became much calmer. But you must find a way to heal your own veins. Maybe it's time for him to leave. Jishu suddenly had such an idea. His original purpose of coming to Konoha was to protect his mother who was hiding in Tibet after becoming stronger. But now more than 4 years have passed, and Zisha knows that he can't delay it any longer. Just decide after graduating from ninja school. In this case, there is still a buffer time. Tomoki knew that if he left the village without becoming a genin of Konoha, he would definitely arouse the suspicion of many people. After all, the identity of an orphan from a rich family is not something that can be easily recited. Almost many people are afraid of the power of these powerful clans. Isn't this the fundamental reason why the Uzumaki clan was destroyed back then? But, should I go to Miyama Mountain first? If I practice Sage Mode there, will the powerful recovery power in Sage Mode be able to restore my veins? Jishu thought of this, although there are 3 holy places where you can practice the Immortal Mode: Miyama Mountain, Shiju Forest, and Longdi Cave. But if you choose Ryokai Cave, you are very likely to encounter Orikimura. So Jishu thought about it and let it go. It would be great if we could find Jiraiya, but with Jiraiya being so unpredictable every day, how easy would it be to find him? What's more, it is very likely that he is not in Konoha now. Tomoki thought that if it didn't work, he might as well go looking for empty Miyama like him. Alas, if that's the case, he also wants to encourage his future team to carry out missions not far from empty Miyama. After thinking about it, Zisha suddenly found that there were too many things that he needed to think about. It seems that in the world of Naruto, there is never any leisure. There are always a lot of responsibilities. What a hard-working life. Jishu couldn't help but laugh at himself. It was around 12 o'clock when Tomoki heard Kaine-san yawning long. Then immediately after, there was the sound of a door closing. Sister Kaina also fell asleep. Jishu simply stopped thinking and fell asleep. Everything is troubled and not entangled in dreams. Therefore, some people often think that sleep is the most refreshing thing in the world. Because no matter what you are going through, you have to go through sleep. In dreams, whatever troubles you in reality will disappear. Except for nightmares, of course. All in all, when Jishu woke up again, he was still very refreshed. After breakfast, we went to the woods early to exercise. Although he couldn't use the 8-gate dunjia, Jishu never gave up this habit. Chang, a smooth incision was made, and the wooden stake in front of him was cut in half, but the chakra that had not completely dissipated was still flowing in Tomoki's hand. Now his chakra scalpel is getting more and more stable. At least it won't dissipate without waiting for the attack. After doing all this, Zisha felt the weight on his legs. I can't help but feel a sense of pride. How many people at this age can bear such a heavy burden? Ever since he recovered from his leg injury, Uzumaki Tomoki has taken it very seriously. Only when the heavy weight restrained his legs could Zisha feel his strength. Lee, let's go. Zisha realized that the time was almost up, so he said to Xiaoli. Bang bang bang. The sound of Xiaoli hitting the wooden stakes hadn't stopped yet, and he said very sadly, Jishu, do you know? If I leave now, I will. Zishu has consciously ignored what Xiaoli said, because Zishu knows that what follows will be all the punishment measures that Xiaoli said. Then I'll leave first. As he said that, Jishu took a starting position. Damn it! Jishu, you actually took advantage of my training time to prepare to start first. The ninja school now has many people gathered together. It's even a little crowded because there are children from other classes who don't stay in the class at this time. These children were also allowed to attend today's final competition. For children of this age, it is very necessary to watch and learn from the battles of the strong ones among the students. Of course, the reason why the ninja school did not give this opportunity yesterday is that most children's fighting is still at a very simple stage. Only the strongest among them can fight and let other children visit and teach. Jishu was also standing in the crowd, like the other children. Actually, Zishu, you don't have to force yourself too much. Tian persuaded again. Well, I promise I won't force myself. Jishu showed his extraordinarily sunny smile. In fact, many girls in school have said, Tomoki-kun's smile seems to be able to melt ice. But in fact, Uzumaki Tomoki knew that he was just a man who endured the pain and forced himself to laugh. Because as a man, he is born to take responsibility for what he should do. As for those negative emotions, even if he leaves them to cry in the dark, he cannot express them like this. Don't come here. Tian pouted, I always feel that your heart is not as warm as your smile. It's been discovered. Jishu was a little embarrassed. He thought he had disguised himself well. I had no choice but to keep silent because the more conversations I had with Tian, the more passive I became. Soon, it was time for the prescribed competition. There was only one examiner today, but Jishu was completely unimpressed. However, he did feel that the dull hair on the examiner's head was a bit joyful. The examiner looked around and said, the purpose of this test is to help you detect your shortcomings in becoming a genin. By the way, I also want you to feel that during this period, the outstanding people among you have already what kind of strength. In the next time, I will work harder to become an excellent genin. Perhaps because the examiner's uncle's voice was so manly. In short, there was no sound for a long time after he finished speaking. It wasn't until a smarter child clapped his hands that the other children responded. The examiner's pause now was to wait for the belated applause. At any rate, the applause came. The examiner relieved his embarrassment slightly, and then quickly got to the point. Then the final 3 competitions begin now. Having said this, the children couldn't help but guess who would be their opponent in this competition. And who can achieve the final victory. Uchiha Sasuke is obviously the most popular among them all. Whether it's his handsome appearance or his superb ninjutsu. It makes many girls excited. Especially Suzuke's indifferent character. It has almost become an instant kill for a girl of this age. The second is Hinata Aoki. Although he wasn't as handsome as Suzuke, he didn't look bad either. What's more, he is from the Hyaga clan. As the largest family in Konoha now, even if the family is divided, it means that he is different. What's more, he seems to be the second most talented person after Suzuke Uchiha, which has caused many girls who feel they can't defeat Suzuke to change their goals. As for third place, it is Uzumaki Tomoki. At this point, it is certain that Tomoki is more popular than Ibarame Shino. After all, Shino's sense of existence is extremely weak many times. In fact, Tomoki's popularity was not much different from Suzuke's. But once most kids learned that Tomoki couldn't use ninjutsu, his popularity plummeted. After all, what does it mean to not be able to use ninjutsu? In the eyes of these children, it means that Uzumaki Tomoki can only stay at this level of genin in this life. For these children who long for themselves to become Hokage in the future, and at the worst, also long for themselves to become a powerful jonin, how could they worship a person who was destined to be a genin? As for Shino, because of his extremely weak sense of existence and the fact that insects reduce his image as a child, he can only be ranked 4th. In fact, I think there is no suspense in this assessment. Although I don't want to admit that Suzuke has such a cold personality, he will definitely be the first. No, I think Aoki can at least compete with him. Although Aoki's performance in the previous tests was weaker than Uchiha Suzuke, this does not mean that Aoki will lose to Suzuke in actual combat. Yes, Aoki is not as arrogant as Suzuke after all. If he wins, it will definitely be a good result. Several boys, because they were under the shadow of Suzuke, naturally did not want Suzuke to win the final victory at this time. But their words immediately aroused condemnation from other girls, who said that Suzuke will definitely win. Who is Hinata Aoki? How can he be compared with Suzuke? Don't insult Suzuke. Several boys had no choice but to run away. Hinata Aoki and Uzumaki Tomoki both noticed what happened here. When Aoki heard how easily girls put him below Uchiha Suzuke, he still smiled pretending to be calm. But no one noticed that strange patterns appeared under Aoki's chest covered by his clothes. How's it going? Moonlight Hayate also walked up to Tomoki and asked, what kind of ranking do you think you can get? It depends on the opponent. After all, I often miss classes and sleep in class, so I haven't fought with them for a long time. Tomoki confessed truthfully. Moonlight Hayate was very surprised and asked, I didn't expect that Jishu, who worked so hard, could actually do such a thing. I'm really, sorry, my old habit happened again. It's nothing, but Senior Hayate, you should pay more attention to your body. Tomoki reminded kindly. After the children discussed for a while, the examiner saw that the time was almost up, so he said, now it will be Uzumaki Tomoki versus Uchiha Suzuki. What? Tomoki didn't expect that it would be a battle between himself and Suzuki. Jishu thought that the young man in front of him had always wanted to challenge himself. But time and time again you were rejected by me because you were not strong enough. Until now. Keep chasing until now. Tomoki has realized that the child Suzuki Uchiha has grown up much more than in the original work. It is estimated that even if Xiaoli challenges him again in the Chunin examination, he will probably be able to get Xiaoli to remove the weight. Just like that, Suzuki slowly raised his right hand, and the shuriken in his hand was particularly conspicuous. Whoosh. The shuriken was thrown quickly, which also marked the beginning of the battle between the two. Unsurprisingly, Tomoki tilted his body to the right and hit the empty space with his shuriken. And continues to extend backwards. Until Asuma Sarutobi took him over. Hey, I already told you to change the venue. It's too dangerous for these kids to use such a public venue. Sarutobi Asuma complained to the teachers at the ninja school. Indeed, if the Jounin hadn't been here. The attack of these two children may not be stopped. After all, there is a big difference between being stronger than one person and being absolutely unable to pose a certain threat to the outside world. The latter needs to block all attacks, which is actually very difficult for these Chunin in the ninja school. However, shurikens are just the beginning. Suzuki did not choose to use fire release. He knew that it was not the best time to use fire release now. The best choice is to wait until Uzumaki Tomoki is difficult to avoid before using it. So immediately after, he rushed forward with a kunao. The speed is also fast enough for these children to be unable to distinguish. Tomoki also put on a solemn posture. After all, the Suzuki now is not the Suzuki then. Moreover, he lost his ninjutsu and 8-gate dunjia. If you take Suzuki lightly now, you will definitely lose. Dang, Tomoki's kunao collided with Suzuki's kunao. Suzuki glared at Naruto. Why don't you fight me until all your talents are gone? This matter has become the biggest grudge in Suzuki's heart, and he can hardly allow himself to be inferior to others. But Uzumaki Tomoki rejected him again and again. You are no match for me. Until now he has no talent and cannot even use ninjutsu. Only then did I fight him. Could it be said that he, Uchiha Suzuki, can only fight with such a useless person? Thinking of this, Suzuki couldn't help but become a little more forceful. Don't make it sound like I can't become a powerful ninja in the future. Tomoki took a breath and punched with his backhand. Like a cannonball. Not counting the 8-gate dunjia, Jishu's physical skills can still shock his peers, but Suzuki is not the same Suzuki as before. He has been looking at Tomoki's back for almost 3 years. If he can't even chop it off with this punch, then he can really die. After all, he has a man he must kill. Suzuki pulled away the kunao that was wrestling with Tomoki, kicked the ground with his right foot, and flew backwards. Naturally, he distanced himself and avoided Tomoki's powerful punch. Don't give me nonsense. If that's the case, what's the point of me defeating you? And NBSP, Suzuki is very dissatisfied with Tomoki's answer. What he wants to defeat is not Tomoki, who can't use ninjutsu now. But it was the talented Uzumaki Tomoki back then. That child's competitive spirit is too strong, isn't it? Yui Hon showed a trace of displeasure on her face. She felt that Suzuki's words now involved a personal attack on Tomoki. It already seems to be denying Uzumaki Tomoki's current strength and future. Sarutobi Asuma opened the lighter and lit another cigarette. When the smoke rose again, his expression looked a little solemn at first. Actually, I can understand the mood of the Uchiha child. That feeling when you put in all your efforts, only to find that the thing you want is no longer there. This will definitely be imprinted on him forever. In my mind, Uzumaki Tomoki has become a genius that he can never surpass in his memory. Korone seemed to understand something. No matter how hard Suzuki tried, he could only defeat the current Uzumaki Tomoki by taking advantage of others' danger. And it cannot be proven that the genius who left him far behind at the beginning will be inferior to him. People are always like this, and they will leave permanent regrets inadvertently. Ui Korone thought, and couldn't help but lean a little closer to Sarutobi Asuma. But the exclamations of the children around him didn't stop, and the battle on the field also didn't stop. The Konoha Whirlwind. Some children have already recognized this move because Tomoki uses it a lot, so they have gradually memorized this powerful move. But this is not what Kishu was using. The children watched in surprise as the storm whipped up in the field. This move was almost identical to Uzumaki Tomoki's, and it swept towards the red-haired child. How can this be? A jounin wearing a white kimono saw this scene and couldn't help shouting in surprise. Did it be copied by the Sharingan? He had only seen Uzumaki Tomoki use this Konoha whirlwind technique yesterday. If it weren't for the Sharingan, generally taijutsu like this would be impossible to learn without someone teaching you. After all, Konoha Tornado must use special means to control chakra in its legs and use corresponding techniques to use it. Moonlight Gale glanced weakly at the scene. No, that kid doesn't use the Sharingan. In fact, Suzuki hadn't fully opened his eyes yet. Not the Sharingan? The Jonin who had just made the judgment was a little confused. Moonlight Hayate explained. The child probably learned this trick through his own continuous efforts, right? After the words fell, Moonlight Hayate seemed to be able to imagine Suzuki trying hard to imitate Tomoki's movements countless times and training hard. I learned this trick without anyone's guidance. Jishu couldn't help but have something strange on his face as he looked at the storm that was approaching at a rapid speed in front of him. He really suffered the consequences. Now Suzuki's strength is much stronger than in the original work. It seems that he has been working hard to catch up in his own footsteps over the past few years. Boom, the legs of the two collided hard, and under the influence of the force, their bodies stopped instantly. It also allowed children who could not see clearly to see the battle between two people. The ground seemed unable to withstand the wrestling between the two people and shattered into pieces. But this is not the end. Suzuki's face showed unspeakable anger. You are no longer the person I want to defeat. What he wanted to defeat was the talented Tomoki from back then. Jishu was surprised. During the wrestling match, he even gained an advantage. Now his physical fitness is still better than Uchiha Suzuki. But why did Tomoki feel something extremely wrong when Suzuki said this? But the next moment, Jishu understood. Suzuki jumped up and pushed his right leg down, pinning his leg underneath. Immediately afterwards, as Suzuki's body rotated, his left leg also turned into a powerful whip, attacking Tomoki's face. What a strong fighting spirit, even the jonin around him couldn't help but marvel. Tomoki had no choice but to respond hastily with his fists. But how could a passive blow withstand a long-planned blow? Boom, Jishu was kicked out hard. At least Uchiha Suzuki had considered this situation when he used Konoha Tornado. After falling to the ground awkwardly, Tomoki was about to stand up, but then three kunai came to him in an instant. With no way to hide, Tomoki reached out and grabbed the one heading towards his neck, but the other two kunai were actually inserted into his body. The blood was retained in an instant. Following the kunai, it seeped into Tomoki's white clothes. But this is not the end yet. For ninjas, if it is not over for a moment, they must not take it lightly. Suzuki's cold personality also destined him to have an absolute advantage in this regard. Even if victory is right in front of him, he still calmly proceeds according to his plan. Saiwei Shenhai Wu Yin. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. A huge fireball erupted from Suzuki's mouth, carrying flames that seemed to be able to burn everything in sight. Awesome! Suzuki wins. Sure enough, this is the result in the end. Tomoki, who cannot use ninjutsu, seems to be really unable to fight Suzuki. The examiner has not announced the winner yet, but almost everyone has already made up his mind. Uzumaki Tomoki has lost. Xiao Li's face was full of disbelief, and he clenched his fists tightly. How is it possible? Tian looked at the field very worriedly, his face not looking good. But she didn't run over to check on Zisha like a little girl. Even as a female ninja, she has a heroic spirit that is not inferior to others. She knew the battle was not over. She shouldn't have interfered. Kishu, it must be okay. Shikamaru looked a little strange, shook his head and said, "What a strong bastard." Although he said so, he knew that he was still worried about Jishu. Okay, Jishu, just come out of the fireball and give that bastard a good lesson. Everyone thought that this was a foregone conclusion. But there was a kid with blonde hair who shouted the rebellious answer. Many people had disgust in their eyes. Older people know that Naruto is the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. And younger people also think Naruto is a monster. Is that kid an idiot? Someone asked it. If you can't see the form clearly now, then there's something wrong with your brain. However, in such an environment, no one noticed that the examiner did not stop the competition. Even the jonin didn't take action. Irika wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Moonlight Hayate. Wait a moment, that kid hasn't lost yet. Haven't lost yet. Irika had a look of disbelief on his face. Turning his gaze to the field again, the firelight dissipated. A person is still standing there, as if he is a stone statue standing forever. Even the clothes were a little tattered by the flames. Hey, Naruto, Tomoki said in a tired voice. Thank you. The children almost stared out of their eyes. How is this possible? How could anyone continue to fight under such an attack? Suzuki's expression was also a little stunned. He originally thought this was the end. But he didn't expect that for Uzumaki Tomoki, it was not enough. At this moment, Irika, Xiao Li, Tenten, Shikamaru and others all had shocked looks on their faces. Even Naruto couldn't believe it. He just subconsciously encouraged Tomoki, but he didn't expect that Tomoki could actually stand up under such an attack. Sarutobi Asuma took a puff of cigarette, but found that there was not much cigarette left in his mouth. As the son of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he naturally knew the Uzumaki clan. After all, the blood-red whirlpool behind the Konoha ninja is the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. Hong was very surprised and asked, why can that child stand up? In her mind, children of this age should not be able to stand up under a sea-level ninjutsu, even if they have undergone strong training. After all, he didn't receive the same training as Reikage. Sarutobi Asuma lit another cigarette and said, because that child is a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. That clan has shocking vitality and shocking resilience. The severe pain still accompanies Jishu. I didn't expect that my body, even though it hurts a bit, could still survive and fight with my willpower. Jishu didn't know whether he was feeling emotional or laughing at himself. He felt that he had forgotten two things in his journey. The first thing is that he relied too much on the powerful power and speed brought by the 8-gate Dunjia, but he forgot the importance of combat consciousness. Is willpower really powerful? In fact, Jishu didn't understand the answer either. According to what he learned in his previous life, these might just be the results of a bunch of boring chemical reactions. Of course, there is a high probability that the chemical reactions in the previous life will not be adapted to this world. But the final result was that he stood up again and again. Just like this time. Tomoki turned his attention to Suzuki, who was not far away. He was panting heavily and put his hands on his knees. This is really a battle that I didn't expect. Even Tomoki himself didn't expect that this battle would develop to this level. Of course, he didn't expect it, and neither did anyone else. Is this really something humans can do? Some people looked at the already messy battlefield and couldn't help but sigh to themselves. There are potholes everywhere, and the weeds that had just sprouted in early spring are now scattered outside the land. Uzumaki Tomoki has been dragging this battle to this point. The first few times they stood up, the battle between the two was still based on physical skills, even mixed with Suzuki's powerful fireball technique. But by this time, Suzuki was exhausted. Almost everyone can see that Suzuki can no longer use the powerful fireball technique. So a battle can still be fought like this. The children's eyes were a little strange. But Jishu was covered in bruises, and there were even wounds that didn't stop the flow of blood. They had to let them hinder the idea of using this fighting method. How painful it must be. Almost without thinking, everyone gave this answer. But is it really possible to stand up despite the pain and fatigue? Maybe not. Suzuki gasped and asked, "What is this talent? Is it the blood successor limit?" Jishu shook his head. In fact, he was not sure whether this was the blood inheritance limit. To be sure, many blood succession limits have matching ninjutsu. However, the vitality of the Uzumaki clan does not have this characteristic. To say otherwise, this is indeed too outrageous. Thinking of this, Tomoki just replied, "I don't know. No matter what, you still wasted your talent. You will never be able to use ninjutsu, and you can't even use taijutsu, which consumes a lot of chakra. You can only stay as a genin all your life, but you have become something that cannot be remembered in my memory." The genius who defeated him? How ironic. When Suzuki said this, he also showed a self-deprecating smile. The girls who should have supported Suzuki like a tie did not speak at this moment. Because when the battle reaches this level, the surrounding atmosphere has gradually changed. Almost every time Tomoki stands up again, he touches everyone's hearts. Everyone has been silent, even Hinata Aoki and his followers are quietly watching everything happening in the field. Tomoki heard Suzuki's words and was not angry. He knew that for Suzuki, the person he was before Meridian was injured has become a shadow in his heart. His selfishness told him that this was better, and Suzuki would definitely defect to Konoha in the future anyway. Blinded by hatred, he had no idea what his companions were. He is a very selfish person. From the beginning to the end, everything he does is for himself. Always let others take care of him. There was always someone to clean up the mess he made. Itaki is, Naruto is, Sakura is, and many others are. He can catch it without emotion. Tails, Uncle Kiribi's life is completely meaningless to him. But in the end, he was able to pat his butt without taking any responsibility. No one pursued it. Jishu even has a feeling that someone who can act cool can get everyone to deal with him. This kind of person does not deserve his sympathy. However, Jishu may be troubled by a certain holy mother in his heart. But he said, "Without talent, you will deny me?" Suzuki gave Tomoki an emotionless look. "What is powerful is your talent, not your person." A kind of confidence arose in Jishu's heart. "Then do you believe it? From now to the end, you will never be able to defeat me." "Ridiculous. Then we can give it a try," Tomoki said, walking in front of Suzuki with trembling legs. "Remember, it's the person who is strong, not the talent." Tomoki used almost the same words as Suzuki, but it was a retort. Then Tomoki stretched out his fist and hit Suzuki. This was such a weak punch, but now it has become Tomoki's most powerful attack. Suzuki was stunned, not knowing whether it was because of the punch in front of him or Tomoki's words. Then, he could no longer control his body's balance and fell down. They were already exhausted. This battle ended with such a powerless attack. It seems like a thrilling book with a dull ending. But why is no one talking, no one yelled, no one taunted, no one rushed to pick Suzuki up. Just a touch of shock. Are people the most powerful, not a talent? This kind of words is like a fairy tale. If someone had said this to them, they would have laughed at that person for being so stupid. But in this situation, this scene, this place, everything seems to become so reasonable again. Because the red-haired child's light words seem to have the power of an oath. He will be strong. This feeling is imprinted in the hearts of each of them. Xiao Li also widened his eyes. It's the people who are strong, not the talent? He repeated this sentence silently and clenched his fists tighter. What finally interrupted everyone's thinking was the examiner's announcement: Uzumaki Tomoki vs Uchiha Suzuki. Uzumaki Tomoki wins. This battle is really tiring to win. Jishu sighed helplessly. In comparison, he still preferred simple battles. "Hey, aren't you ready to come over and help me, and then treat me to a meal or something?" Jishu turned his head and looked at his friends. "I think your reaction is too slow. Can't you see that my legs are a little weak now?" After everyone heard Jishu's words, they were stunned for a moment, and then realized that the battle actually lasted until noon. "Is that so? People are the most powerful?" Suzuki murmured to himself while lying on the ground. He suddenly felt that he had a goal again. He put his hands on the ground tiredly and stood up. Sakura, who had been waiting beside her, wanted to run over and help Suzuki up. "Don't touch me," Suzuki said. "I can stand up." Sakura stood there, not knowing what to do. Even other girls are like this. The cold Suzuki is like an unexplored world, attracting them. But the ice is still ice, and if you get close, it will be bitingly cold. At this time, the only teacher left here was Irika. Although Suzuki was not seriously injured, he was just exhausted. As his teacher at that time, he was still very worried. I really don't know what this child will be like in the future. Irika sighed slightly. I thought about this times gen in passing test again. I didn't expect it to end like this. Abarame Shino and Hinata Aoki didn't even make a move, and then it ended inexplicably. Because most jounen have their own tasks. It's impossible to spend so much time watching a bunch of kids fight. Originally, one afternoon and one morning were planned, which was enough time for a child of this age to fight. But I didn't expect that Uzumaki Tomoki would drag it out all morning by himself. This was really an unexpected result. But that's right. After all, it's just an assessment to test whether a student is qualified to become a qualified genin. Such a result can be considered normal. This time the storm passed like this, like an inadvertent ripple in life. Even many children soon forgot what Zishu said, and did not remember Zishu's firm eyes in their hearts. However, when they saw Zishu again later, their eyes were less sympathetic and more solemn. Of course, this is for children in other classes. As for the children in Irika class, Tomoki is still the sunny and kind child. Zishu's life gradually returned to peace. With the experience with Suzuki, Tomoki began to pay attention to his fighting skills and the accumulation of consciousness. On the same surface strength, combat awareness often plays a very important role. As a result, in a certain forest in Konoha, extremely noisy fighting sounds often sounded. The battle between Jishu and Xiaoli has never stopped. After being reported many times by the ant beside the woods, Tomoki and Xiaoli changed their training location to outside the Leaf Village. This small forest has become bare because of their years of practice. Everything seems to be back to normal. Jishu and Xiaoli are still doing horrifying exercises every day that ordinary people can't imagine. Of course, Jishu did not reach the level of terror that Xiaoli practiced. Because Tomoki's energy was also dispersed into some medical ninjutsu. In the classroom, the sun shines on the side of the red-haired boy's face. But his eyes were still looking at the application of scalpel veins in his hand. It seems to be an extremely peaceful scene. Kishu. It seems like this is the third time I have reminded you of what I said today. Very important. You are still reading those messy books. Do you really think I dare not confiscate it? Irika slammed his hand on the table and glared at Tomoki fiercely. Tomoki frowned slightly, and then moved his gaze to Irika. Irika did remind him that what he said today was very important, so he should listen carefully. However, you said that things like the ninja school graduation exam are really boring. Jishu felt helpless in his heart. Compared to Irika, he even knew that the question on today's graduation exam was the clone technique. Even because of his arrival, the trajectory has changed slightly. But it must also be one of the 3 body techniques to be examined. Suppose he couldn't pass this level of assessment. Then there's really no point for him to be a ninja. But seeing Irika being a little angry, he closed the book. Irika then retracted his angry gaze, and then said, I just finished talking about the content that may be tested in the final exam. Now let's talk about the significance of the final exam. It determines whether you can bring Konoha marked items with you, protect your forehead and become a real ninja. So I hope everyone will pay attention to it, especially the red-haired kid who still reads messy books in class and violates the rules repeatedly despite my repeated reminders. Tomoki said helplessly, Teacher Irika, I suggest you omit the rest of the sentence and replace it with the name Uzumaki Tomoki. Of course, because all the classmates in the class know me very well, plus on the basis of our good relationship, you can also further simplify it into Jishu. Irika was stunned for a moment by Tomoki's words, and then said, Stop playing tricks on me. If you can't pass the graduation exam, I only want you to look good. Okay. Zishu wasn't talking, and he didn't know when that he has actually graduated from ninja school. Looking at the swing outside the window, I can't help but feel a little sad. The setting sun shines on it, and it seems that it has carried countless years. Is it the joy of other children, the pain of Naruto, or my own? Well, the false nostalgia can only go so far. Zishu knew that he had not sat on the swing at all. On the contrary, the table in front of me that I have been lying on for 5 or 6 years is quite nostalgic. Zishu's thoughts couldn't help but spread. Who will be my leading ninja? According to the standard configuration of 2 men and 1 woman, he probably would not take Sakura's place and become a member of Kakashi's class. Pig, deer and butterfly, it is even less possible for me. The kind of friendship that lasts from generation to generation, and the natural talents complement each other. It cannot be replaced by an outsider. It seems that he can only join the team of ninjas who did not appear in the original work. But who could it be? Suddenly there was a flash of sword light in the impression, and Jishu could not help but tremble in his heart. The figures of Moonlight Hayate and Ito Siaki couldn't help but appear in my mind. But another regret arose. In the original work, Moonlight Hayate did not become a jonin. The bell rang, finally interrupting Tomoki's thoughts. Children in 2s and 3s are talking about graduation exams. It turns out there are 2 makeup exams for the graduation exam, so it seems more comforting. You can't have such a mentality. You have to think about how to pass the exam first time. Don't place your hopes on making up the exam. Make-up exam? How could there be such a thing? Naruto then stood on the table and shouted, I'll definitely be able to get through it in one go. Many children in the class showed disgusted looks. He's obviously the one behind the crane, but he's still so arrogant. But Tomoki fell into another level of thinking because of Naruto's words. Naruto, it seems, failed 3 times and was then tricked by Mizuki into stealing the sealed book. Jishu couldn't help but clicked his tongue. If this was the case, he was familiar with the plot that maybe it's really about to start. After all, I had a vague vision of Naruto in my previous life. After arriving in this world, after such a long time, I have forgotten many things. Sometimes he will be prompted to recall these things only when the relevant people appear in front of him. So, should I intervene in this matter? Jishu thought this way. The forbidden spells in the sealed book are enough to make anyone's heart flutter. But the risk is too great. And these have absolutely no effect on the currents issue. This really means nothing until your body recovers. It's better not to interfere in this matter. Jishu sighed slightly. To be honest, he was really afraid of the irreversible consequences of his interference. For example, the shaping of Naruto's key character has already been about the epiphany of mouth release. It is estimated that without Iruka's teachings in this incident, it is really doubtful whether Naruto would have such a sunny character. After making sure, Jishu stood up. Although he didn't sleep, he still stretched, which was already his habit. Kishu, are you planning to go to the hospital? Before Tomoki could make any other moves that could indicate his purpose, a slightly delighted female voice sounded from beside him. Issu's expression changed and he refused directly. No, I want to go to eat. Ah, Tomoki, it seems like you haven't been to the hospital for a long time, right? Don't you want to see how real medical ninjas treat you? No, Yuma, I don't want to go. Even if I go, I won't go with you, Tomoki said in a very affirmative tone. Yujin's expression was lost for a moment, and her black hair wrapped around her slightly baby-fat face, and seemed to be drooping in line with her master's mood. Please do not. Tomoki felt that meeting Yuma Akamoto was a complete mistake. In fact, she is not a child of Irakaban. Logically speaking, Tomoki should have little interaction with her. But until one day, he went to the hospital to study as usual. I also want to take a look at Sister Kana. This girl appears. Tomoki knew that Sister Kana was also an orphan. Therefore, she has sponsored many children in orphanages, so children often visit her. Yuma Akamoto is one of them. In fact, it is also a relatively ordinary one. Although she also aspires to become a female ninja, her weak character seems to make this matter difficult. Very difficult. Moreover, until now, her talent in ninjutsu has been very mediocre. Even using the three-body technique is only at a level that is just enough to pass. The only advantage is that Sister Kana praised her for her very good chakra control. Maybe he can become a very good medical ninja. So because of these words, the little girl resolutely set her goal to become an excellent medical ninja. So after meeting Tomoki a few times, she developed a great admiration for this brother of Sister Kana. So he often pestered Zishu, who knows if his uncle's temperament accidentally leaked out. In short, Zishu's psychology is very irritable now. Maybe in the beginning, if there was a little loli who often admired you, you could still have a sense of superiority. But as time goes by, the problem arises. It's really annoying. Yuma Akamoto is almost like a fanatical admirer of Sister Kana. In the past year since they met, she has dragged Uzumaki Tomoki to Konoha Hospital almost every time she had time. If Sisha goes alone, he can still observe and study carefully with a learning attitude. But with Yuma Akamoto, the plot becomes, Tomoki, look, that's the chakra unique to medical ninjutsu. Tomoki, that wound is so scary. Kishu, do you think you will die from this disease? Every time there is a fuss, it seems that every place in this world is very new to Akamoto Yuma. Of course, what the two children can visit is naturally not medical treatment for serious patients. In addition, Konoha is relatively open to these children who have the qualifications to become medical ninjas. They are allowed to study on the sidelines as long as they do not interfere with the treatment. However, Tomoki is really unable to complain about Yuma Akamoto's naiveness. Perhaps some patients are happy to have such a cheerful girl in the ward. She even joked along with her words, but Jishu, who was often pulled over by her, was not in such a good mood. However, Yuma Akamoto may really regard him as an older brother. I almost always ask him or Sister Kana about anything. So Tomoki also heard from her that Sayaki in their class often sent her back to the orphanage. It's just that Itochinji was carrying a knife, had no expression, and couldn't even speak, which made her a little scared. These trivial matters. Anyway, Tomoki has had enough. Why should I pay attention to the inner growth of a little girl during the heavy cultivation time? It's not a girl raising game, and I'm not a weirdo with special hobbies. Please let me go. Unknowingly, Zishu had already thought about so many things in his mind. This day seemed to be no different from usual. The same students, the same faces, the same swinging slightly. But at least now the students' moods are a bit ups and downs. Even Jishu was affected by this atmosphere and began to worry slightly. What if I don't do well in the immediate transformation technique? How could such a strange thought come to mind? Zisha looked at the frightened classmates around him and couldn't help but sigh slightly. In fact, for more children, there is also a feeling of separation mixed in. Although we are still in the same village, from now on we can no longer gather together in one place as if we have some kind of mission, do one thing together in one place, and squander what seems to be a lot of time in one place. From today on, most of them will become ninjas. Regardless of whether they are qualified or not, they will accept the task and give up their lives for it when the time comes. Even the very small number of people who don't become ninjas either repeat the grade. Or choose another way to make a living. The trajectories of life seem to start to separate from this moment. But it seems that there is no time to gather together. This is probably the reason why these elementary school students are confessing their love like crazy, right? Tomoki played with the kuno in his hand and said in the tone of an elder. Although, this group of children are more mature than elementary school students in another time and space, and there are even geniuses like Itake who can play the role of a shadow at the age of 6. But as an adult in another time and space, he consciously put his mentality to another level. Naruto seemed to have confessed his feelings to Sakura again. Of course, it turned out that Jishu had predicted that it would not succeed. Sakura was also ready to make a move, and Tomoki seemed to be able to feel her preparing a perfect confession to Suzuki. Of course, don't think about the results. It is also impossible to succeed. After watching the beginning of Love and Hate in Future Class, Jishu thought of yesterday again. Komodo Yuma came to him at a loss and asked him, "What should I do if Ito Siaki confessed to her?" Jishu asked Yugen in desperation, "What do you think?" But Yugen seemed to be about to cry and said, "I don't know either. It's this little girl who loves to cry." Jishu was troubled. "I had to tell her that if you don't know the answer, just put the question aside and time will reveal everything." Yujin nodded in understanding, and then she didn't cry. Next, Uzumaki Tomoki. When he heard his name being called, Jishu put down all his thoughts. And the unique sense of superiority facing these elementary school students. Go to another room. The examination room is closed, with only the examiner and candidates. Students waiting in the classroom can enter the examination room only when their names are called. Jishu walked into the examination room leisurely, even humming a tune he heard from somewhere. Irika saw Tomoki walk in and said, "Uzumaki Tomoki, now I want you to become Mizuki-sensei." "Yeah, okay." Jishu responded, and then started to form seals. A burst of smoke dissipated, and a person almost identical to Mizuki appeared in the examination room. "Yes, Tomoki, you passed." Irika nodded and let Tomoki go down. Although an expectation, this assessment will be very easy. But Jishu didn't expect to be relaxed to this level. Even if Naruto's natural talent for the clone technique is negative, he should still pass the first two tests. Especially this first time, isn't it the test of Naruto's best transformation technique? A trace of doubt arose in Jishu's heart. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Just when I thought of this, I called out Naruto's name. Naruto stood up excitedly, and when he walked to Tomoki's side, he confidently showed his thumbs up. By this time, Tomoki was even more confused as to why Naruto couldn't pass. But after returning to his position, Jishu opened a medical book as usual, medical treatment of common diseases. After a while, before Jishu was even immersed in the knowledge of medical books, suddenly there was a violent slamming of the door outside. "Next time you use such a boring ninjutsu, you will definitely be fired." This is Irika's voice. "Naruto, what exactly did he do?" Tomoki looked at the door curiously, and saw Naruto walking in with an embarrassed look on his face, scratching his head and saying, "I defeated Irika-sensei." This technique, well, Tomoki finally understood why Naruto failed the first two tests. With this kind of death-seeking personality, it is rare not to fail. However, in the end, he was still too lonely. Even being treated as a fool is better than being treated as if he doesn't exist. Tomoki wanted to say something, but stopped. It wasn't at the right time. Even if I told Naruto, he would probably laugh it off and say, "Kishu, what are you talking about? There is no such thing. I am very powerful." Tomoki. Tian stood at the door and called as before. Under the somewhat old doorframe of the classroom, a cute girl, wearing a cheongsam, stood quietly. Black hair, a round head, eyes narrowed with a crescent-like smile. A glimpse, probably nothing more than that. Zishu walked over and asked, "Why are you here?" Tian took Zishu's hand and said, "Teacher Kai heard that you graduated today, so he stepped up to complete the task and planned to celebrate you." Jishu was a little embarrassed. "It's just a graduation exam, there's no need to be so grand, right? It's just a few of us, how can it be grand?" Tian stuck out his tongue and retorted. The end of the graduation exam means the end of ninja school life. Of course, if you don't pass the first graduation exam, you will participate in the second makeup exam and the third makeup exam. They still have to stay on campus. In the class, there were even students who had passed the exam and made an appointment to have a dinner together to commemorate the end of their ninja school career. Shikamaru and Koji were playing shogi, waiting for the exam. For Yamanaka Ino, the pig among the trio of Ino, Shika and Butterfly, to end. Only Naruto was still sitting dimly in the corner, and Tomoki planned to invite him to participate. At that time, he hesitated to say anything. Tian and Xiaoli would definitely regard themselves as the core. Naruto, who is on the edge, will probably feel the pain of being ignored even more, right? Jishu is leaving. Otherwise, Xiaoli and Teacher Kai might take this opportunity to do some terrible training, and it will be delayed for a long time. Tian complained as he pulled Jishu out. Okay. Zishu didn't hesitate and followed Tian out. Half an hour later, although the sky has not darkened yet. But as most of the children left with joy and sorrow of separation, the empty campus inevitably seemed a little lonely. "Well, good, smile brighter." The uncle who took the photo corrected Tomoki's posture bit by bit. I saw that the red hair in front of Tomoki's forehead had been replaced by a Konoha forehead protector. Jishu also smiled in response, so the uncle who took the photo quickly pressed the shutter. Click. "Okay, here's your register." The uncle handed Tomoki the ninja registration book. To Tomoki, Tomoki thanked him and took it from the uncle's hand. As long as you hand over the ninja registration register to the relevant personnel, you will be a registered genin in Konoha village. After all, it's time to allocate your time as a ninja the day after tomorrow. Then, today should be the time when Naruto failed the graduation exam for the third time, and it was also the time when Mizuki deceived Naruto and stole the sealed book. Jishu's eyes flickered, even if he didn't intend to interfere. In this matter, I also decided to observe from the side to avoid some unexpected situations. However, this matter is very strange when I think about it. Naruto was actually able to take the sealed book from the Hokage's office. And there was actually no resistance along the way. There is even time to learn the art of multiple shadows and clones. What are these Umbu doing? Tomoki was helpless. Zishu thought about it and came up with two possibilities. First, this is the third generation's intention for Naruto to learn the art of multiple shadow clones. After all, it is written on the first side of the sealing technique, so I believe Naruto will definitely see it. Moreover, Naruto, who has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, also has strong vitality. It can minimize the side effects of the multiple shadow clone technique. It can be said to be the most suitable ninjutsu for him. Secondly, at this time around the Hokage's office, there is indeed no Umbu directly under the Hokage to protect them. After all, the Umbu of the third generation may perform more tasks outside the village. But Zishu knows that no matter what kind of guess it is his own simple inference. Maybe things would be more complicated than he imagined, or maybe they would be as simple as the original work said. Jishu, what do you think of my photo? Yuma Akamoto took her ninja registration book and waved it in front of Tomoki. Yeah, very beautiful. Jishu nodded in agreement. Akamoto Yuma's face showed some loneliness, but you haven't seen it yet. Children are the most annoying. Tomoki repeated it in his mind again. Then he forced himself to smile and said, as soon as I see Yujin's appearance, I know the photo will be very beautiful. As expected, Yuma Kayamoto buried her head deeply, raised it up, and asked tentatively, Tomoki, is it true? Yeah. Jishu nodded, showing an expression that wouldn't change even if the sky fell. But in my heart, I felt as if I accidentally left a child behind on a certain day in a certain year and month after searching for flowers in a romantic place. Then, it was as if he had an extra daughter inexplicably. The problem is that I am still young, at least very young in this world. It seems that wasting his time on paying attention to the little girl's thoughts is too luxurious for Tai. Thinking of this, Zishu couldn't help but think of Tian. That although she has a very good relationship with her, she will not trouble herself with these trivial matters. Zishu even doubts whether Tian, who has such a strong heart, will encounter those trivial things like a little girl. Akamoto Yuma didn't know that Tomoki had so many unimaginable thoughts at this moment. She was so innocent, she just smiled and said, Tomoki is also very handsome. Jishu happily accepted these polite words, and then said, Yujin, that's it for today. I have some other things to do, why don't you go back to the orphanage for now? Because of Naruto's matter, Tomoki really had no intention of getting entangled with Yuma at this time. Yuma pursed her lips, feeling a little sad, and asked, Tomoki, can you send me back to the orphanage this time? How can this work? Even now, it may still be some time before Naruto steals the sealed book. But at least, Jishu felt that he should prepare in advance. Of course there won't be time to send Yuma off. So Tomoki had no choice but to refuse. Yuma, it's safe in Konoha. There won't be bad people, and Siaki seems to have been waiting for you there. As he spoke, Tomoki raised his chin to signal Ito Siaki, who was slashing his sword at the side. Compared with a year ago, Ito Siaki's height has changed a lot. Maybe it's because I've just entered puberty and started growing. If his taciturn character were removed, he might be very popular among girls. Or like Suzuki, become completely indifferent. There will also be many girls who like him. Because in addition to his talent, he also has a swordsman appearance that is very suitable for his identity. He is not very handsome, but he has his own unique temperament. Unfortunately, his personality is neither as sunny as Tomoki's nor as completely cold as Suzuki's. Just being taciturn. Okay. Yujin said, a little disappointed. Jishu also felt a little uncomfortable, but it was just uncomfortable. Naruto's things are more important, Tomoki said to himself. So Tomoki watched Yuma Akamoto walk to Siaki Ito. Then turned and left. Yuma. Ito Siaki showed a stiff smile when he saw Akamoto Yuma coming over. Yes, Siaki. Yujin agreed and then said nothing. Walking quietly towards the direction of the orphanage. Ito Makoto was not angry at all, he just followed Yuma with the knife on his back. In fact, he has been doing this for 3 years. Ever since the first time, when he saw Akamoto Yuma, who was afraid of the night road, hiding in the corner and crying. This is a girl who loves to cry. Ito Siaki said this to himself, but he didn't know what it was about this girl that moved him. Let him walk behind her willingly, until now. Like it, Ito Siaki couldn't explain this emotion clearly. He only knew that he saw Yuma Akamoto walking to the orphanage safely every time. His heart seemed to have more peace. A swordsman should use his sword to protect his career. The night is lonely. In this summer, only the chirping of cicadas will never stop. And Jishu stood alone in a ninja tool shop, observing various ninja tools. It also includes Bingliang pills, which have very obvious effects. But it was obvious that Tomoki's thoughts were not here. It can be seen from the gaze he casts out of the window from time to time. Outside the window, the lights in the Hokage's office were still bright, but it is estimated that no one will notice the abnormality of Zishu. The only boss in the room is lying on the table and taking a nap. On summer nights, it is easy for people to feel sleepy. While Jishu was waiting, he couldn't help but feel a little bored. How come Naruto's speed is so slow? Suddenly Zishu's eyes lit up, and a familiar figure appeared at the door of the office building. The huge seal scroll on his back was particularly conspicuous. Jishu knew that there was a ninjutsu that could shake the entire ninja world. Finally out. Tomoki sighed slightly, picked up a very exquisite kunao, and put the money on the counter. Thank you for your patronage. The boss felt the noise and said this while half asleep. Tomoki followed Naruto from a distance in the night. Many things happened without any surprises. After Naruto got the book of sealing, he began to practice his first ninjutsu, the multiple shadow clone technique. An hour later, Zishu, who was hiding in a big tree, also looked surprised. Although he already knew it in advance, it was still very surprising to see Naruto complete the training of an A-level forbidden technique in just 2 hours. But just when Jishu was sighing, a calm voice suddenly came to his ears. Kishu, what are you doing here, someone? Tomoki was frightened for a while, and looked back. In Kakashi's lazy eyes, Tomoki clearly sensed some distrust. No wonder Naruto was able to steal the sealed book. It turned out that he didn't avoid Kakashi's surveillance at all. But, I have already shown a very surprised expression. Even if I am pretending to be calm now, it is too late. Jishu secretly regretted it, thinking if he had followed his previous thoughts that it would be nice to not get involved in this matter at all. Even if he was sent to a Komodo Yugenkai orphanage, the situation would be much better than the current situation. Although I have no idea about the sealed book at all, my appearance here already raises a lot of doubts. Damn, what should we do now? If you don't seek death, you won't die. Jishu knew that the longer he delayed, the more suspicious he would be. I must speak now. Jishu really hated the way he was subconsciously dumbfounded. If he didn't talk, he even estimated that Kakashi would take him to the Yamanaka family to read their minds or something. Although he didn't know whether the people of the Yamanaka family could understand the complicated worldview in his mind. But this is always very risky. Kishu even broke out in cold sweat on his back. He was an adult, how could he face such a thing? Jishu suddenly felt his head as soon as it lights up. Correct, at least he is a child now. Although at this age, he could be trained as a spy by people from various villages. But the child's nature can still convince many people. So Tomoki patted his chest, breathed a sigh of relief and said, it turns out to be Kakashi-senpai. You really scared me to death. I didn't expect you to be so timid and scared like this. Jishu shrugged helplessly and said, Senior, you know it's always a little weird when you're caught peeping, right? Are you spying on Naruto? Kakashi touched his chin. It seems that I should really tell Tiantin about your sexual orientation. Perhaps it was because Kakashi had a good impression of Tomoki. In short, Tomoki could feel that the suspicion in Kakashi's eyes was much less. But Tomoki still said, Kakashi-sensei, please don't talk nonsense, okay? You always think about sexual orientation. Doesn't it mean that you and Kai-sensei really have feelings that go beyond friendship? Jishu counterattacked an army. The two of them talked in this low voice on the dense tree that could hide their figures. The open space not far away was already filled with Naruto. It's just that no one found anything unusual in this tree. Irika said, so Tomoki, why did you spy on Naruto? This is the most critical question, Jishu's motivation. The reason, how should I put it? Because today I saw that he had not passed the third graduation examination, and he showed such a lonely expression, which made me a little worried. Plus, tonight, I met him sneakily. I just kept following him. So that's it. Kakashi nodded, agreeing with Tomoki's answer. Tomoki asked again, Kakashi-senpai, why are you here? Me? Kakashi scratched his head. Did you see the big scroll in Naruto's hand? Well, what is that? That is the sealed book, which records many of Konoha's forbidden techniques. Tomoki looked very surprised and said, wouldn't it be dangerous for Naruto to hold it? That's not true. Kakashi explained, actually, to be honest, it was the third generation's intention to let Tomoki get the book of sealing. 3 generations of adults? Well, because Naruto has been assigned to my class by the 3rd generation. But he did not pass the graduation exam, so we can only let him get the most suitable ninjutsu first. Tomoki was puzzled. If we want Naruto to pass the graduation examination, wouldn't it be enough for the 3rd generation to directly give special approval? Kakashi had an expression on his face that Tomoki didn't know how to describe, as if it was a mixture of emotion and kindness. Because the 3rd generation still wants Naruto to pass the graduation exam through his own efforts. On the other hand, isn't the art of multiple shadow clones also very suitable for Naruto? Okay, Jishu nodded, but is there really no problem with this? Yes, if there is no accident soon, I will take Naruto back. After all, this matter was not given by the 3rd generation on his own initiative, but by Naruto being bewitched. Jishu already knew what was going to happen next. But from this angle, watching it with Kakashi, it was an unusual feeling. For the first time in Naruto's life, he knew that he was the demon fox. I understand why he is hated. There was no gorgeous battle, but when the huge shuriken approached Naruto like a scythe that harvested life, Irika stood in front of Naruto. Any description is not so meaningful. Naruto knew that not everyone in this world wanted him to die. Not everyone ignores his existence. Someone will protect him. Someone will take the hurt for him. This is enough. What an unexpected ending. Kakashi seemed quite emotional. Tomoki knew that he was not referring to the scene where Naruto beat Aoki violently with Sento's shadow clone. It's because, after Naruto learned the reason why he was ostracized, he was still moved by Irika's words. This is probably the power of mouth escape, right? Jishu said with emotion. The moonlight poured down again, although it was still not so clear. But it's so soft. Okay, if that's the case, my mission is over. It's time to leave. Kakashi stretched and said comfortably. Then, he stood up from the tree, jumped a few times, and disappeared into the woods. Tomoki looked at Kakashi's back and thought, when will he become so strong? By that time, I will probably have fulfilled a lot of my responsibilities, right? Forget it, it's already so late. I'll go back to bed. Jishu yawned, knowing that it was already late. So I left here. When Tomoki saw Naruto again, he was still in the ninja school class. Compared to before, Naruto's face seemed to have an indescribable look. Didn't he fail the graduation exam? Sakura was a little surprised that Naruto would appear here. But the silver-white forward protector on Naruto's head really clearly showed this. Iruka stood on the podium, completely unable to tell that he had been injured just the day before yesterday. He still had that enthusiastic look, which made people feel better unconsciously. From today on, you will be your own ninjas. But you are still newbies among the genin. After skipping some long speeches, Iruka said the key point: 3 people in a group. There were no other surprises in the grouping. Sakura, Naruto, and Suzuki were in one group. Everything else is also step by step. Just as the names were read one by one, there was a lot of commotion in the class. But Jishu didn't hear his name for a long time. However, Jishu was not impatient and continued to wait. It was not until the end that his name appeared belatedly. Uzumaki Tomoki, Akamoto Yuma, Ito Seiki team up. What? Jishu was a little surprised. Logically speaking, shouldn't we be able to be grouped together only if we are in the same class? Only in this way can the running in time be minimized, and then the team's tasks will be completed more smoothly. Although Akamoto Yuma is one of the people he is most familiar with. If it was a normal mission, he would definitely be paired with his sister. He just doesn't like Yujin's clingy personality, but, after all, he doesn't want the crying Yujin to be bullied even more. But if I know the plot, can I really complete the trivial tasks smoothly? Perhaps you will do a few small characters to run in with your teammates at the beginning, but in the end, more difficult tasks cannot be avoided. It was really inappropriate for the delicate Yujin to be by his side. Thinking of this, Zishu hurriedly raised his hand. Iruka-sensei, aren't the people who are not in the same class divided into different groups? Zishu didn't notice that right at the window, a pair of soft eyes dimmed again. Brother Jishu, you really hate me. Ito Seiki stood behind Yuma, like a silent warrior. In fact, he didn't care whether he was paired with Uzumaki Tomoki. In his and Yuma's class, Yuma heard that he was in a group with Uzumaki Tomoki. She happily ran to the class she often came to. Now that he heard Uzumaki Tomoki's words, he didn't know what it felt like. He was not good at talking in the first place, so he had no choice but to remain silent. Iruka put down the list. Well, because there is just one more person in our class, one person must team up with the children in other classes. And don't you have a good relationship with Yuma? But, Tomoki still wanted to refute. But Iruka scolded sternly, there is no but. It has been arranged and it will not change just because of you. In fact, this is a 3-generation arrangement. Just like Naruto's team. But at this time, Iruka would not say this. Seeing Tomoki no longer refute, Iruka nodded with satisfaction. I will not introduce you to your leading jounin until this afternoon, so we are dismissed now. After announcing the disbandment, the children all left. Zishu also tidied up and picked up the only 2 medical books on his desk. In the afternoon, he had no intention of taking these 2 books home. The moment he stepped through the door, a sword light flashed past. Jishu suddenly stepped back. Even if the book in his hand was not a hidden weapon, Jishu took advantage of it and regarded it as a hidden weapon. Because with Tomoki's strength, this attack is actually not weak. But the sword light was too sharp after all, and the books turned into confetti all over the sky. Is this the scene when students who have finished the college entrance examination tear up their books? But it seems that I still have use for those 2 books. Do I have to go to the bookstore to buy another one after tearing them up? Jishu suddenly thought that laughing at oneself from time to time would be good for both physical and mental health. However, Jishu's eyes narrowed. In front of him, Ito Seiki waved his sword high. Under the scorching sunlight, the silver-white sword light was particularly dazzling. At this time, Tomoki felt that it was time for Seiki Ito to say something. No matter how cliché, he said, Tomoki-one, I'm going to duel you for Yuma's sake. Or say like a friendly rich man, I'm sorry, I feel that this book is too old, so I cut it for you. Let's go to the bookstore later to help you buy a new one. Of course, these 2 words only exist in Tomoki's boring imagination. Ito Makoto was as taciturn as usual and said nothing. He stood there despite all the confetti falling. Even the confetti falling on his head was funny, but he didn't care. Just when Tomoki was about to ask a question, Seiki suddenly put the sword into its scabbard slowly like every old-fashioned samurai. Hoshino China was sitting on a brown wooden chair. Her eyes glanced at the words in the book. She picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. Putting down the teacup, her plain voice sounded, Tomoki, I heard from Yuma that you don't seem to be willing to team up with her. Is that really the case? When Hoshino China said she wanted to talk to Tomoki, Tomoki had already anticipated this situation. After all, at noon, Yuma was left to eat by Sister Kana. Because Yuma is too delicate, I'm afraid he will be in danger if he performs the mission. Especially if he follows me and Ito Seiki. Tomoki replied. Tomoki couldn't help but think of Ito Seiki. That child was no ordinary master either. Hoshino China nodded slightly. If that's the case, I'd be relieved. I originally thought you hated Yuma so much. Jishu replied, how is this possible? Although she is usually too clingy, which really annoys me. Is she clingy? Hoshino China closed the book. She also needs someone to rely on. After all, as an orphan, she is so lonely. So she will be so cautious around you, but she seems clinging. In fact, she is a very silly girl. She probably feels that once she lets go of the things around her, she will be ignored and abandoned by others, right? Jishu seemed to hear a sigh. She is so stupid that she feels insecure. She is afraid that if she is not careful, all the warmth around her will be lost. Jishu remained silent at this moment. In fact, why didn't he know everything Hoshino China said? But it's really troublesome for my team to be like this now. Jishu's mind is very messed up. He is most afraid of trouble, but instead he ushered in a team that was very troublesome for him. Even Ito Siaki, with his silent and cold character, probably doesn't know how long it will take to get used to it. Boom, boom, boom. The somewhat quaint wooden clock in the house rang, and Zisha knew that the time had come. Forget it, let's meet my Jounin first and then think about these issues. Zisha stood up and walked outside the house. Summer makes people tired, and many people lie down in their homes and take a nap. Occasionally, you can see a child from the ninja school going to school. Since there was no necessary reason, Tomoki walked slowly. Thinking about some meaningless things. When he walked to the ninja school, he found Yuma and Siaki already waiting for him. Tomoki, you're here. Yuma greeted Tomoki as usual. Ito Siaki stood there and glanced at Uzumaki Tomoki without saying anything. Tomoki nodded towards Yuma and asked, "Is our Jounin here?" "Not yet, but the teacher said it will come in a while, right?" Yuma Akamoto explained. In fact, ordinary children should wait in the classroom for the arrival of their Jounin. But for a team composed of children from different classes like Tomoki and Yuma, it would naturally be better to wait in the playground. A cough that sounded very weak. A coughing sound came over, and Jishu looked over. I saw Moonlight Hayate walking in from the school gate. What happened? Could it be that because of the butterfly effect caused by his arrival in this world, Moonlight Hayate, who was not originally a leader, has also become a Jounin? Hey! I didn't expect everyone to come so early. Moonlight Gale greeted the three of them with a smile. An imminent intuition arose from Zishu's mind. My Jounin, couldn't he be Moonlight Hayate? I have a question, Hayate senpai, aren't you our Jounin? Tomoki was the first to raise his doubts. Moonlight Hayate nodded, with a smile on his weak face. Well, I am your Jounin. Now it seems that it is very unexpected, isn't it? It is okay. Jishu showed a very indifferent expression. Ito Siaki cooperated and showed a smile that he was not very good at. It's just that his smile makes people very awkward. The reactions of the two people made Moonlight Hayate feel a little embarrassed. Only Yuma shouted, "It turns out that Hayate sensei is our Jounin. I'm so excited." After hearing Yuma Akamoto's words, Ito Siaki was finally able to come to Taiwan. Tomoki and Siaki are really uncooperative. But Tomoki patted Yuma on the shoulder and asked, "Do you know Hayate sensei?" Eugene nodded cutely and said, "I don't know you at all." Weathering, Moonlight Gale suddenly felt his illness, which seemed to be aggravated at this moment. A feeling of wanting to vomit blood arose. That cute little girl, since you don't know me, why do you look so excited? He nodded and said something like, "I don't know him at all. Could it be that you have colluded with Uzumaki Tomoki to punish me?" Suddenly there was a bang that caught everyone's attention. I saw the door of the classroom next to me. Kakashi just opened the door and put his head in, and then the blackboard eraser fell on his head. What a mean trick. But Kakashi actually got hit even worse. Moonlight Gale had no choice but to retract his gaze from there. Sure enough, is it inevitable for students to make fun of new teachers? Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but feel this way. However, he swept his eyes over the sanctimonious-looking Satoshi Uzumaki, the stern Siaki Ito, and the cute Yuma Akamoto. Isn't the personality gap between these three people too big? Is it really good to group the three generations like this? Thinking of this, Moonlight Gale also felt a little embarrassed. On the roof of Kanaha Hospital's light building, 4 people sat by the guardrail, looking outside. Tomoki remembered that this seemed to be the place where Naruto and Sasuke fought for the first time. But now, it is very quiet. As expected, as usual, Moonlight Hayate wanted to find a place to talk about hobbies and ideals with the people in class. When Moonlight Hayate asked where a good place was, Tomoki immediately recommended a place outside the village where he used to exercise. There is no need to search for the place that is just right for the task of grabbing the bell later. However, it is not easy to grab a bell from a Jounin. However, in the original book, Ninkai, Tenten, Sakura and Suzuki all got the bell, which shows that the Jounin will be very arrogant. But the significance of this assessment is not just that. Tomoki realized that on the surface, the purpose of this assessment was to test the level of genin. But in reality, it is to test their degree of unity. Ahem, everyone, please introduce yourselves. Moonlight Hayate looked at his sword. In fact, there was nothing different about it. Even the material was not a special metal that could spread chakra. Then let's start with me. Moonlight Hayate said directly, "My name is Moonlight Hayate. What I like most is the village and Xian. The only thing I hate is probably my sick look. Speaking of dreams, maybe I just want to see the most powerful person. What kind of level can your swordsmanship reach?" When Yu Guangfeng said this, there was a trace of pursuit in his eyes. After that, everyone introduced themselves, but even for Jishu, it was unnecessary. After all, they are all very familiar people. Ito Siaki and Moonlight Hayate have similar thoughts. Of course, he will not like Yujeo. Yuma wants to become a qualified medical ninja, which is a very ordinary dream. Tomoki also expressed his desire to protect the village and the people around him in a timely manner, and that was the end. Then that's it for today, we will have our first mission tomorrow. Moonlight Gale stood up and said, "First mission?" Yujin's eyes showed a look of anticipation. Jishu knew that this mission was probably a test of grabbing the bell. Although not all Jounin and Konoha will use the bell grabbing detection method. But Tomoki knows very well that in the original work, the third generation used it, the fourth generation used it, Guy used it, and Kakashi used it. So I'm afraid Moonlight Blast is probably the same. Tomorrow we will conduct wilderness survival training. If you fail, you will be sent back to the ninja school and learn again. Ah. Yuma Komodo couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. But Moonlight Hayate still smiled. I hope everyone will be well prepared. Tomoki and Sayaki both nodded without making too many comments. It's just that Tomoki didn't listen to Moonlight Hayate's instructions and continue to exercise as usual, plus learning medical ninjutsu. But this day also has some meaning for Zisha. Because he noticed that his chakra control seemed to have become much stronger. Perhaps it's because he can only use chakra delicately. And what was placed in front of him was a freezer. In addition to the ice cubes, fish frozen in the ice can be vaguely seen. Jishu's current mission is to save all the fish among them. This is probably because the body structure of fish is very different from that of humans. Jishu sighed slightly. If a person is frozen by ice, there must be no possibility of being resurrected again. But in fact, some fish have the ability to gradually come back to life if they are placed in warm water. But Jishu's current plan is not so simple. Zisha slowly rolled up his sleeves and took one of the fish from the freezer to the table. Palm Immortal Technique. Tomoki couldn't help but whisper the name of this medical ninjutsu, and a rich green light rose. Jishu knew that if he had to classify the chakra nature of Palm Senjutsu, it would probably be classified into masculine nature. Although he often used palm magic to give himself first aid before. But in fact, what he used was a very deviant form of palm magic. There is no meticulous medical treatment. On the contrary, this method of forcibly stimulating cell recovery will be extremely harmful if used on ordinary people. It was only at this moment that Jishu felt that he had almost mastered the art of immortality. Of course, Jishu also knows that there is still room for improvement in his palm skills. Medical treatment cannot be perfected in a short period of time. When Tomoki placed his hand on the fish, he was actually constantly controlling his chakra output. He was afraid that if he was not careful, the fish would die in his hands. Although Tomoki immediately planned to ask Sister Kana to make these fish into soup. But now it is very important to test his chakra control ability. And on the other hand, the taste of fresh fish soup will be better. Jishu stared at the fish, his brows furrowed. Observed the condition of the fish without moving for a moment. But the fish just didn't respond. Could it be that it failed? Just as Jishu was thinking about this, there was sudden movement from his subordinates. Immediately afterwards, the fish slipped out of Tomoki's hands and jumped on the table, seemingly celebrating his rebirth. It seems it was successful, Tomoki said quite comfortably. In fact, this already meant that he could become a medical ninja in the team. Immediately afterwards, Zisha took out the fish from the freezer one by one. The body that was originally frozen and hard constantly turned into a living life under Zisha's hands. Perhaps there were many times when Tomoki was deeply moved by the vegetation of Konoha village. The huge green shades blocked every trace of the scorching heat. Even though no one here has taken the initiative to mention environmental protection, planting a tree has become a tacit secret among people in the village. Even a wise tree does not destroy trees easily. If you accidentally damage some vegetation during practice, more vegetation will be planted. However, with such a good ecology here, there is almost no need to worry about the saplings. Following Zishu's gaze, there were newly grown saplings there. Each tree was planted by Jishu himself. However, if there is would escape, this task should be very simple, right? On the other hand, Yuma Komodo is catching butterflies, and her innocent personality has not changed at all. Tomoki even wondered if a Komodo Yuma took part in this year's Chunin exam, would it bring Sakura's lowest Chunin exam combat power even lower? On the other hand, Ito Sayaki continued to slash the sword in his hand. It seems that if you stop for a moment, you will lose something. Everyone arrived very early, right? Moonlight Swift jumped over several big trees and stood on the grass in the center. Teacher, it's not too late. We have just arrived. Yujin saw the arrival of the wind and let go of the butterfly in his hand, letting it fly away. Hayate nodded. Today's so-called wilderness survival training can actually be said to be an assessment for you. As long as you hide your aura well in this forest, you can use traps, kunao, and hand tools. Riken, detonating charms, whatever you want to use, as long as you can snatch these two bells from the teacher's hand, you will win. Ito Sayaki remained expressionless and asked, 2 bells? Well, 2 bells, so I think you all know that one person will definitely fail this assessment. What? A Komodo Yuma showed a sad expression. She knew very clearly that she could not compare with Tomoki's brother and Sayaki. If you fail, you will be sent back to school again. She would not be the ninja who could rely on herself, but would become the orphan without support. His face turned gloomy. Jishu noticed it, but he didn't say it. In fact, he knew that in this assessment, whether he could snatch the bell was not the focus at all. The key point is whether they will treat each other as companions and cooperate with each other. Jishu wanted to tell them about this, but then gave up. After all, it's only an assessment when you don't know anything about it. Tomoki couldn't help but glance at Ito Sayaki. In fact, he didn't know what kind of heart was hidden under Ito Seiki's cold appearance. A Komodo Yuma weakly raised her weak little hand and asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Hayate, if you use so many ninja tools, what should you do if you are accidentally injured?" Yuma has no idea about jounin at all. That I just subconsciously think that using a real kunai that has crossed the line is already very dangerous. As for things like detonating charms, they are even more terrifying. Moreover, with Moonlight Hayate looking so sick, it would be bad if something went wrong. After hearing this, Moonlight Gale did not feel slighted. Instead, he placed the bell in front of himself and shook it. The crisp sound of the bell rang, and Moonlight Gale smiled and said, "If you can. Even if you kill me and steal the bell, it is the right route." Yuma's eyes widened, as if she was surprised. Yuma, sensei is just trying to be cool. In fact, let alone a few of us genin, even dozens of them won't do anything. Tomoki patted Kana's shoulder and consoled him. "Don't be so unsure of yourself." Moonlight Gale took out the knife from his back. "Then, shall we start now?" No one moved. Yuma puffed up her mouth and inflated her penis to the highest level. Ito Seiki was dead, but she didn't move a step. Ito Seiki raised his sword as if he was about to charge towards Moonlight Hayate. The next moment, Jishu stood there with an embarrassed expression, but his footsteps did not move from where he was. Moonlight Hayate was very embarrassed. "Didn't you hear what I said? Or did I suddenly become mute?" Yuma calmly tied the equation and said, "Because I can't lay traps or detonate talismans, so I can only fight in close combat with the teacher." Ito Seiki said coldly, "The only thing I know is the sword. Even if I dodge, it will be in vain." Then, Moonlight Hayate set his sights on Tomoki. "What about you, Tomoki?" "Me? Teacher, you also know that I have suffered some injuries, and I cannot use ninjutsu for the time being. So, instead of being defeated by you, teacher, it is better to fight the teacher with all my strength." Jishu's eyes narrowed, and his high fighting spirit was revealed. After all, this was the second time he had a head-to-head confrontation with a jonin, right? Moonlight Gale felt helpless, and the handsome bunch of hair in front of his forehead was also depressed at the moment. "I wonder why all the students I meet are like this." "Well, if you must do this, then skip the other stages and start now." As soon as he finished speaking, Ito Seiki rushed forward like lightning. It was a straight thrust, although it lacked a lot of skill compared to ordinary swordsmanship. But this was also something Ito Seiki had carefully considered. It was obviously very wrong to compete with a jonin who was proficient in kendo. "It seems that Seiki is a very decisive person," Moonlight Hayate said in a complimentary tone. Although he planned to let go, at least he would not let Tomoki and the others succeed. As soon as they came up, the next moment, Moonlight Gale's figure disappeared instantly. Ito Seiki's sword penetrated the void, but another sword struck from Chang Yi's back. Compared with Chang Yi's stab, this slashing style was also extremely streamlined. But one can still see the stability of the knife wielder. Wherever the sword light reaches, it seems there is no way to stop it. Every jounin has reached the pinnacle of at least one fighting method. Even Jishu felt that if it were him, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. But Jishu's right fist was already full of power. I have long been prepared for the possible failure of Ito Seiki. It started almost at the same time as the sword light, blasting out with all the power of Tomoki without hesitation. Even Moonlight Hayate would not feel well after being hit by this punch. But Jishu knew that his punch had no hope of hitting Moonlight Hayate. All he wanted to do was force Moonlight Hayate into the leg and then look for an opportunity to get the bell. Just when Tomoki's fist had almost touched the moonlight blast, suddenly, a calm reminder came to my ears. Even if you are rescuing your companions, you must clearly identify the enemy's location. Bang! The moonlight blast in front of Jishu turned into smoke, shadow clone technique, when Jishu's face was filled with astonishment. He didn't see the movements of the Moonlight Gale seal at all. It seems to be the same. There is also a sword that can take away life hanging above his head. This is already considered a failure. Although Jishu knew that Moonlight Hayate would not do anything to him, the assessment still continued that you can also grab the bell yourself. However, it is a fact that he has no power to fight back. Now that his threat has been eliminated, Jishu will not sit still and wait for death, and takes a sudden step forward. Slow down the force caused by inertia. After taking a defensive stance, he and Ito Seiki turned around almost at the same time. What was the reason that caused Moonlight Gale's other shadow clone to be blown up? The sun shone through the gaps between the trees on a girl with a face that was so frail that one couldn't help but feel protective. However, with such a frail face, her features and eyes were heroic. Never admit defeat, don't back down. When everyone ignored her, she stretched out her hand and rescued the team. Even in the team, everyone regards her as an object of protection. Rather than real teammates. Is there any moment that will shock people to the bottom of their hearts? In fact, this shouldn't be like this, because what appeared in front of Tomoki was just a Komodo Yuma who stretched out his hand and defeated the shadow clone that was about to attack Tomoki. When did such a weak girl have such reaction speed? Jishu thought hard, as if trying to penetrate his memory. But what exists in Jishu's memory at every moment is just that heartbreaking little girl, who always seems to have tears in the corners of her eyes. Chakra scalpel. Tomoki muttered softly. He didn't even know when the delicate girl in front of him had learned to use it. However, unlike Tomoki, Yuma's chakra scalpel is contained in his hand. I don't know when that thin, boneless palm gained such power. I learned it last month. Yuma blinked, and a sweet smile appeared, as if she was a child waiting for praise. In fact, she is a child. Ahem, it seems that I also underestimated Yujin. Moonlight Hayate's eyebrows showed surprise. because Yujin's performance was indeed very amazing. Originally, he thought he was a vase-like character in the team, but he did not expect that he can also have such combat effectiveness. This time, I need to apologize to Yujin. The original crybaby has now become a female killer. Tomoki joked. Akamoto Yuma's eyes showed seriousness. After all, I can't drag brother Tomoki forever. Jishu wanted to speak, but found that he didn't know what to say. When did I stop being able to speak like Ito's facial paralysis? Attention, it seems that you haven't grabbed the bell yet. Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but remind him when he saw that Tomoki and Kiena were planning to sit down and talk for hours. That's natural. Zishu turned his head, showing his unparalleled confidence. Now that Yujin has shown such strength, I naturally have to do better. After all, I am her brother. Is your fighting spirit ignited? Moonlight Hayate thought this way, but that's fine. After all, only in this way can this game be so interesting. Moreover, it seems that the purpose of this test has been achieved. People in class seem to attach great importance to their companions. However, the process is still necessary. After all, they haven't gotten the bell from their hands yet, but it depends on how far they let go before they can get the bell. And on the other hand, it is necessary link to tie a person to a stake. This is also necessary, but who among them will be kidnapped? After thinking about it, Moonlight Gale found that his interest had now risen. Tomoki lifted his leg. It was originally a heavy weight, but now it seemed like it was part of his body. Since the battle with Suzuki a year ago, Tomoki has completely woken up. Since you can't rely on the power of 8-Gate Dungia, you should train harder. Moreover, over the past year, Jishu has fought with Xiaoli many times to train his combat awareness. But later, after Xiaoli graduated, he entered Metkai's class and needed to perform tasks. Then it slowed down. But the weight on Zishu's legs became heavier day by day. Because he can't practice ninjutsu, he can't practice the 8-Gate Dungeon, and he can't use any moves that require the use of a lot of chakra. Therefore, there are very few things that Zishu can practice. In addition to daily exercise, only increasing weights day by day can make Zishu aware of the improvement in his strength. But now, Jishu feels that the weight on his body has even exceeded that of Xiaoli. Perhaps it can be said that it has reached the level of the Chunin examination in Xiaoli's original work. Tomoki's speed has actually not been fully utilized until now. Teacher Hayate, you have to pay attention. If the water is released too seriously, you will suffer big losses. Zishu reminded. Moonlight Hayate didn't take Tomoki's words to heart, thinking in his heart, what kind of means can a child of this age threaten a jounin? It was probably just that Tomoki was particularly confident in one of his moves. Then he raised his sword, and the bell hung on the hilt. If you want a bell, come quickly. Let me see if you can bring me any more surprises. Moonlight Gale's dark circle seemed to have a bit of a funny charm at this moment, which he had not thought of until now. What kind of threat would the team in front of him pose to him? Tomoki just pulled his trouser legs down to his knees, revealing densely packed weights. It's like the scales of a snake, very scary. In fact, Jishu didn't plan to use such a weight originally. It was a whole piece of weight, at least it would be more convenient to wear. But in order to increase the load bit by bit, I can only choose this route. Then, it's time to get rid of them. Oh? It turns out it's a weight. I didn't expect you, Jishu, to be carrying something like this. But if it's only so big, I'm afraid it still won't be able to boom, 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 boom. The weights on Zishu's legs were thrown to the ground piece by piece. Although the quality was not as good as that of Xiaoli's weight, it was even lacking in height. But at least, the people standing around Zishu felt the vibration of the ground at this moment. Every time a piece of weight is thrown down, it creates a small hole in the ground and raises a lot of dust. But as these pieces of weight came crashing down, even Moonlight Gale couldn't help but be stunned. How can that be when all the weight was put down? Yueguan couldn't help but be stunned. Although he knew Medi, he had never seen him put down his weight. As for Xiaoli, he didn't even know him. This was the first time he saw someone actually using such methods to improve his physical skills. How could he not be shocked? What an interesting person, Jishu, you amaze me more and more. Then let's wait until teacher hand over the bell. Jishu said. Immediately afterwards, Tomoki disappeared into the air, and even Ito Siaki could only see what seemed to be a red lightning piercing the moonlight blast. So fast. When it comes to the speed when we fought together just now, Tomoki's speed is almost the same as a year ago. He even felt that if Tomoki only had that kind of speed and fought Tomoki again, then he wouldn't have to passively defend. I just didn't expect that Zishu would be carrying so much burden. And with his current speed, he is even more difficult to defend than before. Uzumaki Tomoki, is he still such a genius? Ito Siaki sighed silently. Moonlight Gale was quietly waiting for Tashu's attack. At this time, he was not so anxious. Tomoki didn't simply use his fists to bombard him, because at such a fast speed, if he missed his opponent, he might become unstable due to inertia. What was in his hand was the exquisite kunao he bought before. Of course, apart from the exquisite shape, there is nothing special about it. After all, even Sarutobi Asuma only has 2 chakra blades as small as hind. But weapons are, after all, borrowed power, and whether they are powerful or not depends on the person who uses the weapon. Ding, the sound of metal collision came, and Moonlight Hayate blocked Uzumaki Tomoki's kunai with his sword. But Tomoki didn't engage in a meaningless struggle with Moonlight Hayate on this, and quickly took back his kunai. The next moment, there was another quick thrust. If you only look at the physical part. Most Chiyunin can't even do this level. Jingle jingle. The sound of dense weapons clashing sounded. Even the ground couldn't withstand the two people's quick wrestling, and it was broken in many places. Yes, your speed is top-notch at this age. Your tricks are also good, but you still made one of the biggest mistakes. Yu Guangfeng cast a frightening look in the dark circles of his eyes. At least now, no one knows what he is thinking. What is it? Jishu raised his head and greeted him without hesitation, with a playful smile on his lips. Is there any? I don't know that much. Next moment, the 2-month light blast suddenly appeared behind Jishu, and also used exquisite swordsmanship to launch a lightning-fast attack on Jishu. This is your biggest mistake. You only know how to fight alone and don't even consider fighting with your companions. Moonlight Blast on the front said sarcastically. Since Tomoki started fighting with him quickly, Ito Seiki and Ikamoto Yuma both participated in the battle. But Shisuke didn't seem to take them into consideration, and just kept attacking on his own. And now Ito Seiki is still a short distance away from the other two shadow clones. At least before he finished his attack, Ito Seiki would not be able to catch up with Tomoki to save him. However, Jishu has no intention of saving himself. The next moment, Jishu punched in front of him with all his strength. The air seemed to be vibrating, and it seemed to have penetrated invisible air layers one after another. This punch was almost too fast to defend against. If the person in front of him is a Chiyunin, he can probably think about whether he is going to be hospitalized. However, Yu Guangfeng remained unhurried, and his eyes even revealed his relaxation and comfort. His sword is also very frivolous in defense, and his disdain for Tomoki seems to be revealed everywhere. This kid really thought he could defeat him on his own? Originally he fully recognized Jishu, but now he has a little more disdain. After all, when fighting, I will still give up the strength of my companions and fight alone. So let me give you a little lesson. Thinking of this, Moonlight Gale was no longer restrained. The sword in his hand was struck with all his strength, slashing towards Tomoki's arm with a gorgeous and unpredictable trajectory. Of course, the back of the knife is used. It's just that this can make him stop in pain. After all, he is a child, but he is still too arrogant. Moonlight Hayate seems to have predicted what will happen next, and Tomoki has a look of shock on his face. What happened? Moonlight Hayate saw that there was still that sinister smile on Tomoki's face that could be seen at a glance. Teacher Hayate, you are indeed a good teacher. Jishu said such an absurd statement just when Yu Guangfeng was confused. He suddenly discovered that Ito Seiki and Ikamoto Yuma were attacking him as fast as they could. His pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. It turned out that Jishu wanted to use him as bait, let Ikamoto Yuma and Ito Seiki snatch his bell. No wonder he would use all his strength to throw such a reckless punch. No wonder he would praise himself as a good teacher, because if he wanted to teach him a lesson, he would not avoid it. This kid is really calculating. It turns out that Yuma and Seiki's wandering attacks are all about finding the best position. Bang, Tomoki, Yuma, and Seiki bumped into each other. But Tomoki's right hand, which he punched just now, was tightly grasped by Moonlight Gale. Otherwise, someone will definitely fly out. Ahem, it's really troublesome. I originally wanted to let go, but I didn't expect that I was forced to use all my strength. Moonlight Gale scratched his head, seeming very embarrassed. But your cooperation is very good. I didn't expect that even I would be included in the scheme. It's just that we haven't succeeded yet. Jishu stood up with his hand held by the moonlight and the wind. Then Yuma pulled him up again. When he looked at Seiki, he had already stood up holding his sword. This is already worthy of praise, although it takes advantage of the fact that I am your teacher. Moonlight Hayate said, but is it really appropriate for you to plot against your teacher like this? Teacher, since you used all your strength in the end, it seems like it should be considered a foul, right? Tomoki looked at Moonlight Hayate and asked. Moonlight Gale slowly inserted his sword into the sheath behind his back. With an indifferent expression, so I think you have already grabbed the bell. Then the Moonlight Blast gently pulled the two bells into his hands. After a shake, the bell in his hand jingled. So, now it's up to the three of you to decide how to distribute these two bells. As if to match the atmosphere, Moonlight Hayate's tone was also particularly gloomy. Three people, how to distribute these two bells. Ito Seiki held the sword on his waist, not knowing what he was thinking. Nothing could be discerned from his expression. And there seemed to be tears in Ikamoto Yuma's eyes. It seems a decision has been made. Really, why do you have to show such an expression of separation and death? Are there flowers when a person breaks the rules and wins in ways most people can't imagine? Applause, love, scream. Jishu doesn't know. He only knew that he was very unhappy now, to the point where anger could burst out of his eyes. The rough wooden stakes on his back made him itchy. Layers upon layers of ropes entangled him until he was unable to make any movement. He really didn't expect that someone could be tied to such a situation. The ankles were individually wrapped and tied with many knots. And the wrist is naturally no exception. After doing all this, another layer of rope was wrapped around his head below. It was actually him who was tied to the stake in the end. I just broke the rules. Even if you don't encourage and support me, it doesn't have to be like this, right? Tomoki stared at Moonlight Hayate, who looked indifferent, with extremely resentful eyes. Ahem, Uzumaki Tomoki tried to break the rules, so he is tied here. In addition, you only have 2 lunchboxes for today. No matter what, you can't share them with him. Those who violate the rules will lose the opportunity to become ninjas. Qualification. Of course, because of my personal dislike of Tomoki, if he can't eat in the afternoon, he will directly lose the qualification to become a ninja. Yuma Akamoto's eyes widened and asked, how can this be done? Does not having enough food have anything to do with being able to become a ninja? Because for a ninja, escaping is very important. Take advantage of everything around you and complete your mission. This is Tomoki's personal assessment. Teacher, you are taking it too seriously towards brother Jishu. For ninjas, luck is also very important. Who let him meet a jounin who hates him as much as I do? It has to be said that Moonlight Hayate's plain words were matched with the thick dark circles under his eyes. I don't think anyone who looks at it will doubt his seriousness. Yuma, in the bag I brought, there is a bento that Sister Kana made for me. Just bring it over for me. Tomoki thought of his current situation again, so he added, with me like this, no. It's so convenient, why don't you feed me? No one's. This is the principle. Yu Guangfeng coldly dropped these words and left. Yuma was stunned. Principal. Shinji stroked his sword blade, wondering what he was thinking. Jishu really wanted to applaud Moonlight Hayate's performance. Jishu, who had a good relationship with him before, was now under his words. It became the level of his life and death enemy. Of course Jishu knew that the test this time was not about obedience. But the team. Perhaps it was because Moonlight Hayate realized that their 9th edition psychological maturity was now higher than that of other children, so they made such a change in this assessment. After all, it was like Kakashi's assessment of Team Dash, whether Tomoki, Suzuki and Sakura would give their lunches to Naruto. But a meal is actually not important. For the benefit of the team, of course, one person can skip a meal. And what he said now was completely letting these children make a decision. Was he abandoning his mission, or abandon your teammates? Although Zisha knew the essence of this assessment, he still remained silent. Because, in his heart, he also wanted to know the answer. Akamoto Yuma is a little silent. She is an orphan. Because she had the talent to become a ninja, she was chosen to go to a ninja school. Before she was 12 years old, she had been learning how to become a ninja. Now, the time has finally come when she can no longer rely on the support of the orphanage and can rely on herself. But she has to give up her qualifications to become a ninja. She's a little scared because she doesn't know what she needs to do. Moreover, if she were older, she would no longer be an orphan. What can she do then? However, she cast her helpless eyes on Uzumaki Tomoki, but Tomoki's brother was burdened with more things. And since he has such a good talent, he should become a ninja, right? Thinking of this, Yuma Akamoto took the lunchbox and prepared to feed it to Tomoki. Suddenly, a hand also picked up the same white lunchbox and handed it to Zishu. Although I hate your attitude of looking down on our team, after thinking about it, becoming a ninja is not particularly important to me. And you are particularly important to Yuma, so I'll leave it to you. He has a cold attitude, wearing close-fitting black clothes, and has a pure white sword hanging on his waist. Is this trying to be cool? But, why suddenly I felt a little touched. No, speaking of which, you all have the potential to become a powerful ninja. On the contrary, I am dragging you down, so you should eat from me. Yuma handed over the lunchbox with both hands. You guys, Jishu didn't know what to sigh about. He was thinking if he said that he didn't know that all this was just an assessment, how would he answer? Involuntarily, he seemed to have the answer, so he said, since we are already a team, if I give up my companions under other people's rules, I would rather not have such a ninja qualification. The voice just felt Chang. The silver-white sword blade was inserted deeply into the wooden stake along the side of Tomoki's ear. The moonlight blast appeared almost at the same time as the wind, and his face was still so cold. The dark circles under the eyes seemed to be saying, you bunch of rubbish. Akamoto Yuma was a little afraid, maybe because of the low self-esteem of the orphan. And Ito Siaki stared at Moonlight Hayate without hesitation, his black eyes so deep that people couldn't understand that maybe the speed just now was too fast, and the sword nailed to the wooden stake was too hard. Moonlight Gale couldn't stop coughing and even coughed up blood. Although he had already known that this would be the result, Tomoki was still shocked by Moonlight Hayate's words. After all, it is unacceptable for anyone to appear in front of you at a speed that you cannot react, and then stab your face with a sharp weapon. Great! Yuma Akamoto jumped up immediately, her face filled with joy. It seemed that they had no idea that any one of them could become a ninja without giving up. Didn't the ninja code say that a ninja cannot show any emotion? Does everything focus on the mission? Ito Siaki stood up holding his sword and looked at Moonlight Hayate in confusion. Well, it is indeed the ninja code. But if you always abide by the rules, it is not the Hidden Leaf Village. Konoha, after all, inherits the will of fire. Moonlight Hayate didn't shy away from breaking the rules that ninjas adhere to. Even in the ninja world, the prevailing ninja code has not changed. But in fact, Konoha absolutely disdains being the same as this kind of ninja village. Moreover, everyone hopes to be in a class with teammates they can rely on. Rather than teammates being able to give up on themselves at any time because of the mission. Of course, when a person with great courage realizes that the consequences of mission failure are far more serious than his life. For most Konoha ninjas with a spirit of sacrifice, they will give up their lives decisively. This is probably the reason why Konoha has become the most powerful ninja village. Thinking of this, Jishu felt a surge of emotion in his heart. With the strength of Konoha, the effect of light is far greater than that of darkness. Only, didn't it pass? Why don't you put me down? The thick rope, which could almost be treated as clothes, tightly bound Tomoki to the wooden stake. Even when he was in the ninja school, he also learned the escape technique, which was not very useful. But the binding was so tight that even he couldn't move an inch. Unless he can open the 8-gate Dungia formation, he will be able to break free. As for now, Tomoki can only watch the moonlight blast. Teacher, can't you put me down? No, at least I think I need to tie you on it for a while longer so that you can have a deep understanding of your mistake. Moonlight Gale's pale face revealed a sinister smile. Brother Jishu, don't worry, I will feed you. Eugene picked up Jishu's bag and looked for the lunchbox he mentioned. When I first bought it, I came across a bunch of bells blocked by paper. I was slightly surprised, then threw it on the grass nearby, and continued to rummage through the lunchbox. Jishu, you seem to be well prepared? Is it possible that Akai told you the content of the exam in advance? Moonlight Hayate asked gloomily with a black line on his forehead. No, absolutely not. Tomoki denied. Of course. Found it. Yuma Akamoto took out 4 lunchboxes from her bag and shouted happily. You prepared 4 copies. Yu Guanfeng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this child would already regard them as teammates at this time. Are you touched? If so, please help me put it down. This rope is really uncomfortable. No, let's eat first, and you can tie her up for a while. Then, Moonlight Heye took the lunchbox from Yuma's hand, put it directly on the grass and started eating it slowly, completely ignoring Tomoki. After the 9th class is officially formed, it will begin to accept tasks. This is inevitable. The D-level mission at the beginning is also inevitable. Just like the horse on Tomoki's back, it also seems to be inevitable. In front of the gate of Kanaha, the guarding Chiyun and all stared dumbly at Team Dash, who had returned from their mission. Especially the red-haired child and the pure white horse tightly carried on his back. His fingers were deeply embedded in the horse's fur, and the pain made the handsome-looking horse hull. Zisha couldn't help but frown. Who made you so disobedient that you dare to scream now? D-level mission, help Lord Yamaguchi find his lost white horse. Yamaguchi-sama, a famous minister of the Land of Fire, accidentally lost his beloved horse while hunting. So I entrusted the ninja to retrieve it. In addition, because the horse is very precious, it is of great significance to Yamaguchi-sama. No scars can be caused on its body. The reward was very generous, 5,000 taels of silver. For a ninja, finding such a horse is actually not particularly difficult. But perhaps because the white horse was spoiled by the so-called Yamaguchi-sama, the white horse just refused to move on the grass without using force. In fact, for ninjas, there are generally no such courses on horseback riding. Because most ninjas are actually much faster than horses. No one in class Dash, including Moonlight Hayate, knows how to control it. In fact, Tomoki had predicted that even being able to control it would have no effect on this arrogant horse. This horse is completely spoiled by Yamaguchi. If it weren't for the fact that the rewards for this mission were so generous, and that Yugen had to move out of the orphanage and needed a rent, Tomoki would have really wanted to give up on this mission. Of course, the general in Kana accepted the mission. Kishu, who couldn't give up the mission without any special reason, simply thought about it this way. After giving it a try, I found that I didn't have the legendary domineering spirit, and this horse didn't like him at all. Finally, under Hayate's suggestion, Tomoki wrapped the horse's legs and carried it on his back. Is that child doing any special practice? The Chuyunin standing at the door said in surprise. Why do I look so happy? You are still a group of genin. How can you accept such a difficult task? Besides, isn't this an exercise? Moonlight Hayate said. In fact, what he said is true. Newcomers among genin should generally not accept sea-level missions. And letting Tomoki carry a horse on his back seemed like a good exercise. I'm not saying not to accept D-level missions, I just want to say not to accept such strange D-level missions. Jishu used a forceful jerk to raise the white horse, which had been sinking a little, to a higher position. But when you accepted the mission before, you didn't seem to say that you couldn't take on this mission, right? How did I know that a mission that seemed so normal would end up in a situation like this? Jishu's face was filled with confusion. In fact, with his current physical strength, carrying a horse on his back was not a particularly difficult task. But the problem is that he almost lost his face as a person. After all, horses are for riding, not being ridden. Even he could feel the deep ridicule from the white horse on his back. The people around him who saw him carrying a horse also smiled uncontrollably. It's really something that makes people angry. Moonlight Blast comforted me. Okay, how about you share 2,000 taels of this reward? It sounds like you can bribe me with an extra 1,000 taels. Tomoki still complained. Then divide it the same way. Yueguan Kifeng coughed twice and asked for the 1,000 taels back without any embarrassment. As expected, the most sinister one is Teacher Hayate. Tomoki was helpless. Perhaps because of their good relationship, Moonlight Hayate revealed many unknown sides to them. Just like being a good friend, it is natural for them to make some jokes. It also seems that almost all jounin have deep feelings for their students. But this is okay, at least Jishu likes this kind of life. Sometimes, such light makes him forget all the darkness. The last few people stopped in a room, which was considered the handover point for the horse. The owner inside is a very famous horse trainer. He has undertaken the task of training horses for many nobles. But he is still a very kind old man, and although he is rich, he only lives in a very simple house. Well, that's right, that's the horse. The old man nodded, and then lightly patted the horses, but as punishment. Although the old man asked the four of them to take a rest at his home, Moonlight Blast still declined. He wanted his subordinates to take on more tasks so that they could accumulate more experience. Without having to carry a horse on his back, Tomoki's pace became much more brisk. I hope I can get a good mission next. Jishu expressed his wish in a timely manner, and Yuma, can you not pull my clothes? Jishu looked back and saw that Yuzhen still looked harmless. What does it matter? It always feels a little weird. Brother Tomoki is so willful. Yuma Akamoto pouted and said dissatisfiedly, isn't Yuma too clingy? As he spoke, a shadow covered him. Only then did Jishu realize that he had already arrived at the task distribution office. Oh, hey 8, you guys are back. The third generation was sitting at the task assignment desk, smoking the cigarette in his hand with a peaceful look on his face. Well, this time the mission has been completed. Moonlight Swift Wind said calmly. The third generation exhaled a puff of smoke, then picked up the list of D-level tasks and said thoughtfully, then your next task is to help the fourth master take care of the children. That's great. You too, Tomoki, picked up the remaining tasks we just picked. Tomoki turned around and saw Naruto shouting excitedly in the corner. Hey, Tomoki, do you know? We have received a C-level mission now, which is to protect this old man who looks very bad. Naruto pointed at the old man wearing a bamboo hat without hesitation. There was an innocent smile on his face. Tomoki suddenly realized that the plot between Naruto and Zabuza was about to begin. The old man suddenly hit Naruto hard on the head. Don't you know how to respect the old man? Short winter melon. No matter what, I will definitely work hard to be recognized by everyone, including you, Grandpa. Naruto raised his fist and shouted. Then he suddenly put it down and scratched his head happily. But we have received a C-level mission. Does that mean we are one step ahead of you, Tomoki? Idiot. Suzuki said indifferently. At least the eyes he was looking at Tomoki were still mixed with strange emotions. Sakura said without saving any face for Naruto, Tomoki is a genius, but you are just a loser. Naruto then buried his head in depression, his face slightly bulging. It's more like a child who didn't get the candy. Actually, I believe that Naruto can become powerful. This is my intuition and trust. Tomoki nodded and smiled at Naruto. He would never be stingy in encouraging Naruto. Then Zishu turned his head, his black eye showing his eagerness to try. But, having said that, Mr. Hayate, shouldn't we also consider accepting a more difficult task? Snapped, a hand slammed on the table, followed by an angry roar. Uzumaki Tomoki, don't think that you can do whatever you want after you leave the school. You are just a bunch of newcomers who have just become genin. Of course you have to accept simple tasks. All ninjas come here like this, do you know? After saying that, Irika stared at Naruto with the same angry expression. Stop instigating others to be like you. Naruto shuddered, his fear of Irika from the ninja school days welling up, and he quickly replied, yes, Irika-sensei, I was wrong. We should do more difficult tasks. Ito Siaki held his white sword, but his body was hidden in his dark clothes. The dull expression made people wonder whether the words just came from his mouth. Originally, I don't agree with letting newcomers take on tasks so quickly. Then I will assign you a C-level mission. Sandei exhaled smoke from his mouth and glanced at the list of C-level missions. Then let me assign you the task of delivering a message. Grandpa third generation must have lied to us again. The task of delivering the letter seems to be no different from the previous task, right? Before Tomoki could speak, Yuma Akamoto complained mischievously. This is no ordinary mission, because the place it needs to be sent to is not within the Kingdom of Fire. Not in the Land of Fire, Ji Shu asked. Yes, you need to send this letter to the country of rain. No, Irika's expression changed instantly. Sandaime-sama, please think again. The country of rain is a dangerous place, with dangers hidden everywhere. It is too dangerous for these newcomers to go there. Sir, third generation, it is very difficult for these newcomers to do this task. Moonlight Hayate also supported Irika's point of view at this time. Although in his heart, he was actually tired of the current cumbersome D-level tasks. But no one noticed that Zishu's expression changed a little, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Listen to me first. The third generation was very calm. The location of this D-level mission is just a small village at the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, and there is no need to go too deep. Although you may encounter some robbers and the like, it is still a good experience for these newcomers. With that said, Sandei took out a map. The locations of each country were clearly marked on it, and with his wrinkled fingers, he pointed to the junction of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, and marked the 3 words Carp Village in a very small font. This is a village without ninjas, because it is on the border of the country. In fact, this village has not been much affected by the turmoil in the Kingdom of Rain. This is what the publisher of the mission said. He hopes that you can transfer this. Send a letter to the village chief of Carp Village. After hearing the name of the village chief instead of the shadow, everyone already understood that this was indeed a simple village. Moonlight Gale heard this and nodded. Then let us, Team Dash, take over this task. It's so sad. I finally had some sense of superiority towards Tomoki, and now it's gone. Naruto said very depressed. Okay, Naruto, you'd better get ready. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to eat Ichiraku ramen for a long time. Kakashi patted Naruto's head and said lightly said. Naruto's eyes immediately widened. That's right. I haven't been able to eat Ichiraku ramen for a long time? No, today I want to eat extra large luxury ramen with meat. How could there be such a thing? Sakura covered her head and complained helplessly. But Naruto still strode away. Judging by their expressions, everyone had almost guessed that Naruto would have more than just one bowl of ramen for lunch today. Sandai shook his head slightly, but with a smile on his face. What an impatient child. He is not like his father at all, but more like his mother. Naruto's parents. Sakura was very surprised. She always thought that Naruto was an orphan abandoned by his parents. Ahem, you heard wrong. Sandai suddenly realized what he had accidentally said while immersed in memories. By the way, if you have nothing to do, you can go back and prepare. As for Uzumaki Tomoki, you stay for a while. After hearing this, Jishu's eyelids jumped sharply. But then it calmed down. In fact, he was very concerned about the Three Generations Association. Leaving him alone wasn't actually a surprise. What does the third generation have to do with brother Tomoki? Akamoto Yuma asked curiously. The little girl's curiosity seemed to be focused on Tomoki. She almost needs to know anything related to Jishu. Yu Zhen, you'd better not ask this. You go back and prepare first, and I'll talk to you later. How about it? Before Sandai could answer, Tomoki rejected Yuma. Yu Zhen blinked, then remained silent, lowering his head and saying nothing. In that case, let's leave first. Moonlight Hayate patted Yuma and Siaki on the shoulders. Yuma nodded and glanced at Tomoki again. Then turned around and left. Immediately afterwards, Siaki put his white sword on his back, followed Yuma, and left with the same stride. Sandai put down the task list on hand and told Irika, I'll leave this to you, please. Anyway, this is my duty, Lord Third Generation. Of course Irika is not used to being so polite. In fact, the task here is not the job of Lord Three Generations in the first place. Okay, then Tomoki, you come with me. Sandai picked up the pipe from the seat again and put it to his mouth. Although Jishu didn't know what the third generation would say to him, he knew that it would not be meaningless if the third generation could find him. In fact, even if it is meaningless, he must follow it closely. Just like he is now. Because it was still midsummer, the cicadas seem to be chirping forever. Some people will be upset by the chirping of cicadas, while others will feel peaceful amid the noisy sound. In fact, the chirping of cicadas is just an external object. When a person's heart is extremely calm, external objects will eventually have no influence. Just like Jishu's current state, for some reason, his heart should not be calm. Tomoki, it must have been more than 5 years since you came to Konoha, right? Sandai suddenly asked. Well, it's been almost 6 years. Tomoki nodded. Before coming to Konoha, he had almost never interacted with anyone except his mother. It could even be said that he had absolutely nothing, and he was even a little surprised now at how did I reach Konoha by relying on my own will back then. After all he had back then was the body of a child. There seemed to be a hint of sadness in Sandai's eyes. Yes, it's been almost 6 years. I remember that when you came to Konoha, you were just such a small child, and now you have grown so big. However, it is my responsibility for not taking good care of you. No, you are not wrong. Seeing the serious look in Tomoki's eyes, Sandai hesitated. Forget it, let's not bring up this topic. There is no point in dwelling on responsibility. Since you came to Konoha, I have actually asked the ninjas on missions to the Land of Rain to pay attention to your mother's affairs many times, but there has been no news. Jishu was startled, then walked in. Tomoki has been to the Hokage's office before, but this was the first time he was here with only the third generation. In fact, Zisha discovered that this was a very spacious room. Except for the Hokage's desk in the middle, there were only some sundries placed on the edges of the circular office. Most of them are books, scrolls, and the like. But Jishu didn't understand why there wasn't a bookshelf here. But when his eyes shifted to the window behind the desk, his heart seemed to beat outside the law. Because from outside the window, rays of sunlight came in, shining on every part of the house. No wonder almost half of the walls of this house have transparent windows. The light shining on the smooth wooden floor seemed to dispel all the darkness. Only such an empty room can be filled with light and not depressing. Kishu, actually I have deep considerations in asking you to go to the Land of Rain for this mission. Sandai walked to his seat and sat down slowly. After that incident, I paid more attention to you. I found that you never stopped understanding the news from the Kingdom of Rain. But there is still no news. Jishu smiled bitterly, negating his efforts of more than 5 years in one sentence. So if I don't give you this task this time, you will also find a way to go to the Kingdom of Rain. Probably. Kishu said calmly. But in fact, he had already prepared things before going to the Kingdom of Rain. The special oil applied to kunao and shurikens can prevent the humid weather of the rain country from rusting and reducing the strength of the ninja tools. He had already chosen a black raincoat, which not only protected him from the rain, but also ensured the normal progress of the battle. Even the geographical environment of the Kingdom of Rain has been observed many times by him. Before that, he didn't even know where in the Land of Rain he had begged all the way from, and luckily arrived in Konoha. Until now, he has given you the only remaining clues through his own memory. Combined with books, several scopes were locked. He knew that he actually did much more than that. But when it came to his lips, he just said lightly, probably. Sandai stared hard at Tomoki, as if trying to find any subtle emotion on the child's face, but he failed. When it comes to this matter, the child's heart is like a lock sinking into the deep sea. Even if you can fish it out, you can't open it. The third generation could only sigh and lay down on his chair looking a little weak. I called you here just to tell you that you can look for some clues this time, but you can't go too deep into the Kingdom of Rain. This is for you and your companions. Jishu nodded. I will never put my companions in danger because of me. I just don't want you to bear too much. Compared to most geniuses, you are the most mature child I have ever seen. You will not become indifferent because of the responsibilities you bear. I am looking forward to your growth. Well, are we finished talking about the mission? Tomoki asked. It's over. Sandai didn't know why, but he still replied. Then can I find out this little brat who is always ready for a sneak attack? Jishu showed his unique wry smile on his face. Looking along his fingers, a ball-shaped object was obviously bulging out on the ground. It was covered with a blanket, the color was obvious and yellow-brown. The floor has a serious color difference. Of course, Jishu understood that when this person first came in, both the third generation and him were aware of it. It's just that no one paid attention. Unexpectedly, after hearing Jishu's words, the big bag shook violently. Immediately afterwards, the blanket with extremely different colors was violently thrown into the air. As expected of a man whom even Uzumaki Naruto admires, he actually saw through my Konohamaru disguise at a glance. By the way, what do you call disguise? Jishu was shocked. Are you surprised by such a seamless disguise? Konohamaru folded his hands in front of his chest. I was shocked by how stupid you were. Okay. As expected of Uzumaki Tomoki, you actually have the courage to laugh at me like this. It seems that you are also a man worthy of my recognition. This child, is it pure masochism, or something else? I originally wanted to compete with Grandpa today, but since the red-haired devil Uzumaki Tomoki, the strongest man in Konoha and respected by Naruto, is here, I have to compete with you first. What is this all about? Tomoki's face showed deep helplessness. Konohamaru, can't you just give other people some weird nicknames? Okay. Since the red-haired devil Uzumaki Tomoki said it, then I agree. Now are you willing to compete with me? With that said, Konohamaru took out a kunao and assumed an attacking stance. You don't seem to have changed the name. You call me red-haired devil? What the hell is that title? Ding ding dang, the sound of shoes hitting the wooden floor came, and soon a man pushed the door open. Master Konohamaru, you must not interfere with Hokage-sama's work. Why are you all looking at me with such expressions? Because you are the noisiest person. Big idiot. Konohamaru hated Ebisu as usual. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. I will definitely take Master Konohamaru away and teach him well. Ebisu hurriedly explained to the third generation. Ebisu, next time you have to get rid of your frizzy habits. After finishing speaking, Sandai took another puff of cigarette. Yes, Ebisu said, standing up straight. Then Konohamaru simply ignored Ebisu and shouted to Tomoki again, the red-haired devil Tomoki. Let's fight. Bang, a fist appeared on Konohamaru's head instantly, and for Tomoki, it only hit him with a little force. But Konohamaru fell instantly. Oh, damn it. How dare you do such a thing to Master Konohamaru? Ebisu was stunned for a moment, and then shouted. Tomoki retracted his fist and said calmly, Ebisu, you are actually an incompetent teacher. It always sounds weird, but it seems like your kid is pretty good. Tomoki touched Konohamaru's head. Only then did Tomoki remember why Konohamaru had such a personality that was almost the same as Naruto's when he was a child. One is not recognized by others and strongly wants to express himself. The other one is always being cared for by others and wants others to treat him as Konohamaru instead of the third generation's grandson. So they all became willful. It's just that Naruto's willfulness, such as painting on Shadow Rock, will always be scolded by others. However, Konohamaru does willful things, but others treat him as the third generation grandson and protect him carefully. For any self-respecting person, it is very shameless to live in the shadow of others. Because what others remember is only the grandson of the third generation. And when he removes this background, no one will care who Konohamaru is. What is the most important thing for a ninja? Tomoki asked. Of course it's talent, followed by ninjutsu, and then having a good teacher like me to guide you. Ebisu looked at Tomoki with disdain and said, wrong. Although Tomoki is only a genin, it does not prevent him from standing in front of Ebisu and retorting without flinching. Wrong? A child is indeed a child, and he is still so naive. Naturally, Ebisu could not accept the criticism from Tomoki and immediately retorted. Seeing Ebisu's sneer and the contemptuous look that could be felt through his sunglasses, Tomoki also smiled. So do you think Naruto can become a powerful ninja? Stop joking. How can that damn brat become a powerful ninja? Jishu then asked, so what do you think of Rock Lee? Ebisu adjusted his sunglasses. It seemed that the contemptuous look just now was too much, and even the sunglasses could not bear it. Who is Rock Lee? Of course he would not know that Lockley, a child with no talent, had almost never spread to the ears of others. Just like Kai's father, Matt Day, that he has never radiated any light, and it would not be an exaggeration to even call him a genin for 10,000 years. That it was not until the end that he showed his decades of hard work in order to protect his son. Used to open the 8th gate of the 8-door Dungia formation, the gate of death. He single-handedly defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen. The whole of Konoha felt his brilliance. Although the current Xiao Li cannot be compared with Matt Dai, at least he is already an absolute genius among his peers. If it weren't for Metkai's restriction that he couldn't use the 8-gate Dungia formation under normal circumstances, nor could he relieve his own burden, I'm afraid Niji has already lost to Xiao Li many times. After all, because of Jishu's intervention, Xiao Li became stronger than in the original work. After all, every time Xiao Li doubted whether his route would be successful, there was someone standing beside him to encourage him and to fight harder. With such an opponent and friend, how could Xiao Li not become stronger? Moreover, when Xiao Li and Tian Tian came back from their mission 2 days ago, Jishu had already learned a lot of news from Xiao Li, who had obviously grown up a lot. For example, he has been able to open the scene door. The 6th gate of the 8 gates Dungia, Jingmen. When he learned the news, even Shu couldn't help being surprised. Although on the surface, Xiao Li only opened one more door than in the original work. But in the 8-door Dungia formation, every time one more door is opened backward, the effort required will become even greater. And if Xiao Li can open the 6th gate during the Chunin exam, then Tomoki is thinking, will he still lose to Gaara? But no matter what, Jishu is extremely supportive of his friend who relies on hard work. When he knew that he could open the 6th door, Jishu was also very happy. Thinking back to this, Tomoki stared at Ebisu in front of him and said, he is a ninja who cannot use ninjutsu or illusion. Can't use ninjutsu and genjutsu? Can we still call him a ninja? Ebisu was surprised, because such children generally would not graduate from ninja schools. Because they couldn't pass any of the ninja school exams. Not to mention the graduation exam. Yes, Rock Lee is such a ninja. I said he can defeat Uchiha Suzuki, Hinata Niji and other geniuses in your mind. Do you believe it? Ridiculous? How can we prove this? After all, you're just a kid who wants to show off his quickness. Of course Ebisu wouldn't believe it. As a tutor, he would naturally pay attention to the geniuses in the ninja school. Uchiha Suzuki is a genius who can use sea-level ninjutsu and the powerful fireball jutsu at the age of 6. You must know that sea-level ninjutsu is generally a ninjutsu that only Chunin can master. And Hyaga Niji was Suzuki's last genius. Ebisu knows all these. He wouldn't believe anything that Naruto and the so-called Rock Lee could defeat these two geniuses. Once seeing the disdainful look in Ebisu's eyes, Tomoki couldn't help but said, well, Ebisu-sensei, since you don't believe it, how about we make a bet? I wouldn't bet with a boring kid like you. Ebisu decisively refused. Sure enough, Ebisu-sensei is afraid of Big Brother's brother. Konohamaru added this sentence at the right time. Tomoki didn't react at the first moment. After thinking for a while, he remembered that Konohamaru now calls Naruto his eldest brother. Ebisu naturally wanted to establish authority around Konohamaru, and he really couldn't stand these words, so he said, okay. In that case, I'll make a bet with you. What's the bet? Jishu calmly spit out, do something for the other party without violating the principle. Is it that simple? Ebisu didn't believe it. He originally thought that Tomoki would teach him more powerful B-level ninjutsu. But I didn't expect that I would just do one thing. For a ninja, teaching ninjutsu casually is against the principles. It's that simple. Jishu said with certainty with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Okay, then I promise you. Ebisu made a decision, and then he asked, then how to test? Do you want to come with them alone to compete? No. Tomoki said slowly, if I remember correctly, the Chuyunin exams are coming soon. Based on my understanding of them, they will all participate. As he said that, Tomoki suddenly couldn't help but glance at Sandei. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. Let's give it a while. Afterwards, Tomoki left the Hokage's office, but Konohamaru did not follow him. Tomoki knew that, at least for now, he still couldn't help Ebisu. Since the appointment was to meet at the entrance of the village in the afternoon, Jishu chose to go home and take a look. After all, he was going to be away from Konoha for so long, so it was completely inappropriate not to say goodbye to Hoshino China. Speaking of which, although Kiena and Tomoki's homes are far away from the Hokage's office, they are relatively close. It's already relatively close. However, the house is relatively simple, with only 3 bedrooms in total. Of course, there is also a small yard. In the yard, 2 cherry blossom trees were planted. In spring, there are often stray cats climbing up and down, and Hoshino China also smiles and takes out food to feed these little guys. It is often only at this time that Zisha feels a sense of incomparable tranquility in his heart. Hula. The wooden door was pushed open, and a warm atmosphere filled the room. For ninjas, there are generally not too many trivial matters in life. Because the ninja economy is generally not too bad, and because they can often feel life and death. So I value the people around me more. Of course, it is common for people to become apathetic after experiencing life and death. Puff. Hoshino China squirted out a mouthful of water, and then quickly picked up the paper and wiped the table that had been stained by water. Sister Kiena, even if I come back, there's no need to be so excited, right? You still say? Why do you always walk in and jump me every time I want to steal some dessert? As she spoke, Kiena wiped the remaining cream at the corners of her mouth with a pink tissue. But I won't stop you from eating? Tomoki was helpless. This was not the first time that he had broken into Hoshino China's so-called stealing dessert. But Hoshino China would be so surprised every time. But I promised you that I would only eat dessert once a week to stay in shape. Sister Kiana, what are you talking about? In fact, I have never cared about it. No, now that I said it, you must supervise me. Hoshino China raised her eyebrows and said to Tomoki seriously. Tomoki shook his head helplessly. So, Sister Kiana, what do you mean? Not only did you ask me to supervise you not to eat more desserts, but you also blamed me for coming in too suddenly and catching you stealing desserts. Women are really a bunch of troublesome creatures. Jishu thought this way. Well, let's not mention this matter. By the way, why are you back so early today? Don't you have to go to practice or perform tasks or something? Hoshino China cleverly avoided the above topic. Of course, she was still very surprised that Tomoki would come back so early today. Well, it's just because. I'd better sit down and talk about it, Tomoki said, taking off his shoes and stepping on the still new wooden floor. In fact, this wooden floor was just replaced last month. With that said, Tomoki walked to the sofa and sat down. But before he could say anything, a pair of beautiful white legs stretched out and placed on his thighs. Help me beat my legs. There are a lot of things going on today, and I'm so tired, Hoshino China said and leaned deeper on the sofa, as if she was really tired. However, Jishu has seen through it all. Because there is almost no day when Hoshino China is not busy. Therefore, Jishu is responsible for almost all the housework at home. In addition to cooking and washing dishes, of course. And Hoshino China almost every day for various reasons asks Jishu to help her beat her legs, pinch her shoulders, and massage her feet. Of course, Jishu is not a professional. But because he has done a lot, at least according to Hoshino China's preferences, he is considered a master-level figure. However, Tomoki still started to gently beat Hoshino China's legs. Yeah, it's comfortable. As expected of my lovely brother, Hoshino China said with an expression of enjoyment. After hearing this, Jishu couldn't help but complain, as if I'm not tired from performing tasks every day. Immediately afterwards, Kiana sat up on the sofa with her hands, then placed her index finger in front of Tomoki and shook it twice. You can't complain. It's the brother's duty to do something for his sister. After saying that, she lay back deeply. This time he even closed his eyes, with a contented expression on his face. By the way, Jishu, it seems you haven't been to an orphanage for a long time. If you have time, would you like to go with me? Only then did Jishu remember that it seemed that he hadn't been to the orphanage for a long time. Although he didn't have as deep a relationship with the orphanage as Hoshino China, he accepted Yakushi Kabuto's commission after all. Even if his identity as a spy has not yet been discovered, for Jishu, the things promised to others will definitely be completed. Moreover, there are many children in the orphanage who are looking forward to his arrival every day. Thinking of this, Jishu couldn't help but pause. Then the fists beat according to the previous rules. When I come back, I'll just go once. Come back? Chienai frowned, she caught the word keenly. Well, because I have to go out on a mission. Tomoki slowly bent Hoshino China's legs and began to massage her feet. Outside? Where is it? Tomoki found the acupuncture points on Chienai's snow-white feet, massaged them, and said softly, the land of rain. Is it so far away? Hoshino Kiana was a little worried, and I heard that there seems to be a lot of chaos there. It is said that there are many rebel ninjas running around there. It's okay, and Mr. Hayate is coming with us. Chienai's expression still didn't soften. I always feel a little uneasy, even though a Megakure village and us are allies. Alliance? Jishu was a little surprised. That's right? Doesn't Tomoki know? I really do not know this one. Why a rain country and Konoha an alliance? Isn't the land of rain now Akatsuki's headquarters? Seeing the disbelief on Tomoki's face, Kiana explained, Hidden Village is indeed in alliance with us, and I heard that they will recently film ninjas coming to participate in the Chunin exam hosted by Konoha. And they are coming. The number of people participating is second only to our Konoha and Tsunagakure villages. Tomoki suddenly remembered the figures of the Omegakure village ninjas who appeared in the Chuyunin examination in the original work. Could it be said that Yuin village is not Akatsuki's headquarters now? After lunch, Jishu returned to the house alone. He felt like he needed to at least collect his thoughts. As time went by, he found that he was confused about many plots in the original work. Or maybe it's a detail that I didn't pay attention to at all. For example, who is the ruler of Yuin village now? The summer heat waves are coming, and the already noisy cicadas seem to have gained momentum at this moment. They are shouting with all their strength, as if they want to occupy the world with their voices. What kind of situation is there? Jishu's head ached a little. He only remembered that before he came to Konoha, Omegakure village was still ruled by Sancho Hanzo, who was regarded as a demigod. But now, doesn't it mean that Akatsuki still doesn't control Yuin village? Or is it that Akatsuki controls Omegakure village, but maintains a friendly relationship with Konoha on the surface? In fact, these are not particularly important to the current Zisha. The important thing is that when the plot came, he found that he could not grasp the plot as before. Originally, the current Naruto world is full of crises. If there are any changes due to his factors, will other results be possible? For example, Band, Kagaya, and even Nagato could potentially destroy Konoha. Do your best. Jishu picked up his black backpack, which contained raincoats and other things. In fact, there is nothing to deal with. Apart from a kunao, Tomoki has no habit of using other ninja tools. But Jishu still put an extra coat inside. In the land of rain where it rains all year round, there is no scorching Sunday. It's even cooler. Hopefully, this time, we can find some clues. Jishu was silent and opened the door of his room. Looking towards Sister Kiena's bedroom, I saw that the wooden door of the bedroom was wide open, and Hoshino Kiena was lying on the bed in an extremely indecent posture. But it is estimated that any man will be excited when he sees it. This kind of girl next door temperament is like meeting him once and never forgetting him in his life. Forget it, it's better not to disturb Sister Kiena. Jishu pushed open the door of this house, and the scorching sunlight instantly shone on his whole body. He pursed his lips and closed the wooden door again. Brother Jishu, do you think my raincoat looks good? Yujin said and turned around. The snow-white raincoat seemed to be the hem of a skirt, swaying gracefully. As soon as Tomoki came over, he saw Hoshino China smiling sweetly and showing him her raincoat. It's just that in Kana, it's a hot summer day. Tomoki could even see some of Yuma's hair that was wet with sweat under her hood. To this cautious sister, Jishu didn't know what words to use to answer. In fact, sometimes, he wanted to praise a Komodo Yuma more. It's just that a Komodo Yuma, who received his praise, will do something even more outrageous next time. So Jishu had to keep a straight face and said, "You can't do this next time. Take off your raincoat quickly. Brother Tomoki is so boring." Yujin complained, but she took it off immediately. Got a raincoat. "Isn't Mr. Hayate here yet?" Tomoki asked. Isn't he going to buy medicine? It's really worrying that his body has traveled such a long way. Jishu shrugged and said helplessly, "But a certain red-haired ninja slandering his teacher behind his back is probably more worrying, right?" Jishu turned around suddenly, only to find that Moonlight Hayate had stood behind him at some point. Jishu was startled, and then asked, "Teacher, when did you come?" "When you said I was going to buy medicine, I just arrived." Tomoki felt embarrassed and asked, "Then what did you do, Mr. Hayate?" Moonlight Gale was stunned for a moment, and then said in a low voice, "Buy medicine." Everyone was speechless. Moonlight Gale actually went to buy medicine. Jishu scratched his head, and then said tentatively, "It seems I'm right, but you don't have the right attitude." Okay, don't worry about these details. As a man, you have to be generous. I believe Sister Zian won't like your fussy behavior. Jishu waved his hand, and his eyes revealed his love for Moonlight Blast. The disdain of the younger daughter. Moonlight Gale gritted her teeth fiercely and said, "You call me so kindly, as if you know Xian. I told you not to worry about these details, let's get on the road." Jishu said that he strode forward as if he was focused on the mission and didn't care about anything he just said. "In the afternoon, have a test with me." Moonlight Hayate's faint voice came from behind Tasik. Sure enough, he still didn't escape. A few people quickly arrived at the gate of Kanaha, and several young ninjas they didn't know greeted Hayate. "Hayate, are you going to perform a mission outside? I'm really worried about your health. You won't fall ill on the road, right? Ha ha." They were all joking words, but in fact, several people were very concerned about Hayate. After Yu Guangfeng joked for a while, he left with the people of class dash. I didn't expect Hayate Sensei to have such a wide social circle. I thought the teacher was a lonely person. Yuma Akamoto said curiously, "There are a lot of things I want to give you, but I think this time it will be more practical." Moonlight Hayate had a smile on his face. "Actual combat?" Yuma Akamoto said in surprise. She had not thought that they who had just become genin would need to fight in actual combat. Jishu is not too surprised. After all, the world is still very chaotic so far, so the plot of actual combat is actually not too surprising. Hayate touched Yuma's black hair and said with a smile, "Well, don't worry Yuma, if something goes wrong, I will protect you. But the way the teacher looks so ill is really worrying." Tomoki was throwing kunao up and down boredly, and when he heard Moonlight Hayate's words, he subconsciously made a joke. "Tomoki, don't interrupt." "Yes, Mr. Hayate." As he said that, Tomoki threw the kunao high, then jumped up with all his strength, and reached the kunao at a faster speed and grabbed it. This whole set of actions actually requires a lot of speed and strength from the ninja. But there was not a single word of praise. Because of this kind of action, it has become a game for Kisha to relieve his boredom during a boring journey. Even a Komodo Yuma was a little tired of watching it. Several people were walking on the road to the Kingdom of Rain. Because the mission was not particularly urgent. So it's actually more like playing. So for ninjas, chakra control is very important. Whether using ninjutsu, illusions, or even taijutsu, without fine chakra control, while consuming more chakra, it will lead to the power of the spell is reduced. So your next practice is to climb trees? Ninjas still need to learn how to climb trees? Yuma raised her hand and asked curiously. Ito Siaki put down his sword and said thoughtfully, "I think the teacher is not talking about ordinary tree climbing, right? Of course not just climbing a tree, but something like this." With that said, Moonlight Gale walked to a big tree and stepped directly on top of it. Even his head was facing downwards, without any help except the contact between his feet and the tree trunk. Is this still possible? Teacher Hayate is so awesome. A Komodo Yuma opened her eyes wide. Everything Moonlight Hayate did was very novel to her. Can I say that I have already done this training? Uzumaki Tomoki raised his hand. Although he always adheres to the peaceful way, he feels that it is better to do less things to show off to children. But after all, it's about his next stage of training, and at least Zisha doesn't dare to be careless now. Already practiced? Uzumaki Tomoki, aren't you talking nonsense? At least Moonlight Hayate still can't believe it now, because this practice can only be practiced after ninjas have a certain amount of chakra and have mastered a certain amount of ninjutsu. Otherwise, it can only be regarded as wasted effort. Because people who have not met the conditions for cultivation are almost the same as ordinary people. Even if they practice such cultivation, it will fall off in an instant. In fact, Tomoki also understands this matter. After all, when Kakashi taught class to practice tree climbing, everyone in class already had considerable strength. Of course, Suzuki didn't need to be mentioned. In fact, even Sakura, who everyone thought was mediocre, almost always got full marks in every exam. And Naruto himself has a lot of chakra. But poor control is a fact. Just rely on him with hard work. I also mastered the skill of climbing trees within a week. So to sum up, ordinary children do not have the conditions to carry out such training when they are in ninja school. Even if they have such conditions, no one will teach them. Thinking of this, Jishu also knew where the suspicion in Yu Guangfang's eyes came from. It seems that if I don't prove it, Moonlight Gale will not believe such a thing. So Jishu raised his feet and walked towards the tree hanging upside down by the moonlight and the wind. The first step was very lightly, stepping on the bark of the tree. Moonlight Hayate's brows shrank slightly, and Tomoki's performance really made him a little suspicious. Moreover, it was the first step taken by Jishu. He didn't look like someone who had learned to climb a tree at this age. Because most people who learn to climb trees even at this age are not very good at it, and basically have the problem of slightly overusing chakra. Leave some traces on the trees. But if Jishu steps on it so lightly, there are only two situations. The first is like ordinary children, talking big words. But based on Moonlight Hayate's understanding of Tomoki, this probably won't happen. Although Jishu also likes to make some jokes sometimes. But in fact, he is a very rigorous person, and he will never deliberately promote himself. Even if there is no need, he is like a docile sheep that is harmless to humans and animals. But Hayate always felt like he was more like a poisonous snake hiding somewhere. Always waiting in the shadows to deliver the fatal blow. But the second situation made him even more unbelievable. That is that Uzumaki Tomoki's mastery of chakra has reached a very high level. Ability to use chakra in the most precise manner and control at one's own pace. Every bit of unnecessary chakra was eliminated. Only such people can step on the tree stably. But is it really possible for such a young child to have such fine chakra control? After all, Taijutsu-type ninjas are generally weaker in this aspect. Ito Sieki watched Tomoki's actions with interest. For him, because Tomoki never wanted them to be companions, he had always had a grudge against Uzumaki Tomoki. Even in subsequent missions, Uzumaki Tomoki's performance was completely consistent with that of a good companion. But that layer of grudge has been deeply imprinted in his heart. He didn't know if it was because the sunshine that day was particularly weird, illuminating Akamoto Yuma's lovely face and making him feel so disappointed. He just knew that from that moment on, he regarded Uzumaki Tomoki as his opponent. It was like he couldn't restrain himself for some reason and cut off Tomoki Uzumaki's book. Therefore, he was now staring at Uzumaki Tomoki's back seriously. Of course, Jishu didn't know what the people around him were thinking, so he just walked as he usually practiced. The second step, the third step, the fourth step, easily reached the top of the tree and hung upside down with the moonlight blast. Teacher, you should believe this, right? I think a more suitable training should be arranged for me. In the lush woods, a red-haired boy and a sick young man were hanging upside down in the trees. That's it. Climbing trees was originally an exercise that I had planned in advance, but suddenly it was a bit painful for me to think about it. Guankafeng touched his chin and frowned in thought. However, a faint regret arose in his heart. It is obvious that his chakra control is so strong, and the amount of chakra is far beyond that of his peers. If he was not injured, this child really had the potential to become a strong person in the ninja world. It can even be said that with such a talent, it is inevitable to become a strong person in the ninja world. But now, it is obviously much more difficult for Jishu to become powerful. I'll do my best. Moonlight Swiftwind said secretly to himself. Almost every jounin hopes that his students will become stronger. Because people who are emotionally indifferent often go to Umbu. However, now that Jishu has completed the practice of climbing trees, what training should he do now? Conduct chakra mastery training. Thinking of this, Moonlight Gale couldn't help but put his hand into his pocket. But suddenly it stopped again. It's not the time yet, and even if Tomoki knows the nature of his chakra now, he still has no way to practice the corresponding ninjutsu. Tomoki's injury is still the biggest obstacle to his practicing any ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Moonlight Gale put down his hand. The green jounin vest had only half a box of cough medicine left in the chest pocket. There are also 3 pieces of paper for testing chakra properties. These have been in his pocket since he knew he was going to take over class but it's just that for these children, knowing the nature of their chakra too early is not a good thing. Because they have just graduated from the ninja school, and now they are not learning ninjutsu about the nature of chakra. It's about how to control chakra, how to save chakra, and how to fight these basic things. Correct. Moonlight Hayate thought, since Tomoki's chakra control is so good. It's better to let him learn to tread water. This skill has higher requirements for chakra control, and it is also a necessary skill for any qualified shinin. Thinking of this, Moonlight Hayate released the chakra on his feet. Bang, his feet were firmly planted on the ground. In that case, then I will tutor you, Jishu, in the practice of treading water. As the name suggests, treading water means walking on water, so Yuma Akamoto and Seiki Ito didn't raise any questions. But for them who had just become genin, this was equally incredible. Ninja school teachers would never do these things in front of them. Akamoto Yuma said, it turns out that the sick Heiate sensei is so powerful. Yujin, when you mention me from now on, you can omit the word illness in front of me. Moonlight Heiate said with a little helplessness. Even if he has a serious illness, any ninja who can perform tasks is unwilling to accept such a title. Jishu slowly walked down the tree trunk and said in a slightly embarrassed tone, about the practice of treading water, in fact I have already done it. In fact, Jishu also deliberately avoided one thing. Not only did he do it, but he also did it twice. After Danzo's incident, the amount of chakra he could use suddenly decreased. At that time, he couldn't tread water as easily as before, including using ninjutsu like the chakra scalpel. That you can only strengthen your chakra control, eliminate all consumption, and use less chakra. So when he learned to tread water again, he actually put in more effort than when he opened the first door of the 8-door Dunjia formation. You know how to tread water? Moonlight Heiate was already slightly stunned. Most ninjas only start learning to tread water when they reach Chunin status. And Uzumaki Tomoki actually completed the training of treading water while he was in the ninja school. What did this child do during his time at the ninja school? And Ito Seiki directly showed his astonished expression that he always thought that Uzumaki Tomoki had the knowledge he had seen. Only now did he realize that Uzumaki Tomoki seemed to have many secrets that he didn't know about. Even every time he felt that there was not much distance between himself and Uzumaki Tomoki would inadvertently show a bigger gap between the two. Just like now, even though he had never learned anything about treading water before, he knew how demanding it was on chakra control. You must work harder. You must work harder. Incomparable perseverance flashed through Ito Seiki's eyes. Any swordsman, no matter how hard he is hit, will never give up his faith as long as his hand can still pick up the sword. Feeling the surprise of Moonlight Heiate, Tomoki couldn't help but look bitter. Even if he had such superior chakra control, it would actually be meaningless if he couldn't use chakra normally. Actually, teacher, you have to look at this problem from another aspect. I am not able to make good use of my advantages in chakra control. After all, you also know about my injuries. So now I just want to find a better one. It's just suitable for my practice. A trace of regret flashed subconsciously in Yu Guangfeng's eyes, but he quickly covered it up with the help of a cough. Kishu, actually you don't have to worry about these things. I have already thought about what training you will do next, and you will definitely not have done it this time. As he spoke, a smile appeared on Yue Guangale's pale face. What training? Tomoki asked subconsciously. Moonlight Gale did not answer immediately, but slowly pulled out his sword from behind. I'll tell you later. Now let's do another training session? Another training? Tomoki was stunned for a moment, but when he saw Yu Guangfeng's posture, he understood instantly. There are enemies. Jishu glanced around, observing the surrounding disturbances. Ito Seiki seemed to realize something. Boss, that young man who looks very weak seems to be a ninja of Konoha. Fujinoeki lowered his voice as much as possible, so that his worry still seemed a little weak. However, he was just a newcomer in this bandit gang, but his words at this moment were recognized by everyone around him. Dozens of men holding knives were all looking at the middleman squatting at the front to dissuade them. They ambush here to rob some rich people. Rather than die. However, their leader seemed not to have heard anything and was still calmly observing the group of 4 people who were talking. Crunch. The harsh sound spread instantly, like a mouse grinding its teeth on wood. But hearing this voice, these dozen men, big and small, were all stunned. They all understood this sound very well. It was the sound of the boss grinding his teeth. Who knows why the sound of the boss grinding his teeth can reach everyone's ears so clearly. But hearing this sound means one thing. Ready to fight. Boss. Those are ninjas, and they are ninjas from Konoha. There are 4 of them. Even if we can succeed, the lives of our brothers cannot be lost in vain like this. Another person opened his mouth and began to dissuade him. Although he was a little excited, his voice was deliberately lowered. But it still sounds a bit big. So much so that he couldn't help but glance worriedly at the ninjas 3 to 40 meters away. Seeing that none of them responded, he couldn't help but feel relieved. With such a long distance and the cover of the chirping of cicadas, not even a ninja could detect that there was someone here. But of course this was his unilateral view. In fact, when they chose this location to be hidden, Moonlight Gale's hand was already spinning around the handle of the knife from time to time. Asshole. If that ninja hears this, I will be the first to chop you down. The bandit leader cursed fiercely with a hint of gloom in his eyes. The man just now realized that his identity and the boss were actually seriously unequal. Yes, I'm sorry, boss. The man apologized in a panic. He knew very well that the boss's words were not lies. It is impossible to become the boss among the bandits without hacking to death 10 or 8 brothers. To them, the boss is as powerful as a devil. Although the boss is not a ninja, he has definitely been trained as a samurai. And most of them don't even know what chakra is. This is already considered the gap between heaven and earth. Although the bandit leader has absolute authority, he also knows that even among bandits, if he cannot get the approval of his brothers, they will definitely escape one by one, and he will be left alone in the end. So he turned around and explained to his brothers. Such a large group of brothers were scared this time and scared that time. Wouldn't they all starve to death? Not to mention there are so many people in the village. After hearing this, the bandits who had looked reluctant just now fell silent. Most of them are from the same village. If they don't all know the basics, it would be difficult to build such a group of brothers. How about we go to other villages for a walk? Someone made a suggestion. Before the leader could express his opinion, someone had already retorted, still leaving? Anyone who leaves will be dead. If the ninjas from the ninja village are really recruited, no one will survive. But the ninja in front of us is not so easy to deal with. The bandit leader put down his knife and inserted it into the ground. What is a ninja? It's just a sick man with some children at most? I'm scared of this. How can I go out to meet people in the future? If anyone says something stupid now, just take this knife and deal with it yourself. After hearing this, everyone understood it was impossible to dissuade the leader any further. Moreover, what the leader said does seem to make sense. The people in front of me were just a sick man and 3 children. And what's there to be afraid of? The bandits were secretly encouraging themselves in their hearts. Having experienced many killings, they knew that if they felt guilty now, there would probably be no good results. Now that you have decided to make this vote, you must show your most ferocious attitude. But only they themselves know how guilty they actually are. The bandit leader was actually a little frightened because the frail young man in the middle was wearing a green vest. To be honest, he had only seen one ninja wearing that green vest. That time he managed to escape just barely. Later, he inquired specifically and found out that the people wearing green vests were Konoha's Chunin. Of course, he would not talk about these things to his brothers now. Being at the lowest level in the world, they would naturally not have the knowledge to know the distinction between Konoha ninjas. The ninja we met this time looked so weak. He was probably a relatively weak Chunin, right? With the help of his brothers, maybe he can defeat him. The bandit leader was also secretly encouraging himself. In fact, had it not been for the fact that the food in the village would have been almost exhausted, he absolutely refused to make such a decision. But every ninja has wealth that ordinary people can't imagine. After finishing this job, I might not need to go out to work in the second half of the year to buy the supplies from a large village. Thinking of this, the bandit leader spat fiercely. The creaking sound sounded again. Everyone's heart was filled with excitement. If the first grinding of teeth was preparation, the second time was a formal attack. The bandits had a fierce look in their eyes, because once they attacked, they would have no way out. Either the enemy dies or you die. Because if he was the only one left to return to the village, the remaining people in the village would definitely not let him go. At this moment, they can only try their best to dream about the beauty after success. At that time, I will really be able to live a life of endless food and wine. Only, the bandit leader never thought that the green vest on Moonlight Hayate was actually somewhat different from the Chunin vest. That's the Jonin's vest. Even because of his illness, he's just a special Jounin. Brothers, get ready to eat meat and drink wine. As soon as the words fell, everyone began to prepare. In a semi-surrounded manner, they gradually approached this group of ninjas who didn't seem to have much experience. They always avoided deliberately, waiting for themselves, which may also be death. Just when they were about to attack, the young sick ghost ninja actually alerted the few kid around him. Without any sophisticated skills, the bandits appeared in front of everyone in an instant. For Ito Siaki and Akamoto Yuma, this is their first actual battle. This is the first actual battle where the opponent's purpose is to take the lives of everyone here. No one would think that the man who jumped out of the grass and approached quickly with a sword was here to ask for directions. Jishu looked around, but found that everything was not what he imagined. Even Xiaoli would be so scared that his legs would tremble violently when he performed a mission for the first time. Ito Siaki's hands were also trembling, but Tomoki discovered that this trembling was not fear. But something else called excitement. In short, Tomoki could feel the high spirit of fighting. It was like an imprisoned beast being let out of its cage for the first time. And his sword as white as snow as his sharp teeth. But Siaki Ito's performance was not what surprised him the most. What surprised him was another person, Yuma Akamoto. It was as if she hadn't seen the sudden attack of the sword in front of her. The breeze blew through her hair, but she still had the same sweet smile on her face. Quiet, like a child who accidentally ran away from home, never knowing the cruelty of the world. But her hands were clearly forming seals. Haijo Yinzi Wushenwei. Tomoki didn't even have to think about this familiar Indian-style chakra scalpel. Her delicate fingers seemed to be doing a delicate dance at this moment, and her seals seemed to be no different from anyone else's, but just because she was forming seals, it became an art that could be appreciated. But this is an art that can attack, an art that can kill. It was only then that Tomoki suddenly woke up to Yuma Akamoto, who was usually so clingy. She is not a child who was spoiled by her parents and thinks that everyone should give her warmth. She is an orphan, even though she is as cute as a princess. Also an orphan. Even when she was in the ninja school, different boys would write love letters to her every day, piling up a love poem with gorgeous words they didn't understand. But after returning to the orphanage, she was still the child without anyone to rely on. And every child who has no support will work hard to protect himself. Just like the chakra scalpel she now contained in her hand, Tomoki knew it was something she was following her own pace and working hard to master. In fact, Yuma, who is clingy, has never let others protect her. What she did was just want to get warmth from Jishu. It seems that except for me, everyone seems to be in particularly good condition. Jishu sighed a little, but he was also skillfully forming seals on his hands. Dao Guang soon arrived in front of everyone, and the only one who was relatively free was Yue Guangblast. The bandit leader just stood out from the grass and stared coldly at Moonlight Hayate with an indifferent expression on his face. Just like what he thought just now, he actually had no confidence in fighting Moonlight Swift Wind. So he was actually stalling for time. He believed that his men would soon be able to take care of all those unlucky brats. Then they all besieged the Chunin in the middle. This was the most perfect plan in his mind. And he believed that with him here, the Chunin on the opposite side would not dare to easily intervene in the battle of his subordinates. Because once he intervenes, he will take action himself. Even if you are not as strong as him, you can still force him into passivity. He just stared at Moonlight Blast, and as he expected, Moonlight Blast didn't move at all. But one thing was different from what he imagined. The coughing young Chunin even completely ignored his existence. Moonlight Gale's eyes just glanced back and forth, observing everyone's performance. Hateful, the bandit leader clenched his fists. He had been a leader for too long and found that he could no longer bear such contempt. He had not defeated the Chunin back then. But that was him when he was young, and it has been more than 10 years now. His sword skills and chakra are no longer comparable to what they were before. Even if it is a head-on battle, it does not mean that there is no hope of success at all, right? That's it. Thinking of this, the bandit leader showed a ruthless look in his eyes, and raised the straight sword in his hand. The word Chinquan was written on the sword. He couldn't remember when or who he snatched it from. All he knew was that this clear spring had been with him for 4 or 5 years. It can even be regarded as a part of his body. When he wields it, he is filled with even stronger confidence. Yeah, why am I scared? Obviously I already have such powerful power. So, unlucky Chunin, you die here. But he took 2 steps and his body stiffened instantly. A kunao passed through his ear, cutting off a bunch of his hair, and then passed through the tree behind him with a bang, and then flew further out with a force that seemed to be able to pierce the air. At least now, it's not your battlefield. Moonlight Hayate's dark circles now looked full of murderous intent. The tuft of hair under the forehead protector that Kisha called stupid hair seemed to have a terrifying aura now. The bandit leader suddenly regretted his actions. He felt like a ridiculous clown. After all, they were ninjas, and they were ninjas from Konoha. He clearly knew it, but he overestimated his own strength. Even if his men can get rid of those brats, with this person here, no amount of siege will be of any use. Because he didn't even see Moonlight Hayate's movement. A kunao crossed his face. He absolutely had no defense. He was like a fish that had been placed on the chopping board. All he is waiting for is who will harvest his life. No, don't kill me. I surrender. I still have a wife and children at home. I can't die. There are such voices begging for mercy everywhere, but there are already some people who can never beg for mercy. In fact, it is written very clearly in the ninja code that one should never show any form of mercy to the enemy. All 3 of them knew this very clearly. But there were only 2 people who actually followed through. Komodo Yuma was just passively defensive, although there were 2 people lying down beside her. But that was just the fainting caused by the chakra scalpel attacking a key part. At this time, Jishu realized that Yuzhen was still the girl who was always cautious and unwilling to hurt others. But Siaki and Tomoki are like the gods of death. Every time they pass by, it means their eternal sleep. If it were a peaceful time, Tomoki would indeed be willing to send these garbage to prison to give them a slim chance of reforming. But in troubled times, we should use caution. If we don't deprive them of their lives, more lives will be destroyed. The red-haired devil. Thinking of the even more terrifying figure, the bandit leader couldn't help but exclaim. Tear. There was the sound of muscles being torn apart by swords, and warm blood swayed from the air like cherry blossoms. The last bandit who participated in the siege was left here forever by a sword as pure as white as clouds. The red-haired devil? Tomoki put his hand down, and the light blue chakra light formed a dagger in his hand. Almost no one would think of this kind of thing together with the chakra scalpel, because it hardly has all the characteristics of the chakra scalpel. The chakra scalpel should have been hidden in the hand, but this dagger was revealed in a sharp manner. If an ordinary chakra scalpel is like a quiet lady, it can cut the tissue or veins under the skin without spilling a drop of blood. The scalpel in Zishu's hand was like a butcher's, flamboyantly cutting off anything that touched it. In just a few minutes, these jackals, who had forgotten life and death, really lost their lives. Just like harvesting, no one has the power to resist. During the whole process, only green daggers and pure white swords are constantly waving, as if leaves and snowflakes were blown up by the wind and danced in the air at the same time. What a weird and shocking picture is this? The scene stopped, there were no enemies in the scene, and even the bandit leader stood there, waiting for his fate. He no longer planned to resist. Even those children who seemed harmless had many differences from his memory. These children are not people whose life and death are decided by others at all, but people who can decide the life and death of others. He once had such a right, but at this moment, everything was reversed. He couldn't even think of any resistance. Russell, a Komodo Yuma's steps were unusually light, as if the breeze was blowing through the treetops. But her pale face was not as light as his steps. Puff, Yuma a Komodo started vomiting while holding onto the tree. She couldn't bear it for a long time. But still persisted until everyone fell. In fact, killing is never as easy as the story says. Although Yuma a Komodo only defended passively, seriously injuring these bandits one after another. But the next moment, another dagger condensed from blue will pierce this defenseless body. Blood spurted out instantly, and the layer of white fat under the skin was even vaguely visible. Even Ito Siaki's expression was a little pale, but he still managed to say, "It's so exciting," because he looked at Uzumaki Tomoki and found that Uzumaki Tomoki's expression didn't change at all, as if he was born to adapt to killing. A samurai is not afraid when he picks up a sword. It is his philosophy that sustains him. In fact, when Tomoki saw this kind of killing for the first time, he also vomited. The level of vomiting is definitely not inferior to Yuma's. Only those who have never witnessed such killings would think that they would not be burdened even if they killed people. But for Jishu, not being afraid of killing is really not something worth showing off. Yao's thing, on the contrary, what he noticed was another thing. The red-haired devil known among bandit leaders. Of course, Jishu would not think that just his performance just now made the middle-aged man call himself a devil in horror. These people who kill without batting an eye can even enjoy killing. It will also be a topic of conversation at the wine table in the future. He ignored the behavior of the people around him, walked directly in front of the bandit leader, and asked, "Who is the red-haired devil in your mouth?" Moonlight Hayate did not stop Uzumaki Tomoki from such a dangerous move. In fact, the reason why he had not taken action until now was to hand over the bandit leader to Uzumaki Tomoki for training. After all, only enemies on one level can play a role in training. Seeing the red-haired child, he dared to walk up to him without any hesitation. Although the battle just now has proved that his seemingly thin body actually contains huge power. But the bandit leader pointed out that he did not have no chance. At this point, he has met his only destiny, death. But if you rope in a young ninja who seems to have a bright future, he'll still make money. The middle-aged man gradually and carefully touched his right hand to his waist. There is another dagger of his there, but at this distance, the dagger will undoubtedly be more sensitive. Why should I tell you? Jishu frowned. I can let you go and give you a sum of money. Stop it. Do you think I can't understand the tricks of a brat like you? It's okay for you to deceive a little girl with your words. If you want to deceive me, you need to learn it for decades. The man in the middle revealed what he knew. Sophisticated and cunning at this age. To him, what Kisha said was like a fantasy. For someone who has worked hard in the mud, he can naturally tell such lies instantly. Issue's frown deepened. He didn't expect that the middle-aged man in coarse clothes in front of him could distinguish so quickly. Without even thinking about it. Sure enough, people like this are very difficult to deal with. Jishu never intended to let go of such garbage, he just wanted to get the information he needed. Once obtained, his chakra scalpel will instantly pierce the person in front of him. It's not that he doesn't keep his promise, because there is really no need to be honest with an asshole. The biggest blow to them is the protection of all the good people in this world. At this point, Tomoki pursed his lips. He wanted to take action, but he also wanted to know who the red-haired devil the other party was talking about was. Although he had realized that what the other party said was probably Nagato, he has no relationship with his mother Uzumaki Nanakusa, but Jishu still holds some hope. What if it is? Moonlight Hayate looked at Tomoki's behavior in confusion, but he did not interfere. Hiss, the sound of a short knife entering flesh was heard, and a man fell down with all hope of life cut off. But it's not Tomoki. Not bad. Moonlight Gale nodded, appreciating. Tomoki's counterattack was particularly beautiful. The moment the knife stabbed him, Tomoki grabbed the bandit leader's arm tightly at a faster speed, twisted it quickly, and stabbed the dagger in the opposite direction. It is also very difficult for ordinary Chunin to achieve such a beautiful counterattack. Jishu pulled out the dagger. The corpse with a surprised look in its eyes had no support and fell limply to the ground. It's nothing, it's just that he happened to choose my strongest aspect, Tomoki said calmly. But this is also very powerful, you don't have to be modest. Moonlight Gale praised again, and then turned his attention to the others. Is everyone okay? Ito Chang nodded. Actually, in this place filled with the smell of blood, he didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Yuma Akamoto vomited out everything in her stomach, and could only hold on to the tree, unable to stop retching. Ito Siaki wanted to walk over, but didn't know what to do. I could only stand and watch. Are you okay? Tomoki patted Yujin's back soothingly, and he could even feel the softness of his skin through his thin top. Immediately afterwards, Tomoki took out a tissue from the pocket of Yuma's jacket and handed it over. He didn't know when he had remembered that Yujin always put tissues in that place. Yuma took the tissue and quickly wiped her mouth clean. Looking back, Jishu still maintained a gentle smile. But in a place full of corpses, it's a bit weird to show such a smile. But Yujin still felt warm in her heart and asked softly, Brother Jishu, do I seem particularly useless? The corners of Yujin's eyes were still red. It was obvious that he had vomited too much just now. Jishu couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He had long known that this fragile sister like porcelain would be like this when he followed him. Jishu still naturally touched her head with his hand, narrowed his eyes and smiled. How is that possible? Many people's first time doing kendo is much worse than Yujin. Thinking of this, Tomoki couldn't help but point his index finger at Ito Siaki. Look at Shinji, he didn't vomit, it's just because he was a little dazed. Look at Shinji, he doesn't usually smile much, right? In fact, it's because he didn't react at all. He vomited after half an hour when he reacted, so say you don't need to compare with him at all. Tomoki told his own bad joke, but Yuma still smiled. Siaki stood still in embarrassment. In fact, he knew that he should counterattack with the same bad jokes at this time, but it really suffers from lack of experience. He could only stand there blankly and turned his head to other places. Of course, Moonlight Hayate would not make Tomoki so arrogant, so he asked, Tomoki, since Siaki didn't vomit because he was a little dazed, what about you? Me? Jishu pointed at himself with his index finger. As an older brother, how can I vomit in front of my sister? I naturally have to maintain my grace and wait until no one is around before vomiting. As he said that, Tomoki made a retching motion. Yuma's smile became even brighter, and even Siaki, who turned his head, couldn't help laughing. Tomoki managed to mock even himself. This is the reason why he was able to quickly get along with his classmates in the ninja school. Okay, I know how unscrupulous you are. Moonlight Gale sighed slightly, and then looked at the corpses on the ground. Okay, let's go. When we get to the destination, I will hand it over to you. How do you practice? Don't you need to clean the battlefield or something? Jishu asked. Moonlight Hayate shook his head. Most of them are bandits who have not mastered chakra. They are not ninjas, so there is no such thing as obtaining information. Just take away their leader's knife. Although it is not a particularly good knife, but it's pretty good. I just wanted to find you a knife for training. Training? Jishu was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Yu Guangfang would teach him sword skills so quickly, but he still took the black scabbard knife from the dead middle-aged man without hesitation. In fact, the shape of this knife is very beautiful. When the knife is pulled out from the dark scabbard, the light shines on the silver-white blade, just like the change of night and day. Almost every man has a special love for cold weapons. Jishu is no exception. The straight blade extends about 1.2 meters. At the end of the blade, the word Chinquan is carefully carved. Although it is not as good as Siaki's sword, it is also not as good as Moonlight Hayate's sword. But for a beginner, it is already a rare treasure. After cleaning up, several people looked at each other and prepared to leave. Don't you need to bury them and make a grave? Yujin asked. Moonlight Gale continued to move forward without looking back. No need, build a tomb for the enemy. That's the treatment for a hero. As for these people, forget it. There was still some hesitation in Yuma's eyes, but Tomoki held her hand tightly and led her away from here. Always keep yourself kind, but kindness does not excuse cowardice. Jishu raised his forehead protector with his left hand, a rare look of determination in his eyes. Then it calmed down again. Let's go quickly. When we get there, I'll have to train you more. Moonlight Swift Wind turned around and said to the three of them. In fact, just like the killing just now, it is definitely difficult to have such training in Konoha Village. No group of bandits, robbers, or even Sunin and Rebel Ninja dared to operate around Konoha Village. After all, it is one of the most powerful ninja villages in the ninja world. Once they do something out of the ordinary, death is the only thing waiting for them. Therefore, Moonlight Hayate looked forward to staying at the border of the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire for a while. Not only normal training for them, but also various actual combat. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Zisha. What a weird boy. He actually has so many conditions for learning powerful taijutsu and ninjutsu at such a young age. If it weren't for his veins, he would probably be able to practice A-level ninjutsu by now. But it looks good now. Originally, he just wanted to train to climb trees, but he didn't expect that with Zishu's conditions, he would be able to practice A-level swordsmanship. After all, few children of this age can achieve his speed, strength, and such fine chakra control. The rain couldn't stop falling, and the sky was darkened by thick dark clouds. But even in this environment, there are still dark crows flying in the sky. Perhaps because it has survived in such an environment for a long time, this species has also evolved the ability to fly freely in the rain. What the hell? It really rains non-stop in the Land of Rain. Although Jishu was wearing a dark raincoat, and the rain slid down the folds of the raincoat, the sticky taste made him very unhappy. And he vaguely remembered that the rain seemed to have some other functions, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of it. But since he couldn't remember it, it was probably not a particularly important thing. I will definitely remember these big plots first. All in all, that's what Tomoki thinks. Brother, why do you say that? I think this rain is fun? Yujin ran around in the rain, and her brisk steps seemed to bring some life to the gray world. Of course it's fun for you because you wear an extra coat than we do. Jishu couldn't help but regret a little. He should have brought an extra coat. At that time, I just thought that the weather in the Land of Rain might be a bit wet and cold, and it would be easy for a little girl to get sick. She didn't think Yuma would realize to bring more warm clothes, so she stuffed one of her coats into her bag. It seems now that it was too hasty at the time. At least, you should bring one with you. We have crossed the border now, and we are probably not far from Carp Village, so don't complain so early. There is nothing wrong in saying this, but there is a deep look on Moonlight Hayate's already weak face. Deep tiredness. In fact, because of his illness, he was the most difficult person to endure among the people. He was obviously at an age when he should be young and vigorous, but his body was like that of an old man in the dusk. Zishu had no choice but to pull out the Chinquan with another clang and looked at it carefully. During the entire journey, he would spend his time like this when he was bored. Otherwise, I would listen to Yuma talk about the gossip that happened among the girls in there. Class during the ninja school days. For example, Rixian once received many love letters, but they were all from a mysterious person who dared not reveal his name. Shinizu actually always liked her brother, but she never said it out loud. When he was in school, he even begged Yujin not to tell this secret to Tomoki. Swejian thinks that men are a bunch of disgusting creatures, so she will never marry anyone when she grows up. And so on. For Zishu, the leisurely world of these girls is too far away. With this time, he might as well get familiar with the sword he just obtained. Eh? Is there a village where you are looking? Yuma Akamoto pointed happily into the distance. Everyone couldn't help but raise their heads and looked with some joy in the direction pointed by Yujin. Sure enough, in the hazy rain, against the surrounding desolate land, a prosperous village vaguely appeared in front of everyone. We're finally here, Jishu said with emotion. When he arrived at a place with a house, he no longer had to walk desolately in the rain wearing a raincoat. Several people couldn't help but quicken their pace, everyone wanted to stop and drink a bowl of hot soup in such horrible weather. Soon, Carp Village appeared in front of everyone. Although it is not as prosperous as Konoha, it still has all the necessary facilities. There are bookstores, ninja shops, hotels, and hot spring shops. Exist before this, Zishu even thought this was a remote and desolate village. Whether there is even a hotel where they can stay is a problem. But the prosperity here surprised Zishu to the point of astonishment. In the rain country, where the country is in chaos, there is such a village. It was really unimaginable, and he even doubted whether Yuan village would have such a prosperous scene. Although the facilities there will definitely be much more luxurious and perfect than here, but what is lacking there are people walking on the streets. After all, how could a village become prosperous under a rule that was almost a dictatorship? Everyone is in the midst of chaotic rule, worrying about their own life and death. Sure enough, the information given by the employer was correct. Although there are some thieves around the village of Carp on the border, it has prospered because it is far away from the center of the country. Moonlight Hayate felt a little emotional. There was no village in the center of the country that was thriving. Isn't it ironic? Probably because more people came to flee, this place gradually became more prosperous. Zishu soon realized the reason why this village really prospered. He would never believe that a small village on the border could be developed like this through the efforts of the people here. After all, he had lived with his mother in the country of rain for a long time. The people here are almost destined to be miserable. If most people don't still want to leave their hometown, it is estimated that the Kingdom of Rain will soon become an uninhabited area. In addition to guarding against thugs that may appear at any time every day, we must also prepare for possible wars at any time. Whether it is the Second or the Third Ninja World War, the country of Rain, as the center of several major powers, is one of the main battlefields. There's no telling when the situation here will be ruined again. Hey, brother, what are you thinking about? Yujin put her little hand in front of Tomoki and waved it. Zisha grabbed her wrist and put it down gently. It's just sentimental. Yuma Akamoto had no intention of giving up and still asked, sentimental? Brother, have you been here before? Have you been here? Jishu has no such memory. Maybe he passed by other villages on the border. It may also be that Carp Village was not so prosperous at that time. In short, except for the raindrops all over the sky, there was nothing like the land of rain in his memory. Even the architecture favors Konoha, with buildings made of bricks and tiles. It is undoubtedly much stronger than the tall buildings made of steel in other places in the rain country. Because of the oppressive blackness, it's like the war has never stopped. Except in a place of chaos, no one would think of building a tall building out of steel. Of course, this is only the case in Hidden Rain Village. Most of the unimportant villages are in ruins. People live among the ruins and do not even dare to repair their houses. If you are not careful, you will cause trouble. Nagito, Yaeko, and Konan grew up tenaciously in such an environment. Under the guidance of people in the village, everyone came to this slightly more luxurious looking house. People who are small and wealthy often do not pretend to be low-key, and try their best to show that they are superior to others in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Moonlight Swift Wind walked to the door and knocked twice. Is there anyone there? Come in. A loud middle-aged man's voice came from the room. As he spoke, Yu Guangfeng opened the door, and several people followed him. And the warmth radiating from the stove couldn't help but make everyone feel much better. The middle-aged man's hair is neatly styled, and his face looks richer. Wearing clothes made of silk, he was reading a book about geography. You are Konoha ninjas? What are you doing here? The middle-aged man put down the book in his hand and looked at Moonlight Hayate. Even people from large villages would not ignore the ninjas from Konoha, let alone this small village on the border. But Moonlight Gale did not show a domineering attitude, and just nodded lightly and said, the reason why we come here is to deliver a letter on behalf of a person. The village chief was surprised at first, then seemed to wake up. Is it Harada's letter? Moonlight Hayate nodded. Sea-level tasks are generally not confidential, and it is normal to know the name of the client. After getting the affirmative answer, the middle-aged man's face was a little excited, but then he was also a little annoyed. It's true that Harada hired such a powerful ninja to deliver a letter. The middle-aged man took the letter from Moonlight Hayate's hand, but his eyes kept looking at Moonlight Hayate's uniform. It seemed that he was estimating how much money it would cost to send that green vest on a mission. With such a clear action, everyone immediately understood what the middle-aged man meant. So Moonlight Hayate explained, actually, for this mission, I am accompanying these children as a jonin. It is just a training for them. So it is just a sea-level mission, so there is no need to worry about the cost. After hearing these words, the middle-aged village chief's face looked much better. In fact, Jishu understands that anyone in a country like the Land of Rain will cherish it even if he becomes slightly richer. The village chief did not shy away from the people standing here. He tore open the cover of the letter and read it. Jishu could only see that his face, which was still a little sore, was now completely relaxed. That's great. Harada actually closed that deal. The joy on his face couldn't be suppressed, and he turned red under the warmth of the stove. It was as if he had just drank a lot of alcohol. Several people looked at each other helplessly, somewhat dissatisfied with the village chief's indifferent behavior. After marveling, the village chief discovered that there were 4 ninjas from Konoha in the room. But at this time, he no longer showed the same bitterness as before. Turning around and walking towards the stove, everyone discovered that a pot of soju was being heated on it. You came at the right time. This is our unique soju in Carp Village. Ordinary outsiders don't get such treatment at all. With that said, the village chief brought the wine bottle over. The joy on his face completely overshadowed the bitterness just now. Then I'll be disrespectful. As for them being children, they don't have such a blessing. Moonlight Gale sat down directly without any pretense and NBSP. In fact, everyone is very tired after walking in the rain for so long. A pot of warm soju is the best medicine to relieve fatigue. Although Moonlight Gale's body is still very weak. Village, can I ask you a few questions? The village chief turned his head, slightly surprised. What questions could the Jonin of Konoha ask him? Okay, but I don't know much. You may not get the information you want. Moonlight Gale waved his hand and said, it's nothing, it's just about this village. Oh, if it's about the village, I dare say that no one knows more than me. The village chief also showed a hint of pride. In fact, he played an important role in making the village what it is now. Moonlight Gale asked, this village is so prosperous, why hasn't it caused any trouble so far? In fact, Tomoki is also a little curious about this issue. After all, in the country of rain, as long as you show a little bit of wealth, a large number of scum will take it away. Even if this village can prosper because of the people fleeing and being away from the control of Yuan village. Someone with evil intentions will soon take it all away. After all, having a strong economy without force is often like cattle and sheep being slaughtered by others. The village chief stared at Yu Guangfeng, but after a while, he turned his gaze into a sigh. I still can't tell you about this. After all, every village must keep at least some secrets. Let's change the topic. When Jishu heard this, he became more and more strange. If he was just curious before, now he wants to explore. It stands to reason that such things as how to resist banditry should be talked about by leaders as they're most worthy of showing off their political achievements. But the joyful expression on the village chief's face turned into sadness. There must be something wrong. Since the village chief doesn't want to mention it, let's change the topic, because we have to train students. Are there any thieves nearby that we need to help solve? Moonlight Hayate seems to be quite generous and doesn't care about the village chief's abnormality at all. On the contrary, he wanted to help the village chief solve the disaster that could threaten the village. In fact, this is also for the sake of the children around me. Only fighting is the best way to improve. Although not a ninja, he is generally a samurai who has learned how to use chakra. It is also an opponent worthy of challenging. Of course, there might be a few ninjas among the bandits who are worthy of fighting. The villager put down his wine glass and said in a panic, no, the banditry around us has been solved long ago by the people of our village. Resolved? Moonlight Gale was a little surprised. After all, in the Kingdom of Rain, a war-torn place, the bandits were generally relatively strong. If these people can be dealt with, then the village should be equipped with some ninjas. Seeing everyone's suspicious looks, the village chief couldn't help but get angry. Do we need to tell outsiders like you the secrets of our village? You should leave after completing the task. I've done my best to keep you here for a simple meal. What else do you want? But people are just curious. Village chief, isn't it worthy of praise that you can lead the people of Carp Village to fight off the bandits? Akamoto Yuma said innocently. The village chief was not moved by the child's innocence. Instead, he said irritably, what does it have to do with you? Your mission is completed now, right? You can leave now. With that said, the middle-aged man took back the jug and put it on the stove to continue burning. Sorry, we don't mean to pry into the village's secrets, but we can't leave the village yet. Ahem, I still need to do some training for them. Moonlight Gale replied with a cough, and then he stood up and turned around. Leave. Naturally, Jishu and others had no intention of staying here, so they all followed and left. Get out of here, you bastard. The village chief saw that the other party was not angry at all, so he subconsciously thought that ninjas had full respect for their employers. Thinking that he had made the right bet, he intensified his efforts. Swish, a sword was placed across his neck, and he didn't even react that the person who made this move was actually a 12-year-old child. He even had to raise his hand before the sword could be placed on his neck. But these were not obstacles for him. He looked down and could even see the word Chinquan on the sword. We are ninjas. Although we can be hired by you to perform tasks, we are not your slaves. If you insist on thinking so, I can't kill you, but I can also give you a little lesson. Tomoki's the voice was very low, and anyone could tell how much emphasis Tomoki Uzumaki put on the words little lesson. You. The middle-aged man was naturally ashamed to be threatened by a child that he wanted to continue to reprimand, but the sword blade across his neck made his legs start to shake. He was afraid. But who cannot be afraid when the sword reaches the neck? He could only turn his pleading eyes to Moonlight Gale, who was already outside the door. Come on, Lord Jonin. Moonlight Gale's walking pace paused, and he turned around. Jishu, what you are doing is a bit excessive now. But Zishu did not put down his Chinquan sword. He was familiar with the Moonlight Blast and showed a determined expression. Quietly waiting for Moonlight Gale's next words. You still really understand me. Seeing Uzumaki Tomoki's appearance, Moonlight Hayate sighed helplessly, and then turned to the rude middle-aged man. Remember, it's us who have helped you bear all the burdens you have. Risks that cannot be borne, but this does not mean that our status is lower than yours. Weak people who show disrespectful expressions in front of the strong often end badly. So you should be glad now that we are ninjas of Konoha, not ninjas from other ninja villages. Otherwise, even if you are the employer, you will not mind killing one more person after they complete their mission. The middle-aged man was completely desperate. In fact, since he took the position of the village chief, he has never faced a sword again. Because of the sword, someone will solve it for him, and NBSP, now, his legs have begun to tremble violently. I had to apologize in a panic. Yes, I'm sorry, this is my fault, please forgive me. Jishu then slowly took back the sword in his hand. It was as if nothing just happened. Immediately afterwards, a group of people walked out of the house. And in the never-ending heavy rain, it's better to find a hotel to rest now. Moonlight Gale said. Of course Tomoki and the others had no objection and walked with Moonlight. Hey, he kept looking at the surrounding shops. Brother Tomoki, why were you so cruel just now? We are ninjas. Even if we are angry, we shouldn't put our swords on the necks of civilians, right? Although a Komodo Yuma didn't stop her just now, she raised her doubts now. Indeed, it was taboo for a ninja to place a sword on a civilian's neck. It stands to reason that Moonlight Gale should stop such behavior immediately. Even if it is a lesson, it should not use such drastic methods. Moonlight Hayate looked at Tomoki with interest, seeming to want to know what he was thinking just now. Was it what he thought, or was it just impulsive? Jishu smiled strangely and was about to speak when he heard another cold voice express his opinion. Because there is a problem with this village chief, Jishu wants to test him. Ito Siaki walked calmly, expressionless, as if the words just now did not come from his mouth. Tentative, a Komodo Yuma was even more confused. What's the problem? Although the village chief became nervous when he mentioned how to resist banditry, didn't he explain it? This is a secret of the village and cannot be revealed to outsiders. Uzumaki Tomoki's eyes were sharp, and he pointed out the key points directly. If we just can't reveal the secrets of the village, then we can understand it. But when it comes to whether there are thieves in the surrounding area and we can help solve them, the village chief is more concerned than when he asks how they fight against thieves. Even more nervous. Even a little incoherent. This kind of problem is a bit big. So I want to test first whether the village chief is hiding his standing ability. A Komodo Yuma felt suddenly enlightened and asked, then what is the result of the test? Jishu was stunned for a moment, feeling a bit anticlimactic. The voice suddenly became much quieter. This village chief does not have any fighting ability. Haha, brother Tomoki, are you too worried? Yujin smiled cheerfully, and his step seemed more brisk. Soon, we arrived in front of a hotel. Several people walked in slowly. It's just that Jishu's slightly lowered gaze hides a depth. Is there really no problem? At least Tomoki still doesn't think so. For people requested 4 rooms. The year-old landlady couldn't help but click her tongue slightly. In fact, in her opinion, these 4 people could even squeeze into one room. Even if they are separated, the girl should live in one room and the others in the same room. Living in the country of rain, she is very frugal even though she can live a relatively stable life now. After taking care of the things in the house, Yuma Akamoto felt tired and went to sleep in her own house. Ito Siaki found a chair in the hall and sat down, quietly waiting for what was going to happen next. Tomoki and Moonlight Hayate also stayed, seemingly chatting casually. It was getting late, and the rainy night made the already cold village even colder. The landlady seemed a little sleepy, but the person in front of her didn't leave, so naturally she couldn't leave either. Being bored, she naturally joined in the conversation. What are you Konoha ninjas doing here? Jishu answered first, we are on a mission. Someone entrusted us to deliver a message here. There was nothing to hide about this task, and Tomoki spoke very briskly. To entrust so many ninjas to you just to deliver a letter, it must be a very important letter, right? The landlady pursed her lips slightly. She rarely dealt with ninjas. Those who come here are usually civilians who have been robbed. But often when these people come, she will let them stay without charging a penny. This is the usual practice here. Almost every shop is open to all those fleeing for free. But even so, the village still has a steady stream of money coming in. However, such a good thing only lasts for a short period of time. If someone has been here for more than 5 days, they will persuade this person to leave. No matter whether this person agrees to leave or not, he will disappear from this village on the 6th day. This is an extremely weird village, and they hate outsiders coming and going. Almost no outsiders can settle here. Such a long period of time even made the landlady forget about the price of accommodation. I just randomly quoted a roughly similar price. Moonlight Hayate shook his head, it's just AC level mission. I am coaching them as a jounin, so I don't have to pay too much money. That's a lot, right? Even though the village has become richer in the past 2 years, it's still heartbreaking to spend such a large amount of money. Can't you just ask an ordinary person to give it to you? The landlady frowned slightly. In fact, she is still very beautiful at the age of 27 and 8. And it also reveals the temptation of a mature woman. Tomoki couldn't help but look away slightly. It was delivered by a gentleman named Harada, but why a ninja was entrusted to deliver it? We don't know. Harada? There was a hint of surprise in the woman's charming eyebrows. Then where is he now? Tomoki couldn't help but admire the man named Harada, as if everyone in this village would feel admiration and joy when mentioning him. He is in Konoha now. But why are you so happy when you mention him? Because he is the hero of our village. The woman's voice was clear and firm. Hero? The woman was about to talk, but when her eyes touched the 3 people with curious faces, she stopped again. Let's not talk about this anymore. By the way, your mission is completed. Are you leaving soon? Moonlight Hayate put down a magazine and said kindly, no, although the mission is completed. But I still need to do some training on them, so it will take a while. Can't we train in your village? Yes, but some training cannot be done in a stable place. What kind of training? The woman's body leaned forward slightly, her breasts pressed against the counter, changing shapes. Kill. Yueguan Kafeng spat out these two words indifferently, and coupled with his long-term indifferent expression due to illness, these two words were as sharp as a sword through a hint of sharpness. The woman panicked a little, walked out from the counter, went outside the door covered by the rain curtain, and gently picked up an umbrella. I'm going to buy you some food. Jishu was helpless, knowing that Yuguang Feng was testing again. There seems to be a lot wrong with everyone in this village. That he quickly took the landlady's hand, feeling a little weak and boneless. Our teacher Hayate's words were a bit concise. What he actually wanted to say was that we wanted to help solve some thieves. The woman suddenly trembled, but she turned around and said with a forced smile, that's it, it almost scared me to death. But it's really time to eat something at this time. There are relatively few types of food in the village, and you're not familiar with it yet, so why don't I help you with it? Naturally, the three of them had no objections, so the proprietress quickly disappeared into the rain with an umbrella. The room soon became eerily quiet, except for the occasional coughing sound accompanied by the moonlight and the wind. What do you think? Moonlight Gale still picked up the magazine from an unknown date and asked while looking at it. The breasts are big and the shape is very attractive. The appearance is also surprisingly beautiful, and, seriously, Moonlight Hayate frowned and glared at Tomoki. Tomoki closed his mouth. Under this situation, it was estimated that only Jiraiya and the third would listen with interest. There are many shady things going on in this village, and most of the villagers may be involved. But they deliberately hide everything from outsiders. Ito Siaki expressed his opinion calmly. The lightning passed fleetingly, but the light reflected on his knife made his eyes look particularly bright. Moonlight Hayate was non-committal. If this is the case, should we intervene? Why not? Don't you want to explore such an interesting thing? Uzumaki Tomoki sat opposite Ito Siaki, with a trace of amusement on his face. But in fact, his thoughts were not as relaxed as his words. In addition to his curiosity about the matter, he also had a sense of responsibility. He was vaguely aware that there seemed to be a twisted evil hidden behind this prosperous carp village. However, these villagers showed some genuine kindness from some inadvertent actions. This kind of intuition of good and evil makes Ishu a little confused. Ito Siaki shook his head. No, as ninjas, we should not interfere in the affairs of other villages. And there is actually no direct evidence to prove it. It is also possible that their village really has some secrets that cannot be told. Moonlight Hayate closed the magazine and said summarily, as people of Konoha village, we really have no right to interfere here. We will stay here for a while, and as long as they do not offend us, we cannot interfere. Everyone knows that what Moonlight Hayate said is very correct. Big countries often use the mistakes of small countries as a reason for annexation and other actions. In fact, practicing in the Kingdom of Rain is a very unpleasant thing. Before, everyone subconsciously thought that there would be nothing special in terms of cultivation, except for having a few more bandits to fight with. Who knew that the non-stop rain would become the biggest obstacle to everyone's cultivation? For a ninja, physical fitness will slowly become stronger. But illnesses like colds cannot be avoided. Even if you can avoid being bothered by colds, no one would be willing to practice in the rain unless it is particularly necessary. But fortunately, this village has relatively complete facilities and a gym that specializes in teaching swordsmanship. Almost all the children in Carp Village receive swordsmanship training here. All in all, there are more than 100 children. In addition, Carp Village seems to have wealth beyond the capabilities of the village. Therefore, the construction of this gym is also very large. Through communication, the director of the gym finally agreed to rent the gym to them. But the condition is that no facilities in the practice room can be damaged, otherwise double compensation will be required. But for ninjas, money is generally not an issue. Therefore, everyone is here, carrying out specialized training. Bang, Ito Siaki fell heavily from the air again. Fortunately, his body was particularly agile and he landed on his feet when he landed. Siaki, you're a little impatient, Moonlight Hayate criticized lightly. Yes, Ito Chang responded, and then ran up the wall again. In fact, practicing the skill of wall climbing on a wall is actually much more difficult than practicing climbing a tree. Compared with trees with many wrinkles, walls that are relatively smooth are undoubtedly a more difficult problem to deal with. But this kind of practice is also more effective. But the premise is that you can practice successfully. If you keep falling like Ito Siaki, it will undoubtedly be close to a waste of time. But Ito Siaki continued to repeat this process, climbing up and falling down. He has even worked harder in the past few days, because not only Uzumaki Tomoki, but even a Komodo Yuma also successfully stood handstand on the ceiling after a day or two of training. Bang, Ito Makoto fell on the smooth wooden floor again, and Uzumaki Tomoki even began to wonder, how much more money will he have to pay for the floor when the training is over? Actually, Siaki values appearances too much. Yuma, who has actually practiced some medical ninjutsu, naturally has better chakra control than him. But how can anyone be omnipotent? Jishu sighed slightly and couldn't help but think of the first time he practiced climbing a tree. Even as hard as he was, it took nearly a week. Although chakra control is very important for a ninja, not every ninja is talented in this area. At least among the people Tomoki has met so far, there is only one who has an extremely amazing talent in chakra control. She is Haruno Sakura. Jishu's thoughts were divergent, and the trajectory of the wooden sword in his hand was somewhat messy. Immediately afterwards, a figure quickly flashed in front of him and waved his sword in the same breath. Jishu counterattacked subconsciously, and the wooden sword also became fierce. Compared with Jishu's chaotic and crazy attack methods before, now he is obviously much more sophisticated. But the wooden sword opposite seems to have a strange power. It is obvious that Akaki can recognize every move and style used by the opponent. But it seems that he can't contain the opponent's attack no matter what. Moreover, the strength and speed used by the opponent were not only no higher than Jishu, but were even much weaker than Jishu. But Jishu was like this, completely suppressed. In the same Konoha style, Tomoki can only defend passively, but the opponent seems to be able to do it with ease. If the situation can be maintained, it will be a very good improvement for Jishu. Unfortunately, as time went by while Ben was asleep, Tomoki's negligence appeared more and more. The opponent's wooden sword was able to hit Jishu more and more often. In the end, Tomoki's swordsmanship was completely unorganized, so he had to shout, "Okay, teacher, I give up." Moonlight Gale took back the wooden sword and sighed slightly. When you practice swordsmanship, you should keep your mind focused. If your mind is confused, your sword will be confused. Jishu had no choice but to rub his wounds. Although he only used a wooden sword, it still left streaks of redness and swelling. Of course, Tomoki completely agrees with Hayate's words. But he also realized another thing. In fact, he had no talent for swordsmanship. Jishu helplessly looked at Ching Quan, who was thrown aside. The dark scabbard flashed brightly in the light. In fact, at the beginning, Jishu still used Ching Quan's sword for such training. But later on, Jishu suffered more and more wounds from himself, and finally had to change to a wooden sword. Even though his own recovery ability is very strong, he can also use Poem Immortal technique for auxiliary treatment. But in less than half an hour, his body was covered with bruises and wounds, successfully surpassing Tomoki's recovery ability. Even Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but exclaimed, "Are you practicing how to harm yourself?" In fact, it's not Tomoki's fault. Tomoki used to practice a so-called self-created sword technique in order to use the chakra scalpel and empty sword. In fact, the essence is to constantly swing the sword in front of you, or stab it. Rely on your own speed and strength to make your opponent unable to defend. But now I suddenly relearned Konoha-style swordsmanship, a swordsmanship with many skills. Just let Jishu use it as if his hands were tied. In addition, if you can't help but use faster speed and strength, it is inevitable to hurt yourself. With a wry smile, Tomoki raised his head and asked, "Teacher Hayate, my current progress rate is okay, right?" In fact, if Jishu said such words according to his own cultivation speed, he would definitely be ashamed to death. But Jishu was not just practicing on his own. Moonlight Hayate couldn't help but set his sights on the other two Jishu. In fact, they are more ferocious than those trained by Tomoki, and even give people a feeling of die when they die. Even Moonlight Hayate has such a feeling. If Tomoki can really use swordsmanship as fiercely as his shadow clone, then Jishu wouldn't have been so passive just now, and could even launch some attacks on him. Just when he thought of this, bang, bang, with two sounds, the two shadow clones dispersed into smoke at the same time like a coincidence. The training ground was very empty, and there seemed to be nothing except some simple wooden stakes. However, such an open environment is more suitable for everyone to practice. Yuma completed her wall climbing practice early and is now sitting in the corner with Moonlight Hayate. It's just that one person is studying medical ninjutsu carefully, while the other person is reading a magazine idly. But the focused look in both eyes is the same. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are similar to each other and are even a pair of brothers and sisters. But this atmosphere did not last long. Akamoto Yuma put down the book in her hand and glanced at the field. The four sweaty figures made her look a little disappointed. "Teacher, do I really not need to do any practice?" Moonlight Hayate also put down the book. If he was seriously abusing Tomoki, he was extremely protective of the girl Yuma Akamoto. The smile on his face melted away the gloom caused by the disease. "No, it is the best practice for you to learn more medical ninjutsu now. In this case, won't they be dragged down in future battles?" Moonlight Swift Wind shook his head. Then first ask them if they will let you participate in a serious battle." After saying that, Moonlight Hayate buried his eyes deeply into the magazine again, but he said something as if with emotion, "Yuma, since you want to learn medical ninjutsu, whether you want to become a medical ninja or not, but until then you don't need to be distracted by anything else." Yujin nodded, glanced at the field, and began to continue to absorb the knowledge from the book. Before I knew it, a week had passed. For Tomoki, the basic moves in Konoha style are already familiar by heart. Although it cannot be used as freely as a top master, it can be used in battles and becomes a big help. In fact, how difficult is it to reach the master level? If you don't have talent, you may need to study the art of swordsmanship for decades. Just like a person who has just come into contact With chess, it may only take 10 minutes or less to become familiar with the rules of chess. But how long does it take to become proficient at chess? How much time does it take to create a detailed and meticulous design? How long does it take to achieve perfection? Therefore, for Tomoki, it is very satisfying to be able to skillfully use Konoha-style swordsmanship in battle. This is thanks to the 2 shadow clones he created and the experience accumulated in previous battles. Point 1 Dharma is the essence. All dharmas are accessible, that's exactly what it is. It's just that this is not enough. Jishu stopped swinging the wooden sword. At least his sword was extremely stable now, but he still looked very dissatisfied. The Chunin exams are gradually approaching, and the death of the 3rd generation has become a big stone weighing on Tomoki's heart. In fact, there are many solutions, and one is even particularly simple. As long as he entangles any one of the 4 sound ninjas and prevents them from forming the 4 purple flame formation, he will succeed. After all, in Konoha village, there will be a steady stream of ninjas to assist the 3rd generation. But Orikimura does not have so many people, and his plan will fall short by then. But Jishu remembered another thing, and this thing made him even more angry. The reason why Orikimura was able to attack Konoha village and win so easily was Danzo's indispensable contribution. Orikimura's attack on Konoha was actually with Danzo partnership plan. There is also the root organization. Although after the Uchiha genocide, the 3rd generation was deeply aware of the darkness of the root and ordered it to be disbanded. But in fact it still exists. There are still 10 Umbu who once belonged to the root and are loyal to Danzo. In addition to the tongue-cursing root seal, Danzo also has many curse seals that control the disbanded roots. Even without the curse seal, those who have been trained by Danzo since childhood still have an unimaginable loyalty to Danzo. Even the headquarters of Root has not changed. It is located in that weird building that is tightly fitted and does not let out any light. So Jishu still calls this organization the Root. If there was no Danzo, how could it be possible to withstand the ninjas of Konoha with just the 4 purple flame formation, not to mention other ninjas, just Danzo? Does it mean that there is no way to break the 4 purple flame formation? And if the Root ninja who was bound by him participated in this battle, the situation will not fall into this situation. The performance of the 3rd generation Umbu was very poor even this time. Tomoki once thought that the Umbu directly under the 3rd generation should personally protect the 3rd generation. But in the previous incident when Danzo wanted to control him, Tomoki suddenly realized something. In fact, the Umbu directly under the 3rd generation were responsible for many tasks in the village. It is not centralized like Danzo at all, and many can be mobilized with one order. So when Orikimura attacked Konoha, there were very few Umbu who could protect the 3rd generation around him. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Sandei is a person who gives his best, so he was so powerless when it came to this matter. Even for such a big event as the joint Chunin examination, there were not a few Umbu to protect him personally. For such a person, Jishu really didn't want him to die like this. Danzo, although you finally dedicated your life to Konoha, you still don't know why Konoha is Konoha. So if I have a chance, I'd better ask you to die. After the anger, Jishu calmed down. Then he thought about what happened with the 4 sound ninjas this time. After all, with his level, he naturally couldn't regard Orikimura as his enemy. If we say that the weakest among the 4 sound ninjas, he is probably the fat guy Jirobo, and he has no ability such as illusions. If you choose an opponent, he is the most suitable. Jishu couldn't help but think of the fat man with dark skin. In fact, he had forgotten this fat man's name a long time ago. After all, in the original work, Tomoki wasn't able to remember every unimportant supporting character. But because of this incident, he deliberately inquired about some information about the Sound Ninja village. It's not surprising to know Jirobo's name. But Jirobo is not so easy to fight, his earth escape is also extremely sharp. I knew that with your personality you would not be willing to just learn some basic swordsmanship. Moonlight Hayate stood in front of Tomoki, also holding a wooden sword. In fact, Tomoki was a little surprised that Moonlight Hayate was actually planning to teach him a powerful swordsmanship. Originally, he had even prepared many words to persuade Moonlight Gale, but he did not expect that such a situation would happen. Moonlight Hayate actually agreed without even thinking about it, which surprised Tomoki. But just because I am not satisfied with learning ordinary swordsmanship, teacher, you will teach me a more powerful swordsmanship. Isn't this decision too hasty? What? You don't want to learn anymore? Moonlight Hayate had a naughty smile. He believed that Uzumaki Tomoki would not say even a word of no at this moment, even if he was acting nonsense. Jishu was helpless, like a fox being grabbed by the tail. Even if there were 100 unwillingnesses, I could only sigh, yes, teacher, I completely obey your arrangements. But you look so reluctant, as if you still don't want to learn. Moonlight Hayate was a bit unreasonable, and it seemed that it was rare to see Tomoki looking so embarrassed. Although Jishu knew that Moonlight Hayate had found his weak point, but he thought that he was his teacher and he would still have a long life in the future, so he smiled cheekily and said, if the teacher can teach me powerful swordsmanship, then of course it is my honor to be a student. I was just wondering, why did the teacher agree so hastily? At this time, Yujin and Shinji turned their heads and looked here at the same time. After all, Moonlight Gale hasn't taught them any techniques so far. Isn't it too biased to just teach Jishu? Moonlight Hayate nodded, looking very satisfied with Tomoki's obedience. So he explained, actually, I wanted to wait for your swordsmanship to reach a certain level step by step, and then teach you more advanced swordsmanship. Jishu asked, then why did you change your mind? Because it's you. Moonlight Gale's eyes showed some solemnity. I have seen many geniuses. They can learn almost anything much faster than ordinary people. But I have never seen anyone who, being able to master the basic skills so solidly, whether it's strength, speed, chakra control, or the training you have done, climbing trees, treading water, palm magic, shadow clones, etc., Zishu, you have almost achieved it. The limit that a Chuyunin can reach. After saying this, Moonlight Hayate paused and swallowed before continuing, especially your chakra control, which is even better than mine. I can't figure it out, Tomoki. What exactly did you do when you were in the ninja school? How much terrible training do you have to do to reach such a level? Hearing this, both Saiki and Yuma looked at Uzumaki Tomoki with surprised eyes. Although they had known that Zisha was very strong before, they did not expect it under Moonlight Hayate's words. They discovered that Zisha no longer seemed like the Zisha they knew. Is Jishu really that scary? They all stared wide-eyed, trying to find a trace of the arrogance of a genius or the perseverance of an ascetic from this red-haired man with a naturally handsome but not indifferent face. But they failed, and Tomoki didn't show such characteristics. To be honest, Jishu is like heights that boy next door feeling. There is a kind of gentle and plain handsomeness that will even make you have the illusion that he should be like this, making you forget about him as if he has no characteristics. But such people are the easiest to leave an eternal mark in your memory. Maybe time has passed, and you have left everything behind. But maybe on a casual sunny day, you may remember that there was such a person who accompanied you through the ignorance of youth. So many people think that this is the reason why Tomoki and Kiena are like brothers and sisters. She and I is also the kind of beautiful and simple girl next door that when Tomoki and Kiena hold hands and walk through the sunset, it will even make people feel that the passage of time has stopped at this moment, and the picture has become an eternal freeze frame. Exceeding the teacher's chakra control. Yujin had not yet reacted from the surprise, and just muttered silently. In fact, at this time, Tomoki was also surprised by Moonlight Hayate's words. Unknowingly, when Eddie walked such a long journey, but it was so surprising to say that Jishu found that he felt worthless. At least, he only has solid basic skills now. Being unable to use chakra is useless in many ways. Even if he can use his large amount of chakra, he will not skip the process of learning ninjutsu compared to others. The path we should take must still be taken step by step. It's just that I can go faster and more accurately. Thinking about it, Tomoki felt that the only chakra control that Hayate praised as surpassing his was actually the result of being forced. After all, he had gone through 2 trainings of tree climbing and treading water, and the last training was done shortly after being injured and with very little chakra to use. Later, it was so that he could use the chakra scalpel and the chakra scalpel sky sword. He even worked harder to improve his chakra control in order to minimize the chakra consumption of this ninjutsu. This also resulted in the situation where Jishu's chakra control was extremely strong. But there's nothing to be proud of. Isn't there a saying that determines the amount of water a barrel can hold is the shortest piece of barrel, like Jishu? Just a long piece of wood is definitely not enough. Then, Moonlight Gale's voice began to say again, but now you don't have anything that can be called a trump card. I know that you have lost a lot of talent because of your veins, but this doesn't mean that you can't. It's enough to use your remaining talent to complete something that can be used as your trump card. Trump card. Zishu was also quietly moved by the sound of the moonlight and the wind, and felt a burning feeling in his heart. Dance of the 3 Suns and Moons. This name immediately appeared in Jishu's mind. Ahem, it seems that you have done a good job in the past, and you actually know this swordsmanship. Moonlight Hayate had a slight hint of surprise on his face. Could it be that Uzumaki Tomoki had already thought about learning A-level swordsmanship in advance? But why is it this swordsmanship? This time it was Tomoki's turn to be stunned. Don't you think Kanahariu only has this A-level swordsmanship? Who told you? Moonlight Hayate shook his head with a wry smile. The A-level swordsmanship in Kanahariu is not only Mikazuki dance, but also Hazy Moon Knight, Secret Sword Moonshadow, etc., and even S-level swordsmanship. Shoo, how could you have such an idea? After hearing this, Zishu suddenly woke up. In his memory, he actually knew the 2 swordsmanships mentioned by Moonlight Gale. It's just because the memory is blurred. After regaining consciousness, he asked, then which swordsmanship does the teacher plan to teach me? Dance of the 3 Suns and Moons. Jishu felt a little ashamed. He didn't expect that after going in such a circle, he finally returned to his original place. Moonlight Gale explained, because for now, the dance of the 3 Suns and Moons is the most suitable sword technique for you. Compared with the secret sword Moonshadow, the dance of the 3 Suns and the Moon not only requires a lower speed, but also has a wider range of adaptability, becoming more widespread. What about Hazy Moonlight Night? Actually, Uzuki-e has very high requirements for the mastery of Kanaha-style swordsmanship, and you haven't reached that level yet. In fact, the requirements of the dance of the 3 Suns and Moon are not low, but you happen to have achieved them all. It's almost as if you are just like you who came to learn this swordsmanship deliberately. You even mastered its prerequisite, the shadow clone technique. Jishu nodded. Moonlight Hayate's analysis was very accurate. If he really learns the other 2 sword skills, he will definitely get twice the result with twice the result. It's just the dance of the 3 crescent moon. Can I learn it before the Chunin exam? Tomoki asked. As expected, I knew that with your personality you would definitely take part in this Chunin exam. Moonlight Hayate said, under normal circumstances, of course you wouldn't be able to learn an A-level swordsmanship so quickly. However, we have a shortcut. Shortcut. Jishu was stunned at first, and then was frightened by the weird smile on Yu Guangfeng's face. Dark circles under the eyes and a pale complexion. With an almost sinister expression, this can completely turn the plot around and make him a villain. However, Moonlight Hayate did not directly answer Tomoki's words, but instead focused on Ito Siaki. At least now, Ito Siaki can finally stand on the ceiling steadily. In more than a week, it is already a very good result. Siaki, you must have mastered the basic parts of Konoha-style swordsmanship, right? Ito Makoto nodded, although he had not learned or trained Konoha-style swordsmanship for a while. But for this basic part, he went through more than a week of training with Tomoki. He has almost mastered it. Although it may be unfamiliar, there is no doubt that it can be used. Because compared to Jishu, he has received swordsmanship training since he was a child. He doesn't need to be like Tomoki, who is familiar with how to use swordsmanship bit by bit. Tomoki got started with Konoha-style swordsmanship. And he has already mastered one sword technique and improved it with the help of another sword technique. Besides, he is a genius with a sword. Then teacher, my next training is to master all the basics of Konoha style, right? Ito Siaki held his sword and seemed to have already seen through Moonlight Hayate's plan. Moonlight Hayate looked at the young man's expression as if he had seen through everything, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Teacher, it's not that you are partial, but for you now, mastering the Konoha style swordsmanship more skillfully will indeed improve your strength. The best way. Yes, I know. Ito Shinji's expression did not change at all like Gu Zhong. In fact, it is a mistake to blindly pursue powerful ninjutsu for the wrong person. With a strong foundation, even if the opponent uses stronger ninjutsu, they will not be at a disadvantage. Moonlight Hayate did not expect that Ito Siaki almost said all the words he wanted to comfort him. I didn't know what to say for a while. But Ito Siaki had already walked aside indifferently and began to wave the sword calmly. Just like when Jishu first met him, he was like a machine, repeating boring actions. But this time, the form was changed, and it was changed to the swordsmanship of Konoha style. But if there are no enemies, the move of slashing in the air will still feel stereotyped. But Shinji still practiced very seriously, and the silver-white sword blade was a bit dazzling under the light. Thousands of times of boredom will eventually turn into stunning magnificence, just like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. This is the experience gained from Tomoki Metkai, but for some reason, he also wanted to apply this description to Siaki. Moonlight Hayate rubbed his temples. It's okay to say that, Tomoki, you make me upset, but this kid Siaki is so sensible that it's a headache. He'll get stronger. Even though Tomoki knows that there is no trace of this person in the original work. But Tomoki still said this because he already recognized Ito Siaki as a teammate. Yuma Akamoto asked, what about you, brother? Me too. Jishu said calmly, but in this indifference, he carried his extremely firm belief. Teacher Hayate, do you want us to practice in a different way? Jishu seemed to have been greatly traumatized mentally, and even now his body is still shaking uncontrollably from time to time. Yuma Akamoto looked at Tomoki with a worried look on his face. Teacher, isn't it enough to practice this kind of training once or twice? If you do it so many times, it's like you are abusing your brother. Moonlight Gale held the sword in one hand, and curled up the other hand into a fist to block his mouth, coughing from time to time. If you want to quickly master a swordsmanship, there is no better method than this. And this kind of practice, I can guarantee that the effect will be better than doing it step by step. Otherwise, you can also choose to do it step by step. Jishu stood there tremblingly, the sword in his hand even shaking a little. But he still waited for what would happen next. He tried his best to slow down his breathing, lowered his shoulders slightly, tightened the muscles all over his body, and placed the Chinquan sword in front of him, tilted slightly. This is already the best posture of Jishu's defense. His eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him. It seems that he wants to find any offensive trend from his body shape so that he can defend in advance. The next moment, the figure remaining in Jishu's eyes suddenly changed. 3 identical figures attacked Tomoki with different attack postures in the Konoha style. Every Kisha was almost irresistible, and he knew that 2 of the 3 figures had ordinary clone techniques. But where exactly it is has become his biggest confusion now. But as the sword edge got closer and closer, Tomoki had no choice but to randomly choose a figure to block it with his sword. There was no sound of metal intersecting among the lightning and flint, and the sword was inserted directly into Jishu's body. Bang! The impaled Tomoki turned into a puff of smoke. Failed again. Moonlight Hayate withdrew the sword and said to Tomoki's real body standing in another place, actually, you can do better. It's just that now you are afraid of the dance of the 3 suns and moons, and you don't have enough decision-making power. In Jishu's mind, he seemed to still be recalling the feeling of helplessness at that moment. No matter how hard he tried, the sword still penetrated his body. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, Teacher, if you were ravaged like this dozens of times, I think you would be afraid. It doesn't matter. If you are afraid, just be afraid. Now you don't have to learn how to resist the Mikazuki slash, but you are constantly pierced by the Mikazuki slash. In the process, you will deepen your understanding of it. Jishu nodded in agreement. Moonlight Hayate's so-called shortcut is as simple as constantly being pierced by the Mikazuki slash, and constantly feeling the essence of the swordsmanship while on the defensive. Admittedly, this method is very useful. At least until now, Tomoki has a more complete understanding of the dance of the 3 suns and moons. Actually, at the beginning, I really wanted you to experience the dance of the 3 suns and moons that I used once or twice a day, and then let you train on your own. Then why did it change? This is troublesome to explain. Moonlight Gale said, let's start with the shadow clone technique. The art of shadow clone. Jishu was slightly surprised, because the clone used by Mikazuki Dance was an ordinary clone, not a shadow clone. This is probably because it is difficult to integrate a B-level ninjutsu into a swordsmanship. It is also possible that Mikazuki Slash requires the user's full concentration and lightning quick surprise. Releasing a B-level ninjutsu may have an impact on subsequent attacks. But no matter which possibility it is, there is no relationship between the Dance of the Three Suns and the Moon and the shadow clone technique. Don't get me wrong, the shadow clone I'm talking about is the shadow clone you use to assist your practice. It's not the ordinary clone technique in the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. Moonlight Hayate knew that Tomoki had fallen into a misunderstanding, so he explained, my own shadow clone. That's right, ordinary shadow clone techniques are all about chakra is divided equally. Even after being released, chakra can return to the body, but it will consume a lot of energy because of average use. If this is the case, of course you won't be able to support it a few times. Jishu already understood what Moonlight Hayate meant. Teacher, are you talking about my uneven shadow clone? Yes, I found that the chakra in your shadow clone is not evenly distributed. The amount of chakra in your shadow clone is far less than your main body. Moonlight Hayate said, in fact, under normal use, because the released chakra of the shadow clone will return to the main body, no one will care about this unnecessary consumption. Even because the shadow clone has too little chakra, it will not be able to release any ninjutsu and illusion. Originally, your technique was quite useless. But because of this, you can use your shadow clone to withstand my Dance of the Three Suns and Moons over and over again. Useless tricks, Jishu thought to himself. Teacher, you don't have to be so straightforward, right? But it also revealed Jishu's inner helplessness. How could he have invented such a useless trick if it wasn't necessary? His veins cannot bear a higher load of chakra. Naturally, the shadow clone technique cannot be used in ordinary ways. Therefore, the shadow clones used by Tomoki are all reduced versions, but their conditions are similar to his own. All can use a low energy version of the chakra. Scalpel. This look already made Jishu very satisfied. So I am suffering from this kind of inner oppression over and over again, and it is entirely my own fault. Jishu smiled wryly at himself, but in fact he was still proud of his ingenious invention. At least if I didn't learn the shadow clone technique like this in the first place, I wouldn't be able to learn the A-level Konoha style swordsmanship and the Dance of the Mikazuki now. Ahem, that's all. Moonlight Hayate smiled. So Tomoki, it's time for you to create a shadow clone. Teacher, I won't say any more. Aren't you tired? You are using the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. Moonlight Gale shook his head. No, to deal with you, I don't need to use the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons with all my strength like I do with my opponents. If I only use the same speed as you, I'm not particularly tired. Well, in that case, let's continue. Jishu's face became serious and he formed the seal again. A shadow clone appeared next to him. His face was equally solemn. During training, Jishu will be much more serious than usual. The sword light flashed continuously, and the shadow clone was exploded again and again. But the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons became more and more clear in Jishu's mind. If things continue like this, Tomasha should probably be able to start the second stage soon, right? Moonlight Hayate seemed to be more and more satisfied with Tomasha's reaction. At least after so many trainings, Tomoki was able to predict the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons to a certain extent. This already shows that Uzumaki Tomoki understands this swordsmanship to a certain extent. So in the next stage, he probably won't figure out what his plan is, right? For the people of Carp Village, they are very wealthy. But it carries something more. Jishu already knew these. He originally thought that he would explore more things in Carp Village this time. But he didn't expect that in the end he still didn't understand the village. What is it that the villagers in the village are deliberately hiding? Although Jishu had always wanted to investigate, he had no chance. Perhaps Moonlight Hayate noticed that Tomoki wanted to cause trouble, so he increased the intensity of Tomoki's training. In short, during this month, Jishu was just practicing the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. But the second stage of training was indeed beyond Tomoki's expectations. After Moonlight Hayate taught him the details of using Mikazuki Dance. The second stage of training for the mysterious Dance of the Three Suns and Moons begins with Jishu. In fact, the superficial changes are not particularly big compared to the first stage. It was also Jishu who created a shadow clone to undertake the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. But the difference is that the person who uses the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons in the second stage is no longer Moonlight Blast. But Tomoki himself. Tomoki used his imperfect Mikazuki Dance to fight against his own shadow clone that had been baptized by the Mikazuki Dance countless times in the Moonlight Blast. I have to say that Moonlight Hayate's idea is very creative. And Jishu was barely able to use the shadow clone technique to separate 3 shadow clones. Including his own words, the total is 4 people. Can form 2 such combinations. For Jishu, experience in the Dance of the Three Suns and Moons is naturally accumulated rapidly. Until even Moonlight Hayate could hardly find fault with Tomoki's Dance of the Three Suns and Moons. The same dance-like exquisite swordsmanship contains infinite murderous intent. What's more, this is a lightning-fast offensive swordsmanship, which is even more difficult to guard Against this month in Rain Village gave people a fleeting feeling because it was so fulfilling. Although this time there was no actual fighting as planned in advance. But with the current success, almost everyone is satisfied. So it was time to leave. Just an hour ago, Moonlight Blast said it was time for them to get out of here. So the sea level mission that I thought would be interesting ended here. Except for the bandits I met on the way here, there was no fighting. This really made Tomoki a little depressed. But I still packed up my things and prepared to leave. The sound of footsteps hitting the wooden stairs was crisp and loud. As a hotel owner, Natsuko Kaga couldn't help but her eyes lit up and she raised her head, her graceful figure carrying mature temptation. In fact, although this hotel is open, the current guests are actually only a few ninjas from Konoha. However, during these days of contact, she became very fond of these people from Konoha. Of course, her favorite is Yuma Akamoto. Hearing the brisk footsteps, it was easy to tell that they were genuine. Sure enough, after a while, Eugen ran down happily. Then the other people also walked down. Are you going to practice again? A smile appeared on Xia Zi's face. After these people came, her life became more fulfilling. At least I no longer have the feeling that I have to do almost nothing every day, but have a lot of money in my account. No, Natsuko sister, we are going back to Konoha. Yuma replied cheerfully. Is that so? It seems that you have stayed here for a long time. There was a hint of sadness in Kagami Natsuko's eyes, but it was fleeting. Well, I have thanked you for taking care of me during this period of time. Moonlight Hayate said politely, which even made Kagami Natsuko a little flattered. After a few polite conversations, they walked out. Standing at the door, I started to put on my raincoat. Although when I am in Carp Village, I usually hold an umbrella. But now that we are going on a long journey, a raincoat is more suitable. Soon everyone changed their clothes, and Tomoki and Cheng's black raincoats even made them look like members of a secret cult organization. Goodbye. Xia Zi waved goodbye. Zisha turned his head and suddenly thought of the weirdness of this village. He couldn't help but said, Sister Natsuko, if you need help one day, come to Konoha to find me. Natsuko was stunned for a moment, and then she probably thought it was a child's courtesy. So he smiled sweetly and replied, okay, then Jishu won't forget me. Jishu also returned a polite smile, but the moment he stepped into the rain, he suddenly raised his voice, Sister Natsuko, I don't mean to be joking at all. If such a day really comes, please still don't forget to find me. The voice was loud and confident, but the person drifted away. Finally, it completely disappeared in the rain. Only the pounding rain was left, washing away the land as if it could never wash away the sin. When Team Dash left Carp Village, countless people sighed. They're gone at last. Yes, because of them, the village's business has dropped a lot during this period. I heard from the village chief that Harada is coming back. He said in his letter that he will be back in 2 months. It has been more than a month now. Really? That man. Speaking of which, does the boss really have to abide by the agreement with that man? After all, that man really negotiated the deal. Whether the boss agrees or not, I am the first to disagree. Obviously the people in the village have lived such a good life, why should they continue to live in the poor life before? But almost everyone in the village does not agree to continue this matter. Almost everyone? What a joke. Are they all said by people who can't fight? All those who are capable of fighting still have the opinion of the boss. After the most unstable factor in Carp Village disappeared, the village, which seemed to have become quiet, became active again. No one knows what kind of disputes will evolve in the coming days. The road back was very smooth, and it didn't take long to cross the border. The group took off their raincoats. The feeling of being under the sun again made everyone even show expressions of enjoyment. In short, Zisha still did not go to find his mother. Because he knew that countless Konoha ninjas had set foot in the small village where he said he was separated from his mother. If there were any clues, the mother would have been found long ago. Instead of pinning your hopes on illusory luck, it is better to stand at a higher position and get higher clues. Entering the land of fire, the journey is much faster. Even when Tomoki saw the gate of Konoha again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of time confusion. It was as if he had never left Konoha, he just came back from practicing outside as usual. It was still morning when I came out of the task distribution office. The sun is just right and the sparrows are chirping. Moonlight Gale stretched and said, then let's separate here now and meet here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's been a long time since I went back to take a look. I've been squatting in Carp Village for too long. I think even the teacher is secretly looking forward to what will happen, and then will passively participate in the battle, right? Tomoki sighed. On the surface, Moonlight Hayate prevented him from actively interfering with the affairs of Carp Village. Avoid adverse effects on Konoha. But in fact, Jishu knew that Moonlight Hayate still hoped to let Team Dash fight some bandits in the chaotic rain country. To accumulate real combat experience. Otherwise, there is no need to stay in Carp Village for such a long time after completing the mission. It's a pity that things are just like what the village chief of Carp Village said. Carp Village, located in the land of rain, is not threatened by thieves. But because of this, everyone realized that the water in Carp Village was very deep. At least they had a secret to hide from the 4 people from Konoha. Indeed, Carp Village is really abnormal. I originally thought that this would be a very good test for you, but I didn't expect that they could stay calm better than us. Moonlight Hayate smiled bitterly. He originally thought that in such an environment, it would be easy to passively participate in the chaos. But I didn't expect that it would end in vain. Teacher Hayate, now that you're back, don't discuss those things. Yuma said with a frown. Moonlight Gale replied, okay, let's not talk about it then. Then several people nodded goodbye, but Yuma Akamoto was with Tomoki. The most important person to her in Konoha was Hoshino China. And she didn't have a few important people to begin with, so of course it was normal for her and Tomoki to meet Kaina-sen after she came back. Yuma naturally hugged Tomoki's right arm and snuggled and obediently. Tamasha walked without squinting, not at all flustered by the delicate body fragrance of the girl next to him. He had gotten used to Yuma snuggling against his shoulder like a kitten. A slight breeze blew around the two of them, but it wasn't as cold as it was in the land of rain. The sunshine in Konoha is very abundant, which actually makes people feel sleepy. After walking through several streets, we finally arrived at this relatively remote place in Konoha. There are only a few families here, but basically none of them are ninjas. In front of and behind the house, wild flowers, plants and trees grow wildly, but people can feel the vitality here. But these free creatures are separated by a white wooden fence. Although there are many plants in the small yard, they have a more carefully cultivated feel. In spring, pink cherry blossoms bloom. With a creak, Zisha pushed open the wooden door. Tomoki, are you back? The person who spoke was not Hoshino China, but Tian. There was a touch of joy in his tone, and there was also a hint of joy on the girl's face. Tian, why are you here? Zishu was very surprised. Xiaoli and I just completed the mission, so we came to visit Sister Kaina. Speaking of which, are you here for a meal? Jishu looked helplessly at the rice grains on Tian's face. In fact, it is probably the norm for many of Tomoki's friends to come to Sister Kaina's place to have a meal. Because Hoshino China is not only very beautiful, but the food is also very delicious. This is well known among Zishu's friends. So Zishu would often find a blonde boy with a beard at home. A boy who is clearly only 12 years old but has a disdain for the worldly world, as if he has no interest in anything. There is also a boy who is very fat, but is called the new generation of butterfly, and there is also a boy with thick eyebrows. Hey! It's been a long time since I last saw Zishu, who has never looked back on the road of youth. Sure enough, as soon as he thought of this, Xiaoli raised his hand high and called out to Zishu. Zishu had a black line on his face. Sure enough, Xiaoli, I knew you were here. Now that Kaiban has completed his mission, it is completely normal for Xiaoli and Tian to meet here for dinner together. Yuma also let go of Tomoki's hand, and consciously pulled out a chair and sat down. Tian smiled and said, Yujin, I haven't seen you for a long time. Well, I miss you all. Yujin nodded seriously. Her world was already so big, and all the people she valued made up her world. It's just that I haven't been back for a long time. It's all because I was practicing outside. Tomoki also moved a chair and finished it. Suddenly he asked doubtfully, where is Sister Kaina? Xiaoli raised his head and said, Sister Chien-Nai has to be on duty in the afternoon, so she left after cooking. I see. Tian glanced at Chinquan at the black scabbard that Tomoki had placed in the corner, and asked, Tomoki, have you started learning swordsmanship? I really don't know what you are thinking. Can't you just concentrate? Tian said helplessly. Jishu also shook his head. If I have a choice. But my swordsmanship is very strong now. You're bragging again. Tian had an expression of disbelief on his face. But in her heart, there was a glimmer of expectation for Tomoki's words. Tomoki can be unruly sometimes, but now that he has picked up the sword, it proves that Tomoki's sword has become a help to him. But Jishu is already very strong. What level of swordsmanship can help Jishu? By the way, Tomoki, are you going to take part in this year's Chunin exam? Xiaoli asked curiously. Jishu nodded. Well, I will participate, and I guess you will do the same, right? Of course. And I also thought of a super good strategy. Before the exam, we deliberately performed weekly. Everyone will ignore us by then. Xiaoli said very excitedly. When Jishu saw Xiaoli like this, it was hard to dampen his enthusiasm. Pictures from the comics appeared in his mind. As soon as Xiaoli saw Xiao Sakura, he completely gave up his previous plan. In order to express himself in front of Sakura, he even tortured Suzuki once. The contrast between such a high profile and his current thoughts is really huge. Because of this huge contrast, it was deeply imprinted in Zishu's mind that it can even be compared to the scene where Jiraiya peeked into the women's bathhouse when he was a boy. After 3 generations of education, he blushed and said that he would let Jiraiya take him with him next time. Tomoki could only helplessly shake his head again. This time there were too many freaks in the Chunin exam. Suddenly, the young man carrying the gourd jumped out of his mind. Indifference and madness were intertwined in this young body. Back in Konoha, because of the Chunin examination, Moonlight Hayate did not accept any more C-level tasks for Teamed Dash, but instead accepted some D-level tasks that could be completed in the village. However, Zisha still prefers days like this, practicing quietly every day. Watching myself getting stronger little by little, I chatted with a group of friends every day. When I was bored, I would just lie on the lawn and stare at the white clouds in the sky in a daze. However, people cannot always live in comfort, nor can they avoid their responsibilities. But in the afternoons of the past few days, Jishu would walk to the road surrounded by a row of wooden walls. Beside the three-way road that surrounded the city with wooden walls, there was a big tree that was not very leafy, but still full of vitality. Uzumaki Tomoki leaned against the big tree, closed his eyes, and didn't know what he was thinking about. It's been so long since I came back, and the Chuyunin exams are about to start. Gaara should be here too, right? Tomoki showed some helplessness on his face. His purpose of standing here every day was to meet Gaara first. Among the Hokage, there are not many people who can leave a deep impression on Tomoki. And Gaara is one of them. From the moment he was born, he was burdened with the fate of being a tailed beast. Even his father, the fourth Kazekage, wanted to kill him for the sake of the stability of the village. Because he didn't have the talent to suppress tailed beasts like the Uzumaki clan, he never slept. In my life so far, I have only had painful struggles with the tailed beasts. As for things like feelings, he had completely forgotten them long after the two people died. Even his relatives are people who can be killed whenever he wants. Gaara is now a terrifying person. During the Chunin exams, almost everyone who saw him fighting tried to avoid him in fear. The Sand Waterfall funeral has become a nightmare for almost everyone. But Jishu just wanted to meet such a dangerous person. Maybe we won't wait until today, right? Jishu sighed slightly and prepared to leave. But a figure suddenly walked over alone, causing Jishu to stop in his tracks. Probably today. Hey, Suzuki, today's mission is completed, right? Tomoki shouted loudly, very enthusiastically. In fact, this is also the normal way Tomoki greets anyone. Under Suzuki's eyes, which seemed to be frozen, a ball of fire ignited at this moment. If other people were greeting him like this, he would probably walk by without paying attention. But the person in front of him was different. He seemed to be his nemesis in fate. It always steadily overwhelms him. Even though he lost almost all his talents after being injured, he was still able to steadily outperform himself. But such a person, unlike other geniuses, has an outstanding spirit. Instead, he is so kind that everyone stays close to him. Even though Jishu once said, the responsibility on his shoulders is no lighter than his own. But how could a person with a heavy burden on his back smile so easily? Speaking of which, he is still a self-righteous person, right? He had no idea how heavy the burden was on his back. The whole point of his life was to kill that man. What are you doing here? Tomoki Uzumaki, who is entangled in interpersonal relationships. Are you waiting for Naruto or Sakura? Suzuki's words unconsciously revealed a chill. Jishu smiled. Actually, it's not bad to be entangled in interpersonal relationships. At least I know that your first kiss was given to Naruto, and some time ago, Naruto was in danger, and you seem to be unable to control yourself. He blocked the attack for Naruto. After saying this, Jishu paused for a moment before imitating in an affectionate voice, but my body couldn't help but pounce on him. This is what Suzuki said when Naruto asked Suzuki why he hated him so much but still risked his life to save him in the land of rain. Then Tomoki said, Suzuki, you don't really like Naruto, do you? But, damn it, Suzuki didn't expect that someone could tease him wantonly in front of him. To be superior to others is the right of all geniuses. Shouldn't those who were teased be the weak ones? Tomoki walked over and patted Suzuki on the shoulder. It's just a joke, you won't take it seriously, right? Boring. Suzuki turned away and raised his voice with his back to Tomoki. If you don't want to be easily defeated by me, practice harder. Tomoki ignored Suzuki's words and was thinking instead. It seems like it feels good to tease those geniuses like this, right? Those high-ranking geniuses all seem to have such dead faces. With a look of contempt for all living beings, everyone gave them more respect than they deserved. As Naruto would say, stinky shit. Feel free to ignore other people's feelings, and everyone seems to need to comply with their demands. Such a child should be properly trained. With a little emotion, Tasha set his sights on another place. The sound of rapid footsteps has been heard. I saw Konohamaru and Naruto running over with all their strength, as if there was some unstoppable enemy chasing them. The red-haired devil, Tomoki. Konohamaru and Naruto saw Uzumaki Tomoki at the same time, as if they saw hope. Save us quickly. Konohamaru shouted, that ugly woman behind is crazy. Konohamaru, you can't say that to Sakura. Naruto shouted, then turned his eyes to Tomoki and begged, but Tomoki, please think of a solution quickly. Jishu smiled bitterly, these people can really cause trouble. Bang. Before Tomoki could take action, Konohamaru had already bumped into someone. Black clothes almost covered his whole body, and his face was painted with purple paint. Carrying a bandaged puppet on his back. Tomoki was not surprised, he had already discovered Kankuro and Temari. Then Kankuro grabbed Konohamaru's lapel, and Sakura quickly apologized. Naruto, on the other hand, shouted threats to Kankuro. Kankuro complained twice, shouting that he wanted to kill Konohamaru. But Tomoki knew that he just wanted to teach Konohamaru a lesson. Although they can kill at will in the Chunin exam, it does not mean that they can kill at will in Konoha village. But Naruto rushed forward angrily. Kankuro raised his fist at this time and was about to hit Konohamaru the next moment. However, Tomoki didn't take action because he had already noticed Suzuki squatting on the tree and observing everything here. He's quite handsome. Temari blushed slightly. Kankuro covered his wrist and said impatiently, there's another eyesore. Suzuki just stood up calmly, as if he completely ignored Kankuro. Get out of here, so handsome. Sakura screamed instantly. Also screaming with her was Mohuan, who was among Konohamaru's small team. Everything is like the pictures in Zishu's memory, constantly blending with the current scene. It's like watching a movie with such good effects that it's hard to tell whether it's real or fake. Konohamaru immediately pointed at Naruto in displeasure and said, Naruto and you are so bad. But it wasn't over yet. Konohamaru pointed at Tomoki and said, and you, Tomoki and you are too bad. You are actually able to be overshadowed by Suzuki and Naruto quickly squatted down and explained to Konohamaru that he could actually kill the ninja with one move. Jishu gave a helpless smile. Do you mean that you have to stand on the tree without knowing anything, and then quietly wait for a critical real-time machine, and then stand up when you have a chance to show off? In fact, if Sasuke was not here, of course he would stop it. Rather than making your friends fearful and worried, it is better to be by their side from the beginning. Maybe they won't have surprising feelings, and they won't worship Sasuke as if a divine weapon descended from the sky. As long as they feel at ease. But, of course Tomoki would not explain so much to Konohamaru, as that would make him seem too persistent in these matters. Kankuro frowned and took the puppet off his back, which even moved Temari. You don't want to use crows, do you? At least for now, Temari doesn't think Sasuke can defeat Kankuro. She obviously knew Kankuro's strength. Stop, Kankuro. A voice far colder than Sasuke's sounded faintly above everyone's heads. Don't embarrass me here. Everyone immediately looked up with very frightened eyes, only to see Gaara standing upside down in the tree. Even Sasuke was thinking about when this man came. Only Jishu sighed in his heart. They are indeed children. They all like to show off in this way. But Zisha still quietly observed the direction of things. But even after Gaara's solo performance, he successfully shocked everyone with his very terrifying gesture. Because Kankuro, who seemed to be arrogant just now, was like a docile puppy. In front of him. A puppy that seems to be killed if it shouts the wrong thing. However, Sasuke's face showed an eagerness to try, as if he had met a truly strong man for the first time. Rather than someone like Tomoki who just talks a bunch of meaningless nonsense as if he wants to teach you something. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but subconsciously glanced at Uzumaki Tomoki. But I found that he still had a smile on his face. Sometimes you could see this smile as sunshine, and sometimes it was his cunningness when he was teasing others. After all, for a cold genius like Sasuke, only Uzumaki Tomoki has the ability to make all kinds of jokes with him. Only Uzumaki Tomoki could tease him easily. Then he doesn't have to bear the consequences of his anger. But Sasuke still focused on Gaara. He could always feel the same kind of aura from Gaara. Then, Gaara's body transformed into wind and sand. Then they reunited next to Temari and Kankuro. Sakura asked why they came to Konoha. After Temari explained, Gaara and others turned and left. Sasuke hurriedly jumped down from the tree, a rare joyful look on his face. Hey, what's your name? Gaara slowly turned around and said indifferently, I am Gaara from Sand Falls. I am also very interested in you. What is your name? Sasuke. As if they were agreeing on something, the two of them each announced their names. Naruto immediately asked excitedly, what about me? Not interested. Gaara said coldly, and then he was about to turn around and leave. But actually, I think you asked the wrong person. Tomoki raised his voice and shouted to Gaara. Temari looked back, although Tomoki was not as handsome as Sasuke who could pierce the heart like ice. But it's also very exciting. But she was the only one who turned her head, and Gaara ignored this man who appeared out of nowhere. Brother Tomoki, you have been ruthlessly ignored. Konohamaru shrugged, but the words in his mouth revealed his displeasure. At least there are only two people he recognizes the most, one is Naruto and the other is Tomoki. Now the two people I admire are ignored by the same person at the same time. How could he be willing to do this? Tomoki squatted down, touched Konohamaru's head and said, I'll show you something interesting later. No, brother Tomoki, you are still smiling so happily despite being ignored. You are simply not as good as brother Naruto. Konohamaru turned his face to the side as if he was angry. Even Sakura felt that Tomoki seemed to have completely lost his energy. Being so despised by others, he should have some attitude no matter what, right? Naruto, who was constantly shouting now, seemed to be better than Tomoki. At this time, Sasuke suddenly felt a sense of relief. It's okay that Naruto doesn't get Gaara's approval. But Tomoki, who had been pressing him down, also didn't get Gaara's approval, which couldn't help but make him feel a little relieved. After all, geniuses only feel sympathy for each other, right? People like Tomoki who have given up their talents and who have not shouldered this responsibility will sooner or later be defeated by geniuses like them. Boom. The deafening sound made everyone cover their ears immediately, but at this moment, there was already bursts of tinnitus in their ears. The divergent thoughts stopped at this moment, but the violent impact was not more shocking than the picture. An unknown black object hit Gaara hard next to him. There is only one reason why it is described as beside. A wall formed by sand blocked this powerful blow. But that unknown thing was deeply embedded in the sand wall. But it seems that with a little more strength, you can break through the shield wall that seems to be able to stop everything. But the person who delivered such a terrifying blow felt helpless. If I had a choice, I really don't want to use this method. But then Jishu's eyes brightened. But if you don't use this method, I'm afraid people like you won't notice me, right? The sand couldn't feel the force to move forward, so it dispersed and turned into the gourd behind Gaara again. 32? The black weight lost all support and hit the ground heavily. It shattered the warm and sunny image of Zishu in everyone's mind. Tomoki is so friendly that many people forget that he is also a strong person. But whenever he behaves inadvertently, everyone will be shocked. Interesting. Gaara turned and looked at Tomoki, even though the sand protecting him wasn't his strongest defense. But someone who can achieve this level so easily deserves his attention. Even excited. You're right. Maybe I did ask the wrong person. You seem to have a more exciting aura. Gaara waved his eyes like a sharp sword until he looked at Tomoki. What's your name? Uzumaki Tomoki. Tomoki said his name, but he shook his head. I said you asked the wrong person, not because you didn't ask my name. Gaara stared at Tomoki's face, his eyes cold enough to make others tremble. Is there anyone here who is stronger than you? Every word seems to have the power to hit everyone's heart. Things like momentum often seem illusory. But Gaara almost solidified his aura, like an extremely sharp dagger hanging on everyone's neck. Almost everyone thought Gaara was angry at the moment. After all, he is the kind of person who might get so angry that he kills someone just because of a trivial matter. But Kisha knew that Gaara was very excited now, so eager to try that the sand behind him felt restless. Suzuki was silent, and also glanced at Tomoki with a cold gaze. As a genius, he would never allow himself to be underestimated and ignored. Geniuses can be defeated and killed. But I can't stand the neglect of others. After all, he is not Naruto, the kind of idiot who has been ignored countless times by others, but still faces everything with a smile. But he really wanted to hear what Tomoki would say next, and looking at Tomoki's expression, it seemed that there was really someone stronger than all of them standing here. Sakura, definitely not, she is weaker than Naruto. Konohamaru, Mohoan, and Udan are definitely not the three children. As for the two people Gaara brought, it can be seen from the fearful looks they looked at Gaara that they were no match for Gaara. So who exactly? Is it Naruto's crane tail? Suzuki himself couldn't help but laugh. Although he had to admit in his heart that Naruto was constantly getting stronger and was no longer the same low-ranking person. But now his strength is not comparable to geniuses like them. Is there anyone else around here? Suzuki couldn't help but look around. He felt that the person Tomoki was talking about might be someone who was still hiding. It was as if he was standing on the tree without anyone noticing, quietly observing everything happening below. Naruto, tell him your full name, Tomoki said lightly, but his eyes met Gaara without flinching. If anyone can defeat Gaara, then at least for now, only one person has the possibility. That was Naruto. Although Tomoki feels that now that he has mastered a certain level of Konoha-style swordsmanship, he can compete with Gaara. But that's under the premise that he doesn't use the tailed beast. Of all the people present, only Naruto could possibly defeat Gaara. Because Naruto waited until the end, he still had a chance to burst out the power of the nine tails. Naruto pointed at himself and asked in surprise, huh? Me? Ha ha. As expected, I said you are the most discerning man, Tomoki. Then he also put his hands behind his back, scratched his head and said happily to Gaara, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I am the man who wants to become Hokage. Boring. Gaara turned his back, his voice was not loud but it pierced everyone's ears. Uzumaki Tomoki, right? Although I'm not sure what you think. But at least the fight with you is something I'm looking forward to. And Uchiha Suzuki, the same goes for you. Damn it, Naruto shouted loudly, I will definitely defeat you. Tomoki patted Naruto on the shoulder, stopping him from rushing forward. Now. This is how Naruto is, even if he is ignored by the whole world, he still has to prove his existence. During the more than 5 years in Konoha, Tomoki lived with Naruto for 3 or 4 years. Although he later moved to Hoshino, China's home. But at least their friendship has not changed, even Tomoki has such a feeling. His relationship with Naruto is like the relationship between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. In addition to being both teachers and friends, they also have the blood of the Uzumaki clan. If Tomoki wanted to do something right, Naruto would definitely support it without hesitation. Just like dispelling the darkness, but Jishu never regards everyone around him as a tool. He really hopes that Naruto will be recognized by others. Jishu also followed slowly, since you don't believe it, let time test everything. You've already talked too much nonsense. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Gaara didn't listen to Tomoki's words at all, but instead threatened him directly. Tomoki shrugged, stood next to Temari, smiled and stretched out his hand. Hello, my name is Uzumaki Tomoki. Temari's eyes widened. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? Gaara hated bullshit and now he was starting to get upset. If he gets annoyed, he will really kill someone. Temari was very hesitant. She had seen many people do things that upset him in front of Gaara. But everyone who dared to do this died. Those who think they are geniuses and are arrogant in front of Gaara all dead. Maybe the red-haired boy in front of him is indeed a genius among Konoha. But in front of Gaara, it was just an existence that killed people at will. Because Gaara was a being that transcended genius. He is a monster. Even as his sister, Temari had to come to this conclusion. She gestured with her eyes, wanting to tell the person in front of her to run away quickly. If it continues, not only him, but also countless people here may be implicated. Although they came with a mission this time, how much would the angry Gaara care about the mission? Temari even doubted whether there was anything Gaara cared about in this world. But the red-haired boy seemed to be stupid at the moment, still looking at her with a smile. It seemed that he didn't understand the meaning in her eyes at all. Hateful, do you think the look I gave you was a wink? But the next moment, Jishu not only did not leave, but also directly held her hand. Please give me more advice in the future. Temari was helpless. She wanted to pull her hand back, but the opponent's strength was obviously much greater than hers. He could only reply, hello, my name is Temari. But he didn't expect that Zishu would let him go immediately after he finished speaking. He stretched out his hand towards Kankuro. Temari felt a little disappointed as she felt the heat still remaining on her hands. It turns out that Uzumaki Tomoki really just shook hands politely. Although she had no other thoughts about Uzumaki Tomoki, this made her doubt her own charm. Just as his eyebrows were slightly lowered, he happened to miss Gaara's face. This is the season in summer when the lush green leaves are still on the big trees. But anyone who is estimated to be 32 years old can see the strange atmosphere around Jishu, which seems to be so cold that it makes people tremble. Can the man named Gaara really kill people? Sakura's tone became softer at this moment, not at all like her willfulness in front of Naruto. She was not yet a female ninja who could truly stand alone. Now she is still the annoying Sakura, the Sakura who doesn't know how to cherish the people around her and who are willing to sacrifice for her. It's a lie. After all, we are in other people's villages. How dare they be so arrogant? Konohamaru curled his lips, obviously not believing that Gaara would take action. But everyone can feel the tense atmosphere around Gaara. There is only one person who seems to know nothing. He smiled and greeted his new friends. I've already said that anyone who talks nonsense will die. Gaara's eyes widened, and the sand instantly rioted. But at least he still maintains some restraint now, not only because they have a mission in Konoha. And for an opponent like Uzumaki Tomoki, he really wanted to wait and taste it slowly. But this does not mean that he can tolerate all the behaviors of Uzumaki Tomoki. If this boy with red hair like him is not interested yet, he really doesn't care about squeezing this bug to death. Hey, Suzuki looked at Gaara, his eyes full of fighting spirit. If you are still so unruly in other people's villages, then I don't mind giving you a small lesson. Suzuki is so handsome. Sakura screamed immediately after hearing Suzuki's words. In fact, at this time, she couldn't care less about her heartfelt admiration, but she just felt that it would be safer to shout out. It was like Suzuki was protecting her. Little lesson? Interesting. Gaara seemed to calm down after hearing this, but the sand flying around him was completely different from his attitude. Tamari's heart thumped, and she thought to herself, are you all idiots? How dare you threaten Gaara? What kind of person is Gaara? He is the kind of person who won't let you have any ability to resist at all. When he wants to kill someone, he doesn't seem to have to do anything. Just say something quietly, and the sand will pounce on that person like the most loyal servant. Use the most horrific way to bury that person. To Gaara, you are just a bunch of real kids. He didn't even know how many highly qualified shinin had died in his hands, and even some jounin couldn't please him in front of him. He has already performed A-level missions at this age. What about you? It's probably B-level at best, right? Tamari almost cursed angrily in her heart, because it was completely unwise to make Gaara angry. Don't talk about you irrelevant people. When he gets angry, I will kill even his sister. In fact, Tamari didn't know that the handsome-looking genius across from her had never even experienced the B-level mission she just talked about. Even the C-level mission was only experienced once. Suzuki now has no idea how vast the world is. Even for him, Uzumaki Tomoki, who defeated him many times, was only slightly stronger than him. Now he has the ability to defeat Tomoki. As everyone knows, he has always been just a stronger sheep among the sheep. He is too weak for the ferocious wolves on the grassland. In fact, it's not his fault, because the people around him haven't grown to that point either. So he can be his frog in the well until he wakes up at a certain moment. But because of the proud posture he is showing now, everyone, at least everyone in Konoha, puts him on an equal footing with Gaara. Only Jishu understood that the difference between the two was not a gap, but a chasm. How can we talk about peace with Suzuki who can't even defeat Xiaoli, who can't open the 8-door armor formation now? Gaara fight. The frog in the well sometimes assumes a posture that is too powerful, causing people to treat him as he deserves. But when the weakness under this weakness is revealed, then this vanity will disappear. Suzuki, leave this matter to me. Tomoki waved his hand to Suzuki, indicating that he should not interfere in this matter. Because if Suzuki really intervened, he might really anger Gaara. As for Gaara, who was truly angry, even he couldn't stop him. As for Suzuki, if he really fought, Tomoki might have to worry about his safety. Of course there was another reason, Konoha being his village. Of course he didn't want his village's momentum to be suppressed. This can be regarded as reluctantly doing something for the collective honor. As long as you don't hold back, Suzuki said calmly. From his tone, almost everyone could feel that he was a stronger genius than Tomoki. At least that's what Tamari and Kankuro are thinking now. You will understand. Tomoki thought for a while, but still did not explain more things to Suzuki, because one by one things would eventually be placed in front of him. But when they said these two sentences, someone became even more angry. The man even pressed a hand hard on his temple, causing veins to bulge like explosions. Enough! You have said enough nonsense. Tamari felt bad, and Gaara finally took action. She even began to observe the roots around her, thinking about how to escape. From beginning to end, there was no thought of stopping Gaara in her mind, because he is a devil. Maybe there really is someone who can stop the devil, but at least it's not her, and it's not Kankuro. But at this moment, a hand stretched out in front of her. It was still Tomoki's hand, with a kind smile on his face. What happened? Didn't you hold it just now? But the next moment, she suddenly realized that Zishu's hand was not reaching out to her. But reach out to the devil. The arm, which was not strong but still firm, crossed her and stretched towards Gaara. A voice so clean that it seemed to calm people's hearts sounded, I think you need a friend, Gaara. From beginning to end, Tomoki never thought about showing off anything in front of Gaara. He just felt that Gaara's experience touched him, so he wanted to give Gaara's life a little more meaning. At least if he could have a friend. Hey, Naruto and I. Do Tomoki and I really want to be friends with people like that kind of bastards? Konohamaru asked, with a childlike dissatisfaction on his face. It's just that Naruto didn't understand Tomoki's behavior. He doesn't know now that Gaara is also a person who has a similar experience to him. As for everyone else, they were stunned that he actually wanted to be friends with Gaara. what a crazy and ridiculous idea is this, Gaara will kill him. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other, reading fear in each other's eyes. Suzuki stared at Tomoki, can't you still change that ridiculous friendly face? But among everyone's surprised looks, Gaara actually slowly stretched out his hand. Does Gaara really want to make a friend? This kind of people? Naruto smiled and scratched his head, it turns out he is also a very good friend. The sand instantly submerged the place where Uzumaki Tomoki was standing just now, and the waves composed of sand were thrown onto the hands and Kankuro's faces. The burning sting could not change their shocked expressions. Gaara, this is in someone else's village, we should keep a low profile, right? Kankuro's voice stuttered, but he felt that it was a great courage for him to say such a thing. Is this fake? Sakura covered her mouth, as if she couldn't believe the scene just now. Before Uzumaki Tomoki could resist, he was wrapped in sand. Some cold sweat broke out onto Mary's forehead. She, who was originally considered a strong woman, could not help but look a little weak at this moment. Gaara, at least teach him a lesson now. Don't forget, we still have a mission here. Moreover, Temari also knows that sand binding coffin is the starting move of sand waterfall for funeral. If that move is really used, will Uzumaki Tomoki really die? Of course she didn't have to worry about Uzumaki Tomoki, only little girls would naively judge people by their handsomeness. They still have missions in Konoha. Compared to a Konoha genin, the importance of attacking Konoha is unquestionable. Temari could only use this reason to dissuade Gaara now, but she was still scolding the kid who didn't know how to live or die just now. Gaara turned back and glared at Temari. Are you teaching me how to do things? Temari quickly looked away, not only because she estimated that few people could bear to look at Gaara, because the look in his eyes was like a dead man looking at another dead man. Filled with the aura of death. The darkness seems to be able to swallow people up. No, I just, Temari's voice became quieter and quieter, and finally no one could hear what she said. Isn't it impolite to treat girls like this? Tomoki said, standing next to Gaara by accident. When Sakura's eyes widened, she didn't notice at all how Tomoki avoided Gaara's sandbound coffin. In her eyes, it was just the yellow sand coming from the sky, drowning the figure. Great! I knew you wouldn't lose to that bastard, Tomoki-chan. After all, he is my biggest enemy on the road to becoming Hokage. Konohamaru jumped up happily, at least he felt that Uzumaki Tomoki was hit a moment of Gaara's arrogance. You're really making me more and more excited. Gaara looked at Tomoki, but he still couldn't see the excitement he said in his eyes, or the coldness that made people unable to look directly. But Jishu looked at each other without hesitation, without any hint of tit-for-tat in his eyes, as if he was seeing a friend. Gaara, don't you think it's too ruthless to do this to such a person who comes here with kindness in mind? Tomoki patted Gaara's shoulder and sighed like Gaara. I was a good friend with him. Gaara ignored Uzumaki Tomoki's hand patting his shoulder and just said, friend? It's such a distant word. Are friends something you use to kill? Everyone felt chilled. What kind of thinking could lead to such a conclusion? You are such an arrogant child. By the way, can you feel a touch of warmth from a friend when I hold your shoulders like this? Tomoki said and directly put his arms around Gaara's shoulders. The white coat is ordinary. If it weren't for the sword on his back, no one would think of him as a ninja. But Gaara is different. Even if he wears the most ordinary clothes, no one will regard him as an ordinary person. The warmth of a friend? You and I have never known each other, and you show such an attitude. Are you an assassin or a spy? Tomoki couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Gaara was really a persecuting paranoid maniac. Assassin? Spy? With all due respect, would a man like you still care about those things? Gaara turned his head. Because they exist, I can find meaning in the constant killing. Oh, I see. But I'm just here to talk to you as a friend. The reason? Gaara's voice seemed mechanical, like he was being tortured. Jishu scratched his hair and seemed to find it difficult to answer this question. There is no reason. If there is, I think that for people who are so indifferent at this age, there must be surprising and unspeakable secrets. But I think they also need friends. Gaara remained silent, no matter how indifferent he seemed to be to feelings. But the actual reason is that he values feelings more than anyone else. He actually longs for a friend too. But along the way, everyone regarded him as a monster. But on this day, how could there be such a person? He actually stretched out his hand in front of him so simply. If it had been before that, he might have reached out and held it. But when Yashimaru came to assassinate him, he gave up all hope. The most important person to him actually came to assassinate him. All the love that once existed has become a lie. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his heart. The next moment, the rioting sand rushed towards Uzumaki Tomoki again. Come again. Jishu's right leg kicked the ground violently, and the next moment he used the powerful recoil to leave the place instantly. The sand rushed a long way before being controlled again, and finally returned to Gaara's back and condensed into a gourd. Temari, Kankuro, let's go. Gaara ordered. Temari looked back at Uzumaki Tomoki and then said in a panic, yes, Gaara. In this way, a few people left step by step in the dusk, following the shadows. Gaara, if one day you are really tired and can't find direction and meaning, then you might as well think of a friend named Uzumaki Tomoki. Tomoki's voice no longer sounded like a joke between friends, and it also lost its meanness. No one could doubt the sincerity in his voice at this moment. But Gaara still left at a regular pace, without any fluctuation due to Tomoki's words. Only when the three of them left completely did Sakura react. Tomoki, do you really want to be friends with that kind of person? That kind of person really has no feelings and has been trained as a killing machine since childhood, right? Jishu looked at the branches of the wooden wall and couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps some people will become cold and dark due to the passage of time. But people who look at the world with such hatred at this age often bear the responsibility. It was an unimaginable experience for us. I may have said some teasing jokes, but it was true that he needed friends. Tamari looked at Gaara. She was very surprised that Gaara could restrain himself. 33 Is it because this mission is so important that even he can't disobey it? Tamari didn't know, but Gaara had said so many words to the person named Uzumaki Tomoki. This is something out of the ordinary. But for her, this incident was just an episode. As long as it doesn't affect this mission, as long as Gaara doesn't kill her in Kankuro, in Konoha, except for the Hokage's office. There is also a place to announce things to Hokage-sama. After all, there are too many Jonin in Konoha, and it is not suitable to squeeze them into a small office. Moonlight Gale was rushing towards this place. Ever since he saw the pigeons flying in the sky, he had stopped buying medicine. If the pharmacy owner hadn't known enough about this special Jounin who was the sickest in Konoha, he would have really thought that he was trying to avoid paying his bills. The Hokage conference room is surrounded by wooden walls, with large white curtains hanging from the wooden ceiling. If the floor hadn't been neatly paved with marble, this conference room would have looked too shabby. Stepping on the red carpet, it leads from the outside of the house to the Hokage's desk with the Konoha logo. Stepping into the house, Moonlight Gale found that almost everyone in the house was already here. Hey 8, you're finally here. Sarutobi Asuma naturally took advantage of his popularity and walked up to Heiei first and patted him on the shoulder. After a while, the few Jounin who were missing came over. The third generation sitting behind the desk also slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The purpose of calling everyone here is nothing else. You can probably tell by looking at my expression. Just like the third generation said, these people in this room wearing green Jounin vests or Chunin vests have already expected all this. After all, this is the only big thing recently. That is, the Chunin exam is coming. The three generations announced things one by one, and questions were raised from time to time. The three generations also answered carefully. July-st is the day when the Chunin exams begin, after those Jounin who were already bringing Genin recommended them to take part in this Chunin exam. The third generation asked slowly, please the Jounin responsible for guiding the new Genin come forward. Immediately afterwards, Heide Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Ui Korone and Moonlight Heiei all took a step forward. The third generation nodded. Among the newcomers you are responsible for, are there any suitable candidates? Then the third generation talked about the minimum requirements for recommendation and completed 8 tasks. Irika among the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. In his opinion, it was still too early for the children in his class to take the Chunin exam. But whether it was Kakashi, Asuma, or Korone, they recommended everyone in their class without hesitation. How is this possible? Immediately afterwards, Isayu Guangfeng also put his right hand in front of his face, preparing to speak. Although there was only one student of his in Moonlight Heiei's class, that student was the one that gave him the biggest headache. Let's not talk about Uzumaki Tomoki's school days. Apart from courses such as ninjutsu theory, he is sleeping or reading other miscellaneous books. He even caused a lot of trouble, and even injured himself in the end. To be honest, he was really afraid of Uzumaki Tomoki taking the Chunin exam this time. In his current state, Tomoki is not only unable to use illusions. Even if he could use it, he wouldn't know it. As for ninjutsu, none can be used except the 3 body techniques. Even the physical skills he was proud of. It is too dangerous to cope with the current Chunin exam. Would Moonlight Heiei recommend him? But the next moment, a voice made him despair. My 9th class, Moonlight Heiei, recommends Tomoki Uzumaki, Seiki Ito, and Yuma Akamoto to take the Chunin exam in my name, Heiei. The next morning, in the forest outside Konoha. In addition to the intoxicating air, there is also this rich green. A clear river flows quietly, and the fish in the water are playing happily on the rocks. And there were a few sweaty people sitting by the river. It was rare that the 9th class did not do their tasks today. Instead, they gathered here, and Moonlight Gale said there was something important to tell them. Of course, the hard-working class will not remain silent and waiting. Each is carrying out his own practice. Just like the dance of 3 suns and moons that Tomoki sends to the wood again and again. Some people say that a murderous sword must be plain and simple. Perhaps this statement is correct, because the true master is able to use the simplest sword to make the most advantageous attack. But in fact that is one-sided. When faced with the opportunity to kill with one strike, a strong swordsman will naturally use the most common swordsmanship. But what if the opponent is also a swordsman on the same level as him? It will eventually drag into a long battle, with various advanced sword skills emerging one after another. The swords kept hitting each other like lightning. Wouldn't it be shocking to reach this point? Beautiful swordsmanship. There is no lethality. Because that kind of swordsmanship was originally created for sword dancing. However, people often extend their attitude towards this kind of swordsmanship to other swordsmanship, which is wrong. Because there is always a sword that can take an unimaginable trajectory and pierce the enemy's heart. Someone once concluded that the art of swordsmanship is just a process of first simplifying to the complex, then from the complex to the simplified, and then repeating the process. At least the dance of the 3 suns and moons is not only a gorgeous swordsmanship, but also a swordsmanship that can kill people. 3 phantom-like swords pierced into the enemy's heart with wind and whistling. Brother Tomoki, you have become stronger again. Yuma Akamoto smiled and narrowed his eyes. Uzumaki Tomoki slowly drew out his sword. It's nothing. Yuma has become a lot stronger, hasn't it? A trace of pride flashed across Akamoto Yuma's face. Being praised by her brother was the happiest thing for her. Although her brother often neglected her because of her cultivation and various things. But in fact, whenever she feels down, her brother will encourage her, unless he has something important to do. And every time it's her birthday, her brother and sister Kana are always ready. The gifts are always carefully prepared, as if they are really a family. Ahem, it seems that everyone came very early. Moonlight Gale appeared in this forest at some point, and he still looked that sick. The teacher came on time. I thought the teacher would take a long time to buy medicine. Uzumaki Tomoki joked. Then shouldn't you be inspired by my conscientious spirit and shut your mouth? Then what are your plans? Moonlight Gale asked. Of course, this does not necessarily mean you have to join. The decision-making power is still in your hands. If you decide to participate, please give this application form to fill it out. Then submit it to classroom 33 of the school before 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. As he spoke, 3 application forms were stretched out from Moonlight Hayate's hand. The yellow paper had Kanaha's seal printed on it and various information that needed to be filled in, except for the most basic things like name and gender. There is also information about leading a class of jounin and companions. Let me tell you in advance, there is a huge difference between the Chunin exam and your graduation exam. Many people die in the Chunin exam every year. If you don't have enough strength, you should think about it carefully. Moonlight Hayate first, he explained the Chunin exam seriously. Although he has great confidence in his students, if they don't have a clear understanding of the Chunin exam, the consequences will be disastrous. Akamoto Yuma took the application form from Moonlight Hayate's hand. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then raised his head and asked, since the teacher has recommended us, does he have enough confidence in us? Moonlight Hayate nodded and said, of course, in my opinion, you all have a certain degree of strength, and it is not a problem for you to become a Chunin. And don't be bound by age. You must know that Kakashi-senpai became a Chunin at the age of 6, he was already a Jonin at the age of 12. Yuma Akamoto was surprised at first, then blinked and said, then why do we still have any hesitation? Since the teachers believe in us, then I will definitely participate. Tomoki didn't expect that Akamoto Yuma would choose to participate so easily. She was obviously as weak as a little princess by his side. But Tomoki suddenly discovered that he had made a preconceived mistake. In fact, Yuma Akamoto was not weak. Because she has mastered the method of attacking people with a chakra scalpel. Although she can only use the most common chakra scalpel, because her chakra is relatively sufficient, the power of her chakra scalpel is actually not weaker than Tomoki. And for so long, Yuma has been learning new medical ninjutsu little by little every day. He also continued to hone his close combat skills. She didn't choose swordsmanship like Uzumaki Tomoki and Siaki, but Moonlight Hayate could also teach her a lot of close combat ninjutsu. That girl who was so weak that she couldn't show any hostility, used her own way to constantly catch up with the gap between her and Tomoki and Siaki. Tomoki put down the application form in his hand. Since Yujin said so, wouldn't I be too cowardly if I didn't participate? I choose to participate. Immediately afterwards, Ito Siaki also expressed his position, me too. Sure enough, I knew you would all choose to participate. Moonlight Hayate nodded with satisfaction. It has been 5 years since Kanaha saw a new genin take part in the Chunin exams. When Kakashi and Asuma recommended their subordinates, few people questioned them. Because they are all elite jounin in Kanaha, it is natural for their students to be better than others. But just being a special jounin of Kanaha, he seems a bit reluctant in the eyes of others. Hayate rarely has such a good face. I heard that there is a child named Ito Siaki in his 9th class. He is very talented. I heard that he can inherit the swordsmanship of Kanaha style, but just relying on one person is not enough. The one named Uzumaki Tomoki in their class is very difficult to use even D-level ninjutsu. A child who can only use E-level 3 skin jutsu will be held back, right? No, I heard that the kid's taijutsu is quite good. It seems that he can reach the level of Chunin through taijutsu. Middle-aged shinobi touched his stubble, that's right, but there seems to be only one way to become powerful through physical skills, the 8-gate dungeon. But that child can't use it either. I'm afraid even if that child practices again, he can only RU at the Chunin level. The young Chunin wearing glasses who stood next to him sighed, yes, I heard that the child's talent was quite amazing at the beginning. It seems to be a pity now. The amount of chakra he can use now, maybe it just hinders the speed at which he becomes stronger, but later on, even taijutsu cannot be released with the chakra he can use. Can he still unleash some A-level taijutsu or swordsmanship that don't require much chakra? Another jounin interjected. The middle-aged jounin just now shook his head, that kind of taijutsu always has other requirements. Even if he can learn one or two, he can't combine a set of attack methods that suit him. Of course, when he was at Chunin it is still very useful, but the child named Uzumaki Tomoki will probably remain Chunin in this life. Everyone nodded. The jounin's analysis was spot on. No jounin becomes a jounin just by relying on one or two special A-level taijutsu. It must be fully developed. Let's not talk about it for now. I heard that Uchiha Suzuki in Kakashi-senpai's class can already open his eyes in double Megatama. He is indeed a genius of the Uchiha clan. I heard that he already had his eyes opened when he was 7 years old, right? How is that possible? A Chuyunin asked in surprise. I am more concerned about the affairs of the ninja school, but I have never heard of Uchiha Suzuki using the Sharingan. Actually, who doesn't pay attention to the ninja school? After all, they are the future of the village. The middle-aged Jounin sighed slightly. Uchiha Suzuki did open his eyes when he was 7 years old. The reason why he didn't use them in the ninja school is probably the chakra in his body at that time could not bear the consumption of the Sharingan. If he used it, it would become a drag on his battle, right? Because what the middle-aged Jounin said related to the secret of the Uchiha genocide incident, the surrounding Chuyunin became interested. But he deliberately kept silent after that, making all the Chuyunin cry out in disappointment. Their conversation did not deliberately avoid anyone, because they were only commenting on the next generation of Konoha very objectively. So these words naturally reached Uegwangale's ears. But he knew that he did not allow his subordinates to participate in this Chunin exam just to be competitive. Although you are all very important in my heart, this Chunin exam is your chance to prove it to others, so Tomoki Uzumaki, show your best and amaze other ninjas. Pay it forward. You who have worked so hard should not be bound here by fate. Moonlight Gale thought silently, but he didn't say it out loud. Because he was afraid of putting a psychological burden on Uzumaki Tomoki. But Uzumaki Tomoki seemed to see the hope in his eyes and nodded towards him. Moonlight Gale curled her lips. What are you doing? Are you sick if you nod for no reason? My neck hurts, can't I move it? Teacher, if you react so strongly, do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Zishu also reacted instantly and counterattacked mercilessly. Haha, I have obsessive-compulsive disorder? I don't know who was injured so much that even chakra was restricted. Then I also don't know who is so sick that he can't stop coughing even if he takes 2 steps. I don't know if every Jounin will show the most open-minded side to the children in his class. Kakashi is like this, and so is Moonlight Hayate. Medi. In the afternoon of the next day, several people gathered at the entrance of the ninja school as agreed yesterday. Because I have already read the original work, I know that there won't be much if I go there earlier. So Jishu simply delayed leaving home until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When he arrived at the ninja school, Yuma and Siaki were already standing at the door of the school waiting for him. Brother Tomoki, this is the Chunin exam, can't you take it a little more seriously? Yuma couldn't help complaining when she saw Tomoki walking over slowly. Jishu shook his head. Today is just registration and the first screening. There is nothing, so there is no need to be so nervous. With that said, the 3 of them walked to the ninja school together. The footsteps made a thumping sound on the wooden stairs. Yujin kept looking at the people around her. She was overwhelmed with people from all kinds of ninja villages. But most people showed ferocious faces. For other ninja villages, Konoha's environment is too stable. Almost all those who participated in the Chunin examination here have experienced life and death battles. Except for a few talented people, generally no one would take the Chunin exam right after graduation. This is also the reason why Konoha has not had a new genin take part in the Chunin exams for 4 years. So in fact, this Chunin exam is the one with the most monsters. Zisha thought for a moment and walked to the 3rd floor without knowing it. In fact, this illusion does not just cause a visual error, allowing people to see that the house number that was originally 201 has become 301. There are other sensory deceptions. This illusion barrier also makes people think that they have gone up to the 3rd floor. Otherwise, it is estimated that many people will discover it immediately. Looking through the various people, he saw 2 genin standing in the center. He looked very strong, but Xiaoli was lying on the ground injured, holding onto his hands, looking at the 301 room in front of him with a sad look on his face. Jishu knew that Xiaoli's disguise strategy had already begun. The strategy of pretending to be weak so as not to attract other people's attention is probably something only Xiaoli can use. In fact, Xiaoli still has too much inferiority complex. Even though he has strength that far exceeds that of others, he still feels that he cannot compare with those geniuses. While others wanted to show off their strength and win glory for the ninja village to which they belonged, he wanted to hide his strength and use the safest method to win the battle. Of course, Jishu already knew the result, so he persuaded Tian Tian not to adopt such a strategy with Xiaoli. When Xiaoli sees Xiao Ying, he hides his psychology and disappears instantly. And it becomes the instinct to show off oneself in front of the girl he loves. Biologically speaking, this can be understood as the mating instinct of male organisms of the same species in front of female organisms. As expected, after Suzuki revealed the illusion here, he also complimented Sakura. The genin standing in front of the door said it was not that simple, and gave a quick kick. Suzuki reacted immediately to block it. But the fight that was supposed to take place between the two was blocked by Xiaoli. Niji scolded Xiaoli for not keeping his promise, but Xiaoli didn't listen at all. Instead, he walked up to Sakura, showed his shining white teeth, and gave a thumbs up. Sakura, we meet again. Please date me. I will protect you to the death. Because of Tomoki, Xiaoli and Sakura have known each other for a long time. Although Xiaoli showed his intention to pursue Sakura from the beginning. But Xiaoli has too much time is training, and Sakura is still attending classes at the ninja school. So the two didn't have much interaction. But this time, Xiaoli put on such a posture and instantly made many people helpless. I knew it would be like this. Tian Tian sighed helplessly. She was used to being helpless for Kai and Xiaoli. Hyaga Niji, however, focused on Uchiha Suzuki and asked him what his name was. Regarding the conversation between these two geniuses, Tomoki was really not in the mood to listen. He greeted Tian directly. Hi, Tian. Tian saw Zishu and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Zishu, you came so late. But what you said is really right. We really can't listen to Xiao Li's strategy of hiding his strength. As they said that, the two of them couldn't help but glance at Xiao Li. I saw that he was still staring at Haruno Sakura. He had a determined look on his face, as if he must get her approval. But Haruno Sakura showed a very disgusted expression and rejected Xiao Li without hesitation. Because according to Xiao Li's character, it is inevitable to see Xiao Sakura crazy about expressing herself. Tenten nodded first, then looked at Sakura, who had already taken Naruto and Suzuki's hands, turned around and ran away. Now that the illusion has been broken, shall we leave? Akamoto Yuma, standing next to Tomoki, nodded obediently. Yes, Sister Tenten. Hey, Xiao Li, it's time to go. No, you go first. I still have some things to do. Xiao Li's face was dull, as if he had something very important. In fact, Zisha knew that he was just experiencing youthful hormones. Thinking of this, Tomoki could only say, okay, be gentle and don't hit Suzuki too hard. Eh? Tomoki, why do you believe so much that I can defeat Suzuki? I just wanted to test whether my physical skills are useful to those geniuses. Xiao Li hurriedly defended. Tomoki shook his head. I've been practicing with you for so long, why don't I know what you were thinking? If it weren't for Sakura, would you have violated Teacher Akai's prohibition? Xiao Li blushed for a moment, and then admitted shamelessly, I didn't expect that you would see through me again. Wait a minute, are you saying that Xiao Li will definitely be able to defeat that person? Hinata Niji asked indifferently. In fact, Hyaga Niji and Tomoki didn't have much interaction, and he had never followed Tomoki's other friends to Tomoki's home. So now, Hyaga Niji hardly knows Uzumaki Tomoki. But you may have heard this name from Xiao Li and Tian. Of course, Xiao Li can defeat Suzuki. Perhaps, the current Xiao Li may be able to defeat him due to his age advantage. But for a genius, he can still catch up with his quick words, Niji said calmly. It was obvious that even he recognized Xiao Li's strength. But he also did not deny the person who seemed to have the same aura as him. He seemed to also smell the hatred he carried from that person. Xiao Li didn't listen to the conversation between Tomoki and Niji and jumped down vigorously. A banging sound suddenly attracted the attention of the three people in the empty training ground. My name is Rock Lee. Before asking other people's names, you have to tell me your family name, right? Xiao Li looked eager to try. Under the green tights, the slightly bulging muscles contained huge power. Because of him, Suzuki and Lee are much stronger now than in the original work. Suzuki always wanted to chase him, but after knowing that his talent was gone, this mentality was weak. As for Xiao Li, Jishu has been training and fighting with him. The improvement in Xiao Li's strength compared to the original work is obvious. But Jishu did not choose to observe this battle, because the result of this battle was already obvious. It's just that there will be slight changes in the process due to changes in the strength of the two people. So Tomoki turned his head and looked at Yuma, Siaki, let's go first? Why don't you stay and watch the fight between Xiao Li and Suzuki? Yuma looked at the field, hesitating. Jishu shook his head, no, it's completely meaningless. Alright, suddenly a shout came from downstairs, Kishu, wait for me for 2 minutes. I still want to fight with you. Xiao Li was naturally able to roughly judge Suzuki's strength from when he blocked Suzuki's move just now. Even with the weight on and without using the 8-gate dungeon, Suzuki's strength and speed were far inferior to him. 2 minutes? Suzuki seemed to feel slighted. After all, when Naruto rushed up to fight Xiao Li, he was just bragging that he could defeat Xiao Li in 5 minutes. So he said calmly, yeah, 2 minutes, it only takes 2 minutes for you to be knocked down. When Xiao Li heard Suzuki's provocation, he suddenly scratched his head and apologized seriously. I'm sorry, I was embarrassed to say what was on my mind just now. Is Xiao Li an idiot? Sakura thought in her heart, even though she had known Rock Lee for a long time because of Tomoki. But she still didn't know what kind of strength Xiao Li had. But after all, Suzuki was known as the #1 genius in school. He is comparable to Hyaga Niji, the genius of the previous Hyaga clan. Of course, these are all gossip comments in school. But how could the unknown Xiao Li defeat the genius Suzuki? But Xiao Li had already adopted a defensive posture. Come on, let me see if the technique I have been practicing hard will be useful to geniuses like you. The battle was about to break out, and Suzuki's eyes were full of disdain. In his mind, for an opponent like Xiao Li, it only takes 5 minutes at most. Zishu glanced at it and shrugged, I'm still bored. Let's go to the 3rd floor first. Tian asked, don't you want to fight with Xiao Li? I think, it's just that when fighting Xiao Li now, he won't be able to show his full strength. With that said, the group of people walked towards the 3rd floor. It has to be said that for Konoha, the facilities of the ninja school are very luxurious. It is hard to imagine that such a vast training place is only built in a ninja school. Although these children usually don't need these things, it can be seen from this that Konoha attaches great importance to children. In fact, just laying the high-quality wooden floor on the ground will cost you no idea how much money it will cost. Not to mention the various complete facilities inside, but for Tomoki, who has been able to accept the task, he already knows how profitable the ninja industry is. Not only does the country need a very high part of the tax revenue to directly supply the ninja village, but in such troubled times, all kinds of businessmen and nobles also need the protection of ninjas. Hey, Tomoki, you came so early? Kakashi was already waiting for the arrival of Team Dash at the door, but he didn't expect to meet Tomoki. Tomoki said, "It's really rare. Kakashi-sensei isn't late?" "Eh? How do you know that? Did Naruto tell you?" Kakashi put his hands in his silver hair, but he did not care. "But when you see Naruto and the others, no? They won't be too scared to come, right? With Naruto's character, do you think he won't come?" Tomoki smiled bitterly. If Kakashi had not recommended Naruto to take the Chunin exam, would he have gone to the third generation and pestered him to take it alone? Indeed, Kakashi was also speechless. "They're all here this time, even Sakura." "Sakura is here too? This surprises me." Kakashi was slightly surprised. Ito Seiki was a little confused and asked, "Isn't this Chunin exam supposed to be conducted in groups?" Kakashi nodded, "Yes, but I didn't tell them. I wanted to see Sakura's own thoughts, but it seems that she really satisfied me. So, Kakashi-sensei, if there's nothing else, let's go in first?" Yuma and Kakashi are not familiar with each other, and the Chunin exams are about to begin, so they don't want to talk more. "Well, you guys go in first. But I want to talk to Tomoki." Kakashi nodded, but put his eyes on Tomoki. Ito Seiki glanced at Tomoki in surprise. Why so many people like to leave Tomoki alone? What kind of secret does Uzumaki Tomoki have? But curiosity was curiosity, and he knew that he had no reason to stay now. So he followed Yuma Akamoto and walked in first. After both of them went in, and only Kakashi and Tomoki were left in front of room 301, Kakashi's expression became much more serious. "Have you read the scroll I gave you?" Kakashi couldn't help but think of the tone of his voice a month ago, as if there was something in the scroll that people would regret after seeing it. But he knew that according to Uzumaki Tomoki's character, he must have opened up after he left. "Yeah, I've seen it. I'm surprised." "You're right. I'm really sorry." Jishu nodded, his expression much more formal than usual. "When it comes to family matters, he has to be serious. Nor can I be as casual and free as I usually am in front of my friends. For the Uzumaki clan, sealing is the foundation of the family. But so far, he doesn't know any sealing technique. In the past, it was because there was no opportunity to study, but now that I have the opportunity, I am unable to study due to physical reasons." Kakashi stood leaning against the wall, his eyes deep, not knowing what he was thinking. "Has your body recovered? After all, you are a member of the Uzumaki clan." Jishu nodded, "Yes, even ordinary people will recover after such a long time, right?" Kakashi's eyes lit up, but Tomoki's next words made him sigh. "But the ability to recover is almost the same as that of ordinary people. You can also almost simply have no recovery." "How could this be? As a Uzumaki clan member, you shouldn't do this, because the injury to my veins is probably a kind of necrotic injury." "How to explain it, Kakashi-sensei? You know about wood that has been burned by fire, right?" Kakashi nodded. Jishu explained, "Wood that has been burned by fire turns into charcoal. Although there is still a piece of body there, it has no original function. It is easy to turn wood into charcoal, but it is difficult to turn charcoal into wood. It's almost impossible. That's probably how it works for me." Kakashi couldn't help but feel a little sad. Because of Kushina, he had an inexplicable affection for the Uzumaki clan. "Can the 5-element seal be used?" "No." Although he learned the result, Kakashi still asked, "Have you mastered the seals and techniques of the 5-element seal?" "Of course." Tomoki replied affirmatively. In fact, for him, it is more than mastery, it is simply reaching the point of perfection. He even tried many times to imitate the 5-element seal using his subtle chakra. If he could use enough chakra, he felt that he could already use the 5-element seal. Although he didn't know whether the 5-element seal was the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. "Why?" Jishu asked subconsciously. "Why?" Kakashi seemed confused again and couldn't stop scratching his head. "Before I say repayment, can you treat me to some noodles?" But Tomoki was still about to speak, but Kakashi pushed him into the room. "Naruto and the others will be here soon. I have many things to do, let's talk about it when we get back." Without any explanation, Jishu was pushed into the house. At this time, Kakashi had time to take out a copy of Intimate Paradise and read it slowly. Why? Kakashi waited for Tomoki to leave before thinking carefully about what Tomoki just said. The matter of Uzumaki Tomoki had nothing to do with him. He could just sit back and watch. If it was because of the justice in his heart, it would make sense. But there are so many people injured every day, and many are even more serious than Uzumaki Tomoki. Why should he sacrifice his time for Uzumaki Tomoki? This was not his job in the first place, and Uzumaki Tomoki was not going to die without his help. He could just give him a few words of encouragement, then ignore him and concentrate on teaching the students in his class. Even if someone takes him to find the possibility of recovery, that person should be Moonlight Blast. What's the matter with him? The sound of footsteps came from the same place, and the blonde child walked slowly with his head in his hands. "Sakura, I will definitely be able to become Hokage. When the time comes, let everyone else look at me, and if you ask me the name, ask me Uzumaki Tomoki's name as well. Naruto seemed to still be worrying about what happened just now. Sasuke still mocked without caring, the end of the crane. Looking at the two people walking in front of him, Kakashi suddenly felt that he had the answer in his heart. I still can't get out of the shadow of before. Kakashi sighed briefly. Among all the students, those three children may be the ones he values the most. Naruto, this person is usually dull and silly, but he is very reliable at critical moments. It's just like the original Obito. And the one I owe the most is Obito. Sasuke, although he usually looks cold. In fact, deep down in my heart, I still value my companions. But now I take hatred too seriously and ignore the people around me. Kakashi even saw his original self in him. And Uzumaki Tomoki is not Obito, nor himself. But he is what he wants most. He is obviously talented, and he has also endured a lot of darkness and injustice. But he always treats the people and things around him with a smile. If I had been like him, would the final outcome have been changed? The dazzling lightning suddenly flashed in Kakashi's mind, and amid the mournful cries of thousands of birds, Lin looked at him with a smile on her face with blood on her lips. There was a sharp pain in my heart. Kakashi-sensei, why are your eyes so troubled? Are you constipated again? Naruto asked nervously. Kakashi was brought back to reality by Naruto's words and found that Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were already standing in front of him. After calming down, he teased Naruto and said, "No, I'm just sad that you came too late and can't take the Chunin exam." "Ah, teacher, you didn't tell me earlier," Naruto shouted in panic, grabbing his hair with both hands, and his already messy golden hair was now even more messy. "Naruto, Kakashi-sensei lied to you." Sakura shook her head when she saw Naruto's gullible look. "By the way, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke was defeated by a man with thick eyebrows just now." Naruto proudly spread the gossip to Kakashi. "Shut up. Next time, I will defeat him." Sasuke's lowered head gradually raised, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. This time the Chunin exam is really getting more and more interesting. Tomoki, Yuma, and Saiki have been waiting in this classroom for a long time. There were ninjas from other ninja villages everywhere, and the various strange clothes even made Tomoki feel a little weird. But because people from Class Dash and Class Dash are here, it doesn't look like Class Dash is a bit unique. Especially after Naruto, the powder keg, came in, the discussion became even more intense. Especially Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto. Chirping, "My head is so big." The complaining voice sounded, and it even sounded a little familiar to Jishu. But this familiar feeling instantly aroused a sense of danger in his heart. Looking back, an older-looking man wearing a Konoha forward protector and a pair of gentle glasses stood there. He seems to be a very ordinary Konoha genin. After all, in this examination room, people of similar age to him have almost disappeared. Almost all people will not pay attention to such people. Except Tomoki. "Tomoki, long time no see." Kabuto the pharmacist greeted Tomoki with a sunny smile. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that Kabuto, who looked so self-righteous just now, would actually know Uzumaki Tomoki. "Tomoki, do you still know that white-haired man?" Naruto put his arm around Tomoki's shoulders and asked curiously. But before Tomoki could answer, Kabuto Yakushi took over. "Not only do we know each other, but we are very good friends. Speaking of which, Tomoki and I have many experiences of helping each other. For example, we talk about life together, talking about ideals and the like. When I was at my darkest, it was Zishu who encouraged me and gave me the way forward. Because Jishu is very popular among all classes. Therefore, because of Yakushi Kabuto's words, other people had a good impression of this seemingly ordinary person. It turns out that Brother Tomoki has such a friend. Why haven't I heard Brother Tomoki talk about it?" Yujin blinked. Only Jishu wanted to say something, but he hesitated. At least Kabuto's appearance here has not caused any harm to the people here. It even really helped people in various classes. Immediately afterwards, Yakushi Kabuto was talking briefly. He squatted on the ground and kept using ninja cards to introduce the opponents that needed attention one after another. The expression is serious, but not serious. With his amiable demeanor, he quickly won the favor of many people. Even when they learned that Kabuto had participated in 7 Chunin exams for you, they all sighed. "I didn't expect Kabuto-senpai to work so hard. I believe you will pass the Chunin exam this year," Naruto said encouragingly. "Thank you, but it depends on your luck this year." However, when Kabuto Yakushi introduced the Sound Ninja Village, he deliberately made the Sound Ninja Village smaller. This immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of several ninjas in the Sound Ninja Village. Tomoki secretly smiled bitterly in his heart and said, "What would you think if you knew that the person in front of you, who has failed the Chunin exam 7 times, is actually the number 2 person in your Oto Ninja Village?" But it was naturally impossible for these genin from the Sound Ninja Village to hear Tomoki's inner voice. So they decided to attack Kabuto Yakushi, and Kabuto Yakushi fell to the ground pretending to be one, and even vomited. Then the examiner arrived and scolded the people in the Sound Ninja Village. Then it was announced that the first round of the Chunin examination would begin, and the written test would begin. The examiner, Marino Iaki, is worthy of being the captain of the Konoha Ambu. torture and interrogation department, and at least Tomoki seems to be very impressive. His strong body was wrapped in a black coat, and the scars on his face revealed his full masculinity. Of course, this is just because there are fewer scars on his face compared to other places. As for the scars in other places, they can be described as shocking. After Ibiki announced the rules, everyone quickly sat down in their respective seats. In fact, many people have already heard the examiner's original intention not to use inferior means to cheat. And because the difficulty of the question is too difficult, only a perverted academic like Sakura and two Chiyunin who were arranged to know the answer in advance in the examination room can solve it. So plagiarism started vigorously in the examination room. Of course, many people were expelled from the examination room because of their inferior methods. However, Sharingan, Byakugan, Sand Eyes, Ninja Tools, Puppet, etc., these advanced methods are also constantly being used in this examination room. But Jishu was a little confused. He seemed to have accidentally not prepared such a method. Although it is said that many people will pass this exam because of Naruto's performance in the end. But in the Chunin exam, it's not who persists to the end who can become a Chunin, but it depends on your performance in each exam. Shikamaru's wisdom and rational giving up made him the only person to become a Chunin in this Chunin exam in the original work. But Jishu, like Xiao Li, has almost no investigative ability. Xiao Li used a ninja tool to help him cheat every day.